Chapter 1, Son-in-law at the door. At the table, Lin Fan sat in the most corner position, eating by himself, as if he was transparent. The other people at the table also treated Lin Fan as if he was air. They all talked and laughed, but none of them spoke to Lin Fan, because Lin Fan was the Young family's son-in-law, who came over to the family. Plus he was poor. In the Young family, Lin Fan didn't have the slightest status or dignity to speak of. And today, it was the birthday of old husband Yang Jingtao. The family came to celebrate Yang Jingtao's birthday, which however, there were quite a few people waiting to see Lin Fan's joke. Hubby, have a piece of ribs, tonify your body. His wife, Yang Shui, gave Lin Fan a piece of pork ribs, and his elder sister, Yang Yu, who was sitting at the side, immediately snorted and said, "Little Snow, these sweet and sour pork ribs are specially made for our father, not for this poor wimp Lin Fan." Hearing this, Yang Shui's chopsticks lurched and her face was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yu has a point. Old husband Yang Jingtao looked at Lin Fan with a look of contempt. Lin Fan, you've been in my Yang family for a year, even if you didn't give me any grandchildren. At the very least, you have to buy my daughter a diamond ring or something. Who knows about you? You don't even have a job. Every day you eat and wait for death. What are you if not a loser? My daughter Xiao Xue marrying you is a flower stuck in cow dung. If I say, you divorce my daughter before it's too late, my daughter is still young. Even if she's divorced, there's no worry that no one wants her. Lin Fan clenched his fists. His face was ugly, but he did not respond to his old husband's words. Yang Jingtao was right. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Fan was indeed a mixed-up loser. Look at your big sister's husband. See hi, just 2 days ago, he bought a set of Cartier for Xiao Yu. Necklace, earrings, ring, spent more than $100,000. Yang Jingtao continued, you poor bastard. Can you be as generous as 4Cs? Can you love your wife as much as 4Cs? Lin Fan's eldest brother-in-law, Zhao Sihai, when he had just married his eldest sister, Yang Yu, was not very rich either, and even had to rely on Lin Fan's wife, Yang Shui, for succor sometimes to live. At that time, every month, Yang Shui would take some money out of her salary to succor Yang Yu. Yang Jingtao also did the same thing, every month to Yang Yu 1/3 of the pension. Otherwise this couple, life is a problem. Just last year, Zhao Sihai took a project, earned millions, the day all of a sudden better, bought a BMW 5 Series, but also live in a small villa. What is chilling is that the family of the elder sister's husband, who has seen better days, seems to have left behind the things that Yang Shui had helped them with before. Every time they met, they were sneering at Lin Fan's family. Dad, we are all family. Why are words so harsh? At this time, the eldest sister's husband, Zhao Sihai, laughed. Although little brother Lin Fan is temporarily broke and doesn't even have a car, I see that he's a motivated person, and his future must be unlimited. The jewelry and whatnot will definitely be made up for later. Junior brother Lin Fan, how about this? I'm still short of a security guard at my construction site. Zhao Sihai looked at Lin Fan. You're idle anyway, why don't you come to my company as a security guard? For the salary, how about I give you 800 a month? As long as you work hard, plus my connections, it's not impossible to become a security chief in the future. Ha ha ha. The moment Zhao Sihai said this, the crowd at the table laughed loudly, looking at Lin Fan with gazes full of derision, mockery, and contempt. Lin Fan was so angry that he clenched his teeth, and his eyes turned a little red. Yang Shui's face also instantly turned icy cold. She couldn't stand someone mocking her husband like this. Moreover, a white-eyed wolf like Zhao Sihai, without Yang Shui's succor back then, how could he have today? Yang Shui opened her cherry lips and wanted to refute Zhao Sihai, but Lin Fan reached out and pulled her back, signaling Yang Shui not to speak. Right Dad, today is your big birthday. Son-in-law, I prepared some small gifts for you. Zhao Sihai touched out a rectangular delicate locket and opened it. Inside was a crystal clear pipe. The pipe was made of jadeite, with a translucent color that looked natural, and the bottom was carved with a lifelike pattern. This is a pipe made of jadeite, isn't it? It's all jadeite, and it's done in a marvelous way. The price isn't low, 4Cs is really filial. The uncles and uncles at the table all had their eyes lit up, all marveling and shocked. Yes, Zhao Sihai nodded, very proudly said, this entire pipe is made of Burmese Baishan jadeite build. Is my trust a friend? From the Burmese side, specially get over, spent more than 100,000 it. I know that Dad usually likes to smoke dry cigarettes, that's why I bought this jade pipe. I hope Dad likes this gift. Of course, I also bought the tobacco. The tobacco produced in the mountains of Yunnan. The smoke flavor is mellow. The lungs feel adequate, not spicy throat, absolutely first class. Say hi, it's rare that you have a piece of filial piety. Yang Jingtao picked up the pipe and played with it in his hand. With a smile on his face, he was very satisfied. Then he looked at Lin Fan again, with a cold snort. with a sneer on his face. "Oh, look, the same son-in-law, Lin Fan. You loser. Why is the gap between you and Sihai so big? It's my birthday today. You wouldn't have come here empty-handed." Hearing this, the crowd all turned their gazes towards Lin Fan as if they were ready to watch the joke. Although Lin Fan didn't have a good feeling towards Yang Jingtao, he still understood the daily etiquette, and he always had to send something to his old husband on his birthday. "Dad, I brought you a gift." Lin Fan also from his pocket, fished out a small box, ready to open it. "Your gift, I won't accept it," Yang Jingtao said directly, looking at the locket in Lin Fan's hand with contempt. The locket was a wooden box, dark and black, all a bit cracked. At a glance it looked like a stall product. All the people present were various relatives of Yang family. Lin Fan, this poor man took out this gift in front of all the people. Isn't it a shame for him? So this gift could not be accepted. "You take the gift back. What kind of gift can you give me as a poor man?" Yang Jingtao said with a cold snort. "You just eat honestly. After eating hurry up and get lost. Gift or something. If you are like the 4Cs, send me a jadeite or something. I can still accept. Other than that, I can't afford to lose this person." Ha ha ha. As soon as Yang Jingtao finished his words, everyone present was laughing. His wife, Yang Shui, was so angry that her face turned red and white. Yang Yu and Zhao Sihai, on the other hand, were full of smugness, and these words made them feel very honored. Lin Fan sighed softly in his heart, since his old husband did not accept it. Then forget it. He silently put the wooden box back into his pocket and shook his head slightly. Zhao Sihai's Baishan jadeite was the trash of trash compared to the imperial green inside this wooden box. It was not worth mentioning at all. The birthday banquet ended and Lin Fan and Yang Shui went out side by side. "Hubby, I'm going to the company. Take this money and go buy something." Yang Shui handed over a card. Don't take the words of those relatives at the dinner table to heart. Just now at the dinner table, Lin Fan didn't suffer from those relatives' cold eyes and mockery. Yang Shui was afraid that Lin Fan couldn't accept it and couldn't think of anything else, so she gave him some money to buy some things, also as a relaxation. "It's okay, I won't worry about it." Lin Fan took the card and smiled. Just after sending Yang Shui to the cab, Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message. "Young Master Lin Fan, the family's restrictions on you have been lifted. From now on, you can use all of the family's assets, and that supreme black card in your hand has also been unfrozen." Chapter 2 Universal Supreme Black Card. Has the restriction been lifted? Lin Fan looked at the message and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan was a super rich second generation. As for exactly how rich the family was, even Lin Fan didn't know. But Lin Fan remembered one thing. 10 years ago, in 2008, the financial crisis broke out. This crisis, like a tsunami, as if it were a nightmare, started from the other side of the ocean and swept across the globe, and the whole world was affected. Many large financial institutions around the world collapsed, countless factories went bankrupt, bosses couldn't pay their wages, and tens of millions of people were laid off and unemployed, and Lin Fan was still a 13 or 14-year-old child at that time. Lin Fan remembers that not long after the financial crisis broke out, there were guests at home. There were blonde foreigners, dark-skinned Africans, hale and hearty old men with stars on their shoulders, and even more loaded special police officers who blocked Lin Fan's home. Lin Fan was still young. Naturally, it was impossible to hear what the adults were talking about. He only remembered that those people stayed in Lin's house for 3 days. These 3 days, the atmosphere of Lin's house was tense and heavy. The special police guarded 24 hours a day, even if a fly could not fly in. It was only after 3 days that these people left the Lin family compound with various contracts and paperwork, with a respectful look on their faces, sending the guests away. Lin Fan couldn't help but tilt his head, looking at his tall father and asking, "Dad, what are these people here for?" Lin Tianxiao did not answer Lin Fan's question positively, but instead extended his large warm hand and kindly touched Lin Fan's head. "Little Fan, in this world, how much wealth you have means how much responsibility you take on. You are the only son of the Lin family, and in the future, you will surely be in charge of the Lin family's wealth as well. You must remember that you must not use the wealth in your hands to make a national fortune, because you are a Chinese. At the same time, when the country and friends need help, provide a helping hand so that you can go farther." At that time, Lin Fan didn't really understand the meaning of these words, but he kept them in his mind. And then after a year or so, the global economy slowly recovered. Lin Fan always felt that it was the 3 days of tension and condensation at the Lin family compound, the signing and execution of various contracts, that allowed the global economy to recover at such a fast pace. Lin Fan returned from his memories and thought about what to do next. Since the restrictions are lifted and I can use my family's wealth, the first thing to do is to make up for my wife's wedding jewelry. Lin Fan touched out the supreme black card. The card was black in color, with gold stamping on the edges, delicate to the touch, and a string of 999,999 numbers on it, giving a sense of nobility and unearthliness. 9. Representing 9 to 5. Xiao Shui and I have been married for so long. I haven't given her any expensive gifts. It's time to make up for it. Lin Fan stopped a cab and headed to a nearby jewelry store. As a first-tier city and economic center of China, Donghai City naturally had luxury jewelry stores. The cab stopped at the Tiffany store. Lin Fan got off and walked straight in. Lin Fan didn't know much about jewelry, but he knew one thing: the expensive ones were 80% good. He circled around the store and finally walked to the very middle. This side of the jewelry price point are relatively high. This, earrings, necklace, ring, bracelet, pack me up. Swipe your card. Lin Fan directly spoke. You give me $3,000. I'll open an invoice for you. The counter attendant glanced at Lin Fan. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, and she spoke faintly. What do you mean? Lin Fan froze, confused. Don't pretend. These you said add up to almost $500,000. Especially the diamond ring, blue diamond inlay, using Germany's top cutting technology, worth 300,000. Can you afford it? The waiter's eyes were filled with a mocking look. Nowadays, in this society, I've seen a lot of routines like yours. Pay a deposit first, then issue a receipt. At that time, you can then show the receipt to the goddess, and you'll be able to pick up the goddess. The waiter lowered his head and picked his fingernails, no longer looking at Lin Fan. When you bring the goddess over to buy a diamond ring, I'll say it's out of stock on my side, and the goddess can only eat a dumb loss. Spend a fixed amount of money. You can sleep with the goddess. No loss at all. Have to let me point broken. Ha! Also packing and swiping the card. Said as if it were true. After saying that, the waiter snorted coldly. Lin Fan froze, then shook his head helplessly. He was too lazy to bother more with the waiter, taking out his black card and placing it on the counter. Hurry up. Swipe the card. This is. The waiter's gaze inadvertently fell on the black card, and his expression froze for a moment. First, it was unexpected, followed by what seemed to come to mind, with shock and disbelief appearing in his eyes. This is the Supreme Black Card. This is the World Bank Global Supreme Black Card. How is it possible? The waiter trembled with excitement. The Global Supreme Black Card. The credit limit is $100 million, and there is no interest. Xu Xiaoxiao, who worked at Tiffany's, still had insight into various high-end items. With this card, you can even land airplanes and stop trains. Holding this card is a symbol of status. Who is this teenager? Xu Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on Lin Fan, full of curiosity, wanting to find out. This man, dressed in ordinary clothes, except for his slightly white looks and good temperament, he couldn't see the slightest advantage, and a costume that didn't look like it was more than $200. This kind of person, why could he hold the Global Supreme Black Card? Please hurry up, okay? Seeing the waiter frozen in place and not moving, Lin Fan urged. Okay, sir. Xu Xiaoxia immediately responded, finding the POS machine and inserting it with trembling hands into the black card. Lin Fan entered his birthday password. Drip. The bill slowly spat out from the bottom of the POS. The transaction was successful. It's really his card. Xu Xiaoxiao was thrilled beyond words. Lin Fan could definitely be said to be a character standing at the very top of society. Unexpectedly, it actually allowed her to run into this kind of big shot. Sir, please wait a moment. Xu Xiaoxiao opened the counter and took out diamond rings, necklaces and other jewelry and helped Lin Fan pack them. 2 minutes later, Xu Xiaoxiao handed the jewelry box to Lin Fan with a respectful face. Sir, the appraisal certificate, 3 packs book and whatnot, are all inside. If you need service, you can contact us at Tiffany anytime. Okay, thanks. Lin Fan took the jewelry box with a flat expression. With his worth, spending $500,000 was like an ordinary person spending 50 cents. It wouldn't be taken seriously at all. Sir, is it convenient for you to leave a cell phone number? Xu Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her mouth, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Fan glanced at Xu Xiaoxiao. This waitress, dressed in a black professional outfit, her black hair was coiled behind her head, her figure was exquisite, and her plump snowy legs were wrapped in long pants. This glance made Xu Xiaoxiao seem to have a feeling of being seen through all over her body. She hurriedly added, Sir, there is no other meaning. If you leave your cell phone number, it is also convenient for us to do a good job after sales. At the same time, you buy these jewelry, we Tiffany will also automatically upgrade you to become the store's supreme member, and later you come back to buy our products. There are discounts. Xu Xiaoxiao explained seriously. She understood that this kind of big shot, for their privacy, are very concerned. It was taboo to ask for a cell phone number without permission. Chapter 3, Fake? Of course, Xu Xiaoxiao wants cell phone number. After sales is one aspect. There is another aspect. Leave cell phone number. In the future Chu Xiaoxiao may be able to befriend with Lin Fan on. This kind of character, if you can befriend, you may be able to fly with him in the future. Lin Fan could naturally see what Chu Xiaoxiao was thinking. He was now at a level where a single word could make a person clothed and fed for the rest of his life. This kind of temptation, it was hard for anyone to stop it. Alright, Lin Fan thought about it and still gave Chu Xiaoxiao his cell phone number. When he got the cell phone number, Lin Fan clearly saw that Chu Xiaoxiao was breathing slightly sharply. Her body rose and fell, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Maybe this is the charm of money. Lin Fan shook his head slightly and walked out of Tiffany's. He was going to go to Yang Shue's company, just in time to give her these jewelry as a surprise. Yang Shue was working as an accountant in a financial company in Donghai City, earning around $8,000 a month, which seemed like a high income, but in the high-consumption Donghai City, after removing the family expenses, it was impossible to save a few dollars a month. Tianhai Finance. Inside Yang Shue's office. Snow, we are classmates in college. We have known each other for 5 or 6 years. I just said those words, all for your own good. Opposite Yang Shue, a woman opened her mouth. The woman was wearing a coffee-colored professional dress, a head of black hair draped behind her head, wearing light makeup. Her face was exquisite, but her whole body had a faint majesty emanating. Zhou Yeqian, the president of Tianhai Finance, a real white rich beauty. Although she is the same age as Yang Shui, she is not married, she is a single person. The man who chases after her can be lined up into a dragon. Every day the company will see some of the opposite sex over to send flowers. What do you say about that, Lin Fan? What's so good about it? Zhou Yeqian continued. Married to you for almost a year. Right, not even an engagement ring or something to give, or a man. And this kind of person still doesn't have a decent job, eating and waiting for death every day. Yet Qian, Lin Fan loves me. Don't talk about him like that. Yang Shui pouted her lips as if she was a bit angry. Alas? Little Shui, how old are you? Why are you still so naive to believe in love? Zhou Yeqian snorted. Nowadays, in this society, only when you have money, you are qualified to talk about love. Without money, what do you take to consolidate love? That Lin Fan, a poor man, can he let you experience the joy of love? Ya Qian. Yang Shui was just about to retort when Zhou Yeqian interrupted her. Let's just say that one of my suitors, the son of Li Chunsheng, a real estate predator in Donghai City, gave me a sports car in order to chase me, even though I don't have any feelings for him. A sports car? That loser Lin Fan. He wouldn't be able to earn that kind of money in 10 lifetimes. He is qualified to give you love? Xiao Shui, your own condition is not bad. Being with this kind of man, you will really suffer for the rest of your life. Yet Qian, sports cars, mansions and whatnot. I'm not interested. I just like to live with Lin Fan peacefully. Live an ordinary life. Lin Fan is really quite good. Yang Shui had a serious face. Okay, since you're not interested, then I'll talk to you about reality. Zhou Yeqian immediately said. Let's not talk about anything else. Life is so stressful right now. When your child is born, hospital care, child milk powder, schooling and whatnot, all have to be spent, right? How to say also more than $100,000. Then Lin Fan, can he afford to pay this amount? He can't even afford to raise his own child. Simply put, he doesn't even have the qualifications to reproduce. Zhou Yeqian became more and more agitated as she spoke. This kind of person, it's not worth wasting your time and energy on him. As a good friend, I have the obligation to advise you to divorce Lin Fan. Ya Qian. Yang Shui's voice suddenly turned cold, her gaze devoid of the slightest emotion. Marrying a chicken follows the chicken. Marrying a dog follows the dog. Since I married Lin Fan, I am his woman. Even if he is broke and a loser, I won't divorce him. So what if I suffer a little? As long as I can be with Lin Fan, I'm happy and satisfied. We're good friends, so I don't want to hear any more words from you telling me to divorce Lin Fan. I don't want our several years of relationship to shatter because of this. Yang Shui's tone was firm and serious, without the slightest bit of faking. Alas, Zhou Yeqian no longer spoke, but sighed softly, somewhat hating her. She really couldn't figure out what advantages that poor wimp Lin Fan had that made Yang Shui so dead set on him. Mr. Zhou, there's a Lin Fan outside who says he's Accountant Yang's husband and wants to come in to look for Accountant Yang. Deputy Zhou Yeqian suddenly entered the room and spoke. Lin Fan is here? Yang Shui and Zhou Yeqian were both stunned. Let him come in, Zhou Yeqian said reluctantly, her heart full of contempt. Every time she saw that loser Lin Fan, she was tired of it. The last time they met, it was when Yang Shui got married. At that time, when Zhou Yeqian saw Lin Fan for the first time, she directly gave the gift money and turned around and left. The banquet was not even on. Yang Shui, this kind of good girl, actually married Lin Fan, this kind of loser. Zhou Yeqian, the more she thought the more angry. Not long after, Lin Fan carried the jewelry box and arrived at Yang Shui's office. Hubby, why are you here? Yang Shui stood up and happily greeted her. I just bought you some gifts outside, so I'm bringing them to you. Lin Fan smiled slightly and lifted the jewelry box. The family lifted the restrictions on him. He would give Yang Shui the happiest and most joyful life in the future. This is Tiffany? Zhou Yeqian saw the logo on the jewelry box's packaging and her eyes flashed, a little surprised. It wasn't Tiffany that she was surprised about. With her financial ability, there were quite a few luxury items at home. What surprised her was that Lin Fan, this poor man, was actually carrying a Tiffany's jewelry box inside his hand. Hubby, what are you? When Yang Shui saw the Tiffany logo, her mouth immediately opened into an O shape. Surprised. When we got married, didn't I not buy you a diamond ring and other jewelry? Now I'll make it up to you. Lin Fan touched Yang Shui's head and laughed gently. He, Lin Fan, do you think Snow is an idiot? To actually use this kind of little trick to trick her feelings? Zhou Yeqian laughed coldly, stepped forward and looked at Lin Fan mockingly. Just tell me plainly, the jewelry inside the box, where did you buy it as a fake? If I'm not wrong, the jewelry box is more expensive than the jewelry inside. Zhou Yeqian had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that the jewelry box was definitely real, because she had several sets of Tiffany's jewelry at home, and the box was exactly the same as the one in Lin Fan's hand. Obviously, this Lin Fan does not know where to spend money to get Tiffany jewelry box, followed by the fake goods bought in it, to fake the real, to deceive Yang Shui feelings. Fake goods? Lin Fan on the other hand was stunned. This set of jewelry cost $500,000. How could it be fake? I've long heard that accountant Yang has a poor husband. I didn't expect to see it today. In the office, some of the other employees were all looking over curiously. It said that accountant Yang's husband is a loser who waits for death, and doesn't even have a decent job. Accountant Yang's marriage to him is really a flower stuck in cow dung. It doesn't matter if he's poor. He actually bought fake goods and gave them to accountant Yang in such a public place. Isn't he afraid of being exposed? What a thick skin. This is already a character problem. For a moment, the office whispered. The gazes of the people looking at Lin Fan became contemptuous, mocking, and disdainful. Chapter 4, Thief? This whisper, although not big, still fell on Lin Fan and Yang Shui's ears. Lin Fan smiled faintly, his expression unchanged, unconcerned. With his status, there was absolutely no need to take these words to heart. Yang Shui, on the other hand, blushed. She was clear about how much money her husband had on him. It was definitely not more than $1,000. $1,000? It was impossible to afford Tiffany. The first time Yang Shui saw Tiffany, her heart probably had a number. Lin Fan had bought a fake. But, so what if it was a fake? As long as it was a gift from Lin Fan, Yang Shui would be happy. Thank you, hubby. Yang Shui was full of happiness as she received the gift, like a little girl, smiling brightly. Lin Fan also smiled from the bottom of his heart. What more could a husband ask for when he gets a wife like this? Little Shui, why are you so simple? Zhou Yeqian couldn't stand to watch and walked over to Yang Shui, saying angrily, obviously, the Tiffany in your hand is a fake. This loser, Lin Fan, is using fake goods to cheat your feelings, buying fake goods to give away. This Lin Fan is not only a wimpy poor guy, his character already has problems. This kind of person, why don't you divorce him before it's too late? So what if it's fake? Yang Shui raised her head and asked rhetorically. Fakes are also gifts, as long as they are given to me by my husband. I like them all. Besides, my husband's character, I don't need you to point it out. Yang Shui's gaze was slightly cold. Ye Chen, if you make me divorce my husband again, I'll immediately resign and leave. Our several years of friendship, let's pretend it didn't happen. Yang Shui's attitude was decisive. Zhou Yeqian was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth. She didn't expect that Yang Shui would actually be biased to such an extent for the sake of a poor man with questionable character. Little Shui, you really are too simple. Zhou Yeqian sighed. I know that Lin Fan once saved you. That's why you married him. But saving your life and getting married are really two different things. There's no need for you to be, alas, on this kind of person. Zhou Yeqian couldn't say any more and sighed again. The grace of saving a life? When the office crowd heard this, they suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Yang Shui would willingly marry this loser Lin Fan. It turned out that Lin Fan had saved her. This Lin Fan had really gotten lucky. His ancestors had cultivated his fortune in 8 lifetimes to marry a wife like Yang Shui. Fake? Lin Fan frowned slightly and looked at Zhou Yeqian. Why do you think this is a fake? Zhou Yeqian was stunned and looked at Lin Fan, snickering. I thought you were a wimp who bought fake goods and was exposed to be a shrunken head turtle, not daring to speak. I didn't expect you to actually dare to open your mouth. You're still a man. Lin Fan, how dare you ask this? Tiffany's jewelry, the cheap ones are 70 to 80,000. I have several sets at home, and I reckon that if you add up your whole body, a 7 or 800 would be good enough to afford Tiffany's? You said, what you bought is not fake. Then what is it? Zhou Yeqian coldly questioned. The office crowd, their gazes were all looking at Lin Fan in unison. wanting to see how he would explain, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Lin Fan smiled faintly, too lazy to argue, directly said, "If you open it and take a look, don't you know if it's a fake or not?" "Just waiting for your words." Zhou Yaqian's eyes lit up, immediately took the jewelry box and opened it very skillfully. "Hubby." Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan, her palms sweating with worry. Although she didn't mind Lin Fan buying fake goods to make her happy, this feeling of being broken down in public was really bad. However, Yang Shui saw calmness and composure in Lin Fan's gaze, as if he wasn't afraid of being dismantled. This gaze made Yang Shui's heart inexplicably at ease. "Everyone go over and see if it's a fake." The office crowd gathered around. As the jewelry box was almost opened, Zhou Yaqian had a smile showing at the corner of her mouth. This time, even if Yang Shui was still in love with Lin Fan, she would subconsciously create a trace of stigma. In the long run, Zhou Yaqian persuasion, coupled with the heavy pressure of the future life, she believes that Yang Shui will divorce Lin Fan. Human nature, after all, could not stand the test. "Xiao Shui, I'm doing this all for your own good. That loser Lin Fan doesn't deserve you," Zhou Yaqian thought in her heart. "When you divorce Lin Fan and find a man 10 times and 100 times stronger than Lin Fan and live a superior life, then, you will thank me." The next moment, the jewelry box opened, and the jewelry inside was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Earrings, delicate and small, exquisite and incomparable, with lifelike patterns, necklace fine workmanship, pure white platinum, low-key luxury, bracelet smooth and delicate. If the set in the hand, temperament doubled. The most eye-catching is the center of a blue diamond ring, the diamond ring cut neatly, ghostly craftsmanship in general. Each side in the light are glittering, noble and elegant, like the tears of angels. Let a person see the first eye. It is difficult to move away from the gaze, seeing the jewelry instantly. The whole office, suddenly quiet. Hiss. After a while, there are pouring cool air sound resounded. "This is real Tiffany jewelry, right? Can work in the Tianhai Financial?" The eye is still there. The crowd can see at a glance. This inside jewelry is absolutely true. Zhou Yaqian is also stunned. Her eyesight, naturally, can also confirm the real or fake at a glance, especially the blue diamond ring in the middle. She had also seen it in the Tiffany store 2 days ago, and had the idea of buying it in her heart. But this diamond ring is blue diamond to create. Germany's top cutting technology. A diamond ring to 300,000. 300,000. Although Zhou Yaqian can get, or feel some unnecessary, spend so much money, buy a diamond ring, not worth it. Wait a minute. Zhou Yaqian's eyes suddenly flashed. This loser Lin Fan, how suddenly so rich? This set adds up. Conservative estimate of more than 400,000 it. As far as I know, even if Xiao Shui worked these 2 years of savings, it is impossible to have so much. How can Lin Fan a shot come up with more than 400,000? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Zhou Yaqian's eyelids jumped. Her expression suddenly serious. She directly covered the jewelry box and looked at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, it's none of my business if you steal, but before you go to the police station and sit in jail, I only have one request. Divorce Xiao Shui immediately. Right away. It's fine for a loser like you to go to jail, but don't delay Xiao Shui." Zhou Yaqian's expression was icy cold and her tone was strong. In her opinion, it was impossible for Lin Fan to take out more than $400,000 to buy jewelry, but now that Lin Fan had taken the real Tiffany jewelry out, there was only one explanation. These jewelry was stolen by Lin Fan. When the people in the office heard this, it suddenly dawned on them. Yes, how could Lin Fan afford to buy such expensive jewelry? Obviously, it was stolen. I didn't expect it. This Lin Fan is a thief. It's not just a matter of character anymore. This behavior of his, it's against the law. He's going to jail. Jewelry worth more than $400,000. How can I say it's enough for him to sit in jail for 20 or 30 years? I just hope he divorces Accountant Yang before he goes to jail. Otherwise, Accountant Yang's life will be over. She has a thieving husband in jail. This jewelry is clearly stolen. Chapter 5. I'll sue you for slander. Stolen? Lin Fan froze. He suddenly thought of a paragraph. Rich tycoon, accompanying the goddess to eat roadside stalls and stalls. The goddess will think you are grounded and thrifty. Poor hangers saved a few months' salary and bought a bag for the goddess. The goddess would secretly take the bag to the store to check the authenticity. This paragraph was somewhat similar to Lin Fan's current situation. As for the reason why this would happen, it wasn't because other people thought you were rich or broke. This is reality. Lin Fan shook his head slightly with some emotion. What? A thief? Yang Shui was dumbfounded, and in the next moment, her eyes turned red and tears flowed out. Husband, I know you love me, but you really don't have to do this kind of thing. Obviously, the jewelry was real, and it was impossible for Lin Fan to afford them. Then there was only one explanation. These jewelry was stolen by Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Yang Shui was heartbroken and choked. Hubby, let's go turn ourselves in. Okay, we can still get a few years less sentence. Don't worry, even if you go to jail, I won't divorce you. Woo woo, Xiao Shui, it's all this time, why are you still obsessed? Hearing this, Zhou Yeqian felt like she was going to explode with anger and yelled, Lin Fan is a thief. He steals jewelry. It would be fine if he was just poor, but this kind of behavior, it's a character issue, it's a moral issue. He's already broken the law and committed a crime. This kind of person, this life is already finished. Why do you still want to follow him? Hurry up and divorce him. This kind of man really doesn't deserve you. Zhou Yeqian became more and more agitated, angry, unable to understand, and looked at Lin Fan with a gaze full of contempt and mockery. Yes, Accountant Yang, it's not too late to hurry up and get a divorce. The office crowd was also persuasive. Otherwise, if we wait for him to be arrested and then get a divorce, it'll be troublesome. This Lin Fan has done things that are against the law. Why are you still dead set on him? Lin Fan, talking to Yang Shui was useless. Zhou Yeqian immediately looked at Lin Fan coldly. Her tone was icy cold, as if it was winter. I'm warning you now, if you're still a man, divorce Xiao Shui immediately. You are not allowed to toy with Xiao Shui's feelings, because you don't deserve snow. Please take a look at the name on the receipt before you say those words, okay? Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yeqian. Call me a thief. Beware of me suing you for slander. Ha! Zhou Yeqian's tone stuttered and laughed coldly. It's already this time, and you still don't admit that you're a thief. Still want to die to the end. Saying that, Zhou Yeqian again opened the jewelry box and took out the receipt. Necklace, earrings, diamond ring, bracelet add up to a total price, 500,000. The buyer Lin Fan 2 words, clearly written on it. So what? Zhou Yeqian did not care, casually threw the receipt aside. Modern society, advanced technology. Want to forge a receipt? Not simple? It's just that I didn't expect that you, Lin Fan, stole these jewelry and even forged the receipt. It's really well intentioned, but I'll expose your lies, because the blue diamond ring in here, I recognize it. I'm also a gold member of Tiffany's, their boutique. I've been there some time ago, and with one call from me, I can confirm whether you're a thief or not. Lin Fan, I'll give you one last chance. Immediately do the divorce formalities with Xiao Shui and then get the hell out of jail. Zhou Yeqian continued. Don't wait for me to make a phone call to confirm that you're a thief and rip off your last piece of cover. As you wish, call if you like. Lin Fan spread his hands, not caring. You, Zhou Yeqian was so angry that she gritted her teeth, her body rising and falling. Fine, since you're still like this, then don't blame me for not giving you face. With that, she felt out her cell phone, dialed a number, and put it on speakerphone. When Zhou Yeqian was looking at this blue diamond ring, she specially left the counter attendant's phone number, so that when she wanted to buy it in the future, she could contact it directly. That counter attendant, Zhou Yeqian remember correctly, called Chu Xiao. The phone was connected. Hello, this is Tiffany. Hello MS. Zhou, what can I do for you? Chu Xiao's polite and gentle voice came through and could be heard throughout the office. Yang Shui had cold sweat on her palms, while the crowd watched the scene playfully, waiting for Lin Fan to make a fool of himself. As for the names and phone numbers of the various members of Tiffany's, Chu Xiao had saved them, and she knew that Zhou Yeqian, who was on the other end of the phone, was a Tiffany's Gold member. Only those who spent more than $500,000 at Tiffany's were qualified to have Gold membership. For this kind of person, Chu Xiao must be treated with caution. Of course, if there were some customers with hundreds of millions of dollars, even if they didn't come to Tiffany's to consume, Tiffany's would still give away memberships, gold and platinum memberships and the like. Hello, let me ask, the blue diamond ring that I looked at some time ago, is it still available for sale? Zhou Yeqian asked directly. Sorry MS. Zhou, that diamond ring has just been bought by a gentleman. Chu Xiao said back. Bought away? Zhou Yeqian was stunned. Her eyes widened. Are you sure it was bought away and not stolen? MS. Zhou, you're joking. Our Tiffany cabinets are all made of bulletproof glass. The store is under 24-hour full dead-angle monitoring. There are more than a dozen security guards on duty. How could it be stolen? Chu Xiaoxiao was somewhat speechless, not expecting Zhou Yeqian to actually ask this kind of question. In modern society, the monitoring network is developed. The theft of jewelry stores. This kind of thing, basically impossible to happen. Even if it happened, it was probably caught by the police before the stolen goods were even sold. Only an idiot would have the idea of stealing a jewelry store, which was no different from robbing a bank. Then can I know, who bought it away? Zhou Yeqian asked again. Since it wasn't stolen, there was only one explanation. Lin Fan robbed it. Someone bought the blue diamond ring, followed Lin Fan to commit the robbery. and after the robbery was completed, Lin Fan then forged the receipt and gave it to Yang Shui as a gift. This is not convenient to disclose, Chu Xiaoxia said. The customer is our Tiffany's Supreme member. We have the obligation to ensure the privacy of our customers. Sorry, Miss Shou. Alright, Zhou Yaqian nodded, somewhat disappointed, and simply asked casually, did a guy named Lin Fan buy it? Miss Shou, how do you know it was Mr. Lin Fan? Do you know Mr. Lin Fan? Chu Xiaoxiao said immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xiaoxiao's face changed and she tensed up, knowing that she had made a mistake. This was Zhou Yaqian baiting her and revealing customer information. It's over. It's over. Chu Xiaoxiao. I didn't think you would actually make this kind of mistake. Chu Xiaoxia regretted and stomped her feet. Alas, who let Lin Fan's global supreme black card just now? It was too thrilling, causing me to be distracted now, wanting to get to know that man called Lin Fan properly. Someone else casually set out the customer's information. Just when Chu Xiaoxiao regretted it, Zhou Yaqian on the other end of the phone, her expression instantly froze and disbelief appeared in her eyes. The entire office, too, went directly silent. Chapter 6, Want to try? The gazes of all the people in the office were looking at Lin Fan incredulously, with shock and disbelief. This Tiffany jewelry was really bought by Lin Fan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Yaqian shook her head in disbelief. How could a poor man like Lin Fan afford $500,000 of Tiffany jewelry? But the phone call had been confirmed. It was indeed Lin Fan. Hubby. Yang Shui stared wide-eyed, her small mouth opened into an O shape, also in disbelief. No way. Can't it be that this Lin Fan won the lottery? Yes, otherwise how could he afford such expensive jewelry? The office crowd whispered. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk to these people, took the jewelry box and handed it to Yang Shui, smiling. Wife, we've been married for almost a year, and I've never given you a gift. This is the first gift I've given. Of course, there will be a second and a third, Lin Fan secretly said in his heart. Thank you, husband. Yang Shui's eyes reddened with excitement, and there were tears flashing. She opened her arms and embraced Lin Fan. So happy. Yes, giving such an expensive gift inside the office. When can I meet such a good boyfriend? Some female employees in the office looked at Yang Shui with envy. It's work time now. Zhou Yaqian frowned and swept her gaze over the crowd with authority. Right now, Zhou Yaqian was very upset. This was being slapped in the face by this poor man, Lin Fan, in public. Seeing the president angry, the crowd hurriedly withdrew their gazes, somewhat fearful, and continued working. Hubby, I have to work. Yang Shui loosened her embrace. I'll accompany you. Lin Fan laughed. Yang Shui's work was very busy and she often worked overtime, so Lin Fan simply stayed with her until 9 o'clock in the evening, when he returned home from work from Tianhai Finance. Click, the key opened the door. So tired, working overtime every day. Yang Shui rubbed her shoulders, her face slightly tired. She held the wall with one hand and started to change her shoes. Her perfect figure was displayed in front of Lin Fan's eyes. Yang Shui was a very tall woman, standing at 1 m 6'9", with a perfect figure, and a nice goose-egg face, coupled with the gentle temperament she had. As long as it was a man, he would be moved. Looking at his wife in front of him, Lin Fan felt a little foolish, but this feeling just appeared, followed by is extinguished. Alas, it still doesn't work. Lin Fan sighed lightly in his heart. Hubby. Yang Shui had already changed her shoes and turned back to see Lin Fan's expression, as if she thought of something. Her big eyes turned and she asked softly, Hubby, do you want to try again? Yang Shui's big eyes were full of seduction as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and embraced Yang Shui into his arms. Yang Shui's good-smelling body fragrance was transmitted to the tip of Lin Fan's nose. Lin Fan realized that feeling had appeared again. Yang Shui also blushed, as if she had sensed something, but within a few seconds, followed by that feeling, it disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Alas, still can't young age actually give birth to this kind of disease? Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Lin Fan had a disease since he was a child, and this disease was simply put, that aspect was not working. For a man, that aspect cannot very hurt self-esteem, especially has been married men, very affect the couple's relationship stability. Yang Shui and Lin Fan married, is a year ago. Yang Shui, a night drunk, accidentally fell into the river. Lin Fan saved her. Yang Shui, a kind-hearted person, then promised her life to him. She found out after marriage that Lin Fan can't work in that area. However, Yang Shui did not look down on Lin Fan in the slightest, often for him to seek medical advice, efforts to cure Lin Fan. A year, the two of them husband and wife relationship, did not because of this crack, but more solid, and Yang Shui's first time, until now, all for Lin Fan to keep. For this, Lin Fan's heart had always been touched. Hubby, now the medical technology is so advanced and developing rapidly. Your disease will definitely be cured. Yang Shui persuaded, and I originally didn't have too much need for that aspect. That kind of thing. It doesn't matter. What we have to do now is to work hard to make money and save lots and lots of money. Yang Shui was full of seriousness. Only then will we have the money to cure your illness. Lin Fan nodded, but had other thoughts in his mind. Now that my restrictions are lifted, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to have the family help me develop medication to cure my incontinence. I'll talk to Elder Yun about this tomorrow. Lin Fan believed that with the strength of the family, helping him develop a drug would be a matter of lifting his hand. And hubby, the money you bought jewelry today, where did it come from? Yang Shui asked again. This was her biggest doubt at the moment. Well, your husband went to the lottery store today and bought a lottery ticket by hand, and he won $500,000. Lin Fan smiled. He wasn't going to tell Yang Shui about the family lifting the restriction on him, so as not to bring some trouble. $500,000. Yang Shui's eyes widened. And then you took this $500,000 to buy me Tiffany jewelry? Yeah, what happened, hubby? You. Yang Shui frowned, bit her silver teeth, and finally let out a long sigh. Forget it, buy it all. But husband, you're wasting too much money. $500,000. I have to work for years to earn this money. Yang Shui's face was full of regret, followed by pleading. Hubby, look at it this way. Let's return the jewelry. Maybe we can return $300,000 to $400,000. You also know our family's financial situation. If we return the jewelry, the $300,000 to $400,000 can still be saved up to give you medical treatment in the future. Yang Shui had a serious face. Lin Fan was touched for a moment in his heart. Yang Shui is a good wife who cares about her family. He reached out and stroked Yang Shui's hair, and softly said, Wife, when we got married, I didn't send you a diamond ring. Those jewelry, I made up for it. It means a lot. How can I return it? Money is gone. Can earn again. Wedding jewelry, there is no reason to return it. Seeing Lin Fan's resolute attitude, Yang Shui hesitated for a while, but finally nodded her head. Alright, then it won't be returned. But in the future, if we have money, we have to save it. After all, the pressure of life is too great now, and we need money everywhere. I know, I will definitely save it in the future. Lin Fan smiled and didn't say much. The next morning, waiting for Yang Shui to go to work, Lin Fan dialed a number he hadn't contacted for a long time. The call was connected. Hello, Elder Yun. Lin Fan spoke calmly. Young master, is that you? An old man's voice came from the phone with excitement, shock, and disbelief. Chapter 7, The East China Institute. It's me, Lin Fan said, to receive a call from young master. This old man of mine has no regrets in death. Elder Yun opened his mouth, emotional and excited. It seems that the family's restriction on young master has been lifted. We haven't talked for more than 10 years. Right. How is my father's health? How is the family doing now? Lin Fan asked. Family master, he is in good health. He just often recites your name, saying that he is a bit sorry for letting you suffer for so many years. The family's industry is also steadily developing and expanding. Cloud Old Man said. That's good. Lin Fan was relieved. By the way, my body's problem, does the family have a way to cure it? Don't worry about this, young master. Your medicine has been researched and completed when you lifted the restrictions. It will be airlifted to Huaxia in the next 2 days, and the director of the East China Institute will personally give it to you. Elder Yun hurriedly said. East China Institute? Lin Fan nodded. The family had set up sub-institutes in every region of China, and Donghai City belonged to the family's East China Institute. There were also the South China Institute, North China Institute, Northeast Institute, Northwest Institute, and Southwest Institute, and the person in charge of each of these institutes had heavy power in their hands, and if it was in ancient times, it was similar to a feudal official. I know, that's it for now, Elder Yun. I'm hanging up, Lin Fan faintly said. Okay, young master, if there are any problems, feel free to contact me. On the other end, Elder Yun immediately said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan pondered his future plans. He decided to get a job. With his current wealth, there was actually no need to find a job, but being idle was idle, so he might as well find an easier job to mingle. Lin Fan took out his cell phone, opened the job search software. Even the application requirements are too lazy to look at. Put his resume, each company to cast once, even if you can't find it. Lin Fan doesn't care. Not surprisingly, Lin Fan expected a daytime, only a few companies call over. After learning about Lin Fan's education and experience, are politely rejected. In the afternoon, suddenly, Lin Fan's cell phone rang again. Hubby, it's bad. My dad is hospitalized. Into the intensive care unit. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang Shui's anxious voice came. Why was he suddenly hospitalized? Isn't dad's health usually quite good? Lin Fan immediately asked. I'm not sure of the exact reason. I'm now on my way to the people's hospital. You also hurry over. Yang Shui's voice carried a sobbing tone. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan took a taxi to the people's hospital of Donghai City. Although he didn't have much goodwill towards his old husband, Yang Jingtao, but no matter what, it was all family, and with Yang Jingtao hospitalized, Lin Fan was still worried, because it was the evening rush hour after work. The traffic was congested. It took a full hour before Lin Fan arrived at the people's hospital. After asking the nurse and learning that Yang Jingtao was in the intensive care unit on the 6th floor, Lin Fan quickly walked to the elevator entrance, only to find it packed with people. The People's Hospital of Donghai City was the largest and highest-rated hospital in the whole of Donghai City, and there were more patients than could be counted. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time and directly took the stairs and climbed up to the 6th floor. Phew! Finally came up. He was panting, his back was sweaty. Climbing a 6th floor felt like his legs were as heavy as lead, sore and painful. It seems like I have to exercise more in the future. Lin Fan pushed open the door and found Yang Jingtao lying on the hospital bed, with an oxygen tube inserted inside his nose, his face pale, his breath atrophied, and his eyes closed tightly. His wife Yang Shui, big sister Yang Yu and big brother-in-law Zhao Sihai had all rushed over. There were also some relatives of the Yang family, uncles, aunts and uncles. Aunts came 5 or 6 of them, gathered around and were talking. When they saw Lin Fan, all of them looked over with contempt in their eyes. Oh, this trashy door-to-door son-in-law has come. Husband. Yang Shui's eyes reddened and tears flowed out as she ran over and hugged Lin Fan, her voice choking. The doctor said that Dad's condition is very serious, a sudden heart attack. Oh, it's okay. Lin Fan patted Yang Shui's back and softly comforted. This door-to-door son-in-law of yours still knows to come over. Yang Yu looked at Lin Fan and snorted. In the end, it's not my Yang family's. Learning that my father is seriously ill and taking so long to arrive. You're not taking my father's condition seriously at all. Big sister. Evening rush hour, traffic jam on the road, and the elevator I didn't even sit. Lin Fan opened his mouth to explain. Yang Yu directly interrupted him. I don't care about all your excuses. I only saw that you were 2 hours late. Humph. To come so late. I see that you're just wishing for my dad to die, so that you don't have to arrive here and he complains about you. Right. This Lin Fan. He knows his dad is sick, and he's still so slow. Those uncles and aunts of Lin Fan were all talking. After all, a door-to-door son-in-law doesn't treat the Yang family as his own. Without the Yang family, this punk would have starved to death on the streets long ago. White-eyed wolf, the crowd murmured. Big sister, how can you say that about Lin Fan? Can't you see that he's covered in sweat? Yang Shui retorted, a little angry. Alright, everyone, don't talk about brother Lin Fan. Zhao Sihai smiled. He was dressed in a suit, with a leather briefcase around his waist, and with a big oily back comb. He looked like a boss. Lin Fan's younger brother didn't have a car, so he could only take a taxi over, and the road was jammed, so it's normal to be late. Zhao Sihai cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. A hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes, followed by another. Since Lin Fan's brother is here, and our father is in a coma, let me be the head of the family for the time being. Let me talk about my thoughts. The ICU that our dad is staying in now costs $8,000 a day, but this ward is only medium level in the People's Hospital. I heard from my friend that the People's Hospital has a high-class ward that costs just $20,000 a day, which isn't much. As he said this, Zhao Sihai was full of bravado, as if $20,000 a day was just a small amount to him. My idea is to change that highest-level ward for our dad. Our dad has worked hard all his life to bring up his children, and now that he's sick, we naturally want to give him the best care. The doctor said that our dad is expected to be hospitalized for about half a month. 20,000 per day, totaling 300,000. Hearing this, Yang Shui frowned, vaguely sensing what Zhao Sihai was going to say next. Lin Fan could naturally tell as well, but he had a flat expression and didn't care in the slightest. My idea is to transfer our father to the highest grade ward. $300,000. It's not much for me, but brother Lin Fan is a son-in-law anyways, so he has to do his bit. Zhao Sihai laughed. I guess Lin Fan's younger brother doesn't have much money. How about this? I'll pay for the bulk of the 300,000, 200,000, and the remaining 100,000. How about you pay for it? Lin Fan's younger brother? 100,000. Yang Shui's eyes widened. Her bank card deposit was only 30 to 40,000. Where can she find this $100,000? Why? Lin Fan, you loser. You won't be unable to take out even $100,000. You know the big head. We've already helped you out. Chapter 8, Helping Out an Enemy. Yang Yu immediately turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, her voice cold and with a sneer. Crows still feed, lambs still know how to kneel. You Lin Fan join my Yang family, my father is your father. Now that my father is seriously ill, it's time for you to fulfill your filial piety. And you just don't care if my father dies or lives? Are you still a human being? Big sister. Yang Shue's face turned a shade of red and white at Yang Yu's words. Zhao Sihai, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. It's still 4 Cs, that's generous. One shot, $200,000, without blinking an eye. Same son-in-law. These two people's gap. How come it's so big? Letting Lin Fan offer 100,000. This loser, it would be good if he could offer 10,000. 4 Cs has money. This Lin Fan loser. Can he compare to 4 Cs? Those relatives were talking again. Hubby, let's go out for a bit. Yang Shui reached out and pulled Lin Fan out of the ward. Once out of the ward, Yang Shui could no longer hold back and cried loudly. Oh, why? Why did Big Sister's family do this to us? Her tears flowed. Have they forgotten that when they didn't have money, I gave them money every month? Now that they have money, they are targeting and making things difficult for us at every turn. Whoops, why is this? The more Yang Shui cried, the harder it became, her delicate body trembling continuously. Lin Fan also sighed in his heart. Maybe there are some people who just can't see others living better than him, so they make things difficult at every turn. Oh, really think that our family is good at bullying? Still say what to fulfill filial piety? Hypocrisy. Yang Shui suddenly stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at Lin Fan with a resolute gaze. Husband, you go home now. Return those jewelry, the money returned. Take it to pay the ICU ward fees. Isn't it filial piety? Good. The money for Dad's hospitalization. We'll pay for all of it. Don't want Big Sister and the others to pay a penny. Lin Fan was not surprised at all. He knew that Yang Shui was a woman who was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. No need for that. Lin Fan laughed. I still have $100,000 on me. I'll transfer it to you now, and you can give it to Big Sister's husband. Since they have a lot of money and are willing to pay the big head, let them pay. No need to fight with them. With Lin Fan's current fortune, there was no need to fight with Zhao Sihai for a few $100,000. Ah, Yang Shui was stunned. Hubby, why do you still have so much money on you? I won $500,000 in the lottery, and that set of jewelry adds up to only $400,000. So I naturally have $100,000 left on me. I see. Yang Shui instantly understood, followed by, this $100,000. You do not transfer me. You give yourself to Big Sister husband. Isn't he looking down on you? Thinking that you can't get $100,000? Just take this money and show it to him. Lin Fan nodded. Wife, you go in first. I'll go to the restroom. Aha. Lin Fan reached the restroom and felt out his cell phone to dial Elder Yun's number. Hello, young master. Yun Lao's voice came from the phone. Do something for me, Lin Fan said directly. Young master, what are your orders? Just say it. This old immortal of mine will definitely help you get it done. Elder Yun immediately said. Well, help me transfer a patient named Yang Jingtao from the People's Hospital of Donghai City to the hospital's highest grade intensive care unit. Do it as soon as possible, Lin Fan said in an undeniable tone. Yun Lao's voice shook as he said. Good. I will contact our family's people in the East China Institute now. It will definitely be done within 10 minutes. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Lin Fan returned to the hospital room. Big sister-in-law, let me transfer $100,000 to you. Lin Fan looked indifferent and touched his cell phone. Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu were stunned. It was hard to believe that Lin Fan, this loser, could really take out $100,000? Lin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense. Transferring $100,000 to Zhao Sihai, his global supreme black card, just the cash withdrawal limit, was $50 million. Transferring $100,000 was naturally not a problem. Not long after, Zhao Sihai received the bank arrival message. This Lin Fan can actually take out $100,000? Zhao Sihai looked at the text message and thought that he had blurred his eyes. Didn't you see the wimpy Lin Fan and Yang Shui go out just now? Lin Fan's aunt sneered. It's obvious. Just now Yang Shui transferred the money to Lin Fan, and then asked Lin Fan to transfer it to 4 Cs, so as not to make Lin Fan lose face. Yeah, it must be like this. Otherwise how could Lin Fan, this waste of space, be able to take out $100,000? Eldest sister Yang Yu, on the other hand, frowned and looked at Yang Shui. Little Shui, I didn't expect you to actually be able to come up with $100,000. Your salary is $8,000 a month, tax deduction plus 5 insurance and 1 gold, and you arrive at more than 7,000. In addition to expenses, you also have to support Lin Fan, this loser, to save $100,000. I guess it will take 2 or 3 years. Oh, I didn't expect you to play careful with me. When you relieved me back then, you all said something about running out of money. You can't even afford to take the bus to work. It seems like you're all lying to me. Yang Shui was dumbfounded, not expecting her own pro-big sister to actually say these words. At that time, When Yang Shui relieved Yang Yu, it was true that she couldn't even afford to sit on public transportation. This $100,000 was also not hers, but Lin Fan's. Yang Yu, on the other hand, continued, liar, at the expense of me being touched at that time. I didn't expect you to secretly save money yourself, lying to me that you don't have any money. Big sister, it's not like this. Yang Shui was so angry that her body was trembling and her heart was chilled beyond measure. Relief, it was a favor, not a principle, and Yang Shui, indeed, did not lie to Yang Yu. Yang Shui did not expect that in the end. It ended up with this result, being called a liar. Okay, stop it. Yang Yu interrupted Yang Shui and coldly said, it's not back then anymore. I have money too. Your relief back then. Now it seems like it's just looking at my pity and giving me charity. I will remember that. Yang Shui gritted her teeth, but she had a mouthful to say, not knowing what to say. She didn't expect that by helping someone, she had actually helped out an enemy. Since the money is together, I'll contact my friend and transfer our dad to the ward. Zhao Sihai fished out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Sihai. The voice on the phone was emotionless. Chairman Zhang. Zhao Sihai opened his mouth with a compensatory smile. Chairman Zhang. Those relatives all perked up their ears and their faces changed slightly when they heard this title. Can it be that it's the boss of a listed group? It should be. I heard that 4Cs has been working on a big project in recent times. It's normal to know some upper-class people. Can 4Cs? Actually even the boss of the listed group knows. Look at that Lin Fan. Compared to 4Cs, one heaven, one earth. Shoo, keep quiet. Don't disturb 4Cs from talking to the big shots. The gazes of those relatives looking at Zhao Sihai immediately became shocked and respectful. Zhao Sihai could naturally feel this gaze. He was full of complacency, and he gave Lin Fan another sidelong glance, followed by, Chairman Zhang, the matter of transferring wards that I talked to you about earlier, how is it going? Chapter 9, smoothly transferred to the hospital. Just as Zhao Sihai and Chairman Zhang were talking on the phone, inside the office of Wang Weiman, the director of Donghai City Health Hospital, ringing, the office phone rang. Hello, who is it? Wang Weiman picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Wang Weiman was 45 years old, with thinning hair and a deep gaze. Not many people of this age could sit in the position of dean. Shen Huaichuan. A low voice came from the phone. Mr. Shen. Wang Weiman's complexion straightened and his voice immediately became respectful. He didn't expect that a figure like Shen Huaichuan would personally call him Shen Huichun, the head of the East China Institute, the economic lifelines of the entire East China region, a quarter of which was held in his hands, was a towering figure in the entire East China. Compared to Shen Huaichuan, he, the hospital director, was not even a fart. Do me a favor. On the other end of the phone, Shen Huaichuan directly said, what is it that Mr. Shen has? Just order. Wang Weiman's face was happy. Shen Huaichuan let him help. That is equivalent to Shen Huaichuan owed him a favor. Can let Shen Huaichuan owe him a favor? If this spreads out, Wang Weiman can straighten his back a lot. You notify the people of Donghai City People's Hospital. Let them put a patient called Yang Jingtao, transferred to the hospital's highest level intensive care unit, as soon as possible. Shen Huaichuan said. Good. I'll do it now. Wang Weiman immediately said. This was just a matter of saying hello to him as the dean. Well, this favor, our young master will remember, Shen Huaichuan said, and followed by hanging up the phone. Young master. Wang Weiman's gaze flickered as if he had thought of something, and in the next moment, his pupils shrank, a shocked look appeared in his eyes, and his breath caught. It's hard to believe that it's something that person commissioned. Wang Weiman took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement and shock in his heart. If it was that person's favor, it was to go through fire and water. He immediately shouted, Secretary Chen, connect me to Donghai City People's Hospital. No, I'll call personally. Donghai City People's Hospital. I'm sorry, say hi, I can't do this. On the phone, Chairman Zhang said apologetically, but his voice was still cold. Zhao Sihai's face changed slightly, wanting to speak. Chairman Zhang, earlier is earlier, now is now. The highest level intensive care unit are all occupied by non-rich or noble people. Your old man is just an ordinary person. After Chairman Zhang finished speaking, there was a beep sound. Chairman Zhang hung up the phone. Say hi, how was it? Seeing Zhao Sihai hang up the phone, those relatives all gathered around and asked. Zhao Sihai had experienced some big storms. Although Chairman Zhang's rejection made him feel a little disappointed, he couldn't see the slightest change on his face. He smiled and said, Chairman Zhang said that this matter will be done as much as possible, but there is no guarantee that it will be done well. That's also true. After all, the highest grade ICU is not something you can just stay in if you want to, but 4Cs can contact a listed group boss level character. His connections are also impressive. Lin Fan's uncle, compared a thumb at Zhao Sihai with an envious face. My son wants to find a better job this year. 4Cs, you have to help. Uncle, don't worry, I'll take care of this. Zhao Sihai patted his chest. At this moment, a doctor in a white coat suddenly walked in from outside the ward. This doctor was around 50 years old, wearing thick glasses, but his gaze was incomparably sharp, with an aura emanating from his body. As soon as he came in, he scanned the crowd and spoke. Who is the family member of Yang Jingtao's patient? I am. Zhao Sihai's eyes flashed as he greeted them. I'm the Yang family's eldest son-in-law. Zhao Sihai. So it's Mr. Zhao. The doctor looked at Zhao Sihai. A hint of flattery flashed in his eyes. Hello, I'm Li Chang, the vice president of the Donghai City People's Hospital. I just received the news, and I've specially come over to arrange for the transfer of old Mr. Yang Jingtao to the ward. Ah, Zhao Sihai froze and thought he had heard wrong. Didn't Chairman Zhang just say on the phone that he wouldn't help him with this? How come the hospital director came just after the phone was hung up? And this tone of voice, as if he was trying to curry favor with him. The president of Donghai City People's Hospital. What need to curry favor with a patient's family? Still, 4Cs is great. And as soon as they heard this, those relatives all changed their faces and followed the discussion. I didn't expect that with one phone call, Yang Jingtao would be able to transfer to a ward. That's true, didn't you hear? The person 4Cs just called is a boss with several $100 million. 4Cs has a lot of connections, compared to that loser Lin Fan. Even if he has $100,000, what's the use? If you have money and no connections, you still can't transfer wards. Zhao Sihai had already reacted and immediately laughed. Then I'll trouble Deanly. After saying that, he even bowed to Li Chang. Mr. Zhao, you're embarrassing me. Li Chang's face changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support Zhao Sihai with a flattered look. It's my honor to work for you. After saying that, Li Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead, as if he was really shocked. You wait a moment, in 15 minutes, the transfer of old Mr. Yang to the ward will be taken care of. That's the highest grade intensive care unit in our hospital. As soon as the words were said, 4 or 5 nurses came in and started making arrangements. Good. Zhao Sihai was still confused. This dean was also too polite to him. It's probably because of Chairman Zhang's relationship. If it wasn't for Chairman Zhang, this Li Chang shouldn't be treating him like this. It seems like he still has to thank Chairman Zhang later. Not long after, the matter of transferring to the hospital was dealt with. Yang Jingtao smoothly went to the People's Hospital's highest grade ICU. A bunch of people were in a new ward. Look at this highest grade ward. How spacious it is. The lighting is also good. And the instruments are also the most advanced. The crowd of relatives surveyed the surrounding area and talked about it. It said that there are also professional nurses looking after them 24 hours a day. And the ward just now, it's just not the same. Yes, all of this, it's all due to 4Cs. Same son-in-law. The difference can be seen at once. Where? Zhao Sihai waved his hand, full of complacency, but put on a modest look. It's just that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lin Fan's younger brother is incapable, so it's fine if he contributes some money. I, as a brother-in-law, naturally have to use my mind, energy and connections. Besides, it's thanks to Chairman Zhang that our father was successfully transferred to the ward this time. Look, how modest 4Cs is. Lin Fan's uncle gave Zhao Sihai a thumbs up. If Lin Fan could be half as capable as you, that would be great. Chapter 10, Jobless. Yes, Lin Fan. Learn more from your big sister's husband. Even though you don't have any money or a job, but at least you know how to handle people. Don't play dumb there. Your big sister's husband has gotten a lot of credit in this matter. You have to say thank you anyways. The crowd pointed their spears at Lin Fan, who was silent on the side. Lin Fan glanced at his group of relatives and remained silent. Doesn't know the heights of heaven. This kid, still too young. I guess he's not convinced in his heart. Right at this moment, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. He went out of the ward and picked up the phone. Young master, the East China Institute side said that it has been dealt with, and had Shin Huichuan called the Dean of Health of Donghai City, Wang Weiman, and asked him to do this. Yun Lao's voice came through. On your side, has Yang Jingtao been transferred to the ward? Already transferred. Trouble Elder Yun. Lin Fan said calmly. That's good, Elder Yun said back. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan returned to the ward. Waking up. Suddenly, Yang Yu shouted. Everyone looked towards the hospital bed, only to see Yang Jingtao slowly opening his eyes and waking up. Only his face was still a bit weak. Dad, how are you feeling? The crowd worriedly gathered around. It's okay, it's just that my chest feels a bit stuffy. Yang Jingtao coughed lightly. I was just smoking the emerald pipe that 4Cs gave me at home, and somehow, when my chest hurt, I didn't feel anything. Dad, your heart was already bad. It's better to smoke less, Yang Shui said. But it's good to be awake now. It's good to be awake. Everyone was relieved. It's also thanks to 4Cs. Dad woke up as soon as he was transferred to the advanced ward. Yang Yu said. Yeah, after all, the environment is different. That ward just now, it was noisy. The air isn't good either. The relatives concurred. Superior ward, what's going on? Yang Jingtao asked curiously. Yang Yu immediately told what happened just now. After listening, Yang Jingtao was silent for a while and suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and sneered. I didn't expect that you, this loser, is still a bit useful, spending $100,000 for me to see a doctor. Although this money is definitely my daughter Xiao Shui's, but I'll take this thought of yours, and will pay you back in the future. Following that, he then turned his gaze to Zhao Sihai and immediately revealed a gentle smile. Fourth C, it's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise I might not have woken up. Dad, we're all family. This is what I should do. Zhao Sihai laughed. Yang Jingtao nodded. All of you go out. I'm tired. I'll lie down alone for a while. Okay, Dad. Everyone walked out of the ward, afraid of disturbing Yang Jingtao. Mr. Zhao, this is the cause of the patient's illness. Take a look. A doctor came over with a smile on his face and handed the reports to Zhao Sihai. The dean had just instructed that this Zhao Sihai was related to the health dean Wang Weiman, so he had to be treated with caution. Zhao Sihai took the report sheet, and when he saw the cause of morbidity on it, his eyes flashed. The patient is suspected to have inhaled moldy substances, plus the original heart function was not good, thus inducing a heart attack. At the same time we found some tobacco residue in the patient's mouth. Therefore, the patient has a great possibility, smoking moldy cigarettes, resulting in a heart attack. Moldy cigarettes. Zhao Sihai instantly reacted. Yang Jingtao should have smoked with the emerald pipe he gave him, and that tobacco was moldy before he had a sudden heart attack. No, this matter can only be known by myself, otherwise how embarrassing it would be to pass it on. Zhao Sihai didn't move, stuffed the report sheet into his briefcase and laughed. Trouble, doctor? No trouble, it should be. The doctor also smiled and said, since our father has also woken up, let's all disperse. Zhao Sihai said to the crowd, I'm not busy these days, I'll leave the work to the people under my hand, so I'll stay here tonight to take care of our dad. For C's is really filial, to take a day out to take care of your father-in-law. How much salary does 4C's have to lose? Oh, how can you measure family love in terms of salary? 4C's is a family-oriented, filial man. When Lin Fan, that loser, is compared to 4C's, the gap comes out. Until now, he didn't even say a word. The crowd marveled. Since Zhao Sihai wanted to take care of Yang Jingtao, Lin Fan didn't say anything, and went out of the hospital side by side with Yang Shui, ready to take a taxi home. Lin Fan looked at the time. It was now after 7 in the evening. Donghai City was shrouded in a 7-colored neon rainbow. The traffic was noisy and prosperous. Ha, Snowy, it's you? Just before arriving at the entrance of the hospital, a light eek suddenly came out with uncertainty. Lin Fan looked over, only to see a black Audi A4L pull up and a man poking his head out of the car window. The man had a 3-7 hairstyle, white skin, sunny and handsome. A Versace suit was expensive and extraordinary. The body under the suit was also very linear, obviously often fitness. The body is well maintained. This kind of man, for any age group of girls, are very lethal. Wei Yu? Yang Shui looked at the man in front of her, with a color of reminiscence on her face, and then said offhandedly, it's me. I didn't expect to actually run into you here. Little Snow. Wei Yu immediately said back in surprise, followed by his eyes looking towards Lin Fan beside Yang Shui. His brows could not help but slightly frown. Yang Shui next to this man, looks a little thin, although there is a very special temperament, but a dress add up, should not exceed $200. This kind of person, why was he walking together with Xiao Shui? Xiao Shui, this is. Wei Yu looked at Lin Fan expressionlessly, not hiding the hostility in his eyes at all. This is my husband, Lin Fan. Yang Shui held Lin Fan's arm, very intimate. You, got married? Wei Yu was shaken, frozen in place. Yes, Yang Shui said directly. Ha ha, congratulations. Wei Yu came back to his senses, snorted, and added, I didn't think that I would come back from a year abroad, and you actually got married, and I was prepared to continue chasing you. I wonder where Mr. Lin works? Jobless. Lin Fan truthfully said. Jobless hobo? Wei Yu froze, then laughed lightly. Mr. Lin is really bold. All men with families, actually being a jobless hobo, eating soft rice. In Wei Yu's eyes, contempt appeared. Wei Yu, watch your words. Yang Shui immediately countered. Even if Lin Fan doesn't have a job, I will still support him, and this is our matter. No need for you to judge. Yes, Snowy, I misspoke. Wei Yu immediately compensated with a smile, but the contempt in his eyes was even greater. Xiao Shui, I was abroad for a year, mainly studying business administration, and now that I've returned home, I'm preparing to open a company, and I came to the People's Hospital to talk business with the person in charge here. I'm not interested in why you came here, Yang Shui said expressionlessly. Fine. Wei Yu was filled with disappointment and added, are you guys preparing to go home? It's just as well that I'll give you a ride. He looked at the passenger seat and then at Yang Shui, directly ignoring Lin Fan. Chapter 11, Little Yu? And looking at his eyes, it was obvious that Wei Yu wanted Yang Shui to sit in the passenger seat. No need. The cab is coming. Yang Shui refused and waved towards the roadside. A cab stopped over. Taxi? Little Shui, you're so beautiful. It's too degrading to sit in a cab. Wei Yu frowned, followed by a sidelong glance at Lin Fan and Xiao Shui. This husband of yours, he actually doesn't even have a car. You'll definitely have to live a hard life if you marry this kind of poor guy. If I say, you and this trash divorce it, I Wei Yu heart still love you. Wei Yu, these are my personal matters. Don't need you to care. Yang Shui's face turned completely cold. Her face was expressionless as she opened her mouth. She was holding Lin Fan's arm again. Her face was full of cordiality. Hubby, let's get in the car. After getting into the car, Lin Fan tuned. Laughing, he said, wife, you and this Wei Yu seem to be very familiar. How come I didn't hear you say it before? College classmate, where is the familiarity? Yang Shui blanked Lin Fan, but when he was in college, he chased me for 4 years and I didn't even agree. 4 years? Really persistent enough? Lin Fan was quite surprised. Well, originally I almost agreed. After all, his family history and looks are good, but then inexplicably went abroad, and this was settled. Yang Shui wore a color of reminiscence. I heard the gossip. It seems that he dragged a girl from school to the grove and raped her. In order to avoid the wind, he went abroad to study, and his family spent a lot of money on this. Who would have thought that this kind of man who looks like a gentleman on the surface is essentially a beast of burden? Yang Shui was very emotional. If not because of this, she really did not know Wei Yu's original face, and might have agreed to his pursuit. Damn it! At the entrance of the hospital, Wei Yu was so angry that he smashed his fist on the steering wheel, his eyes red. Yang Shui, lousy chased you for 4 years but didn't catch up. You just graduated, actually got married, and the object of marriage, actually is a poor man who does not even have a car. Which point of lousy than not that waste called Lin Fan? The more Wei Yu thought about it, the angrier he got and drove back to the company. Mr. Wei, this is the resume of today's job seekers. Take a look. The person in charge of the HR department handed over a piece of information. After Wei Yu returned to China, his dad gave him $2 million, allowing Wei Yu to open a medical equipment company, specializing in providing medical equipment to hospitals. He went to the People's Hospital today to talk about cooperation. The company has just been established. All positions are in urgent need of manpower. So Wei Yu and the recruitment website released a lot of recruitment information. Wei Yu did not expect this only one day. There are dozens of job seekers. There are quite a lot of people. Wei Yu looked through the resumes in his hands, and suddenly his eyes lurched. This is, on the resume, the word Lin Fan caused Wei Yu's gaze to fixate for a moment. It can't really be him. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Wei Yu's mouth as he looked closely. On the resume, Lin Fan's photo gradually overlapped with the Lin Fan from the hospital. It's really that poor guy. Wei Yu happily slapped the table. Yang Shui actually married this kind of loser. What a good cabbage being arched by a pig. But now it's good. This Lin Fan cast his resume. Actually cast it to Lousy's company. I just hope that you, this waste, can come to work for me, tomorrow morning. Immediately call this person on the resume. The company wants him. Wei Yu immediately instructed the HR department. Okay, Mr. Wei. Early the next morning, Lin Fan woke up with a start and had just finished the breakfast that Yang Shui had prepared for him before going to work when a phone call came over. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Fan? The phone voice was gentle. Yes, and you are? Lin Fan asked suspiciously. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the personnel of Hoyu Medical Devices Limited. Yesterday I have seen that you have put in a resume for the marketing department of our company. I wonder when you have time to come for an interview. If time, I'm free anytime. Lin Fan stroked his chin. Well then, what do you think about 10 o'clock in the morning? The caller asked again. It's fine. Well, then I'll send you our company's address later, so you can just come over directly at that time. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan was still a bit surprised. He didn't expect that someone actually invited him for an interview after randomly throwing his resume. Idle is idle. Just go and take a look. Lin Fan simply cleaned up. According to the address on the information, stopped a cab to go to Hoyu Medical Equipment Company. The company was in the Fortune Plaza in Donghai City, which was one of the commercial centers in Donghai City and was bustling with traffic. Lin Fan took the elevator, went up to the 20th floor and followed to the personnel department office. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside the room. The same one that was on the phone just now. Lin Fan pushed the door and entered. A woman was sitting in front of the computer and working. The woman was dressed in a black professional outfit. Her appearance was ordinary and she wore heavy makeup, but she had a good figure and was very flavorful. "Hello, I'm Lin Fan, here for the interview," Lin Fan said directly. "Lin Fan?" The woman moved and looked over. Flattery actually appeared in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to be on time. Come, have a glass of water first." The woman hurriedly stood up and poured water for Lin Fan, with incomparable enthusiasm, while saying, "I'm in charge of the personnel department. My name is Zhu Yu. You can just call me Xiao Yu from now on." After saying that, Zhu Yu even rubbed on Lin Fan. "Little Yu?" The feeling on his body made Lin Fan feel uncomfortable for a while. This personnel, isn't it a bit too much enthusiasm? At this moment, Zhu Yaya was looking Lin Fan up and down with a pair of eyes. This man in front of him, even though he was dressed in ordinary clothes that didn't add up to more than $200, but he was the person that Mr. Wei had asked for by name, so he should have some relationship with Mr. Wei. This kind of person, certainly not as simple as on the surface. If you can get on good terms with him, later in the company shares is not an impossible thing. Sleep with is also possible. Zhu Yaya was a bit tempted. The interview thing. Lin Fan entered the main topic. Interview? Lin Fan, you don't need an interview. You can directly work in the marketing department. You drink some water. Fill out these personal details. I'll go and tell Mr. Wei that you're here. Zhu Yaya was a little surprised. Handing over the information and following, she went out the door. Lin Fan was still confused, but sat down, drank some water and filled out the information. Ta-da-da. Not long after, the sound of high heels stepping heavily on the ground came. Bang! The door was directly pushed open, and Zhu Yu stood outside the door. Little Yu? Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, but still asked tentatively. After all, people were so enthusiastic just now, serving tea and water. If he didn't call Little Yu, it would seem too impersonal. Who are you calling Little Yu? Getting close to Vu? Zhu Yu's gaze chilled and landed on Lin Fan. Anger and contempt appeared in her eyes. Chapter 12, Suihu Mountain Villa. Ha! Lin Fan was stunned. This Zhu Yu was so enthusiastic towards him just now. Why did she come back like a different person? Still not quick to stand up. Is that seat also for you to sit? Zhu Yu sternly reprimanded. Also, throw the water cup you used in the trash. How can you let others drink it after you've used it? It's dirty. Lin Fan was still confused, but he stood up and threw the water cup into the trash can. Did you fill out the information? Zhu Yu sat across from Lin Fan. Her tone was impatient. She was very upset right now. This Lin Fan was the person that Mr. Wei had asked for by name. Zhu Yaya had thought that the other party had a relationship with Mr. Wei, or at least was related to him. Which no, just now Zhu Yaya went to Mr. Wei's office to ask. This Lin Fan actually is Mr. Wei's enemy. Thanks to her, she was just trying to please Lin Fan, and even had the idea of sleeping with him. Now take a look. The other party is not even more than $200 in one outfit. It is a poor ghost. Poor. Filled it out. Lin Fan handed the information he had just filled out to Zhu Yu. Well, tomorrow you'll be able to work in the marketing department. Base salary 1800. Full attendance 300. Meal allowance 150. Commission is calculated separately. Zhu Yu casually threw Lin Fan's information onto the table without even looking at it. Okay. Although Lin Fan's attitude towards Zhu Yu was a bit unpleasant, but how to say that he also found a job? He was still in a good mood. Going back to Yang Shui knowing this news, she should also be very happy. Well, then you can go. Don't be late tomorrow. Zhu Yu's attitude was cold. Good. Lin Fan went out of the office. 5 minutes later, the office door was pushed open and a man walked in. The man was wearing a suit, handsome in appearance, tall and very linear. It was Wei Yu. Mr. Wei. Seeing Wei Yu, Zhu Yaya's eyes lit up and she greeted him, her voice dainty. Are you deliberately teasing people? You didn't say anything to them beforehand. That Lin Fan is your love rival. He. To say that he is a love rival is lifting him up. Zhu Yaya followed and said, that Lin Fan, at first glance, is a poor man. How is he qualified to be your love rival? Mr. Wei. Yes, he really isn't qualified. Wei Yu nodded, but it's just that this kid, who got lucky with dog. It's just a matter of luck. Being able to marry a wife like Yang Shui. Thinking of this, Wei Yu felt a wave of bad anger surging through his heart. Then what did Lin Fan say? Come to work tomorrow. Zhu Yaya replied. Then the things I ordered before. Mr. Wei, don't worry. That Lin Fan is your love rival, and still comes to work for you. It's just a self-inflicted trap. When you get here, you won't have a good time. Zhu Yu laughed with a fawning face. Well, that's good. Wei Yu nodded his head. After leaving the company, Lin Fan was ready to take a taxi home and quietly wait for work to start tomorrow. It was at this time that his cell phone rang. It was old man Yun's call. "Hey, Elder Yun. Young master, are you free right now?" Yun Lao asked. "Is something wrong?" Lin Fan asked. "It's like this. Xin Huichuan from the East China Institute wants to invite you for a meal and pay you a visit." Yun Lao replied. "Xin Huichuan and I said that the family has lifted the restrictions on the young master, and if he, the director of the East China Institute, doesn't pay you a visit, he would be somewhat unaware of the etiquette and not have a big heart. Of course, if young master is not available, this matter will be forgotten, so let Xin Huichuan wait and talk about it when he is free. If now, I am free," Lin Fan said after thinking about it. Now that he had lifted the restrictions, it was time to meet the people of the family. "Good, then I'll talk to Xin Huichuan. The place to eat is at the Tsuehu Dining Hall's Crouching Dragon Hall. Xin Huichuan has already prepared the banquet. Young master, you can go over now." "Got it." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan stopped a cab and headed to Tsuehu Dining Hall. "Young man, a promising future." Hearing that Lin Fan was going to the Tsuehu Dining Village, the cab master exclaimed, "At such a young age, to be able to work at the Tsuehu Villa. Envious, envious, envious." Tsuehu Dining Villa was one of the top restaurants in Donghai City. Receiving the upper-class people, a meal would be a minimum of $50,000 to $60,000 at the bottom. And since Lin Fan was so young, coupled with his clothes, he didn't look like a rich man. It was obvious that the other party was working at Tsuehu Dining Hall. "I heard that the waiter who serves the dishes in Tsuehu Dining Hall has a monthly salary of 8 to 9,000, which is more than my driving a car. 9,000. Which is higher than me driving a cab." The cab master looked at Lin Fan and said again in a serious tone, "Young man, you can work in Tsuehu restaurant. Is your good fortune. You can cherish this opportunity." Lin Fan smiled and did not say much. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the door of Tsuehu Villa. Lin Fan got off the car and walked straight in. The architectural style of the Tsuehu Dining Villa, with a classical flavor. Within it were small streams and running water, rockery gardens, everything, and from time to time, there was the sound of birds chirping. The restaurant was located on the edge of Tsueshan Lake in Donghai City, where the air was fresh and the scenery was beautiful. Guests could dine while enjoying the beautiful scenery of Tsueshan Lake, and those who went in and out of this place were also the top people of the society. Crouching Dragon Hall. Lin Fan circled around inside the dining hall, a little dizzy. This Tsueshan Lake Villa was a bit big. He didn't find where the Crouching Dragon Hall was for half a day, so he decided to find someone to ask. Just at this moment, there was a girl walking on his face. The girl was very pretty and tall, wearing a white tight t-shirt on her upper body, revealing a delicate little belly button, full of youthful teenage flavor. On her legs, she was wearing short jeans. Her thighs were smooth and snow white, looking very energetic. She had a head of wavy black hair scattered casually at the back of her head. Her face was delicate and fair, with playfulness appearing in her eyes from time to time, and if she looked at her age, she was just about 20 years old, a youthful maiden in general. "Hello, may I ask, where is that Crouching Dragon Hall?" Lin Fan went forward and asked with a smile. It had to be said that the girl in front of him was indeed very temperamental, lively, cute, and playful. "You're going to the Crouching Dragon Hall?" The girl's eyes glared, a little surprised. "What are you going to Wulong Hall for? Can it be that you're a waiter at the Tsuehu Dining Hall?" "No, a waiter should know where Wulong Hall is." The girl's big eyes blinked, wondering. "I go to Wulong Hall to eat. Is there a problem?" Lin Fan asked rhetorically. "Eat?" The girl froze, covered her stomach and laughed. "Don't tease me, just you. You still go to Wulong Hall to eat? I know all the people who went to Wulong Hall for dinner today. There is no one like you. It's not professional to cheat people. Besides, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Look at your outfit. Any dish in Wulong Hall is a few months of your salary. You go to Wulong Hall to eat. Can you afford to eat?" Alas, Lin Fan helplessly shook his head. Why nowadays, these people, they all like to look at other people's clothes to judge whether the other person is rich or not. "Alright, get out of the way. I'm going to eat." The girl couldn't wait to say, and took a step, but her movements were too fast. Plus the road in Tsuehu Villa was paved with stones, and she accidentally bumped into a stone. Ouch! She let out a cry and fell towards Lin Fan's arms. Chapter 13. Punish yourself with a cup. In the next moment, the warm and soft body reached into Lin Fan's arms, and Lin Fan could smell the good smell of the girl's body. "Are you alright?" Lin Fan stabilized the girl's body and asked worriedly. "Let go of me. You can afford to pay for dirtying my clothes." The girl was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, shouting loudly, full of anger, to break free from Lin Fan's arms. "Just let go. Why are you shouting so loudly?" Lin Fan frowned. He had a good intention, but he was treated like this, which made him very unhappy. Following that, Lin Fan just let go. Letting go was too sudden. The girl screamed miserably and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, she reacted in time and supported the ground with her 2 hands. Otherwise she would have to fall and get hurt. Bastard! Are you a man? Is there a way for you to treat a girl like this? The girl was furious and shouted. Not a bit of gentlemanly demeanor. It's also true. A poor guy like you can't even feed yourself. Where would a gentlemanly demeanor come from? I guess a girl's hand has never even been held. She was going to say more, but when she looked up, Lin Fan had already walked away without looking back. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. I should have known not to help her. Lin Fan was a bit depressed. It happened that a waiter came over from the opposite side. So Lin Fan walked up and asked about the location of the Crouching Dragon Hall. The waiter looked at Lin Fan's attire with some surprise, and finally told him the location of the Wulong Hall. At this time, inside the Chui Hu restaurant's Wulong Hall, meals have already been served. The long table, Australian lobster, papaya stewed clams, sashimi abalone, shark's fins, dazzling, set full. The air floats in the good smell of the dishes, let a person mouth-watering. On both sides of the long table, there were 2 rows of people sitting, all of them staring at each other with a tense expression, as if they were waiting for some kind of noble guest. Why isn't young Lin coming yet? Shen Huichuan, the director of the East China Institute, looked at his watch, and a look of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Shen Huichuan was 50 years old this year, but having been in charge of the East China Institute for all these years, working day and night had caused his hair to turn gray, making him look like a little old man in his 60s. Although this is the case, but his whole body still has a kind of pressure emanation. Let a person cannot breathe. This is a long time in a high position if people can have the majesty. Creak. At this time, the door to the Crouching Dragon Hall was pushed open, and a teenager, with a calm demeanor, stepped in. Lin Xiao. Shen Huichuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up with a respectful look on his face, bending down and bowing. Young Lin, young Lin, young Lin. The 2 rows of people at the long table all stood up as well, bending and bowing at Lin Fan. I'm sorry I'm late. Lin Fan looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. It's fine, young Lin, for you to condescend to come here. You've already rewarded our East China Institute. I wasn't even confident that I could invite you to come here. Shen Huichuan laughed. Lin Fan's attitude also gave him a lot of good feelings. Young Lin, really easy going. Young Lin, you take the upper seat, then let's start the meal. Shen Huichuan respectfully said. Lin Fan was also not polite and went to the table to eat. Director, the lady hasn't come yet. As he was eating, Secretary Shen Huichuan attached to his ear and whispered, this girl, actually hasn't come yet. Didn't I tell her to come over early and greet young Lin? If she slows down young Lin, see how I'll clean her up. Shen Huichuan frowned, his voice slightly cold. That secretary was so intimidated that she stood to the side, not daring to speak. Shen Huichuan would only show a smile in front of Lin Xiao. In front of other people, he had a deep and dignified demeanor, especially when he was angry. It made people's hearts tremble. Creak. At this time, the door to the Crouching Dragon Hall was once again pushed open and a girl walked in. The girl had long wavy hair and wore a t-shirt that revealed her delicate belly button. Her appearance was exquisite, her skin was fair, and she exuded the aura of a youthful girl. Nana, why didn't you come until now? Seeing the girl, Shen Huichuan immediately chided. I told you to come earlier to receive Mr. Lin. Letting Mr. Lin wait for so long, what if Mr. Lin blames it? The girl was Shen Huichuan's youngest daughter, Shen Nana, who was only 20 years old now, and also looked bright and youthful and cute. Dad, I also want to but I met a poor guy on the road and tripped me up, pissing me off. Otherwise, I wouldn't have delayed meeting Shaolin. Shen Nana skimmed her mouth, thinking of the poor man she had just encountered who was wearing no more than $200. Right, where's Mr. Lin? Shen Nana's eyes lit up again, looking towards the long table seat. The next moment, she was dumbfounded. Impossible, why are you poor here? Shen Nana couldn't believe it. The one sitting on the upper seat was the very same poor **** she had just encountered. Why could this poor sit in that seat? For a moment, Shen Nana was a bit unable to react. Poor. When Shen Huichuan heard this, he immediately burst into a rage. Nana, how are you talking to young Lin? Don't apologize to young Lin yet. Shaolin? It can't be. Dad, you're saying he's the young Lin you invited over for dinner? The future ruler of the Lin family? Shen Nana covered her mouth, still somewhat in disbelief. What do you mean? Can't it be that you're questioning young Lin's identity? Shen Huichuan was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. Usually his own daughter was quite colorful. How come her brain short-circuited at such a critical time? She actually dared to doubt Lin Xiao's identity. If this matter was to be pushed to Yun Lao's place, he would not be the director of the East China Institute. If it wasn't for the fact that you're my daughter, I would have slapped you on the face and taught you what manners are. Shen Huichuan roared loudly. stomping his feet in anger. Seeing Shin Huichuan angry, Shin Nana finally understood that the poor person in front of her was precisely her father's honored guest, Lin Xiao. She followed Shin Huichuan in and out of a lot of banquets, also know some human etiquette, immediately picked up the table wineglass and walked to Lin Fan, an apologetic face to open. Young Lin, I was rude just now, I'll punish myself with a cup. Saying that, he drank the wine in the cup in one go. It's just a small matter. Lin Fan smiled lightly, not caring. Young Lin is really magnanimous, Shin Huichuan exclaimed. Next, the crowd dined. The people at the table took turns to toast to Lin Fan, with a respectful attitude, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Lin Fan was shallow, while the crowd drank it all in one go, and in this regard, the crowd did not dare to have the slightest complaint. In their opinion, it was already a blessing for them that Lin Fan could condescend to eat with them. Young Lin, what do you think of my little daughter Nana? Shin Huichuan came over with his wineglass and looked at Lin Fan with a hefty smile. Lin Fan was stunned, looked at Shin Nana and smiled. Your daughter is absolutely beautiful, and she knows etiquette and is calm in handling things. Lin Fan was telling the truth. Just now at the wine table, Shin Nana's performance could be seen. Ha ha, for my daughter to receive such praise from young Lin, it is truly a blessing she has cultivated in her 10 lifetimes. Shin Huichuan laughed, delighted. Nana, Xiao Lin praised you so much, why don't you thank Xiao Lin? Thank you, Xiao Lin. Shin Nana's cheeks blushed. It's okay. Lin Fan waved his hand. Xiao Lin, if you have a crush on your daughter, why don't you take her? Shin Huichuan hesitated and suddenly said, Chapter 14, pressing for you. Take her in? Hearing this, Lin Fan slightly froze, followed by looking at Shin Nana again. It had to be said that Shin Nana was a first-class beauty, with a delicate face and tall figure, coupled with that youthful aura on her body. As long as it was a man, he would be moved, and at this time, Shin Nana's face was also already covered with redness, some nervousness in her eyes, and some excitement and anticipation. No need, Lin Fan directly refused. Shin Nana is indeed very beautiful, but Lin Fan is a married man. Some of the bottom line of being a man cannot be touched. For his wife Yang Shui, Lin Fan also loved her from the bottom of his heart, so naturally he would not do anything behind her back. Lin Xiao, is it that my daughter is not good looking? Shin Huichuan was a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Fan to reject so decisively. Shin Huichuan was aware of the fact that Lin Fan was married, but for someone at Lin Fan's level, something like marriage could be big or small. Even if one was married and looking for a woman outside, it was no big deal. Don't say any more. This is something I have already refused. Lin Fan waved his hand, interrupting Shin Huichuan's next words. Okay. Shin Huichuan was shaken and said no more, continuing to eat. As for Shin Nana on the side, when she heard this, there was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. The meal lasted for an hour before ending. Young Lin, I heard that your old husband is sick, so I specially prepared some tonic. Shin Huichuan fished out a gift box and opened it, placing two dark, barbed things inside. This is sea cucumber? Lin Fan looked at it and instantly recognized it. Shin Huichuan nodded, but this is not a domestic farmed sea cucumber, but a flower spiny cucumber that was flown in from the Russian Arctic Ocean's Murmansk port. The nourishing effect is many times stronger than those domestic sea cucumbers. This thing nourishes the yin and kidneys, benefits the essence, and has a warm medicinal effect, especially suitable for people who have recovered from a serious illness. Then thank you, Director. Lin Fan was not polite and took the gift box. There were also many Russian words written on that gift box that Lin Fan did not recognize. It seemed that it was indeed gotten from Russia. What's there to thank for? It's something my subordinate should do. Shin Huichuan laughed. After another half hour or so, the crowd was full of wine and food, and Lin Fan was ready to leave. Nana, you drive young Lin home, Shin Huichuan ordered. Good. Shin Nana nodded and took the car keys and went out. By the way, Xiao Lin, about the potion. It should arrive in the next 2 days. I'll have Nana send it to you then, Shin Huichuan added. What exactly was the potion? Shin Huichuan didn't know. He just received the news that the family would send a potion to Lin Fan. I know. Lin Fan nodded. Once the potion arrived, the problem of his natural incontinence would be truly solved. Shin Huichuan and his group sent Lin Fan respectfully to the entrance of Tsuehu Dining Hall. At this time, a black domineering Rolls-Royce had already parked outside. Young Mr. Lin, please. Shin Nana opened the passenger door for Lin Fan. Lin Fan got into the car. Young Mr. Lin, take care. Young Mr. Lin, take care. Shin Huichuan and his group bowed in unison as the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from Tsuehu Dining Hall. Young Lin, where is your home? Driving? Shin Nana asked. Happy neighborhood. Lin Fan replied. Happy neighborhood? Never heard of it. Shin Nana blinked her big eyes. I know all the upscale neighborhoods in Donghai City. I really haven't heard of the Happiness Cell, newly built? That's just an ordinary neighborhood. Over on Jinchuan Road. Forget it, I'll open the navigation myself. You follow the navigation. Lin Fan had no choice but to touch his cell phone and open the navigation. Okay. Shin Nana playfully spat out her tongue. After opening the navigation, Lin Fan was resting his eyes. The comfort of the Rolls-Royce could be said to be the ultimate. Lin Fan felt as if he was sitting on a cloud. The car was bumpy and there was not the slightest tremor. Inside, the interior was finely crafted with leather, wood, and various metals, like a handicraft. A luxury car is different. Lin Fan secretly marveled. Suddenly, he felt a heat on his legs. Opening his eyes, he saw that at some point, Shin Nana actually placed a small hand on Lin Fan's leg. What are you doing? Lin Fan frowned. At this time, Shin Nana, still wearing that short cowboy, two long legs were bare and slender, full of youthful teenage flavor. I'm afraid that you're not comfortable lying like this, so I reached out to help you rub it. Shin Nana skimmed her mouth, with an aggrieved expression. Lin Fan was helpless. He could naturally see what Shin Nana was thinking, throwing her arms around her. He has never seen such a proactive girl since he was a child, and the key to this is that her appearance and figure is still a superb beauty like Shin Nana. The money is good. If I am not married, I may not really be able to resist in this little girl to do something in the car. No, I can't walk now. How to do that kind of thing? Drive your car properly. Lin Fan no longer think much. White eyes Shin Nana. Got it. Shin Nana obediently stretched back her hand, but a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. It can't be. Is this girl not pretty enough? Lin Xiao can't see me? Otherwise, why is Lin Xiao's attitude so cold? The more she thought about it, the harder it was for Shin Nana. It was the first time she had taken such initiative with a man, but what she got in return was coldness. Buzzing. Suddenly, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. Lin Fan took a look. It was Big Sister Yang Yu's call. Hello, Big Sister. Lin Fan pressed the answer button. Lin Fan, you loser. Do you have any filial piety left? Big Sister Yang Yu's cold, angry voice immediately came. Our father is sick. You don't care about it at all, right? You don't work. You sleep at home every day. You have nothing to do. Why don't you come to the hospital to see our father? Do you just want our dad to die so that you can be happy? No, Big Sister. I'm trying to explain today, Lin Fan said. Yang Yu directly interrupted him. Even if you're unfilial, you don't understand a bit of human feelings? You have to know. If you do not come to our Yang family as a son-in-law, the Yang family to give you food, give you wear, you this way still do not know on which street starve to death. So you're a white-eyed wolf. Learn from your brother-in-law. Say hi. Who didn't even go to work and stayed with our dad in the hospital? What about you? Show some filial piety. Okay, Xiaoye stop. Lin Fan's little brother doesn't know any better. Just say a few words to him. Give me the phone. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Sihai took the phone. Hey, little brother Lin Fan, are you free now? Come over to see our dad. I'm free. I'll go over right now. Lin Fan replied, just in time to give that sea cucumber to young Jingtao to replenish his body. Well, then you come over, but you can only take a taxi to come over. My BMW forgot to refuel. There's not much gas, so I can't pick you up, Zhao Sihai said. And go pick him up? Yang Yu snorted. You don't look at him. He's a loser and a poor man. Does he deserve to sit on a BMW? It's estimated that he can't even earn the money for a BMW wheel in his whole life. Chapter 15 Gifts Thrown Away. Not worthy of a BMW? On Lin Fan's side, when Shin Nana heard this, she was dissatisfied and skimmed her mouth. Young Lin, is this your relative? Why is he so rude? BMW in front of Rolls-Royce. Garbage is not even as good as that. Actually saying that you don't deserve to sit in a BMW. Lin Fan raised his hand, signaling Shin Nana not to speak. The rest of Shin Nana's words were swallowed back and she obediently shut up, but she was still a bit angry. I will go over in a while, Lin Fan said to Zhao Sihai. Well, many relatives inside the family are also in. You buy some fruit, gifts and so on to our father, also counted as filial piety. Even if you are not happy in your heart, do not take our father as a father, but the surface of the work always have to do it. Zhao Sihai laughed again. Lin Fan frowned, too lazy to argue. I know. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan asked Shin Nana to go to Donghai City People's Hospital. When he was almost at the hospital, Lin Fan said, pull over, I'll walk in myself. The Rolls-Royce was really too flashy on the streets, drawing attention along the way. Lin Fan felt it was better to keep a low profile. Okay, young Lin. Shin Nana naturally would not go against Lin Fan's wishes and obediently parked the car to the side of the road. Lin Fan got out of the car, entered the hospital, and went to Yang Jingtao's ward. Inside the ward, Lin Fan's relatives were still there, but there were fewer compared to yesterday. That wimp Lin Fan is here. Seeing Lin Fan's uncle said offhandedly, and everyone looked over. Old father-in-law Yang Jingtao was lying on the hospital bed. His color was obviously better. When he saw Lin Fan, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort, followed by retracting his gaze, treating Lin Fan as heir. Dad, I came to see you. Lin Fan walked over to the hospital bed. You still know to come over to see our dad? Before Yang Jingtao could speak, Yang Yu spoke up. Dad was hospitalized. You were late yesterday even if you were late, but today you had to have me call and rush you before you would come over. You're such an eye candy. Yes, this Lin Fan kid, he has no filial piety at all. After all, he's a son-in-law who doesn't treat the Yang family as his own. Same son-in-law. The difference between this Lin Fan and 4Cs is too great. I heard that 4Cs even bought gifts. Those relatives of Lin Fan were all pointing at Lin Fan. You still know to come over, ah? Yang Jingtao looked at Lin Fan. Are you expecting this old man of mine to die in bed? No, Dad. I have something to do today, Lin Fan explained. Something's wrong? Yang Jingtao smiled coldly. You jobless hobo. You mope around every day, either sleeping or eating. What kind of business can you have? Can it be that sleeping and eating is more important than visiting this old man of mine? Lin Fan was helpless for a while. Knowing that he couldn't argue with Yang Jingtao, he simply said, I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault. Humph. It's good to know your fault. Yang Jingtao snorted coldly. Look at the 4Cs. Bought me a gift. You won't come here empty-handed. Dad, I brought you a gift too. Lin Fan picked up the gift box. What is this? Yang Jingtao looked the gift box up and down. Many letters on it that he didn't recognize. It's filled with sea cucumbers. Lin Fan replied. Sea cucumber? Yang Jingtao was full of skepticism. How many sea cucumbers are inside such a big box? 2. Lin Fan said truthfully. 2 broken sea cucumbers. You take such a big box to put them in? Yang Jingtao looked at Lin Fan like he was looking at an idiot. Lin Fan, are you kid poor and stupid? How much does a sea cucumber cost? Cheap ones cost more than $10 a piece. The box in your hand is worth more than the sea cucumber inside. This gift of yours, does it cost more than $50? As soon as Yang Jingtao finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this Lin Fan may really be poor and stupid. What not to give in favor of sea cucumbers? How much is this thing worth? I see that cheap sea cucumbers online can be bought for $12 or so. I don't know what Lin Fan is thinking. He's giving away sea cucumbers, but others are giving away ginsengs at 4Cs. The gap between the two son-in-laws. It's too big, the crowd murmured, looking at Lin Fan with eyes full of mockery and disdain. Humph, this Lin Fan, doing his best to disgrace our Yang family in front of our relatives. Yang Yu coldly looked at Lin Fan. Say hi, Yang Jingtao shouted. Bring that ginseng, make a bowl of ginseng soup for me to drink. I'm thirsty. Okay, Dad, Zhao Sihai replied. In a short while he brought a bowl of steaming ginseng soup to Yang Jingtao's hand. Worthy of being a wild ginseng. The ginseng soup is thick in color and rich in ginseng aroma. Good stuff. Good treasure. Yang Jingtao took the spoon, scooped a spoonful of ginseng soup, blew a breath and drank it down. His mouth was full of praises. While drinking the ginseng soup, Yang Jingtao turned his contemptuous gaze towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, also a son-in-law, if you can have 1/10 of the filial piety of 4Cs, I will be happy. Look at what they gave you. Wild ginseng, how expensive. It's a great tonic. And look at you. Sea cucumber. This of yours doesn't even add up to $50. Yang Jingtao did not hide the ridicule in his words. Zhao Sihai, who heard this on the side, happily straightened his waist and followed. Dad, it's a gift. It's just a token of appreciation. It's meaningless to talk about the price. Besides, Lin Fan's little brother doesn't have a job or a source of income, so to be able to afford a $50 gift is already very good. I think this $50 must be a big burden for him. And this wild ginseng I'm gifting isn't expensive. It's only over $5,000. It's not expensive. Lin Fan, look at how kind-hearted your big sister's husband is, even speaking up for you at a time like this. Saving face for you. Yang Jingtao looked askance at Lin Fan. In the future, learn more from your big sister's husband about how to deal with people in the world. If you can learn the skin, it's enough to last you half a lifetime. And what's more, throw away your broken sea cucumber. I don't want it. With a wave of his hand, Yang Jingtao threw Lin Fan's sea cucumber gift box into the trash can on the ground. This Lin Fan, not only is he poor, but he also has problems in dealing with people. He sends sea cucumbers instead of anything else, and he also uses such good packaging, giving people a feeling of being very expensive. A large series of letters on it. Those who don't know still think it's foreign goods. Lin Fan's uncle said, luckily we know this kid's weight. How can he afford to buy foreign goods? It's obvious that it's a fake, fooling the old man. It's not just a matter of how he handles himself. There's also a big problem with his character. He wants to save face. Right, those relatives of Lin Fan were talking again. At this time, a doctor outside the ward walked in with a smile on his face. This person was around 50 years old, wearing thick glasses, with an aura emanating from his entire body. Dean Li is here. Seeing the visitor, Zhao Sihai immediately shouted. This person was none other than the president of the People's Hospital, Li Chang. Mr. Zhao. Li Chang nodded to Zhao Sihai, his eyes filled with flattery as he followed and asked, how is old Mr. Yang's body? I'm feeling much better now, thanks to Dean Li's help. Yang Jingtao laughed. Where? It's my honor to work for Mr. Zhao, Li Chang hurriedly said, looking flattered. Chapter 16, The Comparison-Loving Lin Fan. Dean Li, you are really too polite. Zhao Sihai laughed. He was still a bit puzzled. This Li Chang is also the vice president of the People's Hospital. This is the largest hospital in Donghai City. Every day there are many people who have something to ask him. But this Dean Li, only to him Zhao Sihai is also too pleasing to the bar. Can it be that it's really because of Chairman Zhang's relationship? Zhao Sihai secretly wondered in his heart. Just feel good. Li Chang compensated with a smile and continued. Old Mr. Yang has recovered from a serious illness and still needs some tonic to nourish his body. This is. Li Chang suddenly saw the sea cucumber gift box in the trash can. His eyes erupted with light, a little shocked, as if he thought of something. That is just a gift from my son-in-law. I can't look at it, so I just threw it in the trash. Yang Jingtao laughed, but in his heart, he was secretly annoyed. Lin Fan's son-in-law, in front of relatives and family members, even if it is a disgrace. Now this broken sea cucumber also let Dean Li see. That disgrace big. Lin Fan's relatives, too, were all looking at Lin Fan with cold eyes. That, old Mr. Yang, can I take a look at this gift? Li Chang stared at the sea cucumber gift box and rubbed his hands again, somewhat embarrassed. Sure. Yang Jingtao froze for a moment. Foresees, pick up the gift box and give it to Dean Li for a glance. No need. This kind of thing, how can I bother Mr. Zhao to do it? I'll just do it myself. Li Chang waved his hand and hurriedly went forward to pick up the gift box in his hands to scrutinize it, and again asked, old Mr. Yang, can I open it? Of course you can. Yang Jingtao wore a smile on his face. Li Chang was also not polite, very skillfully unwrapped the package and carefully examined the 2 sea cucumbers inside. The next moment, an incredulous look appeared on his face and he sucked in a breath of cool air. Didn't realize that there is actually this kind of sea cucumber in the country. What does Dean Li mean by this? The people in the ward, hearing this, were all stunned. Dean Li, this is just a sea cucumber. Are you so excited? Yang Jingtao asked curiously. This kind of thing, there's a whole lot of it on the market. It's just like garbage. His value is far less than the ginseng my eldest son-in-law gave me. That ginseng, over $5,000 apiece. Old Mr. Yang, you are saying this. Alas, Li Chang sighed, with a feeling of wasting. This is not an ordinary sea cucumber. This is a flowered ginseng unique to the port of Murmansk in the Arctic Ocean. So you can't compare it with those inferior sea cucumbers in China. The quality is one heaven and one earth. Really? Yang Jingtao's crowd froze. Of course it's true. Li Chang nodded his head. 2 years ago, our hospital inhabited a patient with honorable status, and there was the sea cucumber inside the tonic sent by the people under his hand, and at that time, I even made a point of checking it out. If the price of the sea cucumber is concerned, $10,000. $10,000? That's not very expensive. My husband's wild mountain ginseng is not that bad compared to the sea cucumber. Yang Yu bristled, but she definitely couldn't afford to spend $10,000 on a sea cucumber. It's $10,000 apiece. Li Chang looked at Yang Yu. The 2 sea cucumbers in here, plus the cost of packaging, air transportation, tariffs, etc., is estimated to be around $40,000. $40,000? Yang Yu's mouth was wide open, somewhat incredulous. Just these 2 broken sea cucumbers, can they be worth $40,000? Dean Li, you can't be kidding. Yang Jingtao was also in some disbelief. If this gift was from Zhao Sihai, of course Yang Jingtao believed it. The key was that this sea cucumber was sent by that wimpy poor guy Lin Fan. He could afford a $40,000 gift? I'm not joking. Li Chang said seriously. I still have some knowledge about medical healthcare products. This sea cucumber, it must be real. I didn't expect. Lin Fan, this poor wimp, can actually pull out $40,000 to buy a gift for our dad. Yang Yu looked at Lin Fan secretly muttering in her heart. No, this kid doesn't even have a job. How could he possibly pull out so much money? It must have been Xiao Shui who paid for him to buy this sea cucumber to have face in front of his relatives. Oh, I didn't expect that Xiao Shui actually has savings. Last time she took out $100,000 at once. I thought she was broke. Now she can still take out $40,000. It seems that there are quite a lot of savings. Back then the mouth said something about picking me up and not being able to afford the bus. It seems like it was all a lie to me. How selfish. Yang Yu hated her sister Yang Shui more and more. Mr. Zhao is really generous. To take out such an expensive sea cucumber. Li Chang looked at Zhao Sihai with a face of admiration. In his opinion, only someone with Zhao Sihai's status could afford a sea cucumber of this quality. After all, the health system Wang Weiman had to help him out. This isn't from me. Zhao Sihai laughed awkwardly. Then who sent it? Li Chang froze. It was sent by our Yang family's wasteful door-to-door son-in-law. Yang Yu looked askance at Lin Fan and said in a conspiratorial manner, $40,000 of sea cucumbers. It's indeed generous enough. Between a family, they still give this kind of gift. They really like to compare. Yes, this Lin Fan can't spend money like this. Love to compare. Love face. Those relatives of Lin Fan also concurred. Besides, what nutrition can a sea cucumber have? Can it compare to the wild ginseng my husband gave me? Yang Yu again said, what's the use of being more expensive and without nutrition? The wild ginseng we sent is a great tonic. Wild mountain ginseng is a great tonic, but it's not suitable for someone like old Mr. Yang who has recovered from a serious illness. This kind of fierce tonic may hurt old Mr. Yang's body. Li Chang interjected. This sea cucumber is different. It is a warm tonic. No shock to the body. Very suitable for the current old Mr. Yang. Hearing this, Yang Yu could no longer say anything and her face was a bit ugly. While at this moment, Li Chang turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. This teenager in front of him had a calm gaze and a bland face, as if none of this was a problem. Li Chang was again looking towards Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai had a smile on his face, and when he saw Li Chang's gaze, his smile grew even more, as if there were a few compliments and pleases. Could it be that? A thought suddenly appeared in Li Chang's mind. As soon as this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed and grew crazily, causing Li Chang's body to tremble. It can't be. Li Chang looked deeply at Lin Fan again. Old Mr. Yang, I still have a few patients over there that I need to take care of, so I'll leave first. Following that, Li Chang smiled at Yang Jingtao. Take care Deanly. Yang Jingtao smiled, sending Li Chang away. Yang Yu looked at Lin Fan and hummed lightly. We're all family. What's the point of pretending? Buying a gift still costs so much money. Back then, when your wife said something about helping us out and not being able to afford the bus, it seems like she was all lying to me. Our family is no match for yours. Spending $40,000 on 2 sea cucumbers. Yang Yu had a conspiratorial look on her face. This Lin Fan is really too much of a deadbeat. Spending $40,000 on sea cucumbers. This is not giving face to the 4C's family. The family is all comparing amongst themselves. This Lin Fan will definitely be a thug gesture if he gets rich in the future. Lin Fan's uncle also opened his mouth with a look of hatred. Chapter 17 Targeting. Lin Fan had long since gotten used to hearing these words, and his face did not change at all. Dad, eat that sea cucumber as soon as you can. The nutritional value will decrease if you leave it for a long time. Yang Jingtao glanced at Lin Fan and finally nodded his head without expression. I know, because it was Zhao Sihai who was nursing in the hospital last night. It was Lin Fan's turn tonight. In response, Lin Fan did not refuse. This was what he should do. That night, Yang Yu, Zhao Sihai and those relatives of Lin Fan went home, and Lin Fan spent the night in the hospital. Because there was no place to sleep, Lin Fan could only lie on the table and fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the cell phone alarm woke Lin Fan up. He went to the restroom and washed his face briefly, then went downstairs to buy breakfast for Yang Jingtao before dragging his sleepy body and taking a taxi to Hoyo Medical Devices Company. Today was his first day at work. Stop! 1 foot had just stepped into the company when an icy voice called out to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked over, only to see Zhu Yeye walking over from the company's front desk there. She was dressed in a black professional outfit, with pantyhose on her legs, her face was smeared with heavy makeup, and at this moment, she was looking at Lin Fan with a pair of cold and stern gazes. Lin Fan, you were late on the first day of work. All 300 full attendance will be deducted this month. Sign this. Zhu Yu handed over the signature sheet. Lin Fan froze. Didn't I start working at 9 o'clock? Now it's 8:50. I'm not late. 9 o'clock. Who said 9 o'clock to you? Zhu Yu looked at Lin Fan coldly. It's clearly written on the company system. 9 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Fan said. That's the system. Our company all opens the morning meeting at 8:30, and officially goes to work at 9 o'clock. Now that the morning meeting has finished, you didn't attend. You're late, so you'll have to deduct your full attendance. Zhu Yu said expressionlessly. A morning meeting? Then why didn't you tell me before I left yesterday? Lin Fan frowned. If he was told, Lin Fan wouldn't have been late. It wasn't that he cared about the $300 full attendance. He just had the feeling of being tricked. You need me to tell you about this kind of thing? You won't ask? Zhu Ye's voice increased. Don't be sophomoric. Hurry up and sign. If you don't sign, get lost. Late for your first day at work. With this work attitude, how can you let our company take you in? You're a black sheep if you come to work for our company. One grain of mouse spoils the pot of soup. Ju Yu's voice was loud, and many of the employees looked their gazes over curiously with gloating. Lin Fan shook his head, took the sheet and signed on it. It was hard to find a job. Lin Fan didn't want to be fired on the first day. Seeing Lin Fan sign, the corner of Zhu Yeye's mouth hooked up into a smile of triumph. After signing, Lin Fan went to his work position. It was in the far corner of the office. Next to the floor were quite a few used-up garbage bags. There was an odor coming from it. Lin Fan, this is the content of your business. Take a look for yourself. Zhu Yeye brought over a pile of thick information and casually threw it in front of Lin Fan. Read it yourself? There's no pre-service training? Lin Fan asked doubtfully. Pre-service training? You're overthinking it. You're the only one who's on board during this period of time, so it's not worth wasting time and resources on pre-service training for you alone. Zhu Yeye cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. Right, when you eat at noon, remember to throw the garbage bag next to you. You're sitting here. The matter of throwing the garbage in the future will be left to you. After saying that, Zhu Yu directly turned around and left. When Zhu Yu left, Lin Fan picked up the information on the table and read it. Lin Fan's department was the marketing department, and his main job was to develop the market, talk to various hospitals and clinics about cooperation, and supply medical equipment. After reading the information all morning, at lunchtime, Lin Fan threw all the garbage bags beside him downstairs. He didn't want his working environment to be dirty. This new one is quite obedient. Minister Zhu told him to throw the garbage and he did. Seeing this scene, those co-workers of Lin Fan couldn't help but talk about it. This kid is estimated where to offend Minister Zhu. Our company does not have a morning meeting to deduct full attendance. Yes, and he's a newcomer. What a pity. Just arrived and was deducted $300 for full attendance. Poor people must have a hateful place. This newcomer seems to be a soft bone. If I had just turned my face. Lunch break at noon. Lin Fan basically didn't sleep well last night, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep while lying on the table. Bang bang bang. Lin Fan felt a few knocks on his desktop. He opened his bleary eyes to see that it was Zhu Yu. Something wrong? Lin Fan asked. You go run the market over at the People's Hospital now and negotiate this order. Zhu Yu threw a pile of information in front of Lin Fan. It's lunch break time. Lunch break? Want to take a lunch break? Go home and take a lunch break. This is a place of work, not to keep idle people. Either run the market or go home. Zhu Yu coldly urged. Fine. Lin Fan shook his head and took the information out of the company. Alas, how pathetic. Who did this brat offend? Just on his first day here, he was targeted by the minister like this. Those employees who were woken up from their lunch break looked at Lin Fan's back. Pity appeared in their eyes and followed to continue sleeping. After letting Lin Fan go out to run the market, Zhu Yeye went to the manager's office. Mr. Wei, he's already been dispatched. It's quite hot outside. Let him stay out in the sun. Zhu Yeye entered the room and said with a smile, good job. Inside the office, Wei Yu was drinking coffee and blowing on the air conditioner. This kid is really unlucky enough. Whose love rival is not inappropriate. When Mr. Wei's love rival, it is estimated that if he is in our company for a day, he will not have a day of good fruit to eat. Zhu Yeye smiled broadly, followed by asking, the People's Hospital side of the market. That Lin Fan. Oh, the People's Hospital Vice President Li Chang is not good to mess with. That side of the market is a piece of hard bone. I went there once the night before yesterday. That guy is dead set on not agreeing. I have given up. Wei Yu coldly smiled. It was also on that night that he met Lin Fan and Yang Shui. So that's why. This market. That poor guy Lin Fan definitely can't take it down. When he comes back, we can still make an article about him on this matter. Deduct his salary or something. Mr. Wei, he's only here for the first day and he's like this. Will it cause him to resign and quit today? Zhu Yeye said worriedly. Wei Yu was stunned. You have a point. Blame me. I wanted to toy with this punk Lin Fan too much. I pushed too hard. It won't be fun if he quits. It seems like a long-term plan has to be made. This has to allow me to think about it. Donghai City People's Hospital Director's Office. Li Chang sat in his office chair smoking a cigarette, with worries appearing in his eyes. The thoughts that suddenly appeared yesterday were still in his mind. Wang Weiman said on the phone that he helped Yang Jingtao transfer to the hospital. This is Shin Huichuan's commission. Obviously, the commissioner has a relationship with Shin Huichuan and Yang Jingtao. At first I thought it was my eldest son-in-law Zhao Sihai. If Zhao Sihai can find Shin Huichuan, with his energy, it shouldn't be so bad that he nods his head to me or something. Shin Huichuan is a character that Wang Weiman has to treat respectfully when he sees him. On the contrary, that second son-in-law Lin Fan, every time I see me, the look is very calm and indifferent. Can't it be that the real commissioner is the second son-in-law Lin Fan? Thinking of this, there was a refined aura appearing in Li Chang's eyes. Chapter 18 Wuling Hongguang. If it is really the second son-in-law Lin Fan, then everything can be explained. Li Chang thought quickly. One is the attitude. Lin Fan's attitude is very cold to me, not taking me seriously at all. On the contrary, Zhao Sihai is somewhat pleasing to the eye. The second is that Russian, national sea cucumber. That kind of thing. Not something that can be bought with money, but also with connections. While that sea cucumber was sent by Lin Fan. Thinking about this, Li Chang was basically certain that that commissioner was none other than Lin Fan. Although he didn't know Lin Fan's identity, the fact that the other party was the one who could even invite Chen Huichuan could be seen that his background was deep and his ability was great. Dean, there are people outside looking for you. A voice came from outside the room. It's not working hours. I'm not seeing anyone. Li Chang frowned, but that person said that he is the family of Yang Jingtao's patient. You will see. Yang Jingtao's family. Li Chang was shaken, and Lin Fan's appearance immediately appeared in his mind. Quickly invite him in. Not long after, the door opened and Lin Fan stepped in with a calm and bland expression. Lin Xiao? Li Chang looked at the teenager in front of him and opened his mouth tentatively, somewhat uncertain. Lin Fan unexpectedly looked at Li Chang. Looks like you know that I was the one who found Chen Huichuan? Li Chang was shaken and hurriedly said respectfully. I blame my eyes for not being able to see. I actually took Zhao Sihai as you at first. At this moment, Lin Fan was only in line with what Li Chang had in mind. What the commissioner should look like. Calm and indifferent. As if all problems were not problems in front of him. On the contrary, that Zhao Sihai's temperament was worlds apart from Lin Fan's. It's fine. Lin Fan waved his hand, unconcerned, and looked for the sofa to sit down. Li Chang immediately respectfully brought a cup of water. Lin Xiao, use the tea. At this moment, Li Chang had some palpitations. He was glad that yesterday in the hospital room, when the idea that Lin Fan was the client first appeared, he immediately found an excuse to leave. Otherwise he really didn't know how to deal with it in a short period of time. Lin Fan took a sip of tea and put the information he brought over in front of Li Chang. Take a look at this. Good. Li Chang didn't ask too many questions and picked up the information to look at it. Young Lin, this is. After reading it, Li Chang's eyes flashed. What? Is this not a good thing to do? Lin Fan asked. Good deal, good deal. Li Chang hurriedly said, followed by, it's just that I just read this contract 2 days ago. It was brought by Wei Yu. He founded a medical equipment company, and it seems like he's still the general manager, and wanted to cooperate with our hospital to buy their medical equipment in, but I rejected it at the time. I didn't think that Lin Xiao would come back with this contract. Originally, I wasn't going to cooperate with Wei Yu, but since you're here, young Lin, as long as you order something, I'll definitely do it. Li Chang added one last sentence. Wei Yu is the general manager. Lin Fan was a bit surprised. His face showed a contemplative look, recalling the company's affairs. If there was really Wei Yu directing behind it, then Zhu Yeye's attitude suddenly made sense. You signed the contract first. Lin Fan no longer thought much about it. Good. Li Chang obediently signed and stamped the contract. This kind of thing, to him, was just a small matter, but it was a good investment to sell Lin Fan a favor. After signing the contract, Lin Fan no longer stayed and left the hospital. Young Lin, take care. If there is anything, I am always at your service. Li Chang respectfully sent Lin Fan away. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to the company. Yo, back? Seeing Lin Fan, Zhu Yeye walked over with a playful look on her face. Did you sign the contract? The office crowd also looked over, with pity appearing. In their opinion, it was impossible to sign this contract. Zhu Yeye was bound to take advantage of the situation again, and Lin Fan would be out of luck again. Sign it, Lin Fan said indifferently, handing the contract over. Signed? This voice was calm and fell in the office like thunder. This Lin Fan signed the contract? The People's Hospital was a tough nut to crack, and in just these 2 or 3 hours, the contract was signed? The gazes of the crowd became unbelievable. Impossible. Zhu Yeye didn't believe it at all. She took the contract, and Li Chang's signature and stamp on it made her tremble. Really signed it? Signature and stamp. Naturally it was impossible to fake it. You wait, I'll go and come. Zhu Yeye took the contract and went straight to the manager's office. What? That poor guy took down the People's Hospital? Wei Yu looked at the contract in front of him and was surprised. How is it possible? Damn, that Li Chang, how many times I softened him up. He didn't agree. Archaic. Lin Fan, the poor guy, just got there and signed this contract? I don't believe it. It's hard to believe, but Li Chang's signature and seal can't be faked. Zhu Yeye said. This poor guy, he's really out of luck. Luck. Wei Yu gritted his teeth. Mr. Wei, I also feel it's dog luck. Zhu Yeye said. If it wasn't for your many runs before, to make the padding, that Lin Fan, it's impossible to sign the contract just after arriving there. That's definitely the case. Wei Yu nodded. He didn't believe that Lin Fan, a newcomer, could sign the contract on his first run through the market. It was obviously his previous padding and lobbying that allowed Lin Fan to catch up when Li Chang was ready to agree. Mr. Wei, what's the next step? Zhu Yeye said. Lin Fan is a newcomer. He just came and signed the contract. If he targets again like earlier, it might chill the other employees. You're right. We can't delay our company's development because of Lin Fan alone. Wei Yu nodded his head, followed by a flash of his eyes, fished out a dusty car key from the corner of a drawer and gave it to Zhu Yeye. You give this key to Lin Fan. Then isn't Lin Fan late today? I'll send a Wuling Hongguang to him so that he can drive to work. Wei Yu hemmed and hawed. The car has been parked downstairs for months. Bought it 3 years ago. Although the brakes don't work, it's still drivable. Consider it a reward for him. Anyway, I can't show my head yet. I can't let Lin Fan know that the general manager is me. There will be plenty of time later. Play with him slowly. Good. Zhu Yeye's eyes lit up and she picked up the key and left the office. And at the same time, Lin Fan was picking up a phone call. Young Lin, the potion has arrived. Where are you? I'll send it over to you. Shin Nana's voice came. You send it to my company. Wait for me downstairs. I'll send you the location. Lin Fan said. Good. Hanging up the phone, Lin Fan sent the location to Shin Nana. There was some anticipation in his heart. With the family potion in his hands, his problem of not being able to get a hard-on would be solved and he would be able to truly perform conjugal acts with Yang Shui. Half an hour later, Lin Fan looked out the window. Downstairs, a black Rolls-Royce slowly drove over, causing many passers-by to stop and stare. Chapter 19, The Potion Arrives. That was fast. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, knowing that it was Nanishin who had arrived. Lin Fan, the company gave you a car as a reward for signing the contract on your first day. At this time, Zhu Yeye walked over and took out the dusty car keys and put them on Lin Fan's desk. Wuling Hongguang, oh, it's a luxury car for you. Zhu Yu looked at Lin Fan. The office crowd put their gazes over curiously. That Wuling Hongguang downstairs? It's been parked for months. Right. I heard that the brakes don't work very well and no one drives it. Actually rewarding Lin Fan with this car. Interesting. Okay. Lin Fan's complexion was unchanged as he took the car keys. Zhu Yu was a bit surprised. She couldn't see any change in emotion from Lin Fan's expression, as if she didn't take this seriously at all. Soft bones, and only worthy of driving a Wuling Hongguang. Zhu Yeye secretly despised and stepped away. At 6 in the afternoon, it was time to leave work, and the employees left one after another. Lin Fan threw away the corner trash and was the last one to leave the company. The Rolls-Royce was still parked on the side of the road, waiting quietly, but there were already quite a few people watching. This Rolls-Royce license plate is a bit impressive. Hi A99999. Yeah, hurry up and take a picture. A few onlookers felt out their cell phones and shot short videos to post online. Look, the car door is open. Beautiful maiden ah. The car door opened and Shin Nana walked out. Long wavy hair casually draped behind her head, wearing a pure white Adi sportswear. Under her feet is a pair of coconut shoes, 2 long legs straight and slender, full of youthful teenage flavor. As soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's eyeballs. Just like my university school flower, this beauty walked over towards the passenger side. It should be sitting in the passenger seat. No, she pulled open the car door and didn't go in. What the hell? A male is sitting in the passenger seat. The crowd was a little agitated all of a sudden. I go. Just focus on looking at the beautiful woman. Did not take the picture of the man. Such a beautiful beauty is actually working as a driver. What's the identity of that man? I didn't get a good look. I just got a picture of his back. Send it online. After getting into the car, Lin Fan closed the window and smiled helplessly. The Rolls-Royce is still a bit too flashy. Hee, if you don't let me wait for an hour. Where are so many people watching? Shin Nana started the car. Her beautiful eyes blanked Lin Fan. Letting a girl wait for so long, not a bit of gentlemanliness. Sorry, Lin Fan apologized. Forget it. Who made you Lin Xiao? You can do whatever you want. People must agree even if they are reluctant. Shin Nana skimmed her red lips, and there were a few inexplicable flavors within her words. What about the potion? Lin Fan changed the topic. Shin Nana stretched out her jade hand and took out a small box from the back, handing it to Lin Fan. The box was pitch black and felt textured in his hand. What kind of potion is this? Mysterious. Shin Nana looked at the locket, full of curiosity. Drive your car, Lin Fan said indifferently, while unwrapping the locket. Humph, so ungentlemanly, talking to a girl like that. Shin Nana lightly grunted, still obediently and carefully drove the car. The locket was unwrapped. Inside was sponge packaging, and in the very center quietly lay a thumb-length test tube with dark green liquid flowing inside. There was also a small note on the lid. Xiaofan, Dad is busy with his work abroad. He can't come back to the country for a while. If you have something, look for Uncle Yun. He will help you deal with it. Just drink the potion directly. Love you, father. Lin Tianxiao. Every time you say you're busy with work. It's always been like this since I was a kid. Holding the note, Lin Fan's gaze was a bit gloomy. He put the note away, picked up the test tube and twisted it open, drinking the liquid inside in one go. The liquid was slightly sweet in the mouth, cold and slippery, flowing from the esophagus into the stomach, and following that, Lin Fan felt a warm and comfortable feeling in his belly. Is it effective so quickly? Lin Fan felt annoyed, as if something that had been suppressed for a long time had been evoked. Young Lin, where are we going? Driving the car, Shanana asked. Home, happy neighborhood. Lin Fan covered the box, and immediately felt some dryness in his mouth. When he thought of the way Shanana actively threw herself at him yesterday, the irritation became even more powerful. That youthful teenage girl scent on Shanana's body had a fatal attraction to any man, especially the current Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a deep breath and tried to suppress the agitation. Good. Shanana didn't notice Lin Fan's abnormality, turned on the navigation herself and drove quietly. Zhu Yeye, who had a busy day, returned home and lay on the sofa boredly brushing the short video on her cell phone. Fortune Plaza Building No. 7. Surprised by the overbearing license plate number Haya 99999. Fortune Plaza Building 7. Isn't that our company downstairs? The title made Zhu Yu's eyes light up, and when she clicked on the short video, a black thick Rolls Royce impacted her eyeballs. I go, Rolls Royce It said that an umbrella inside is hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is right below our company. Why didn't I see it after work? Zhu Yu stared at her cell phone with dead eyes. Her eyes were glowing gold, and there was a man getting into the car. Although it's just a back view, it's so handsome. If only I could marry this kind of man. Zhu Yu was a bit fangirl. If only I could meet this Rolls Royce handsome man again tomorrow. Simply the Prince Charming in my heart. Lin Fan returned home, feeling his heart getting hotter and hotter. But Yang Shui wasn't off work yet. Hold it in for now. The first time is going to be for my wife. Lin Fan poured a big mouthful of cold water on himself, and finally sobered up a lot. Half an hour later, finally the sound of a key came. Yang Shui was off work. Hubby, I'm back. Yang Shui entered the house, closed the door, and bent down to take off her high heels while rummaging through the shoe cabinet for slippers. The perfect figure was on display. Lin Fan took a deep breath and walked up to hug Yang Shui from behind. Husband, what are you doing? Yang Shui was startled. Honey, do you still have the clothes you bought earlier? Lin Fan attached to Yang Shui's ear and asked softly. Yes, why? Yang Shui's pretty face flushed and she felt hot air in her ears. In order to revitalize Lin Fan, Yang Shui had used a lot of methods, even putting on those very moving clothes for him, but Lin Fan still couldn't even revitalize himself. Wear it for me, Lin Fan said with a bad smile. Yang Shui's face reddened even more, but she still nodded obediently and went to her room barefoot. Not long after, Yang Shui came out, but at this time, she had changed into a moving outfit. Husband, followed by her shyly closing her eyes tightly again. Her face flushed as if it was a red haze. Lin Fan found himself completely reacting. No different from a normal man. Wife. He no longer hesitated and went forward to hug Yang Shui. Chapter 20, Hubby, you're too good. Lin Fan wrapped his arms around Yang Shui's slender waist, slightly exerted himself, and in a princess hug, carried Yang Shui into the large bed inside the house. The next morning, bright sunlight shone into the room. Yang Shui stretched out her snow-white jade arms and stretched her lazy waist. She turned her head sideways and realized that Lin Fan had already woken up and was silently looking at herself. How did you feel last night? Lin Fan asked. Yang Shui's pretty face blushed. It's okay, it's just that my legs hurt a bit. Thinking of last night's night of madness, Yang Shui's heartbeat accelerated, followed by another question. Hubby, your illness, it's already healed. Lin Fan laughed. Really? Yang Shui's eyes lit up in surprise. If it was fake, would your leg hurt? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Oily. Yang Shui punched Lin Fan's chest with her pink fist, followed by thinking of something. Right, hurry up and wash the bed sheets, otherwise there's no place to sleep at night. Yang Shui lifted the quilt. There was a touch of red on the bed sheet. Throw it away and buy a new one, Lin Fan said casually. What a waste. Even if you find a job, the salary is only more than $2,000 a month, and in the last 2 days our company's business situation is not good. All the layoffs, Yang Shui said seriously, so my salary will also drop a lot. Plus your little salary, after expenses, what with taxi, meals, socializing, clothes, daily necessities, there isn't much money left in a month. Hubby, now that you've gotten better, it's time to think about the future house and kids. So let's start now and save up. A comforter sheet, it's several $100s, there's really no need to buy another one. Just wash it and dry it in the sun and you'll be able to use it. Fine, what about not buying anymore? Seeing Yang Shui's worried look, Lin Fan was touched for a while. He reached out to hug young Shui and softly said, "Then start saving up from today." "Well, that's my good husband." Yang Shui nodded and kissed Lin Fan. After messing around in bed again, both Lin Fan and Yang Shui were off to work. "How you medical equipment company? Did you hear about it? When we got off work yesterday, there was a Rolls-Royce parked underneath us." Lin Fan had just arrived at the office when he heard the employees discussing it, each face excited beyond measure. "I heard about it a long time ago. I saw it last night when I went home and swiped my cell phone. Now the internet is full of short videos of brother Rolls-Royce." Zhu Yuyu was also discussing this with everyone. She clutched her cell phone, her eyes glowing like a little girl's with anticipation and admiration. "I didn't see what the owner looks like, I only captured his back. He should be very young and elegant. You know what? Last night I swiped that video hundreds of times. My eyes were red." The crowd took a look. Zhu Yuyu's eyes were indeed red. Obviously she stayed up late last night. "Ha ha, it looks like Minister Zhu is pining for sex." A colleague laughed. "Humph, this kind of man, as long as he's a woman, he'll be moved, just like Prince Charming." Zhu Yeye hummed. "Of course, I don't like him because he drives a Rolls-Royce. I just simply like the aura he exudes from the inside out. I just don't know if we can still meet. Maybe he still works in the same building as us. I swiped the video hundreds of times last night, and now whenever Prince Charming appears in front of me, I'll recognize him immediately. I'll definitely go up and ask for contact information. I just don't know if I'll have a chance." Zhu Yeye looked expectant. "God, give me a chance to meet Prince Charming. He, Lin Fan is here." Someone saw Lin Fan walk into the office. "Right, wasn't Lin Fan the last one to leave the office last night?" "Lin Fan, did you see that Rolls-Royce brother?" a coworker asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head. "No, you're not asking Lin Fan for nothing." Zhu Yeye cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan and snorted. "This kind of person probably doesn't even recognize the Rolls-Royce logo. How could he meet my Prince Charming? After all, he's the one driving a Wuling Hongwang." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the office crowd laughed. Lin Fan looked indifferent and started working. After work in the evening, Lin Fan took a taxi to his home, only to find that Yang Shui had already arrived home. She was wearing her pajamas, with her two bare legs exposed, and was lying on the sofa watching TV, but her gaze was a bit mesmerized and a bit soulful. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Fan went forward and asked, knowing that something should have happened. "Hubby." "Oh." Seeing Lin Fan come back, Yang Shui went up, hugged Lin Fan and sobbed gently. "What's wrong? Talk to me when you encounter something. I'll help you out." Lin Fan gently caressed Yang Shui's head and said softly, his voice firm and abnormal, I may have to lose my job." Yang Shui whimpered and said, "The company has several big customers who rolled up their money and ran away today, and the funds that were put out can't be recovered in a short period of time, and there is a big hole of more than $7 million. If this hole can't be filled within a week and the funds can't be turned over, then our company can only declare bankruptcy. At that time, my job, woo woo." Saying that, Yang Shui finally couldn't help but cry. She knew that in Donghai City, if she didn't have a job and a source of income, she wouldn't be able to survive at all. "I thought it was a big deal. It's just a matter of money." Lin Fan smiled. "Anything that money can solve is not called a matter. Just you will say, where is the money?" Yang Shui was a bit amused by Lin Fan and gave Lin Fan a blank look. All right, look at you crying. It won't look good if your eyes are blurred." Lin Fan wiped away the tears from the corner of Yang Shui's eyes. Ye Qian said, "Is contacting people to help fill this hole, and can even transfer the company's equity. In short, just can't let the company go bankrupt." Yang Shui said, "Ye Qian has so many suitors, and there are some rich second generation in there, so I can only put my future on these people. I hope the company can tide over this time." Lin Fan nodded and comforted a few more sentences. After putting Yang Shui to bed, Lin Fan went to the bathroom and dialed Elder Yun's phone. "Hey, Elder Yun, check Tianhai Financial's business situation in the recent period of time. Let me know when you're done." "Okay, young master." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan returned to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, buried her head in Lin Fan's chest, and said in a jarring voice, "Hubby, today is the weekend. Let's go shopping. I've made an appointment with Ye Qian, and Ye Qian's suitor. It's said that his family is in real estate and is very rich. I hope that guy can fill this hole for our company." Chapter 21, Spent your money? Good. Lin Fan touched Yang Shui's hair and did not refuse. The sixth floor of the Korean Mall. A man and a woman were standing side by side. The woman's face was pretty and delicate, dressed in a white dress. Her figure was quite good. The neckline of the dress was open, revealing that there was a Cartier pendant hanging on her neck, reflecting light under the lights. Bejeweled, and her whole body exuded nobility. It is the Tianhai Financial President Zhou Yaqian. Next to the man is about 24 or 25, dressed in Armani suit, hair combed back, greasy head, Looking down at the time to reveal the Rolex wristwatch appears to be his identity is also extremely uncomplicated. The man's name is Li Yongfu, the only son of Li Chunsheng, a real estate predator in Donghai City, and one of Zhou Yeqian's suitors. Why hasn't he come yet? Zhou Yeqian looked at the entrance of the elevator, somewhat anxious. Maybe the road is jammed. After all, your BFF didn't have a car either, so she could only take a taxi over. Li Yongfu smiled. Zhou Yeqian nodded. She had no feelings for Li Yongfu, but this time when Tianhai Finance encountered difficulties, she had a request for Li Yongfu, so she specially asked him out for a stroll, to liaise and seek help. Have you heard about the Rolls-Royce brother who was very hot these 2 days? Zhou Yeqian took the initiative to find a topic. The one on the short video? Of course I know. That Rolls-Royce license plate is quite impressive. Hi A99999, Li Yongfu said with some envy. With his family's industry, it wasn't a big problem to buy a Rolls-Royce, but getting such a good license plate was more troublesome. 9 stands for 9 to 5. Not the average person can get that kind of license plate. Yeah, I saw that video, only the back was captured, but the owner should be very young. It would be nice to know this kind of person. Our crisis in Tianhai Finance. In front of a character of this level, it could be solved with a single word. Zhou Yeqian lamented. Ha ha, Ye Qian. Don't worry, this crisis, I'll definitely help you get through it. It's only a matter of more than $7 million. Li Yongfu laughed and patted his chest. Zhou Yeqian nodded and looked towards the entrance of the floor, only to see a man and a woman walking over arm in arm. It was Lin Fan and Yang Shui. Snow, why did you bring your husband too? Zhou Yeqian looked at Lin Fan and frowned with some contempt. Li Yongfu, on the other hand, landed his gaze on Yang Shui, amazement and a hint of salivation appearing in his eyes. What? You two are shopping. If I don't bring my husband, am I going to be a light bulb? Yang Shui held Lin Fan's arm. Very intimate. Zhou Yeqian shook her head, somewhat reluctantly introduced. Lin Fan, this is Li Yongfu, the only son of Li Chunsheng, the real estate predator of Donghai City, currently working as an executive in an investment company. Yongfu, this is Lin Fan. Ha ha, so it's brother Lin. I don't know where his brother's high position. Li Yongfu rushed at Lin Fan and extended his hand. Medical equipment sales. Lin Fan looked indifferent and shook hands with Li Yongfu briefly. Sales? Li Yongfu froze, again looked at Yang Shui. Sales work, do not want education, do not want technology, and bitter and tired. Lin Fan do sales. How did he marry Yang Shui, this kind of wife like a flower like jade? Lin Fan, the other day in the company, I apologize to you. Zhou Yeqian opened her mouth. Later on Thing Shui told me all about it. That Tiffany jewelry, you won a $500,000 lottery and then bought it. Although I feel that this money is a bit irrational for you to spend and you should economize. But that's your business. I apologize for the way I treated you that day. Lin Fan unexpectedly looked at Zhou Yeqian, not expecting that with the other party's character, she would actually take the initiative to apologize. $500,000 for jewelry? Li Yongfu asked with a slight flash of his gaze. Lin Fan, does your family have a car? No. Lin Fan shook his head. Then is there a house? I mean an elevator apartment. A house, not a broken neighborhood that climbs the stairs. Li Yongfu asked again. My house is the broken neighborhood that climbs buildings. Lin Fan replied. Then that $500,000 you spent, it's really not worth it. Li Yongfu sighed lightly. No house, no car. The first thing you do when you win the lottery is to buy jewelry. If you have that $500,000, and then work hard for a few years, you will be able to put together a down payment and buy a decent house in Donghai City, but actually take it to buy jewelry. Wasteful. Although this $500,000 is just a small amount for me, but for you, it's really wasted. I also feel wasted. Zhou Yeqian Dao educated. Happiness neighborhood. It's an old neighborhood more than 10 years ago. The environment and traffic are all very unsuitable for living. Lin Fan, the first thing you should do when you win $500,000 is to deposit it in the bank as a down payment for a house, not to buy jewelry. I love my wife. I buy her jewelry, I'm happy. Spend your money? Lin Fan faintly asked back. Spent your money? Hearing this, Zhou Yeqian and Li Yongfu were speechless. Forget it, talk to him about crazy housing prices, investments and such. He doesn't understand. What can a salesman understand? I don't need to get angry for him. Li Yongfu slightly shook his head. Contempt appeared in his eyes. Zhou Yeqian was also angry with an icy face. Okay, I won't say anymore. It's not about me anyway. Let's go shopping. When a woman goes shopping, it's just clothes, shoes, and cosmetics. Zhou Yeqian and Yang Shui entered a women's clothing store, and Lin Fan followed them in. Hubby, this dress is so pretty. Yang Shui stopped in front of a white dress. Her big eyes flashed with light and she reached out and touched her hand on the dress with a look of love. Buy it if you like it. Lin Fan said indifferently. No, it's too expensive. This dress costs $20,000. Yang Shui looked at the price tag and bristled. $20,000. Was several months of her salary? It's fine. It's only $20,000. Lin Fan touched the Supreme Black card and was ready to pay. Don't touch it if you don't buy it. Can you afford to pay for it if it gets dirty? An icy voice came. The salesman of the clothing store came over. A pair of eyes with contempt looking at Lin Fan and Yang Shui. This clothes, designed by the top French designers, using the top fabrics. Don't touch it if you don't buy it. Do you know? You guys take a look. Just have a good time. How do you talk to this person? What do you mean don't buy, don't touch it? I came to visit a clothing store. The clothes can't be touched? Lin Fan's gaze was slightly cold. Just can't touch. You also don't look at your clothes. Add up not more than $200. If you want to buy clothes, you two out of the mall and turn left to the roadside stalls. The clothes over there you want to touch, how to touch? The sales clerk opened her mouth condescendingly. Anyway, this dress, you can only look at it. You can't touch it. It's already very good to show it to you. Hearing this, Yang Shui was furious. This was the first time she encountered this kind of salesperson. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, Zhou Yeqian and Li Yangfu walked over. These two are my friends. What? They want to buy clothes here and you still won't sell them? Li Yangfu lifted his collar, intentionally or unintentionally exposed his Rolex watch on his wrist, and looked at the salesman coldly. As soon as the salesman saw Li Yangfu in a luxury, expensive and extraordinary, immediately fawning and smiling. Since these two are your friends, sir, of course you can buy something. Chapter 22 Give my father face. Although this was the case, the sales clerk still looked at Lin Fan with some contempt. She couldn't figure out how Lin Fan became Li Yangfu's friend with this outfit. At a glance, he wasn't at the same level. It's good to be able to buy. Li Yangfu smiled, very proud, followed by turning his gaze to Lin Fan, educating. Lin Fan, there are a lot of people who judge people by their appearance in this society. It's not that I'm talking about you. Even if you don't have any money, at least clean up your clothes a bit. Look less rustic. Lin Fan looked indifferent, treating this as a whisper. People rely on their clothes. If you did what I did, what just happened wouldn't have happened. Li Yangfu continued. Of course, I don't mean for you to buy how expensive clothes. Like me, a body adds up to more than $200,000. You definitely can't afford it. What I mean is, at least buy a suit, leather shoes or something. A few $1,000s will do. Look at you, wearing a $1,000 t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes out shopping. What does it look like? You can't blame the salesperson for looking down on you and not letting you buy anything. These clothes are clean and tidy. I'm comfortable and refreshing in them. I like wearing them, can't I? Lin Fan said indifferently. This made listening to Li Yangfu dumbfounded. Lin Fan, if it wasn't for me, you would have been kicked out by the salesman just now. Li Yangfu glared at Lin Fan. Yangfu, why do you need to say this to him? People at his level can't understand this reasoning. Zhou Yeqian said expressionlessly. Li Yangfu shook his head helplessly. This Lin Fan, hanging to the bone. Lin Fan looked at Yang Shui. Wife, go try to see if it looks good. Aha! Just as Yang Shui was about to take the skirt, a voice came. Wow, this skirt is so beautiful. Following that, a woman walked quickly and grabbed the white dress and measured it in her hands. Beauty, we saw this dress first. Yang Shui said to the woman. So what if you guys looked at it? You didn't pay for it. I'll buy this dress. The woman was overbearing. She was wearing a short dress, revealing two slender thighs. Her dress neckline was wide open, and she had a net red face with thick makeup. Brother Rock, I've got my eye on this dress. Come pay. The woman shouted again. Followed by a man walked in from outside, around 40 years old, with a face of horizontal meat, neck hung with a big gold chain, topped with a round belly, giving people a feeling of a thug. See this man? For some reason, Li Yangfu kind of familiar feeling, but cannot recall where I have seen. Good Lu. The man walked over, not even looking at the price. Salesman, pack this dress. Yes, sir. The salesman came over and wanted to pack the clothes. We saw this dress first. Who are you to pack it for him? Yang Shui spoke angrily. Yeah, is there a way for you to do business like this? Zhou Yeqian was also dissatisfied. You guys look at it. So do you buy it? The salesman asked. Don't you buy clothes and try them on first to see if they fit? Why would we buy it if it doesn't fit? Yang Shui said. Try it on? The woman next to her heard this and laughed. I never try to buy clothes. I buy what I see, and throw it away if it doesn't fit. So please also move aside. I will pack the clothes for this lady. The salesman looked at Zhou Yeqian and Yang Shui coldly. Lin Fan, are you a man? Zhou Yeqian suddenly rebuked Lin Fan in a stern voice. The clothes that your wife had her eye on are now going to be bought by someone else. Why don't you say anything? Playing the shrinking violet there? Even if you can't afford it, can't you even say a few words? Zhou Yeqian looked at Lin Fan and did not hide the contemptuous look on her face. Ye Qian, don't talk about Lin Fan like this. He's a salesman. the bottom of the social ladder. Even if he opens his mouth, it's useless. People won't let him have the clothes. Li Yongfu smiled. My dad still knows some people in Donghai City. Leave this to me. After saying that, Li Yongfu walked to the big gold chain man. Brother, give us face. Let us have these clothes. My father is Li Chunsheng. I see that brother's clothes are extraordinary. I think he should know my father. If you don't give me face, give my father face as well. Zhou Yeqian unexpectedly looked at Li Yongfu. Did not expect the other party even lifted out his own dad. It seems that this matter is stable. Li Chunsheng was a real estate predator in Donghai City. His connections were sky high. The top people in Donghai City would basically give him face. Lin Fan, look at others Yongfu. Then look at you. Zhou Yeqian looked askance at Lin Fan, simply a loser. He, you're a brat in your 20s. Who are you calling a brother? No big deal. The man with the big gold chain smiled coldly. And what the hell is Li Chunsheng? In front of me, Chen Yen. Li Chunsheng would have to call me brother Yen. Nod his head and bow to me. Chen Yen? Hearing this name, Li Yongfu's face changed. He didn't expect that this big gold chain man in front of him was actually Chen Yen of the Chen family. No wonder he felt familiar at first glance just now. East China Sea Chen family is the oldest family in East China Sea City. In the last century, this family is already a small prestige in East China Sea. The founder of the family, Chen Haichuan, even participated in the War of Resistance and Civil War, with the rank of Lieutenant General. It can be said that this is a red family. New China was founded. The Chen family began to do financial stocks. The position in the financial sector is also second to none. This Chen Yen in front of him was a second-generation red family and a predator in the financial sector. Not something that a businessman like Li Chunsheng could afford to offend. So it's Uncle Rock. Li Yongfu immediately changed his words. Since it's something that Uncle Rock has his eye on, I won't fight for it. Yet Qian, let's go. After saying that, he pulled up Zhou Yeqian's hand to leave. Zhou Yeqian saw that Li Yongfu looked like an enemy and knew that this Chen Yen was not simple. Comparing background with my brother Rock, really looking for death. The woman took Chen Yan's arm and smiled smugly. Quickly pack this skirt. Okay. The salesman reached out and prepared to pack it. Wait, Lin Fan spoke up. This skirt, don't try it. I'm going to buy it, and I saw it first. Pack it for me. Hearing this, Li Yongfu and Zhou Yeqian were both stunned. Chen Yan also looked at Lin Fan unexpectedly. He didn't expect that at this time, the other party would still grab the dress with him. Lin Fan, are you looking for death? Li Yongfu looked at Lin Fan as if he was looking at an idiot. You're snatching something from Uncle Rock. Do you want to live longer? Lin Fan, you are a frog in the bottom of a well. Your eyesight is not as good as Yongfu's. Since Yongfu can see that this Chen Yan is not simple, if he can't afford to offend him, you can't afford to offend him even more. Zhou Yeqian also spoke. Why don't you get out of here before you get into trouble? Chen Yan looked at Lin Fan playfully, like he was looking down on a mole cricket. In East Sea City, the person who dared to grab something from him had not appeared until now. Kid, repeat what you just said. Chen Yan opened his mouth. I've changed my mind. Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yan. I have all the clothes in this store. If you guys want to buy clothes, go to another store. Don't get in my way here. Chapter 23, you. Swipe my card. What? Off to another store? The people present were dumbfounded. This Lin Fan actually told Chen Yan to roll to another store. Looking for death. He's just looking for death. Li Yongfu looked at Lin Fan as if he was looking at a dead man. This Chen Yan, with his strength, wanting to kill Lin Fan is as simple as holding down an ant. This Lin Fan actually dares to insult him. Lin Fan, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Saying such words? Zhou Yeqian was as if she was looking at an idiot. Hubby. Yang Shui nervously pulled on Lin Fan's palm. Lin Fan, let's not talk about whether or not you can get Uncle Rock out of here. The clothes in this store. You, a salesman, with your little salary, actually said that it's all inclusive. Can you afford it? Li Yongfu sneered. Sir, our store just counted in the morning. All the clothes add up to $72,300. I'll wipe a zero for you. 72,000. Just don't know if you can afford to buy it all. The salesman looked at Lin Fan with a sneering smile. $720,000. Yang Shui sucked in a breath of cool air. This figure, for her, was too much. There was absolutely no way Lin Fan could come up with this much money. Kid, stop pretending, okay? The woman next to Chen Yan stared at Lin Fan. You actually dared to tell Brother Yen to get out just now. Believe it or not, Brother Yen will throw you into the Yangtze River to feed the fish tonight? It's not too late for you to kneel down and kowtow to Brother Rock and apologize. The woman was condescending. Robbing clothes from me is simply looking for death. Besides, you don't look at your beggar-like appearance. Can you take out $720,000? Now kneel down and apologize. Chen Yan wrapped his arms around himself and did not say anything, watching the scene playfully from the side. He decided that if Lin Fan didn't kneel down and apologize, he would let someone throw him into the river and feed him to the fish. Lin Fan looked indifferent, took out his Supreme card and pointed to another salesman in the store. You, swipe the card for me. Me? The salesman froze, a little surprised. This salesman was the only salesman who did not show a look of contempt or mockery towards Lin Fan just now. It's you. $720,000 of clothing commission, all on your head, Lin Fan said indifferently. It's this time, still pretending, Li Yongfu sneered. Still 72 million commission. It would be good to have 720 in that card of yours. Kneeling down and apologizing to Uncle Rock is the wisest thing you can do. This is, and the moment he saw that black card, Chen Yen was shaken, and an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. This is the Universal Supreme Black Card? Chen Yen rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had misread it. The World Bank Universal Supreme Black Card. Why would it appear in this young man's hands? This kind of card. Chen Yen was aware of it. The card credit limit of $100 million. However, this kind of card was not measured by money. It is a symbol of identity and status, and can land airplanes and stop trains. Chen Yan's father, Chen Haichuan, had also applied for the card from the World Bank, but the reply was that the qualification was not enough. Global Supreme Black Card. Only to the assets can have an impact on the global economy to open the application channel. Can't it be that this teenager, with his identity background, can have an impact on the global economy? All of them? Thinking of this, Chen Yen trembled and his heart shook with terror. This kind of person, get dead him Chen Yen, not and hold down the death of an ant is simple, he can afford to offend? At this time, the salesman had already come over and took Lin Fan's card. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? I guess as soon as I swipe the card later, the balance will be insufficient. The woman next to Chen Yen smiled coldly with a sneer on her face. Snap! Just after she finished speaking, a crisp slap sounded. Red marks appeared on the left side of the woman's face, and it was hot and painful. Brother Rock, why are you hitting me? The woman covered her face and stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that Chen Yen would suddenly hit her. The one who hit you is you. Who made you not know how to speak with this mouth? Chen Yen scolded sternly, followed by, the clothes are not bought. Let's go now. With that, he pulled up the woman to leave. His look was almost the same as just now when Li Yongfu recognized his identity. Leave for what? I still want to see this kid make a fool of himself. The woman was dead set on not leaving. Snap! Chen Yen slapped up again. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'm leaving, Chen Yen said expressionlessly. If he continued to watch and annoyed Lin Fan, the one who might make a fool of himself would be him. Chen Yen, sir, please enter the password. At this time, the salesman inserted into the card and respectfully handed the POS machine to Lin Fan. The store was quiet, and everyone looked towards Lin Fan. There was mockery, disdain, and worry. Lin Fan looked calm and entered his birthday password, Tu Dolu. At the bottom of the POS, the bill spat out. The transaction was successful. As the bill spat out, the entire store truly fell into a dead silence. After a while, the sounds of sucking in cool air rang out one after another. How is it possible? The transaction was successful? Zhou Yaqian covered her mouth in disbelief. $720,000. Lin Fan the salesman, where did he get so much money? Li Yongfu looked at Lin Fan in shock. Husband. Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan, not knowing what to say. She suddenly felt that her husband, all of a sudden became mysterious. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sales clerk who had looked down on Lin Fan earlier didn't believe it at all. Is it possible that the price was entered incorrectly? She went forward and picked up the bill, and the amount of $720,000 on it made her face change drastically. It's really swiped. $720,000. How is that possible? The salesgirl who swiped the POS was overjoyed. $720,000. She could get $50,000 or $60,000 in commission. This was higher than her 1 year's salary. Looks like the Supreme Black Card is his? Chen Yan looked deeply at Lin Fan. Can't offend him. It's best to hurry. He directly turned around and left. Brother Yan, where are you going? The woman immediately chased after him. Wife, the clothes in the store are all yours now. Lin Fan touched Yang Shui's hair. So many clothes, they're all mine. Yang Shui looked at the wide array of clothes inside the store. All kinds of styles. Her big eyes were glowing. Which woman doesn't like beautiful clothes? But hubby, so many clothes, some sizes I can't wear. Yang Shui said. Then don't. Lin Fan said indifferently. Our store doesn't support returns. Don't think about returning your $720,000. The salesman who looked down on Lin Fan immediately said. I said no more. Can't you understand? Lin Fan glanced at the salesman, followed by another salesman. You, help my wife look at the sizes. Whatever fits her all pack up and send them to my house. Those that don't fit, You can deal with them however you want. The salesman nodded repeatedly. Lin Fan bought so many clothes, mentioning this small request. Naturally no harm. So many clothes. Jo Yekian looked at so many clothes being wrapped up by Lin Fan. Suddenly she was a little envious of Yang Shui. But this $720,000, if it is used in our Tianhai finance, it can still fill some holes. Jo Yekian's eyes flashed. Lin Fan had so much money. Yang Shui should also know about it. However, Yang Shui did not use this money to help the company, which made Jo Yekian a little dissatisfied. Chapter 24, The Car Will Come. Wife, you pick your clothes and pack them first. I'll go out for a walk. Lin Fan picked up a nice style duck tongue cap on the coat rack and put it on his head, smiling lightly. He had little interest in clothes, and next he estimated that Yang Shui had something to be busy with, so he happened to go out for a walk. Good. Yang Shui nodded, her attention on the clothes. After leaving the women's clothing store, Lin Fan wandered around the mall. Today happened to be the weekend. The mall was noisy and bustling with people coming and going. Guitar classes for students and teachers. A girl was handing out flyers at the mall. Lin Fan looked over. There was a guitar training organization behind her. Lin Fan had learned guitar when he was a child under his parents' education. He came to be interested and stepped in. Sir, are you here to learn guitar or? The receptionist asked with a smile. I came to apply for a job and see if I can be a teacher. Lin Fan said casually. Applying for a job? Then you play a section first to see the level. Good. Lin Fan nodded his head, picked up a guitar, found a place to sit down, crossed his legs, lowered his head and started playing. The melodious music immediately echoed. This is Richard Coleman's Dream Wedding. Someone heard the melody that Lin Fan was playing. The melody was beautiful, sometimes romantic, sometimes sad, and melodious. The entire room was quiet. Everyone was listening attentively with mesmerized looks on their faces. Wedding in a Dream. The background of this tune was the romantic story of the Land of Dreams. From this melody, the crowd seemed to see a burning bonfire, a castle at dusk, and shooting stars crossing the sky. It's so beautiful, so romantic. There were a few girls whose eyes were already moist in this melody. The sound came to an abrupt end. The crowd still wore mesmerized looks on their faces, and it took a few minutes before they reacted to the fact that the playing was over. Wow, it's really the first time I've met a little brother who plays the guitar so well. Yeah, where is that little brother person? The crowd searched for Lin Fan, only to find that he had already disappeared. Ah, actually gone. My little brother, did you take a video just now? Of course I did. A girl opened her cell phone video, which was exactly Lin Fan playing his guitar with his head down. But little brother wears a hat. His face wasn't captured. The girl was a little disappointed. Wait, look at this little brother, seems like he's seen it somewhere one of the girls said. I remember, he seems to be a Rolls-Royce brother. No way, let me see. Immediately, a girl flipped over the Rolls-Royce brothers short video and compared it with Lin Fan's guitar playing video. The backs were really identical. I'll go. Rolls-Royce brother came to guitar class to play guitar. The crowd was stunned. Wow, I didn't realize that not only is little brother rich, he can also play the guitar. No, I want to post it online. Returning from the guitar store to the women's clothing store, Yang Shui's side was almost packed, telling the store the address to send the clothes. The people left the women's clothing store and after shopping for a while, they were ready to leave. Ye Qian, let me send you back. Li Yongfu opened his mouth. There was a Lamborghini convertible parked on the side of the road. Good. Jo Yekian nodded and got into the passenger side. If it was before, Jo Yekian would not be able to get into Li Yongfu's car. But this time, when Tianhai Finance had a financial crisis, Li Yongfu was Jo Yekian's life-saving straw, and he had to make a good relationship. Li Yongfu started the car and poked his head out to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I can only sit 2 people in this sports car, so you 2 will take a taxi back. Not that I'm talking about you. With that $720,000, even though you can't afford to buy a house, it's good to buy a car. Your brain was kicked by a donkey and you want to pretend to be a rich man. What's the difference between you and a rich man? Now, I guess you have spent your entire life savings. You can't even afford a car. Then, bye-bye you. Li Yongfu stepped on the gas. The car rushed out. Humph, there is a car. See you dejected. Yang Shui lightly hummed. It's okay, the car will be there. Lin Fan smiled and took a taxi home with Yang Shui. After returning home, Lin Fan sprouted the idea of buying a car. He remembered that there was a Mercedes-Benz 4S store nearby, about 20 minutes away. Lin Fan simply rode the second-hand bike at home forward. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. A few sales were chatting. Look, someone is coming over. One of them had sharp eyes and saw someone coming. Following him he froze, his eyes widened, and rubbed them. Riding a bicycle to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store? Only to see a teenager, pedaling a bicycle, wobbling over. Oh, should be passing by. I have been a salesman for so many years. Riding a bicycle to our Mercedes-Benz 4S store has not. Another salesman said shut up, only to see the teenager bicycle to the store entrance. Aline step into. His bicycle handle seems to be rusty. This is how many years ago the bicycle. One of the salesmen looked disdainful. Little Wang, you're a newcomer. This is a chance to hone your skills. Go receive. A leader-like person spoke. Although the other party is definitely not here to buy a car, we have to receive them well, lest there be any repercussions. Okay. Xiao Wang nodded with a reluctant face and greeted Lin Fan. Ha ha, this kind of thankless thing is usually done by newcomers. It can't be helped. I just hope that this person who came to our store on a bicycle doesn't mess around. The other sales whispered. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz. Walking up to Lin Fan, Xiao Wang squeezed out a smile. Sir, what can I help you with? I want to buy a car. Lin Fan said directly. Buy a car? Xiao Wang froze and said. I don't know which model you are interested in. We have C-Class and E-Class here. The number of G-Class is not much. If you have a need, you have to transfer the car from another store. Xiao Wang was afraid that Lin Fan didn't know which styles of Mercedes-Benz had, so he simply said it all. Lin Fan stroked his chin. E-Class. I want one that I can pick up now. If you pick up the car on the same day, you need to pay full price for the car. We will help you apply for a temporary license plate, and the insurance will come into effect at 0 o'clock that night. Xiao Wang froze again. Sir, let me show you the car first. Good. Lin Fan followed the sales to the display stand. This car is this year's new Mercedes-Benz E350L, priced at $610,000, plus traffic insurance, third-party liability insurance, and so on. You need $680,000 to land. Xiao Wang stood next to a domineering, success-filled black Mercedes-Benz car and introduced it. He directly said the price and didn't say the configuration, in order to let Lin Fan know what to expect and not waste his time. Lin Fan looked at this E350L and felt good. It looked more racy than his big sister's husband Zhao Sihai's BMW 5 Series. Tell us about the configuration. Lin Fan said. Say the configuration? Xiao Wang's eyes widened and he shook his head helplessly. This Mercedes E350L comes with a 9-speed manual transmission and a 2.0T engine that produces 299 horsepower, which can be said to be very powerful. It has a wheelbase of 3.079 millimeters, 140 millimeters longer compared to the standard wheelbase version, and 65 millimeters longer compared to the old long wheelbase E-Class. Chapter 25 show you something. The interior of a Mercedes-Benz car. Naturally, I don't need to say more. Inside the same class of cars, it's all first class. Xiao Wang continued. At the same time its value retention rate is also very high. After driving for a few years, you will not lose too much if you sell it again. In short, from all angles, this car you buy home will definitely not lose out. Lin Fan nodded, more satisfied. Then this is the car. Swipe the card. Lin Fan touched the card. Swipe the card? Xiao Wang froze for a moment and nodded. Good. After the transaction was successful and the money arrived, Xiao Wang had the feeling of a dream. Just like that, selling a Mercedes E350L? This car was sold from his hands. He could get more than 10,000 commission. This was his first day as a salesman. I go? This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The other sales were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Obviously so rich. Have to ride a bicycle to Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Also too pretentious. It's hard to bear. I should have known not to let Xiao Wang receive it. Each and every one of them regretted it immensely. When can I take the car back? Lin Fan asked. Just a moment, sir. I'll help you get the various insurances and temporary license plates done. You have a cup of coffee first. Xiao Wang brought Lin Fan a cup of coffee, full of enthusiasm. Okay. Lin Fan nodded, sipping his coffee and waiting quietly. An hour later, Lin Fan got the car keys. Sir, all kinds of processes have been done. You are happy to pick up a new car. Do you want to set off firecrackers? Take a photo with our 4S store then send a friend circle to inform? Xiao Wang said with a smile. Happy to pick up a new car? Or Mercedes-Benz? Xiao Wang thinks most people will take pictures and send them to friends to show off. No need. It's just a Mercedes. Lin Fan said indifferently. Open the trunk of the car and stuff the bike halfway in. A Mercedes-Benz only. Xiao Wang froze, as if a $700,000 Mercedes-Benz, in the eyes of the other party, was a $70 toy car. Rich people are different and it's still a low-key rich person. Little Wang was filled with envy. Since the process is done, I'll be going. Lin Fan got in and started the car. Take care, sir. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Mercedes-Benz is sincerely at your service. Xiao Wang bowed in a hurry, parking the car downstairs in the neighborhood. Lin Fan was in a good mood and whistled up the stairs. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hey, Elder Yun, Lin Fan picked up the phone. Young master, we have already found out the current situation of Tianhai Finance. Yun Lao's voice came through. Recently, Tianhai Finance has had 3 large customers who rolled up their money and ran away, causing the company's $7 million in loans to be uncollectible, which indirectly led to a huge loophole in the company's funds. If the $7 million cannot be recovered, the company will not be able to repay the bank, and in the end, it can only file for company bankruptcy. In the past 2 days, Tianhai Finance has also continuously released news, hoping to get financing to save the current situation, and can even transfer equity, but did not get a response. $7 million, it's the same as what the wife said. Lin Fan stroked his chin. So what's the solution? Lin Fan did not want Yang Shui to lose her job. The solution is simple. A capital injection into Tianhai Finance will revitalize it, Elder Yun said. But the practice is very risky. Customers running away with their money has exposed, revealing that there are big problems with the company's internal operating mechanism. Even if you inject funds, you can only revitalize it for a short period of time, and in the next 2 to 3 years, there is still the possibility of a similar incident occurring. That is to say, injecting funds, this money may also be a waste of money, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. This is also the reason why some capital in society did not choose to inject capital into Tianhai Finance, because the risk is too great. As long as one has a little knowledge of economics, they won't do such a stupid thing. I see. Lin Fan understood, and asked, then how to cure the root cause? Curing the root cause is simple. Directly acquire Tianhai Finance and make it a wholly owned subsidiary of ours, and then send capable characters into the company to solve the problem of the company's operating mechanism, which will ensure that the company develops stably, and similar problems will no longer occur. Elder Yun replied, but for the acquisition, it is estimated to be around $20 million. Yes, then let's acquire it. I'll leave this to you, Lin Fan said. Alright, young master. Hanging up the phone, Lin Fan went upstairs. Hubby, Dad just called, saying that he has been discharged from the hospital. Yang Shui spoke. Discharged so soon? Lin Fan was a bit surprised. According to the doctor, Yang Jingtao would take about half a month to be discharged. It was probably because of that sea cucumber. The old father-in-law ate the sea cucumber and his body recovered faster. Yes, big sister's husband has already driven Dad home and asked us to go for a family dinner in the evening. Yang Shui continued. Okay. Towards evening, Lin Fan and Yang Shui went downstairs. Wife, let me show you something. Lin Fan felt out his car key and pressed it. Drip. 10 meters away, the front and rear lights of a black, atmospheric, successful Mercedes-Benz lit up. Hubby, you bought a car? Yang Shui stayed in place, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Lin Fan pulled open the passenger door, holding Yang Shui's small hand, letting her sit in, looking at the brand new car, the cool interior of the car. In this instant, Yang Shui felt like she was dreaming, although she does not know much about cars, but still can see that the price of this Mercedes-Benz car is not expensive. Hubby, how much does this car cost? Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan with wide eyes. It's only about $700,000 on the ground. Lin Fan started the car. $700,000. Yang Shui opened her mouth in surprise. Where did you get so much money? Don't tell me you won the lottery again. If I say I won the lottery, do you believe me? Believe the hell out of you. Yang Shui blanked Lin Fan. This money was given to me by my dad, Lin Fan said casually and drove the car out of the neighborhood. Yang Shui didn't have much of an impression of Lin Fan's dad because the other party rarely mentioned it. Hubby. Yang Shui looked at the car and again looked at Lin Fan with big eyes. Hubby, even if our dad has money, he can't spend it like this. The our dad in Yang Shui's mouth was naturally Lin Fan's father. In fact, with our income, a loan to buy $100,000 or so of mobility car can be enough. Really don't need to buy a Mercedes-Benz. It's too much of a waste of money. In the future, our children's milk powder, go to school, get married, all have to spend a lot of money. Seeing Yang Shui again to say the importance of thrift and frugality, Lin Fan was helpless and relieved. He assured, well, this is the last time. Your husband will definitely not spend money recklessly in the future. I promise. Aha! Yang Shui nodded seriously. She still has some little girl mentality in her bones, and in no time, she was looking at this side of the car, touching that side, asking what is this? What is that? Curious beyond measure. Half an hour later, the car traveled to the courtyard where Yang Jingtao lived. There was a white BMW 520 parked outside the courtyard, which was the car of Big Sister's husband, Zhao Sihai. Chapter 26 Role Model, Rolls-Royce brother. Lin Fan parked his car next to the BMW and stepped into the courtyard with Yang Shui, entering the living room. Yo, late again. This is almost half an hour late, right? Big Sister Yang Yu was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone. When she saw Lin Fan, She cast a sidelong glance and looked down again. Big sister, traffic jam on the road. Lin Fan replied. When they came, it was the evening rush hour. Traffic jam? Can't you come earlier in a traffic jam? Yang Yu snorted. Besides, you bought that sea cucumber and spent $40,000. That money is enough for the down payment of a family car. Can't you buy a car? Wife is right. Zhao Sihai came out of the kitchen with the dishes. He was cooking today. Brother Lin Fan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Having that $40,000 to buy sea cucumbers is really spoiled. Why don't you buy a car? Of course, you can't afford my BMW. Why don't you just buy 100,000 or so new Santana or something? It'll be enough for you to drive in this condition. What are you saying? A voice came. Yang Jingtao walked out from the house and sat on the unique chair. His face was rosy and his breath was steady. Obviously his condition had gotten much better. Dad, we're talking about buying a car for Lin Fan's brother. Zhao Sihai smiled. Buying a car? What conditions ah? Buying a car. Yang Jingtao glanced at Lin Fan. With the money he earns in his life, I'll be thankful if he can buy the wheels of that car of 4 Cs. Hearing this, Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh and followed. Don't talk about cars. As soon as I talk about cars, I think of the recent online fire. A netizen called Rolls-Royce brother, driving a Rolls-Royce, license plate number high A99999, domineering very much. I don't want that license plate number. In my lifetime, if I can have a Rolls-Royce it would be good. And the internet also broke out the video of him playing the guitar, playing very well. This kind of rich and talented people are not many ah. Yang Yu was full of envy. Rolls-Royce ah, at least $5 or $6 million. I work hard to earn money and still have hope to buy one. Zhao Sihai laughed. When I buy a Rolls-Royce, I'll give our family's BMW 5 Series to Lin Fan's younger brother to drive. Lin Fan, look how nice your big sister's husband is, giving you a BMW 5 Series for nothing. Why don't you thank your big sister's husband? Yang Jingtao said to Lin Fan, although Lin Fan was a little upset in his heart. But old father-in-law Yang Jingtao spoke. Out of filial piety, Lin Fan opened his mouth. Thank you big sister husband, but I just already bought. Just you. Rolls-Royce? Pull back. Yang Yu interrupted Lin Fan, taking his words as a whisper. She rolled her eyes at Zhao Sihai. When you save up enough money, we'll both be 50 or 60 years old, and I won't be interested in Rolls-Royces then. Besides, even if we buy a Rolls-Royce, the BMW 5 Series can't be given to Lin Fan. The BMW is a great value retainer, and when the time comes to sell a used car, it will sell for tens of thousands of dollars anyways. Tens of thousands of dollars is still money. Yes. Zhao Sihai nodded repeatedly and looked at Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, it's not that I don't send you a car, it's that your big sister doesn't want it, so don't blame me. It's fine. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Alright, let's not even talk about this. Yang Jingtao said. Those who can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce are 1 in a million, a dragon and phoenix amongst people, and they must have a great background and industry behind them, and they are big shots with their hands in the air. This kind of person is not something we can imagine, and is not on the same level as us. Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu nodded their heads. After all, Yang Jingtao was an old man and had experienced many big storms. What he said made sense. Even though it's not on the same level as us, but we can't be without fighting spirit. We still have to strive hard in the direction of this kind of big shot. Yang Jingtao assiduously taught. These past few years, the 4 C's work career are developing well. In the next 30 to 40 years, as long as you work hard and add in your chi, it's not impossible to become this kind of big shot. Dad, I'll work hard. Zhao Sihai nodded, fighting spirit flooding his eyes. Brother Rolls-Royce is my role model. Yang Jingtao was very pleased, followed by looking at Lin Fan again, contempt appearing in his eyes. Lin Fan, in your life, I don't expect you to become any Rolls-Royce brother. Because with your condition, it's simply impossible. In your life, if you can mix to the height of 4 C's, I will die in peace. Hearing this, Yang Yu laughed again and teasing appeared in Zhao Sihai's eyes. Alright, let's eat. Yang Jingtao announced and the crowd started eating. With wine and food, Yang Jingtao habitually smoked, but he didn't use the emerald pipe that Zhao Sihai gave him last time. Dad, smoking is harmful to health. Your heart is not good. Smoke less. Lin Fan saw Yang Jingtao smoking and advised. And I think don't smoke a pipe. After all, it's not clean. Li Chang had told Lin Fan yesterday that the reason Yang Jingtao was hospitalized with a sudden heart attack was because he smoked moldy tobacco. Therefore, Lin Fan advised Yang Jingtao to smoke less. Snap. Yang Yu slapped her chopsticks on the table and looked at Lin Fan coldly. Lin Fan, you wimp, what do you mean? It's hard to believe that you think that our father was hospitalized because the pipes and tobacco sent by 4 C's are problematic? Even if there's no problem, it's still best to smoke less. Lin Fan opened his mouth. He didn't say that there was a problem with the tobacco. He was giving Zhao Sihai face. After all, they are all family. Yang Jingtao just smoked a pipe and had a sudden heart attack. What is it if there is a problem with the tobacco? And it was still Li Chang who told him, even if there is no problem? Ha! What do you loser know? That tobacco is tens of thousands of dollars. How could there be a problem? I see you. Clearly you want to slander our family, see hi. Yang Yu exclaimed. Alright, we're all family. What are you arguing about? Yang Jingtao's eyes glared, majesty radiating from his body. Dad. Yang Yu was aggrieved, her voice with a sobbing tone. It's not that I want to argue. It's clearly this loser who wants to slander our family. You have to make a decision for us. Yang Jingtao shook his head, followed by his gaze coldly looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, it's impossible for the cigarettes sent by 4Cs to have problems. Don't let your words get in the way. Got it? Got it. Dad. Lin Fan sighed lightly in his heart. There was no way Yang Jingtao didn't know the reason for his onset. He obviously wanted to harbor Zhao Sihai. On the side, Zhao Sihai has complacency appearing in his eyes. Humph. You poor. How can you compare to my position in our dad's heart? Right 4Cs. How is the work recently? Is it still going well? Yang Jingtao asked Zhao Sihai. Quite smooth. And took a few big projects. This year can earn a few million. Zhao Sihai said. Well, good. Do a good job. Remember what you just said. Rolls-Royce brother is your role model. Yang Jingtao said. I will cheer. Zhao Sihai nodded. Snow, how's your work going these days? Yang Jingtao looked at Yang Shui. It's not very smooth. Yang Shui hesitated. It's not easy to say if Tianhai Finance can walk out of this difficult time. If she couldn't walk out, she could only lose her job. Chapter 27, we drove here. Not very smooth? Yang Jingtao frowned. I seem to have heard that the financial market in Donghai City is unstable lately. Zhao Sihai said. A lot of customers have rolled up their money and run away. Tianhai Finance has also encountered this situation. There is a shortage of funds, so I guess it's close to filing for bankruptcy. What does it mean that the company filed for bankruptcy? Yang Jingtao asked. That means I'm going to lose my job. Yang Shui bit her thin lips, her face full of bitterness. What's there to be afraid of being unemployed? Doesn't my sister have savings? Yang Yu spoke in a conspiratorial manner. After all, if you can afford to buy a $40,000 sea cucumber, you might have several $100,000 of savings on your card. Even if you lose your job, the savings will still be enough for you to live for a long time. Enough for you to find a new job. Big sister, there are only 20,000 deposits inside the card right now. Yang Shui seriously said. He, who are you fooling? Yang Yu sneered and rolled her eyes. A few years ago I would have believed you. Believed that you couldn't afford to take the bus in order to give me relief, at the expense of me being touched. Now that you say this, I won't believe you. You've been lying to me since a few years ago, all the way to now. Big sister, I didn't. The money for those sea cucumbers is all from my husband. Okay, stop it. Yang Jingtao interrupted the two and sighed softly. Alas, nowadays, in society, on the family income, it's the man who takes the lion's share, in favor of Xiao Shui who found a wimpy husband, who eats and waits for death every day, and doesn't even have a job. Dad, Lin Fan found a job. It's as a salesman. Yang Shui said. Sales? It's still not a muckraking job. Commuting to and from work every day to make a card and get a base salary. There's a difference between that and being a hobo? Yang Jingtao shook his head. Xiao Shui, when you lose your job, this family will collapse. Lin Fan, this punk, is of no use at all. 4Cs, you have a wide range of contacts. Can you find a job for little Shui? All the ones I know are in engineering. The job is not suitable for little Shui. Zhao Sihai shook his head. Right 4Cs, isn't your construction site lacking a cook? Yang Yu said. How about this? You let Xiao Shui come to your construction site and cook vegetables for those migrant workers to eat. The salary will be given 3,000 or 4,000 a month. After all, it's a family, and that's quite a lot of salary. Hearing this, Yang Shui's face instantly became icy cold. Dad, even if I'm unemployed, I can still find a job. I don't need big sister's husband's help. This was not helping, it was clearly humiliating Yang Shui. Alas, this matter will have to rely on your big sister's husband when the time comes. Nowadays, it's not easy to find a job. Yang Jingtao sighed lightly. The key is still to blame you. Married a loser. Otherwise the pressure couldn't be so great. Look at your big sister. Even if she doesn't have a job, she still has 4Cs to support him. And look at Lin Fan. He has no manly responsibilities at all. Even more of a loser. Lin Fan is still my husband. Yang Shui said. Yang Jingtao shook his head helplessly. After a meal, the crowd bid farewell to Yang Jingtao and came outside the courtyard. Ha! Whose car is this? Why is it parked in front of our house? Yang Yu saw that next to the BMW, there was a black Grand Ben parked. Compared to her family's BMW, it was more mature and stable. Full of success. This is a Mercedes E350L. It's more than 300 $000 more expensive than my low-end BMW 520. Zhao Sihai recognized the model of the car at a glance. So what? It's not just a Mercedes. You can't park it in front of other people's houses even if you have money. What a nuisance. This kind of person. No quality at all. Yang Yu said with a sour tone. Call the car owner to move the car. Otherwise how can we drive out? She walked to the front of the car, looking at the Big Ben in front of her. That sour feeling surged to her heart again. It seems like it's still a new car. Still using a temporary license plate. Didn't leave a number. Yang Yu surveyed for a moment. Since there is no number left even if it. Zhao Sihai said. Anyone who can drive this kind of car is not bad. Randomly calling someone to come and move the car might cause trouble. Besides, with this location, our car can be driven out. Zhao Sihai pulled open the door and started the car. Yang Yu also sat in. Brother Lin Fan, do you need a ride? Otherwise you guys will have to walk for 10 minutes before you can get a car. Zhao Sihai poked his head out and teasingly opened his mouth. Yang Yu sniffed and pulled Zhao Sihai's clothes. Are you crazy? Our car has just been washed. What if you let them sit and get dirty? Besides, a soon-to-be unemployed, a loser waiting for death. What qualification is there to sit on a BMW? I'm just being polite. If they really get in the car, I'll just say that the back is stuffed with clothes or something. It won't fit. Zhao Sihai smiled. That's good. Yang Yu sighed in relief. No need. Lin Fan spoke up. We drove here. Drove here? Yang Yu and Zhao Sihai were both stunned. Lin Fan fumbled for the car key and pressed it. Drip. The front and rear lights of the Mercedes flashed for a moment. Boom. In this instant, Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu were both shaken with a sense of 5 thunderbolts. This Mercedes, it was Lin Fan's? How could it be? Yang Yu didn't believe it. How could Lin Fan, afford a Mercedes? Impossible. Zhao Sihai shook his head. This E350L. How can I say that it would take $65,000 to land? It's impossible for Lin Fan to come up with that much money. Can't it be that this car is a rental? Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu looked at each other and thought of this at the same time. Yo, Lin Fan, quite generous. You're driving a Mercedes, Yang Yu said in a conspiratorial manner. Renting this Mercedes-Benz, it costs $1,000 a day. In order to come to our father's house for dinner and make a splash, you can really spend a lot of money, actually renting a car to come here. I say brother Lin Fan, if you have that kind of money, why don't you just deposit it in the bank and rent a car? We're all family. You're so loaded. Is it necessary? Zhao Sihai seemed to be speechless. Lin Fan was too lazy to answer, and Yang Shui got into the car and started the car to leave. Renting a Mercedes. See what you can do. Yang Yu snorted. Not right just I also looked at that car. Absolutely new car. The film has not yet torn it. And the license plate photo. Our temporary license plate? Which have rental car to temporary license plate. Zhao Sihai's eyes flashed. Can't it be that this car was really bought by Lin Fan? Thinking of this, Zhao Sihai's face, vaguely a little ugly. The next morning, Lin Fan was woken up by Yang Shue's cell phone ringing. Hello, Ya Qian. Yang Shui picked up the phone. Snow. Good news. Zhou Yaqian's excited voice came. Our Tianhai Finance. The funding loophole has a clue. Is it Li Yongfu who promised to help? Yang Shui got a little excited. The funding problem was solved. She wouldn't be out of work. For the time being, I don't know if it's Li Yongfu. I haven't called to confirm with him yet. Yang Shui said. But the news I received is that there is a capital that wants to acquire our Tianhai Finance. Acquisition? Yang Shui froze for a moment. An acquisition and a capital injection were completely different. Acquisition meant that Tianhai Finance would become a subsidiary. Which capital is it? Yang Shui asked. It's not clear. It's very mysterious. But I feel that it should be Yongfu who helped find it. Zhou Yaqian said happily. Chapter 28 Chihi Hotel. In the past few days, many capitals have refused to inject capital into our Tianhai Finance. But Yongfu's side said they could help. Zhou Yaqian continued. Yongfu's father, Li Chunsheng, is a real estate predator and has a lot of friends in the financial sector. It must be Yongfu's favor through his father's connections. It should be, Yang Shui said. On this matter, Li Yongfu did put in a lot of energy. Yaqian, you have to compensate people well. You can't be so cold to them anymore. I know. Zhou Yaqian laughed. He sent me a sports car before. I don't want it. Just want to test him. If this matter really comes to fruition, it's not impossible to agree to his pursuit. Okay, enough of that. Now I'm going to talk to the acquirer about the contract. Shui, just wait for my good news. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shui excitedly hugged Lin Fan. Hubby, our company is going to be acquired. With the funding problem solved, I won't have to worry about losing my job anymore. Well, congratulations, Lin Fan said with a smile as he hugged Yang Shui and lightly sniffed the good smell of her body. In the afternoon, Zhou Yaqian sent the news that the contract had been signed. Tianhai Finance was acquired. and the acquirer would inject capital to solve the financial problems that Tianhai Finance was currently facing. Zhou Yeqian invited Yang Shui to have a meal at Qianqi Hotel to celebrate, and also invited Lin Fan. Yang Shui agreed. Thousand Hills Hotel was a 3-star hotel in Donghai City, and the specifications were not too low. Lin Fan and Yang Shui drove here. Snow, what is this? Seeing Lin Fan and Yang Shui coming down from a Mercedes, Zhou Yeqian was slightly stunned. Mercedes-Benz E350L, how could it be more than $600,000? The family just bought the car. Yang Shui said truthfully. Lin Fan handed the keys to the parking attendant and walked next to Yang Shui. Did Lin Fan let you buy it? How much was the down payment? Zhou Yeqian looked at Lin Fan. In her opinion, with Yang Shui's character, it was impossible to buy such a good car. It wasn't my husband who made me buy it. No down payment, direct full payment. Yang Shui replied. Full payment? Zhou Yeqian frowned, not expecting Yang Shui to be able to take out so much money. With this money, if it could be used to solve the Tianhai financial loophole, there was no need for Zhou Yeqian to stoop to the level of Li Yongfu to make good relations. Alright, no more talking, let's go eat first. Zhou Yeqian's attitude was much colder, and the group entered the box. The box was very spacious, with oil paintings hanging on the walls. Very charming. On the table, the dishes have been served. Are the specialties of the Jiangnan region? Saltwater duck, Jinling meatballs, yellow mud simmered chicken, crystal dishes hooves, look up to let a person very appetizing. The table was full. Zhou Yeqian arranged for Lin Fan and Yang Shui to sit together, with the last 2 empty seats. Today is our Tianhai financial celebration banquet. Thank you all for coming. Zhou Yeqian raised her wine glass, smiled and opened her mouth, giving people a sense of cordiality. Very long-sleeved. Sitting, are Tianhai financial executives, management figures, in addition to Yang Shui as an accountant. Tianhai Financial can survive this difficult time, thanks to President Zhou running. Yes, without President Zhou, we will be in danger this time. President Zhou deserves all the credit. The executives began to pat their asses. After sharing a drink, Zhou Yeqian said, it wasn't me who made it through this time. It was Li Yongfu, who helped me contact Runfan Capital. Runfan Capital? Hearing this name, everyone here was shocked, not realizing that the parent company that acquired them was actually Runfan Capital. It was said that this capital, with its huge energy, had 3 localized funds around the world, and Huaxia happened to be among them. It invested in areas including technology and media, healthcare, consumer services, finance, real estate. In short, the giants of all industries, all vaguely have some shadow of Runfan Capital. It's actually Runfan Capital acquiring us. It seems like that Li Yongfu has connections all over the place. In front of this kind of big capital, we, Tianhai Finance, are like little ants. The fact that Mr. Li was able to contact Runfan shows that the connections are terrifying. We still have to thank Mr. Li. From today onwards, we are a subsidiary of Runfan Capital. I remember that Runfan Capital's regional president in China seems to be surnamed Sun. The crowd murmured. Suddenly, Zhou Yeqian's cell phone rang. Hey, Yongfu. Zhou Yeqian answered Li Yongfu's phone, and the whole room was quiet, not daring to open their mouths for fear of disturbing Li Yongfu on the other end of the phone. Yongfu, this time I still have to thank you for letting our Tianhai Finance be acquired and tide over this difficult time. Acquisition? Li Yongfu on the other end of the phone. His voice was full of surprises. I just told my dad about this. My dad hasn't given me a reply yet. Then it should be that uncle forgot. Zhou Yeqian said. Apart from you, I can't think of a second person who can help me contact the capitalist and solve our company's problems. That should be the case. Li Yongfu also thought so. Maybe his father Li Chunxing was busy with work and forgot to reply after solving this. Yongfu, come to the Qianqi Hotel. We are having a celebration banquet. You're a big success. You must come over. Zhou Yeqian issued an invitation. Okay, I'll go over now. Li Yongfu was overjoyed. This was the first time Zhou Yeqian had taken the initiative to invite him for dinner. This was a good sign. Previously, Zhou Yeqian was cold to him. Through this matter, he might just hold the beauty. Half an hour later, Li Yongfu arrived. In a Versace suit, with his hair combed behind his head, he looked pie-eyed. Mr. Li, those executives of Tianhai Finance all stood up to show their respect. Yongfu, you're here. Without you this time, we, Sky Sea Financial, really don't know how we'll get through this difficult time. Zhou Yeqian was all smiles. Quickly sit down. Later on, our executives will toast you one by one. She looked around the table. Her face suddenly became a little embarrassed, because the table was full. There wasn't a single empty seat. Lin Fan. Zhou Yeqian's mind turned quickly, looking towards Lin Fan and pointing her finger at the corner. You sit over there. Anyway, you come over here to dabble. An outsider. In that corner, There was only one chair, and on the ground there were randomly thrown beer bottles and rice. Lin Fan also came? Hearing this, Li Yongfu looked over. This is Tianhai Financial Celebration Banquet. What are you doing here as an outsider? Li Yongfu, Lin Fan is also on Yaqian's invitation list. Yang Shui opened her mouth, her voice icy cold. Yes, I did invite Lin Fan, Zhou Yaqian said, but now the key problem is that the location is full. Yongfu for our company, made a great contribution. You can't let him sit in the corner. Lin Fan, an outsider, didn't contribute to our company either, letting him sit in the corner. I don't think it's a problem. He came to dine for free. What does he want to eat? Come over and clip his own food. And what's there? Hearing this, Yang Shui's face turned completely cold. This meal, we don't eat okay. Chapter 29 Promotion and Salary Increase. Yang Shui was furious when the crowd treated Lin Fan in such a manner. Hubby, let's go. She pulled Lin Fan and went out of the box. Accountant Yang is so angry. Yes, Mr. Zhou is right. That Lin Fan was originally an outsider. It's good to let him come and rub his nose in the meal for free. After all, this meal isn't cheap. The executives murmured, watching Lin Fan and Yang Shui leave. Humph, is there such bullying? Inside the car, Yang Shui was so angry that she pouted. Even though that Li Yongfu has contributed a lot to our company, he can't bully you like this. Hubby, why are you looking at me? She realized that Lin Fan was just looking at himself like this. You're kinda cute when you're angry. Lin Fan smiled. I'm fighting for you, and you actually managed to laugh. Yang Shui's small pink fist punched Lin Fan. Alright, don't be angry. There's no need to get angry over such a small matter. Lin Fan comforted, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. After sending Yang Shui home to cool off, Lin Fan drove alone to Fortune Plaza Building 1. This building is the financial center of the entire East China Sea city, within which 70% are listed companies, and those who can set up their companies in Building 1 have extremely deep heritage. On the top floor of the building, Lin Fan stood by the window with his hands behind his back, looking out of the window at the traffic downstairs with a solemn expression. Lin Xiao. The office door opened and a man walked in from outside. The man had a country face with a deep gaze, dressed in a gunmetal collar silk suit. There was majesty emanating from his body, making people not dare to look directly at him. As soon as he entered, the man saw the teenager in front of the window with his hands behind his back. Lin Xiao. The man immediately bowed his head, his voice solemn and his attitude respectful. Mr. Sun is here. Lin Fan turned back and looked at the man. Sun Ming was shaken and hurriedly said, Young Lin can just call me Little Sun. Sun Ming, Renfan Capital's regional president of China, controlling Renfan Capital's capital operation in the whole of China. His status was on par with Shen Huichuan of the East China Institute. Young Lin, the acquisition contract for Tianhai Finance has been signed. The various handovers will be completed within 3 days. By then Tianhai Finance will be a wholly owned subsidiary of our Renfan Capital. Sun Ming spoke. He was smart enough to know what Lin Fan had come for. Lin Fan nodded and said, Inside Tianhai Finance, there is an employee called Yang Shui. Find a chance to promote her and raise her salary. Okay, Young Lin. Sun Ming didn't ask why and directly nodded his head. The next day, Lin Fan gave the car to Yang Shui to drive, and took a taxi to Haoyu Medical Devices to go to work normally. Just after arriving at the office, Lin Fan heard his co-workers discussing. Did you hear? That Rolls-Royce brother appeared again. I saw it yesterday when I was brushing the short video. It's on fire again. It's playing the guitar at a guitar store in Karani Mall. The playing is too good. Zhu Yeye was also discussing it, full of excitement. I didn't expect that brother Rolls-Royce could actually play the guitar. Rich and talented. Hearing him play Dream Wedding, I feel like I'm really married. And it's still with brother Rolls-Royce. Zhu Yeye closed her eyes with a longing face, fantasizing about stepping into the wedding hall with brother Rolls-Royce. Lin Fan is here. Someone saw Lin Fan come in. Lin Fan, I can't believe you weren't late on Monday. It looks like you drove that Wuling Hongguang. Zhu Yeye laughed. Lin Fan was too lazy to take care of her. The keys to that Wuling Hongguang, Lin Fan had never touched it at all. After the morning meeting, Zhu Yeye found Lin Fan and instructed Lin Fan to maintain the People's Hospital market well, to ensure that the medical equipment produced can be sold and smoothly. Lin Fan nodded his head in agreement. After explaining this, Zhu Yeye went to Wei Yu's office. Mr. Wei, he has already handed over the People's Hospital side of the market to Lin Fan, Zhu Yeye said as she entered. Good. Wei Yu nodded. The People's Hospital is a big piece of fat meat. If Lin Fan gets this piece of fat meat right, our company, we can say that in this piece of medical equipment, we have made a name for ourselves. Such an important market, giving full authority to Lin Fan? Zhu Yeye hesitated. I have my own weighing. Wei Yu hemmed and hawed. If he can really eat this piece of fat meat, It's estimated that the commission will be tens of thousands. When he's happily waiting for his paycheck, I'll find a random excuse to fire him, so he won't get a dime. If he can't eat it, fire him too. After all, with my dad's connections, there's no shortage of the people's hospital market. Ju Yu nodded. In short, no matter what, Lin Fan results are miserable. After promising to be in charge of the people's hospital market, Lin Fan directly sent a message to Li Chang, informing him of the various requirements, which also saved Lin Fan from running the market. In the evening after work, Lin Fan came home from work and found that there was an extra person at home. Dad, why are you here? Lin Fan shouted and hurriedly poured a cup of warm water for Yang Jingtao. The person who came was none other than his old husband, Yang Jingtao, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV. I came to see my daughter, can't I? Yang Jingtao did not even look at Lin Fan. Of course. Lin Fan smiled. Not long after, Yang Shui also came back from work. Lin Fan, you go aside. I'll talk to my daughter-in-law for a few minutes, Yang Jingtao said directly. Okay Dad. Lin Fan didn't ask many questions and went to his room. Daughter, see I called to tell me that you bought a car? Yang Jingtao pulled Yang Shui to one side and sat down. Yeah. Yang Shui nodded her head. No surprises, the matter of buying a car definitely can't be hidden. For C said, it's still a Mercedes, you take me to see it. Yang Jingtao said, good. Yang Shui brought Yang Jingtao downstairs. Good. This car is beautiful. Good looking. Yang Jingtao looked at the Mercedes and marveled. Little Snow, this cost you a lot of money. Right. It didn't cost me any money. Yang Shui shook her head. It was bought by my husband. Lin Fan that loser bought it? Yang Jingtao's eyes glared. Xiao Shui, we're all family. You're still lying to your father me. Lin Fan that loser. Can he afford a Mercedes? It's good that he can afford the wheels of a car. Yang Shui wanted to explain, but looking at Yang Jingtao, I guess no matter how she explained, Yang Jingtao would not believe that Lin Fan bought it. I didn't expect Xiao Shui you still have savings to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Yang Jingtao cheerfully said. Dad, not a deposit. You don't need to explain. You're my daughter. There's nothing to this matter of you secretly depositing money. After all pro brothers have to be clear about their accounts. Yang Jingtao interrupted Yang Shui. But when there were deposits back then, it's true that you should help your sister more. At least don't lie to her about not being able to afford the bus. Dad, forget it, it's all in the past. You and your sister gap has been created. Just hope that you don't make a big conflict in the future. Yang Jingtao waved his hand and suddenly sighed up to the sky again. Your father I wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz when I was young, but I didn't have much money at that time. Now when I see this Mercedes-Benz, the ideas from my youth appear again. Chapter 30, give me another one. Xiao Shui, I divorced your mother when you were young, and it wasn't easy to single-handedly bring you guys up, and you suffered a lot. Now that I'm old, it's time for me to enjoy my blessings, but it's just that I recruited a loser to be my son-in-law at the door, making it very unsettling. Yang Jingtao opened his mouth. Now your father doesn't have any wishes. He just wants to get a Mercedes-Benz car to drive. It's also a fulfillment of the dream he had when he was young. After a big circle, Yang Shui finally understood Yang Jingtao's purpose. He had his eyes on this car. Dad, I didn't buy this car. Lin Fan did. Yang Shui was in a difficult position. If it was really bought by me, I will definitely give it to you if you say so. It's this time, and you're still lying to your dad. Yang Jingtao frowned. That loser Lin Fan. He eats and waits for death every day. Can he afford a Mercedes? Don't lie to your dad. Give or take this car. One word. He was bitter again. Besides, it costs more to keep a car. You drive every day. You have to spend money on gas, maintenance, violation of the law to stick a ticket, and so on. Your salary was not high, but you also have to support that waste of Lin Fan. And now you have another car. How much pressure on your life? Yang Shui nodded her head. Yang Jingtao was right. The car was bought until now. Just burning oil has burned $200 to $300 a month of various expenses, estimated thousands. If I say, you give me the car, your father's pension, still enough to raise a Mercedes. You still take the bus to work as usual. For one thing, it saves you money. There was already enough for one wimp, and with a car, I'm afraid your family won't be able to afford to eat. Yang Jingtao went on to say, for two, it's also considered doing filial piety. Dad, no matter what, this is still something to ask Lin Fan. I can't make the decision, driving or not. Yang Shui didn't matter, but the car was bought by Lin Fan. Even if they were husband and wife, they still had to consult each other. Hey, husband, there's something I want to talk to you about. Yang Shui dialed Lin Fan's phone and said the matter over. On the other end of the phone, Lin Fan directly agreed to give the car to Yang Jingtao. Yang Shui was surprised. Lin Fan promised too decisively. This is a Mercedes-Benz in his eyes, like a toy car, said to send it? Dad. Lin Fan promised. Yang Shui put down her cell phone. It's good if you promise. Yang Jingtao smiled, but in his heart, he sighed. His own daughter. Too much face for that loser. That loser couldn't possibly afford to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Xiao Shui calling him, saying that she was asking for advice, but it was just to give him face in front of her old husband, so that he still had some status at home. Yang Jingtao even doubted that the phone call had been dialed out, and the words just now were just said to himself. Dad. Car keys. Yang Shui fished out the car keys from her bag and handed them to Yang Jingtao. Good. Thank you, daughter. Your dad can finally have a Mercedes-Benz. Yang Jingtao joyfully took the keys. Dad. You should thank Lin Fan. Yang Shui said. Okay, thank that loser Lin Fan. Yang Jingtao said casually, pulling open the car door and getting in to start the car. Dad. Stay for dinner. No, I'm not eating, I'm just rushing for the car. When the car arrives, I'll go back. Yang Jingtao smiled and opened his mouth, driving the car out of the neighborhood. Yang Shui had no choice but to go upstairs. She now only hoped that Lin Fan wouldn't get angry because of this. Opening the door, Yang Shui found Lin Fan sitting on the sofa and chewing on an apple. Hubby, the car was driven away by my dad. Yang Shui hesitated for a moment and said, you mustn't be angry. My dad basically doesn't ask for anything. It's not easy for him to want the same thing. I'm really embarrassed to turn it down, so that's why I'm calling you to ask. It's fine, a car is just a car. Lin Fan nibbled on an apple, not caring. Yang Shui shook her head. The more Lin Fan pretended to look like he didn't care, the more she felt that the other party cared, which made Yang Shui's heart a little hard. You can't give the car to Yang Jingtao just because you want to fulfill your filial piety. After all, the car was expensive and it was still bought by Lin Fan. Wife, hurry up and cook. I'm starving. I've nibbled on 2 apples. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Good. Yang Shui went into the kitchen. After eating, Lin Fan said he wanted to go out for a walk and went downstairs. He rode the rusty second-hand pedal bike and went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Look, that tycoon is here again. Inside the 4S store, a group of sales saw a teenager from afar, pedaling a bicycle and wobbling over. This tycoon is too loaded. He has the strength to buy a car with full payment, but he's riding a bicycle. Yeah, I've never seen such a pretentious person. The salesmen were all showing contemptuous eyes. It wasn't that Lin Fan wanted to pretend. The car was given to Yang Jingtao and he could only come on a bicycle. When Lin Fan pulled the car over and parked it, the salesman immediately revealed a warm smile and welcomed him. Hello sir, welcome to Mercedes-Benz. What can I do for you? Is there any Mercedes E350L left? Give me another one. Full payment. Lin Fan took out his card and said directly, there are those sales. All of them were dumbfounded. This tycoon had only been around for a few days, and came over to mention another car. An hour later, Lin Fan stuffed the bike half into the trunk and drove away from the 4S store. Awesome! This is a real tycoon. In less than a week, lifting 2 Mercedes-Benzes. That's awesome. Those salesmen felt like their worldview had been shocked. Driving home, Lin Fan parked the car at the original location downstairs and went upstairs. Early the next morning, looking at Yang Shui's work, Lin Fan touched the keys to the new car and handed it over to her. Wife, take the keys. I can't bear to let you squeeze the bus to work. Keys? Looking at the Mercedes-Benz car keys, Yang Shui was slightly stunned. Hubby, you wouldn't have gone to my dad's place last night and stole the car back. If my dad knew about this, he would be furious. How come? New car. Bought another one. Lin Fan said. Bought another one? Yang Shui froze in place. The last Mercedes-Benz she bought had only been driven for a few days. And this is buying another one? Lin Fan brought Yang Shui downstairs. Seeing another brand new Mercedes, Yang Shui finally couldn't help but ask. Hubby, just how much petty cash do you have? The money you've spent during this time is enough to buy a small house in Donghai City. It's not much, and it's all my dad's money. Lin Fan smiled. Yang Shui shook her head. Since Lin Fan didn't want to answer positively, she didn't ask more. After Yang Shui drove to work, Lin Fan took a taxi to work as usual. While on the way, Lin Fan received a call from Li Chang from the People's Hospital. Young Lin, according to the contract, today how use medical equipment will officially enter our People's Hospital? I've already done all sorts of processes, and Wei Yu's side has also received the news. Well done. Lin Fan nodded his head. It's my honor to work for Lin Xiao. Right, this batch of medical equipment is worth 5 million. This payment, is it hitting Hao Yu's company account now? Li Chang asked again. No hurry first, you wait for my news. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Chapter 31, Lin Fan. Are you surprised? The owner of Hoya Company was none other than Wei Yu, Yang Shui's previous suitor and also considered Lin Fan's love rival. Although Lin Fan wasn't bad, he wasn't a good person either. So naturally he couldn't just give this 5 million to Wei Yu for no reason. Okay young Lin, then I will put this payment first. If there is any problem, feel free to find me. Li Chang on the other end of the phone said. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan arrived at the company. Good news. When the morning meeting was held, Zhu Yeye announced in public, the People's Hospital market. We've successfully taken it. And today, the medical devices produced by our company will soon enter the People's Hospital. Really? Great news. The People's Hospital is a big piece of fat meat. The fact that we can get this piece of bone to gnaw is enough to show that our company's business ability is still very strong. We can get more dividends at the end of the year. Everyone was talking and looking excited to be able to take this market. It's all because of everyone's efforts. Without us working together, it's impossible to take this market. Zhu Yeye continued. Yes, but I feel that Lin Fan deserves the most credit, a colleague said. After all, he signed the contract. Ha, Zhu Yeye frowned. Xiao Chang, that's not right. Without our previous padding, efforts and running around, can we sign this contract? Lin Fan just joined on the first day and was lucky enough to let him run into it before signing the contract. Yeah, if I were sent there someday, I could sign it too. Lin Fan was just lucky. The co-workers refuted Xiao Chang. Colleague Xiao Chang lowered his head, not daring to speak. In order to celebrate this happy event, our general manager has decided to invite everyone to Tsuehu Dining Hall for dinner today. Rub a meal to celebrate. Zhu Yeye said again. Tsuehu Dining Hall? The eyes of the crowd glowed. Tsuehu Restaurant is the top restaurant in Donghai City. I've never been there before. It's rumored that those who serve plates inside, 9,000 a month, higher than my salary. I'm actually honored to eat at Tsuehu Restaurant. I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it too. I've never been to that kind of upscale place. Zhu Yeye said. Alright, let's all set off. The company chartered car is parked downstairs. Good. The crowd went downstairs. Downstairs had already parked 3 Buick 7-seater commercial cars. After the crowd got on the car, they found that there was not enough to sit on. There was an extra person standing on the side of the road. The extra person was none other than Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the manager ordered. You drive that Wuling Hongguang. Zhu Yeye lowered the car window and teasingly opened her mouth. After all, that car was given to you. It's a waste if you don't drive it. Minister Zhu, Tsuehu Villa is such an upscale place. If Lin Fan drives a Wuling Hongguang to go, will the doorman let him in? Inside the car, a colleague tuned. Laughing, he asked. Then I don't know. Zhu Yeye shook her head and said. Lin Fan, hurry up it's in the Green Bamboo Pavilion. Tsuehu Villa kind of upscale place. You may have this one chance in your life to go in for dinner. You have to grasp it well. Don't miss it. As soon as the words were said, the 3 Buick commercial cars whizzed away. When the cars left, Lin Fan took a taxi to Tsuehu Villa. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the Tsuehu Dining Hall, and he lightly entered. Welcome to the Tsuehu Dining Hall. Sir, which compartment did you reserve this time? The waiter came over and asked enthusiastically. You recognize me? Lin Fan unexpectedly looked at the waiter. This waitress was wearing a purple uniform. Her 2 snowy legs were exposed and her figure was shapely. Sir, you are a celebrity. How could I not know you? The waitress laughed. The Rolls-Royce Brothers video. It's on fire all over the internet. 2 days ago you were sitting on that Rolls-Royce with license plate 99,999 going out from our restaurant. Your identity. I know it, although the internet doesn't have your appearance. But you're back. That day I was imprinted in my heart. And it is said that you can also play the guitar. Really multi-talented. The waiter's eyes vaguely sprouted little stars. Lin Fan smiled helplessly and said, the reservation is for the Green Bamboo Pavilion's box. Green Bamboo Pavilion? The waitress was a bit surprised. The Green Bamboo Pavilion was the lowest grade box in Tsuehu Dining Hall. She did not expect Lin Fan to book the Green Bamboo Pavilion. Although it was the lowest grade, compared to other restaurants, the specifications were already very high. The company booked it. Lin Fan explained. I see. Sir, follow me. The waiter immediately led Lin Fan to the Green Bamboo Pavilion, where his colleagues had already arrived. Yo, Lin Fan is here. Zhu Yeye spoke. You drove a Wuling Hongguang. I was afraid that the restaurant wouldn't let you in. I was ready to go out and pick you up. Sit down. Zhu Yeye pointed to the far corner seat. Lin Fan walked over to sit down. The dishes have been served. Are expensive. Thick soup bird's fin, soy sauce roasted baby fish, gold cake rolls, hanging oven sandboard chicken. The aroma of the various dishes emanated, making people salivate, and the colors were also very nice and striking. Zhu Yeye and the others couldn't help themselves and picked up their cell phones to take pictures to send to their friends. Ha, Lin Fan. Why don't you take pictures to send to your friends? A coworker saw Lin Fan not moving at all and couldn't help but ask unexpectedly. In this day and age, Once on the table, first take pictures. It was very rare for Lin Fan to not even touch his cell phone like this. I guess it's the first time I came to Tsuehu Villa, seeing so many expensive dishes. Scared silly. Zhu Yeye snapped the photo and snorted. Any one dish in here is worth a month's salary for him. Besides, if he's like this, even if he takes a picture and sends it to his friends, will those friends of his believe that he, Lin Fan, can go to Tsuehu Villa to eat? Makes sense. That colleague nodded. Indeed, Tsuehu Villa, a meal of 50,000 to 60,000 to hit the bottom. Even she only dared to take pictures and did not dare to send a circle of friends to locate. A meal of $50,000 to $60,000. If those people in the circle of friends knew, they would definitely go crazy. Lin Fan, if you don't send it to your friend circle, you also take a few pictures. Zhu Yeye made a show and said as she retouched the picture, "This is probably the best dish you've ever eaten in your life." No need. Lin Fan shook his head. Ha, stinky beggar. Zhu Yeye rolled her eyes. Hello everyone. A voice came. Outside the door, a man walked in. The visitor was dressed in a suit. Very straight. The muscles under the suit. Very linear. Obviously often fitness. White appearance. This kind of man is very lethal to women of any age. It was Wei Yu. Mr. Wei is here. Welcome Mr. Wei. The co-workers were all standing up to welcome him. Everyone sit down. Wei Yu signaled the crowd to sit down. He himself walked to the upper seat. His eyes looked at Lin Fan and smiled. Lin Fan, are you surprised that your general manager is me? And that How You Medical Devices is the company I founded? Zhu Yu teasingly looked at Lin Fan. She knew that Lin Fan was Wei Yu's love rival identity. Previously, Wei Yu hid his identity very well and didn't reveal it. Now that he suddenly appeared, Zhu Yu looked at Lin Fan, revealing his identity. Now that he suddenly appeared, Zhu Yu wanted to see surprise, embarrassment, and embarrassment in Lin Fan's eyes. Chapter 32. You're fired. No. Lin Fan shook his head. Unsurprisingly, Wei Yu's arrival had been expected. No? Wei Yu and Zhu Yeye were both stunned. Lin Fan, what are you pretending? Zhu Yeye rolled her eyes. The boss you work for is your love rival. Your heart must be very hard. Ha ha. The co-workers were surprised, not expecting Lin Fan and Wei Yu to have this relationship. No wonder. Minister Zhu targeted Lin Fan on his first day. So he's Mr. Wei's love rival. This Lin Fan is really miserable. What's even more miserable is that the People's Hospital's market dividend, General Manager Wei probably won't give it to him. It's equivalent to working for nothing. The co-workers murmured. Well, since you want to save face, it's okay to say hard that it's not unexpected. Wei Yu smiled. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. People have arrived. Let's eat. The crowd started eating, each toasting to Wei Yu. Between pushing the cups, the horse's ass flew towards Wei Yu. Wei Yu was very flattered. Only Lin Fan sat there and ate in silence. Lin Fan, do you have any manners? Everyone toasts to Mr. Wei. Why you don't even touch the wine glass? Zhu Yeye looked at Lin Fan coldly. Since he doesn't want to toast, forget it. Wei Yu waved his hand and toned. Laughing, he said, this wine is Cellar Moutai. Mellow flavor, a bottle of several $1,000s. Giving it to a person like him is a waste. Mr. Wei is very generous. I didn't expect this wine to be so expensive. Lin Fan really doesn't know what he's talking about. Not only the wine, this table is estimated to be tens of thousands of dollars. The crowd said. For this table, $80,000. Wei Yu opened his mouth. In Suehu Dining Hall, it's a very usual meal. Suehu Dining Hall box. There are 8 pavilions. 4 seats, 2 halls say. Our green bamboo pavilion is the lowest grade box, but a meal of $50,000 to hit the bottom grade compared to other restaurants, or very high. The crowd shut up, not daring to open their mouths, listening to Wei Yu speak for fear of interrupting him. 4 seats, the price of each meal, $100,000 to start, and so our company grows 4 seats, the price of each meal, $100,000 to start, and so our company grows. I take you to taste the Tsuehu Villa's Qingchuan seat. When our company grows, I will bring you to try the fresh spring seat of Tsuehu Mountain Villa. Around that box, there are springs flowing. Eating in that environment is a kind of enjoyment. Clear spring seat? The crowd's eyes were glowing as they imagined the picture of sitting next to a spring and eating. Mr. Wei, which 2 halls are the 2 halls? Zhu Yeye couldn't help but ask. The 2 halls are the Crouching Dragon Hall and the Hidden Tiger Hall. Wei Yu explained. The price of each meal in these 2 halls starts at $500,000. And it's not enough to have money. You also have to have an identity, assets of at least $100 million, to be qualified to eat in these 2 halls. My father was fortunate enough to have eaten at the Hidden Tiger Hall once, and after returning, he told me that if he could host a banquet at Crouching Dragon and Hidden Tiger in his life, he would be satisfied. Wei Yu had a look of anticipation on his face. He also wanted to eat at these two halls. Being able to dine in that kind of place was a status and status symbol. Hundreds of millions of assets? Zhu Yeye's eyes widened. This was an existence she wouldn't even dare to think about. She turned her gaze and realized that Lin Fan was sitting there without speaking, and immediately said, "Lin Fan, are you deaf? A meal starting at $500,000. This is something you wouldn't even dare to think about. He, people like you, in this life, if you can treat me to a meal at the Green Bamboo Pavilion, I'll be impressed. But a meal that costs $50,000 at the bottom, I guess you can't afford to treat me." Zhu Yeye sneered. "Why should I treat you to a meal?" Lin Fan asked a rhetorical question. These words made Zhu Yu look dumbfounded, so much so that she didn't know how to retort. You, don't talk to Lin Fan. He hasn't been to such a high-end place. Isn't it good for you to let him have a quiet meal? Experience what it means to live like a rich person. Wei Yu teasingly opened his mouth and asked again, "Don't you like the Rolls-Royce brother who was very hot online?" "Yes, why?" Zhu Yeye's eyes lit up and added, "It's not like, it's love. I'm his brainwashed fan. It's a pity that there are only 2 videos of him online. It's so low-key. Ha ha." Wei Yu laughed. "When I booked the box, I heard the waiter say that some time ago, Rolls-Royce brother came to Tsuehu dining hall for dinner. Maybe you can still meet him." "Oh, what?" Zhu Yu stood up excitedly. "My boy god came here to eat? If I had come a few days earlier, maybe I would have really met him. She regretted it beyond measure and added, "No, after I finish eating later, I'm going to ask the waiter what my male god really looks like. He must be very handsome, very temperamental." Wei Yu shook his head, not expecting that a Rolls-Royce would make Zhu Yeye a nymphomaniac to such an extent. But thinking about it, this kind of rich and talented, which girl doesn't like it? Alright, the meal is almost done. I will announce 2 things below. Wei Yu's expression was suddenly serious. The crowd present immediately quieted down. The People's Hospital market has been successfully developed. The equipment has started to be sold into the hospital. We just have to wait for the money to arrive. Wei Yu opened his mouth. This market currently can bring us around $1 million in profit, and in the future, the People's Hospital will also be our long-lasting equipment exporter. Bringing in tens of millions in profit is not impossible. Hearing this, the gazes of the crowd were vaguely excited. The first thing I'm going to announce, 1 million profit. I'll take out $500,000 and give it to each of you as a dividend, and it will be credited to your salary cards next month, with an average of more than 20,000 points per person. Long live Mr. Wei. Long live Mr. Wei. As soon as Wei Yu finished his words, the crowd underneath immediately boiled and shouted happily. More than 20,000 points was not a small amount. Wei Yu signaled everyone to be quiet. His eyes looked at Lin Fan. His voice suddenly turned cold. "The second thing is, Lin Fan, from now on you are fired." The crowd froze slightly. Zhu Yeye, on the other hand, revealed a smile. Lin Fan's expulsion was within her expectation. "Why did you fire me? I think I haven't made any mistakes since I've been working in the company, right?" Lin Fan asked. "No, you made a mistake. You were late on your first day of work," Wei Yu said. "In addition, the company's probation period is 3 months. You've been working for the past few days. Through observation, you don't meet our company's requirements, so I have the right to dismiss you." "What about the salary?" Lin Fan asked. "Wages?" Zhu Yu froze and sneered. "Lin Fan, you've only come to work for less than a week and you've been dismissed. You actually have the cheek to want wages? You're teasing me. I signed the People's Hospital contract. Why can't I ask for wages? You signed it. You just got lucky. Lucky to have you stumble upon it. If it wasn't for our Mr. Wei lobbying and running around before, could you have signed the contract as soon as you arrived at the hospital?" Zhu Yu looked at Lin Fan as if she was looking at an idiot. "Lin Fan, according to the reason, you don't get paid, but I see that you're pitiful, so I'll give you more than $100 as your salary for these few days." Wei Yu let out a light laugh. Chapter 33, Pledging Your Time. Over $100. Ha ha, is Mr. Wei paying off a beggar? This Lin Fan, isn't he just a beggar? The co-workers laughed. "Of course, if you don't want to be fired, you have another option." Wei Yu's tone suddenly changed. "Yang Shui, I've been chasing after her since I was in college, and I've been chasing after her for 4 whole years without any results. I but went abroad to study for a year, and returned home to find that my goddess actually married you this poor. It's really infuriating." Anger appeared in Wei Yu's eyes. His fists clenched. "The choice I give you is, divorce Yang Shui. As long as you divorce him, I won't fire you, and I can even share the other $500,000 of profit, directly to you." Lin Fan, $500,000, it's not a small amount for you. Think about it. Are you an idiot? Lin Fan sneered and looked at Wei Yu. Yang Shui was the woman that Lin Fan had identified in his life. The idea of divorce had never appeared in Lin Fan's mind. "Lin Fan, 500,000 ah, it's not a small amount for you, Zhu Yeye said. With this $500,000, you can completely take the money to a small county to open a kiosk and live a leisurely life. If I were you, I would definitely choose divorce. Who let you have only money in your head? Lin Fan despised. You. Zhu Yeye was so angry that she couldn't speak. Do you know what it feels like to have a basket full of water? Lin Fan looked at Wei Yu. Of course I know. Wei Yu grinned. That's how you feel right now. Working for me for nothing, creating millions of profits for me, but not getting a single cent. You're just a basket case. There are actually stupid people like you in the world. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, I'll give you the last 10 seconds to think about it. Divorce Yang Shui and I'll give you $500,000. Otherwise, you get the hell out of here immediately. Wei Yu had just finished speaking when suddenly, his phone rang. Wei Yu picked it up and saw that it was People's Hospital Li Chang's number. Hey, Dean Li. He picked up the phone with a warm smile on his face. The medical devices produced by our How You entered the People's Hospital. Is Dean Li still satisfied with the devices? Mr. Wei, our People's Hospital's cooperation with you is cancelled, and that batch of medical devices is on its way back. Li Chang's emotionless voice came. Cooperation cancelled? Wei Yu's entire stayed, completely dumbfounded. Why is it cancelled? He was somewhat in disbelief. Besides, Dean Li, we signed a contract. You cancel it at will. You have to compensate for the breach of contract. Compensation? Oh, it's good that I didn't ask you to compensate. Li Chang sneered. Your medical equipment, which has serious quality problems, almost caused a medical disturbance in our hospital. Impossible. Our medical devices are strictly inspected. It's impossible to have quality problems. Wei Yu shook his head. When I say there are quality problems, there are quality problems. Li Chang had an overbearing attitude. There are plenty of manufacturers that produce medical devices. There is no shortage of you. From today onwards, the People's Hospital will also not cooperate with How You anymore. And at the same time, we are going to spread this news. The last words were a bolt from the blue for Wei Yu. His entire, pale face was white. The People's Hospital was the largest hospital in Donghai City, and it could be said that it was the titan of the hospital, with full prestige. If Li Chang spread the news that there was a problem with the quality of medical equipment, then it would be very difficult for them, How You, to gain a foothold in this industry in the future. The only thing that would greet them would be bankruptcy. Dean Li, Wei Yu immediately said, I admit that there are problems with the medical devices, and the cooperation can be cancelled. I only ask you for one thing, don't spread the news. If you spread it, you're forcing our company to the brink of extinction. Dean Li, tut tut tut. Before he could finish his words, the sound of hanging up came. How could this be? Wei Yu felt weak all over. A fart. Cher sat down on the chair, eyes lifeless, muttering under his breath. How could this happen? Medical equipment. There can't be a problem. Why is this? In this instant, he had a kind of heaven to hell feeling. The original mood, or joyful. After all, eat the People's Hospital this piece of fat meat. But Li Chang this phone, like a pot of ice water, pouring on his head, let him body cold to the bone. Colleagues present, all quiet down. The heart bitter. Li Chang cooperation cancelled. They're more than $20,000 of dividends. Naturally, are all bubbles. Do you know what it feels like to have a basket of water that is empty? Lin Fan looked at Wei Yu and asked again. He believed that Wei Yu deeply understood what the words meant. Lin Fan, do you have any quality? How dare you make snide remarks here? Zhu Ye's gaze went cold as she rebuked Lin Fan. The company is now in this situation. We should work together to face it. Not like you. I've already been fired. I'm not a member of the company anymore. So it's not okay to talk sarcastically? Lin Fan wore a smile on his face. You are pissing me off. Zhu Ye straight clenched her teeth. Not angry. Not angry. Cannot be angry for this poor angry. Angry will grow wrinkles. Look at my family's male god. I'm in a beautiful mood. She touched out her cell phone, opened the short video of Rolls-Royce brother and brushed it, and her mood was really much better. It's still my male god that has a healing effect. Zhu Ye sighed. When the company encountered difficulties, the video of my male god gave me great encouragement. He is the sun in my heart. This setback. What is it? She was in a better mood. All of a sudden, creak. Suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open, and 4 or 5 waiters walked in. They were all little girls, wearing purple uniforms, revealing their long and beautiful legs, all of them very tall, with shy and excited expressions on their faces. What are you guys doing here at this hour? Can't you see we're eating? Zhu Ye frowned and asked. Sorry for disturbing everyone. One of the waiters spoke. This waiter was the one who brought Lin Fan into the green bamboo pavilion. That, brother Rolls-Royce, can I have your autograph? The waiter's gaze went directly to Lin Fan, his face blushing as he gathered the courage to speak. Yeah, we're all your fans. Give us an autograph. Brother Rolls-Royce, I like you so much, those waiters said one after another, looking at Lin Fan with little stars in their eyes. Lao, Rolls-Royce brother? Zhu Yeye's eyes glared. Where is it? Where is my male god? Can it be that he is also in this box? Her eyes looked around inside the box to survey the area, but these were all her colleagues. Where is there a Rolls-Royce brother? These waiters? They can't be insane. Zhu Yeye shook her head. One of the waiters, on the other hand, had already walked up to Lin Fan and stretched out her white palm facing upwards. Her heart thumped and she blushed. Brother Rolls-Royce, I don't have any paper. You write your signature directly on my palm. Chapter 34, Lin Fan. Do you want to be shameless? Lin Fan shook his head and smiled, took the pen and prepared to sign, but Rolls-Royce had too many strokes. So Lin Fan wrote the word fan on the waiter's palm. Thank you brother Rolls-Royce. Little brother writes so dashingly, just like others. The waitress was so happy to get the signature that she almost jumped up, her face full of excitement. She decided that she would never wash her hands in this life and keep Rolls-Royce brother's signature. He's Rolls-Royce brother? Zhu Yeye was dumbfounded, her eyes wide, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. At this time, another waitress came over, nervously biting her thin lips, shyly saying, Brother Rolls-Royce, you are my male god, can you give me an autograph too? She stretched out her jade hand, palm facing up. Lin Fan picked up a pen and prepared to sign. Lin Fan, are you going to be shameless? Zhu Yeye snatched the signing pen from Lin Fan's hand and looked at Lin Fan with cold severity. Poor people like you, what right do you have to pretend to be a Rolls-Royce brother? Who are you to pretend to be my male god? You, this person, your character is corrupt. You are simply shameless. What are you doing? Why are you talking about my male god? The waiter who wanted an autograph was dissatisfied. You haven't seen Brother Rolls-Royce, but we have. Some time ago, Brother Rolls-Royce even came to our Tsuehu dining hall Wulong Hall for dinner. Yes, if you're rude to my idol, I'll be rude to you. Big deal. I won't let you insult my idol even if I don't want to lose my job. Those little waitress girls exploded. Just him? Still eating at Wulong Hall? Laughs me to death. Zhu Yeye pointed at Lin Fan and sneered. How can he, a guy who drives a Wuling Hongguang, be qualified to eat at the Wulong Hall? A meal at Wulong Hall starts at $500,000. Our Mr. Wei can't even afford to eat there. How can he afford to eat this poor man? Humph. Rat-eyed. A waiter rolled his eyes. Brother Rolls-Royce came to our Wulong Hall to eat? We all took pictures. There are also pictures of him leaving. The waiter took out his cell phone, opened the photo album and scratched twice in front of Zhu Yeye. On it were the very photos of Lin Fan sitting on a long table seat at Wulong Hall for dinner, and a few more photos of Lin Fan coming out of the restaurant and getting into the Rolls-Royce. How is this possible? Zhu Yeye was struck by lightning. Her face was full of shock and she took a few steps back. The chair was knocked down to the ground by her. Impossible. How can Lin Fan, this poor man, be the male god that I think about day and night? How could it be the Rolls-Royce brother I fell in love with? Those co-workers of Lin Fan were all dumbfounded as well. No way. Lin Fan is Rolls-Royce brother? His clothes don't add up to more than $200. Can he afford to drive a Rolls-Royce? You don't have to say. The clothes Lin Fan wore on his first day at work are really a bit similar to the clothes worn by the Rolls-Royce brother on the hot internet. A co-worker reacted. Like hell. I don't believe that Lin Fan, this stinking beggar, is Rolls-Royce brother. Zhu Yeye exclaimed. She still didn't believe it. Wait. I remember that day during the lunch break. I took a picture of our office and sent it to my friends. A co-worker named Xiao Cheng touched his phone and opened his friend circle. There was a photo of the entire office within the friend circle, and his fingers zoomed in on the photo to Lin Fan. On that day, Lin Fan was wearing a gray t-shirt, and on his feet was a pair of very ordinary canvas shoes, sleeping on his desk. Show me. Zhu Yuyu snatched the phone and placed it on the table, seeing the pair of canvas shoes instantly. Zhu Yuyu's pupils shrank, truly dumbfounded. The Rolls-Royce brothers video. She had swiped it hundreds of times. That pair of shoes. Too familiar. It was the same pair that Lin Fan was wearing on his feet. And the clothes? It was also the gray t-shirt Lin Fan was wearing. Bang bang bang. She trembled and retreated 3 steps in a row. Snapping, her cell phone shattered on the ground. With a thud, she sat on her but on the cold floor. Impossible, impossible. Lin Fan this poor. How can it be a Rolls-Royce brother? Zhu Yeye's eyes were lifeless. Her mouth muttered. Her whole person was greatly impacted. The male god that I think about day and night and can't forget, is actually the poor, who works with me in a piece. How is this possible? There were tears flowing from Zhu Yuyu's eyes, but she couldn't believe it anymore. All kinds of evidence showed that Lin Fan was the Rolls-Royce brother. The waiter's photo could be P-titled, but the colleague Xiao Cheng's circle of friends, Zhu Yeye also clicked on the like, to now have the impression that there can never be a fake. Why are you Rolls-Royce brother? Zhu Yeye looked up, her eyes full of tears looking at Lin Fan. Do you know how much I love Brother Rolls-Royce? I swiped his videos for him and my eyes swelled up. I dream every night of holding hands and kissing with him. I even dream of entering the marriage hall with him. Why? Why is my male god a poor like you? Blame me? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Lin Fan, thought that from beginning to end, he hadn't done anything wrong. It was all wishful thinking on the part of this Xu Yeye. Lin Fan is actually a Rolls-Royce brother? Wei Yu, who had just been hit once by the People's Hospital's cancelled cooperation, suffered another blow. He looked at Lin Fan incredulously. This Lin Fan, how could he be the Rolls-Royce brother? The first time I saw him that day, he didn't even have a car. How could he suddenly have a Rolls-Royce? If that Rolls-Royce is really Lin Fan's. Thinking of this, a wave of despair surged through Wei Yu's heart. If Lin Fan really had a Rolls-Royce, could he, Wei Yu, take Yang Shui back from his love rival Lin Fan? He still has that strength? Have that capital? The feeling of powerlessness filled Wei Yu's whole body. Brother Rolls-Royce, give me your autograph. Yes, those waiters, again, greeted him. Lin Fan did not refuse, one by one to give them a signature. After signing, Lin Fan got up and stepped away. At this time, the box, colleagues silent, Zhu Yu choked, heartbroken, Wei Yu equally ugly face. The crowd just like this, watched Lin Fan leave. Inexplicable taste, in the hearts of the people welled up. Out of Tsuweihu restaurant, Lin Fan took a car home. Wei Yu's job. Lin Fan naturally did not need to do it anymore. He was considering whether to find another job, or first idle. Not long after arriving home, a phone call suddenly called. Lin Fan took a look. It was from his old husband, Yang Jingtao. Hey, Dad. Lin Fan, you are limited to 20 minutes to be here at the Changchun Road intersection. Yang Jingtao's undeniable voice came. Something wrong? Lin Fan asked curiously. Come over when I tell you to come over. Where is all this nonsense coming from? Yang Jingtao spoke impatiently. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan headed to Changchun Road. In about 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived here. The Mercedes-Benz E350L that had been given to Yang Jingtao was parked at the corner of the intersection, and Yang Jingtao stood by the side of the road with a somewhat ugly face. In front of the car, an old man was lying on the ground, his expression twisted as if he was enduring great pain. Chapter 35 Lin Fan's stance. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Fan asked immediately. Why did you come so slowly? Yang Jingtao was very dissatisfied and followed by pointing at the old man on the ground, his face full of anger. He touched porcelain. Touching porcelain? Lin Fan looked at the old man on the ground. The other party's expression was distorted. Not like touching porcelain. Old man, where did you hit? Lin Fan squatted down and asked. Here, I goo. It hurts me to death. Cough cough cough. The old man's lungs seemed to have problems. While coughing, while lifting the pants, the left leg knee has been red, a large area, swollen. Half of the leg cannot stop trembling. So serious. Lin Fan estimated that the bones may have hit the crack. Fill out the cell phone. Hurry, first call 120 to save people is important. What things to say later? Call what 120? Yang Jingtao snatched Lin Fan's cell phone and coldly said, this old man, seen he driving a Mercedes-Benz, obviously come over to touch the porcelain, was hit as his deserved. To call 120, let him call it himself. This gentleman, I did not touch porcelain. The old man aggrieved, I just follow the traffic lights across the street. Clearly you run the red light. Cough cough cough. The old man, my family although no money, but I make money, are relying on their own hands. Never do touch porcelain, this kind of thing. Humph. You can count on it. Yang Jingtao snorted coldly, but a little vain. Nowadays, society, like you, see luxury cars to bump into a lot of people. You are also quite experienced. See, I do not have a car recorder and then rushed up. Dead without proof, right? Lin Fan, you stay here first. Wait for the traffic police to come and help me deal with this. I still have some things to do over there. Yang Jingtao finished speaking and was about to leave. Lin Fan immediately stopped Yang Jingtao. Dad, both sides are justified in this matter. It's better to wait for the traffic police to come over. You can't just leave like this. Why can't I leave? Yang Jingtao looked straight at Lin Fan and said loudly, you loser. You've been in my Yang family for so long. I've provided you with food and drink, and now that I'm in a bit of trouble, you're not going to help me deal with it? Lin Fan suddenly understood. 8 out of 10. 9. It was Yang Jingtao who ran the red light and hit the old man. He called Lin Fan over to let Lin Fan take the blame, and if anything happened, Lin Fan would take the blame. Dad, I can promise to help you with this, Lin Fan said expressionlessly, but if it's true that you hit someone, you definitely won't be able to get away with it. If you leave now, it's a hit and run and you'll go to jail. I said, I didn't hit anyone. It was this old man who touched the porcelain. Yang Jingtao shouted, old man, I feel my conscience and swear, if I touch porcelain, I'll hit the sky with 5 thunderbolts. The old man on the ground cried out. Even if you guys are rich, you can't bully people like this. It's obvious that you ran the red light, but you have to say that I touched the porcelain. Goo, it hurts me to death. Cough cough cough. He couldn't stop coughing again. Dad, I don't know if you hit someone or not, Lin Fan said expressionlessly, but right now, you can't go. When the traffic police come, everything will naturally come out. If you really hit someone and leave, you will go to jail. I am doing this for your own good. Lin Fan, you punk, you want to turn the world upside down, don't you? Yang Jingtao roared angrily, drawing sideways glances from many passers-by. You come to my young family's door, contributing nothing, eating and waiting for death every day. Now you actually dare to defy your old husband. Are you still not a human being? Get out of the way. I'm leaving. Yang Jingtao stepped away. Lin Fan reached out and clutched Yang Jingtao's wrist. Sizzling. Pain. Yang Jingtao sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling like his wrist was caught in an iron vise, unable to move. Raw pain. This kid looks skinny and weak. How is it so strong? Yang Jingtao looked at Lin Fan oddly. How did he know that Lin Fan's family education since he was a child was the overall development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, beauty and labor? Not only talent, but Lin Fan's hands were also very athletic. From a young age, he had been trained in ways that were difficult for normal people to endure. Lin Fan thought that with his hands, a dozen or so big men could still be easily solved. Let go of me. Yang Jingtao tried hard to break free from Lin Fan's palm, but found that he couldn't move. You kid, treasonous, do you still want to beat up your old man? Yang Jingtao glared at Lin Fan, anger blazing in his eyes. Dad, I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Fan's attitude was resolute. I won't let you go before the traffic police come. I can't let you go from an ordinary car accident to a hit and run. He was again looking at the old man on the ground with a pained expression and said, if at home, you scolded me, mocked me, and ostracized me, I, Lin Fan, could have suffered because you are my father, Xiao Shui's father. You called me here because you want me to take the blame. That I know, but with your behavior, you have already hurt other people. I can't let you make a mistake again. You, hearing this, Yang Jingtao was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He let out a long sigh. Why would I recruit such a waste of a son-in-law to my home? Can't even handle this little thing? Not long after, the traffic police came, and Yang Jingtao's last thought of leaving disappeared. 10 minutes later, the traffic police finished fixing the blame. The owner of the car ran a red light and hit a person. Full responsibility. The monitor has photographed it. The traffic police wrote the ticket, while saying, later, the ambulance will come over. Send the injured to the hospital. Take the insurance or pay out of pocket to decide for themselves. Oh, you are still a bit of legal awareness. Did not escape. 2 days ago a car owner on the road ran a red light and hit and run. Less than 2 hours was caught by the police, and is now ready to go to court and then jail. Hearing this, Yang Jingtao lowered his head full of shame. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. This old husband is still a bit unconscious. The car was just given to him the next day when he ran a red light and hit someone. Lin Fan naturally won't criticize the old man. Let Yang Jingtao drive home. Then Lin Fan got into the ambulance and accompanied the old man into the hospital. 2 hours later, the old man's body wounds were treated. Doctor, not much of a problem, right? Watching the doctor come out, Lin Fan inquired. Don't worry Lin Xiao, the old man just cracked his bones. He'll be fine after a few months of rest. Fortunately there's no life-threatening problem. The doctor smiled. Lin Fan had just arrived at the hospital. Li Chang had received the news and immediately arranged for the best orthopedic doctor for Lin Fan. Because of Li Chang's relationship, the hospital doctors all had a respectful attitude towards Lin Fan. That's good. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and entered the hospital room. Young man, I really thank you this time. Cough. Seeing Lin Fan, the old man was full of gratitude. You are all rich people. If you bump into someone, if you have connections, you don't have to spend any money at all. If you really say that I touched the porcelain, there's no way for me to clear my name. You can't say that. The fault lies with us. It's us who hit you with our car. To say thank you, it's also us who say thank you. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lin Fan said seriously. What a polite young man. The old man exclaimed in admiration and added, young man, can I ask you for one thing? Anything? You can just say it. Chapter 36, I'm going to mind my own business. I have a grandson who is about the same age as you. The old man spoke. This kid, however, isn't as well behaved and understanding as you are. He just knows how to eat, drink, whore and gamble every day. But he has to come back for dinner every night. I'm hospitalized now, so I guess there's no way to cook dinner for him. Lin Fan listened quietly. The thing I want to ask you for is to help me go to my house and inform my grandson. Just say that grandpa can't cook dinner for him tonight. Cough cough. That's fine. You give me the address. Lin Fan nodded his head. This was nothing but a small matter to him. Okay, the address is. After getting the address, Lin Fan left the hospital and stopped a cab. Half an hour later, he reached his destination. This was the shantytown of Donghai City. In sight was a piece of gray, low and dilapidated old buildings. This kind of building, earthquake resistance, fire prevention, flood prevention is extremely poor. Once there is any natural disaster, that the people who live there, extremely dangerous. It's about the same as a slum. Lin Fan followed the address and started searching. The stench of the sewer came from the tip of his nose. The roads under his feet were potholed. Because of the haphazard distribution of houses, many of the roads were narrow and dead-end, and the children who were playing by the side of the road were all withered and malnourished. Lin Fan did not expect that in East Sea City, there were actually such poor places. No. 34 West Sea Hudong. Lin Fan searched for half a day and finally found the home that old man Wu was talking about. It was a simple, dilapidated small yard. The yard was overgrown with weeds. A clothesline ran across the small yard with a few pieces of mended clothes hanging on it. Lin Fan stepped in, but found no one inside. His grandson, Wu Chuan, shouldn't have returned yet. Lin Fan secretly thought. Don't run! A voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Fan looked over. An 18 or 19-year-old youth was full of panic and ran towards this with quick steps. The youth had a plate-inch head and was wearing a dirty gray t-shirt. According to old man Wu's description, this should be his grandson, Wu Chuan. Behind Wu Chuan, he was followed by two punks with dyed yellow hair, holding iron bars in their hands, chasing madly. Wu Chuan ran to the entrance of his house, but found a young man standing at the entrance. The young man had a smile on his face. His body was slightly thin, and all over his body, he had a kind of indescribable temperament. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Wu Chuan looked at Lin Fan warily. As soon as he finished speaking, the two punks had already run over and surrounded him with iron bars in their hands. Kid, you don't know how to die. You owe Brother Scar money for so long and you don't pay it back? Go back with me now, or I'll waste you now. The punk stared menacingly at Wu Chuan, and once he reached out, he grabbed Wu Chuan to death. Let go of me. Wait, what's going on? Lin Fan spoke up. Ha! The two punks then noticed that there was a youth standing on the side. If you don't want to die, don't be nosy with your dog. One of the punks glared at Lin Fan. You guys took someone away for no reason. I can't even ask? Lin Fan frowned. This kid owes our boss money, and now the boss is asking us to take him back. Is that reason enough? Another punk heatedly sneered. Owes your mother money, Wu Chuan exclaimed. 3 years ago, if it wasn't for that asshole Scar, who made me sign $100,000 and caused my family to die, would I be like this? Asterisk 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 you. In the casino, willing to gamble, willing to lose. You lost the money, that's what you deserve. A small punk raised his iron rod and smashed it towards Wu Chuan's shoulder. Seeing that the iron rod was about to hit, a slightly white hand suddenly stretched out and steadily grabbed the iron rod. Kid, you want to mind your own business? The two punks looked at Lin Fan at the same time, surprise appearing in their eyes. In this part of the shantytown, there had never been anyone who dared to mess with Scar. Yes, I'm going to mind my own business. Lin Fan nodded his head, his expression bland. Seek death. The two punks' gazes immediately became fierce, directly grabbing the iron rod and smashing it towards Lin Fan. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds rang out. The image that made Wu Chuan freeze appeared. Before those two iron bars could hit Lin Fan, the two yellow-haired punks, like kites with broken strings, were kicked down by Lin Fan, one by one, to a place 5 meters away. Pain, pain, pain. Sizzle. Both of them were grimacing in pain, feeling that their intestines had been kicked out and their asses. Shares fell into two halves. Kid, I'm Brother Scar's little brother. If you hit me, you're offending Brother Scar. Have guts. Leave your name. The two said one after another. Lin Fan. Lin Fan clapped his hands and smiled. He hadn't made a move in many years, yet he realized that his strength hadn't dropped a lot. This was also thanks to the previous devil training. Lin Fan's father, Lin Tianxiu's education philosophy for Lin Fan was, savage its body, civilized its spirit, allowing Lin Fan to far exceed ordinary people in both body and head. Good. You kid has guts. Wait. The two punks put down their harsh words and helped each other to leave. Awesome. Seeing that you are quite thin and weak, I didn't expect that your hands are so strong. Wu Chuan walked over and looked Lin Fan up and down, with admiration in his eyes, and then added, but you're in trouble. Scar is very prestigious in this area. You injured his people. He won't let you off easily. It's fine. Lin Fan didn't care. Lin Tianxiao restricted Lin Fan for 10 years, but during these 10 years, he also arranged quite a few undercards and umbrellas for him. Are you Wu Chuan? Lin Fan inquired. Yes. How do you know my name? Wu Chuan curiously said, your grandfather is hospitalized. He asked me to come and tell you that he can't cook for you tonight. Lin Fan said, Hospitalized? Wu Chuan's face changed and asked worriedly, what's going on? My old man drove and accidentally hit your grandfather. But don't worry, it's just a minor injury. Rest for a few months and you'll be fine. If the medical expenses, I'll cover it all. Lin Fan said with some embarrassment. What? Your old man knocked my grandfather over. Hearing this, Wu Chuan instantly exploded, rolled up his sleeves and swung his fist ready to beat Lin Fan. However, when he thought of Lin Fan's terrifying hands just now, he instantly wilted. Where is my grandfather? I'm going to see him now. People's Hospital. Let me take you there. After bringing Wu Chuan to the People's Hospital, Lin Fan returned home. Hubby, my dad just scolded you on the phone. Seeing Lin Fan return, Yang Shui said, he said that you were treasonous. Did you do something to annoy my dad? Lin Fan touched his nose. He didn't expect that his old husband was quite vindictive and sued Yang Shui, but Lin Fan thought he hadn't done anything wrong. It's like this. Lin Fan put the matter of the car accident and briefly talked about it. Chapter 37, I like you. After hearing this, Yang Shui shook her head helplessly. Dad is really something too. It's obvious that he hit someone with his car, and he's still thinking of escaping. No sense of law at all. Hubby, this time it's thanks to you, stopping my dad, or else something had to happen. It should be done. Lin Fan smiled. The next day Yang Shui went to work. Lin Fan once again turned into a hobo. He was going to take a nap, then buy some fruits and go see old man Wu. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell of his house rang. Lin Fan pulled open the door and was slightly stunned. Zhu Yeye was standing at the door. She was wearing a long dress. Her face was slightly powdered, but her eyes were red. What are you doing here? Lin Fan frowned. He didn't have a good feeling towards Zhu Yu. As for the other party being able to find this, Lin Fan wasn't surprised. He had filled in his home address on his entry information. Lin Fan, last night, I cried all night. Zhu Yeye opened her mouth. Looking at Lin Fan and the Rolls-Royce brothers' appearance once again overlapped. A wave of desolation and hard feelings welled up in her heart. It's none of my business. Lin Fan's voice was flat. Lin Fan, why are you so cold? Can't you comfort me? Thanks to me liking you so much. Zhu Yeye's voice was tinged with sadness. What you like is brother Rolls-Royce, not me. Lin Fan was expressionless. No, it's you that I like. Zhu Yeye shook her head with a resolute attitude. I thought about it last night and finally realized why I was sad. The Rolls-Royce brother I liked and loved was actually a co-worker that I mocked every day. This kind of discrepancy, I couldn't accept it at the time. Zhu Yu took a deep breath, but now I figured it out. Rolls-Royce brother, since it's you, I have to accept everything about you. Not only that you have Rolls-Royce and can play the guitar, but also accept you in your usual work, that kind of poor hangman look. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. This Zhu Yu, it seems like she is not very good at talking. I just slept for 2 hours last night, and I dreamt about you again. Zhu Yu continued. I woke up at 5 in the morning. There was a thought in my heart that told me to look for you. I kept cheering myself up, and I finally mustered up the courage and looked for you. After saying so much, I just want to tell you, Lin Fan, I like you. Towards the end, Zhu Yeye's voice drew up as if she was confessing. Can you agree to my pursuit? Zhu Yeye looked at Lin Fan with red eyes. Big sister, I'm married, and you should have seen the entry information. Lin Fan's head was spinning for a while. I have a family, I love my wife. There's no way I can agree to your pursuit. But I heard Mr. Wei say that you don't deserve your wife at all. Zhu Yeye hesitated for a moment and said, he also said that it's only a matter of time before the two of you get divorced. I think, when you get divorced, or I become the third party. Bang! Before Zhu Yu could finish her words, Lin Fan directly closed the door. If not for the fact that the other party was a woman, based on what he had just said, Lin Fan had already roughed up. Lin Fan, even if you get a divorce, I can still accept you. Zhu Yeye's voice came from outside. True to her words, Lin Fan lazily ignored her and went back to the house to continue sleeping. After sleeping until noon, Lin Fan simply ate lunch and pushed open the door to find that Zhu Yu had already left. He went out and bought some fruits, visited old man Wu in the hospital, saw that it was almost time for Yang Shui to get off work, so he went home. When he arrived at the neighborhood, Lin Fan found 2 cars parked downstairs, a Mercedes-Benz E350L, the very same one that Yang Shui just went to work in. Next to it was a Lamborghini convertible that Lin Fan recognized as Li Yangfu's car. Yo, Lin Fan is back. I just came down from your house. I just finished visiting your house, and now I'm about to go out for dinner. Li Yangfu poked his head out and looked at Lin Fan. Zhou Yaqian was wearing a white short skirt, revealing 2 long white legs, with red heels on her feet. She was bird-like, snuggled in Li Yangfu's arms with a satisfied smile on her lips. You two are progressing quite fast, Lin Fan said indifferently. Humph, Yangfu and I are in love with each other. Since we have established a relationship, the progress is naturally fast. Zhou Yeqian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan, thinking that it was after Li Yongfu helped her to solve the company's troubles. Zhou Yeqian had already promised Li Yongfu to pursue and be his girlfriend, and the duo's relationship so far was just short of the final step. Lin Fan, I just looked at your house. It's not good, Li Yongfu said with some contempt. Your home is on the 4th floor. Climbing the stairs will make me tired half dead. The walls next to the stairs are full of small advertisements, and there are garbage bags in front of your house, so it's dirty and messy. I really don't understand how you can live in this kind of environment. Is this a place for people to live? Yongfu, you think everyone is like your family, with housekeeper nannies and duplex villas, Zhou Yeqian said conspiratorially. People have their own destiny. Some people, it's suitable to live in this dirty and messy environment. The key is still not thinking about progress. A little bit of money to fool around. If Yang Shui was here, Zhou Yeqian would not have said this. But with Yang Shui upstairs, Zhou Yeqian took her usual contempt for Lin Fan and vented it out. Lin Fan, you say you have money to buy jewelry, cars, and clothes. Can't you come up with a down payment and buy a suite for Xiao Shui? Let Xiao Shui live in a better environment? Zhou Yeqian continued. You're kind of man. Really, too irresponsible. Not even 1/10,000th as good as Yongfu. Xiao Shui was really blind to marry you. While saying that, Zhou Yeqian also used her palm to stroke Li Yongfu's chest in a very intimate way. Yeah, Yang Shui is so beautiful. Why did she marry a loser like you? Really can't understand. Li Yongfu shook his head and smiled again. Of course, my family Yiqian is the most beautiful woman in the world. After saying that, in front of Lin Fan, the two of them kissed in the car. It took a full 3 minutes for the two to separate. Zhou Yeqian looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, do you know what it means to love a woman? Yongfu was called loving a woman, giving me a car, giving me a room, helping me with my work difficulties, so I like him. What I mean by saying these things to you is that I want you to learn from Yongfu what it means to love a woman, so that Xiao Shui won't suffer after you. Loving women? I think it's lying to women. Lin Fan shook his head, too lazy to argue. Alright Yiqian, don't waste time with this trash. Let's eat. It's all mountainous delicacies. I guess Lin Fan, this poor guy, has never eaten in his life. Li Yongfu started the car. Good. Zhou Yeqian nodded. The Lamborghini roared and took off, its exhaust fumes lashing out at Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand at the exhaust in front of his nose and went up the stairs. Why are Zhou Yeqian and the others here? After entering the house, Lin Fan asked. Ugh, Yang Shui is cooking dinner. Helplessly shook her head and said, Yeqian has promised Li Yongfu to pursue. The two of them are now in love. Where to show love? Today off work had to come to our home as a guest. Just left. How? You met them both downstairs? Chapter 38, Kidnapping. Lin Fan nodded and didn't say any more. There was no need for him to waste his mind on this kind of person. However, Li Yongfu's words reminded him that it was time to change a house. While eating dinner, Yang Shui's phone suddenly rang, and when she looked at it, it was Zhou Yeqian calling. Isn't Yiqian having dinner with Li Yongfu? What's the point of calling it this time? Yang Shui answered it suspiciously. Xiao Shui, save me. Yiqian's anxious voice came from the phone. Ha? Yang Shui's face changed. What's wrong, Yiqian? A minute later, hanging up the phone, Yang Shui's face became a little ugly. Wife, what's going on? Lin Fan asked. Yiqian and Li Yongfu were kidnapped. Yang Shui said. Kidnapped? Lin Fan froze. These two, just downstairs, were still showing love with him. It was only a short time later. They were kidnapped? The one who kidnapped him seems to be a gray zone character in East Sea City. The power is still very big. Yang Shui gruffly said. That side of the people said. Within 3 hours to $1 million. Otherwise tonight to the two of them. Thrown to the Yangtze River to feed the fish. Yiqian, although rich, but are fixed assets. 1 million cash. 3 hours? Impossible to raise. Li Yongfu has money. Let Li Yongfu find his dad, not on the line. Lin Fan said. Besides, Zhou Yeqian was kidnapped. What is she calling you for? Lin Fan on Zhou Yeqian, not much good feeling. And she has a wealth next to Li Yongfu. Zhou Yeqian cannot take $1 million. Li Yongfu cannot take? I don't know. Yiqian asked me to take 1 million from the company's account and pat it first. Wait to save them out and then make up the whole. Yang Shui opened her mouth. This is embezzlement. If it was in the past, Tianhai Finance was still Yiqian's company. I could embezzle it. But now, Tianhai Finance has become a wholly owned subsidiary of Renfan Capital, and my unauthorized misappropriation of public funds is against the law. That money is not Yiqian's money. Yang Shui was overwhelmed with difficulties. Since Tianhai Finance was acquired, Yang Shui's position in the company had jumped 2 levels in a row. From the original ordinary accountant, has been elevated to financial supervisor. Yang Shui estimated that in a few years, can become the financial director. Even she couldn't figure out why the upper echelon of the company, the people of fan capital, valued her so highly. Yang Shui is full of hope for the future. If this embezzlement of public funds was found, light dismissal, the future is ruined, heavy jail. In short, the consequences are very serious. But Zhou Yaqi inside, a few years of girlfriends, cannot see death. Yang Shui hesitated for a moment, a clenched teeth. Husband, no matter what, Yaqi and I must save. Although she usually talks a little mean, but her heart is still kind. I can't just stand by and see her in danger. She picked up her car keys and went out. Inside the company's safe deposit box, there are still 2 million in cash. I will go to get the money now. Husband, you eat well. Just this time embezzlement of public funds, surely by people where the senior management found out, by then the job will be lost. Forget it, saving people is important. Yang Shui hurriedly went downstairs. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. This stupid Renfan Capital's money is still not your money. It doesn't matter even if you misappropriated 100 million or a billion. When Yang Shui left, Lin Fan also went downstairs and stopped a cab. At the same time, inside the small dark room of an underground casino in Donghai City, the room was darkly lit and smoky. Li Yongfu and Zhou Yaqian were tied up on an iron chair. Both sides of Li Yongfu's face are red, swollen into a pig's head, eyes bulging, blood flowing from the corners of the mouth, his body constantly trembling. There is a deep fear in his eyes. Zhou Yaqian's eyes have tears flowing, issued a low whimper. Her shoulders, arms, calves have rope-binding blood-red bruises. Feet on the red high heel, fell aside. Around her, stood 4 minions with hideous tattoos, all tall and fierce. At the head, a man wearing a large gold chain, smoking a cigar, crossing his legs, playfully looking at the 2 people in front of him, opened his mouth. The phone has been called out. 3 hours, $1 million, the money is not enough. The male directly thrown into the river to feed the fish. The female to let the brethren cool off a little before feeding the fish. His voice was low, giving a sense of unquestionable. You seek death. Li Yongfu stared at the man and snapped. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. The man kicked Li Yongfu in the stomach and drank. People don't offend me. I don't offend. You kid has no quality. I was eating and you spit on my freshly purchased leather shoes. I hate it when people touch my shoes. And that's enough. You still don't apologize. If it wasn't for the fact that you drive a Lamborghini and should have some money, I would have thrown you into the river long ago. The man spat out a mouthful of smoke rings and cast a sidelong glance at Li Yongfu. It's this time, still pretending with me. This kicked Li Yongfu even with the chair, rolling on the ground twice. Li Yongfu feel intestines were kicked off, the whole stomach pain unbearable, cannot help but dry vomit up. The air suddenly filled with vomit flavor. On the side of Zhou Yaqian, there are tears in her eyes, and she muttered under her breath. Xiao Shui, hurry up and raise money to save me out She now regretted beyond measure. Originally, in the happy neighborhood, after mocking Lin Fan, Zhou Yaqian was in a good mood, and Li Yongfu to the restaurant to eat, but also you and me, sweet and incomparable, which no Li Yongfu spit a mouthful of phlegm, coincidentally, spit in front of the man's shoes. The man was in a suit, looks very gentle and elegant. He did not get angry, just let Li Yongfu apologize, but who knows? Li Yongfu bossy habit, directly arrogant. I spit on your shoes, is to give you face, still asking me to apologize. I don't know what to do. As soon as this was said, the man slammed the table. Whoosh! The entire restaurant, dozens of people, all stood up, their eyes staring viciously at Li Yongfu. Zhou Yaqian's face instantly turned pale, knowing that she had messed with the wrong person. The next thing was very simple. Li Yongfu was violently beaten up, and the 2 of them were brought to this small dark room. Xiao Shui, you must come and save me. Looking at the 4 big men surrounding her, Zhou Yaqian's heart trembled. This kind of battle, she had only seen it on TV. Inside the Tianhai financial safe, there is $2 million in cash. As long as Xiao Shui withdraws the money, she will be able to go out. By then it will be fine. Just hold it in for a little while longer. Zhou Yaqian kept comforting herself. At this time, she basically had nothing good to say about Li Yongfu. This guy, arrogant and domineering. If it wasn't for him, would this have happened? Li Yongfu, who was kicked in the face, struggled to sit up from the ground, stared at the man with bloodshot eyes, and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying, you dare to hit me. Do you know that my dad is Li Chunsheng? If you hit me, my dad will make your life worse than death. Li Chunsheng? Who is Li Chunsheng? The man froze, feeling that this name was a bit familiar. Chapter 39. I'm looking for Chan Wuji. Brother Tiger. Li Chunsheng is a real estate predator in Donghai City. One of the man's juniors pasted over, his voice low. This person is very prestigious in the real estate industry of Donghai City. 30% of the neighborhoods and properties in Donghai City are related to him. Ha ha, you actually know my dad. Li Yongfu laughed out loud. Since you know my dad's status in the real estate industry, it's not too late to release me now and apologize by kowtowing. Otherwise, when my dad finds out that you guys kidnapped me, you'll be the ones thrown into the river to feed the fish. Shut up. Tiger frowned and kicked again, viciously kicking Li Yongfu in the stomach. Bang! Li Yongfu, along with the chair, tumbled on the ground. His face twisted in pain and he kept dry heaving. He was surprised in his heart. The other party knew his identity. Why didn't they respectfully untie him? Those who engage in real estate should be very rich. Tiger stroked his chin, then grinned, 2 rows of white teeth showing. I've changed my mind. Raise $10 million within 3 hours, or else these two, all of them will be thrown into the river and fed to the fish. $10 million. Hearing this, Zhou Yaqian's eyes glared, instantly turning pale. Originally, as long as Yang Shui took out $1 million from the company's safe, both of them could go out. Now $10 million. Even if Yang Shui moved all the public money out of the safe, it wouldn't be enough for $10 million. Li Yongfu, Li Yongfu, you honestly sit there cannot. All this time, still arrogant what? Zhou Yaqian angry straight teeth. Originally very simple things, and was Li Yongfu messed up? She could not wait till Li Yongfu cursed. Li Yongfu was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that the other party was not afraid of his dad, but instead he wanted more money. Alright, hurry up and make the call. Tiger lightly said. You, call your dad. You, call what's her name? Accountant Yang from your company. There are still 2.5 hours left. Speed up. Suddenly, a little brother outside came in and lowered his head. Brother Tiger, Scar's side of the shanty town, came over to pay his share of the money. Got it. Let him wait. Brother Tiger opened his mouth without caring. Tianhai Finance, $10 million. Yang Shui, who was opening the company's safe, froze for a moment. Yet Qian, there's only $2 million in the company's safe. Where can I find $10 million? Even if I divert public funds, I don't have that much cash to divert. This can only rely on Li Yongfu. Zhou Yaqian on the other end of the phone said, although I now hate Li Yongfu to the teeth, but can raise 10 million in 2.5 hours? To save me out, I guess only real estate predator Li Chunxing can do it. Donghai City, Imperial Palace nightclub. The nightclub's neon lights flashed in a multitude of colors, and there were noises coming from within it. Those who came in and out were women with cool clothes and flavorful bodies, and a luxury car was parked in front of the entrance with a high price tag. A cab slowly came and stopped at the entrance. Lin Fan got out of the car. I'm looking for Chen Wuji. He walked to the 2 doormen and spoke indifferently. Those 2 doormen, wearing 2 tendons, revealing hideous tattoos on their arms, were tall and not to be messed with at a glance. Looking for Chen Wuji? Kid, you're looking for death. Brother Extreme's name is also something you can call? The 2 big men looked at Lin Fan angrily. I repeat, I'm looking for Chen Wuji, Lin Fan said expressionlessly. You don't look at your poor appearance. Are you worthy of knowing Brother Extreme? Take a piss and look in the mirror. At least dress better before you come. Otherwise you don't deserve to talk to Brother Extreme. The 2 big men sneered at Lin Fan. You really don't know how to die. In Brother Extreme's territory, calling out Brother Extreme's name is no different from looking for death. Now hurry up and get lost. Lin Fan's gaze was calm as he glanced at the 2 big men. Don't force me to say it a second time. Being stared at by Lin Fan's gaze, the 2 big men trembled and actually had the feeling of being stared at by a terrifyingly ferocious creature. A coldness filled their backs. Seek death. Beat him. In the next moment, the 2 big men swung their fists and smashed towards Lin Fan's head. These 2 fists, powerful and heavy, before they arrived, a cold wind blew towards Lin Fan's face. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He didn't expect that these 2 janitors had a few hands, but he did not panic. The whole person dexterous as a cat, a bend, is to avoid these 2 punches. Whoosh! Lin Fan was like a gust of wind, drifting and appearing behind the 2 men. He lifted his foot and stepped forward, landing on his calf. Crack, crack, with 2 crunching sounds, the 2 big men fell to their knees, their kneecaps fractured. Sizzle, it hurts. The 2 big men covered their knees, cold sweat from the pain, grimacing, but did not shout out. Kid, causing trouble in Brother Extreme's land, you're looking for death. One of the big men stared viciously at Lin Fan. However, he was surprised in his heart. The 2 of them, both of them were from the army, practiced combat, and their hands were not much more powerful in front of ordinary people. Today, they were actually defeated by a weak-looking teenager in a single shot, which made fear appear in their hearts. What's going on? The movement at the doorway immediately attracted the attention of the nightclub's insiders. 7 or 8 big men surged out, led by a man in a suit with a neck tattoo, like a nightclub manager. I'm looking for Chen Wuji, Lin Fan said indifferently to the man. Brother Extreme's name is also something you can call. The man opened his mouth, but his eyes stared and saw the two big men kneeling on the ground with agonized faces. The remaining half of his words, swallowed back. Come with me, I will take you to see Brother Extreme. The man looked deeply at Lin Fan and led him into the nightclub. Inside the nightclub, the lights were flashing, the music was booming, and the men and women on the dance floor were bobbing their heads, all looking crazy. The man took Lin Fan to the 6th floor in the elevator to a room outside. Brother Pole, someone is looking for you. The man bowed his head and spoke respectfully. I told you, I won't see anyone. A low voice came from inside the room. Chen Wuji, it's me, Lin Fan said indifferently to the house. HM, you are. The voice inside the house suddenly raised, becoming startled, nervous, and with a hidden hint of anticipation and excitement. The man who brought Lin Fan over looked deeply at him again. What was this kid's identity that could actually make the always unperturbed Brother Extreme's mood change so drastically? The next moment, the door to the room opened and a man in his 40s stood there. This man's national character face, wearing a beard, dressed in gray mountain suit, pupils deep, the whole body, there is a kind of gloomy breath emanation, as if it has experienced countless big winds and big waves. It is the leading figure in the gray area of Donghai City, Chen Wuji. He wore Buddha beads on his wrists, and his palms kept turning 2 iron stones, emitting a squeaky, teeth-grinding sound. You are. Chen Wuji looked at the teenager in front of him. His pupils shrunk, and a shocked look appeared on his face. Snap! The 2 iron stones fell to the ground uncontrollably and bounced and rolled. Chapter 40, thanks to Wing Fu. Brother Pole? The man who brought Lin Fan was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen Chen Wuji's emotions rise and fall like this. It was important to know that Chen Wuji was the leading figure in the East Sea City's road, and both the black and white had to give him face. Why would he have such an attitude towards a teenager? Go inside and talk. Lin Fan's expression was flat as he stepped into the house. Chen Wuji immediately closed the door and stood behind Lin Fan in a respectful voice. Greetings, young Lin, long time no see. Lin Fan put his hands behind his back and looked out of the window, but there was a color of reminiscence in his eyes. Yes, Chen Wuji nodded his head and lamented. I haven't seen you for 10 years. At that time, Xiao Lin was still a teenager, and I was still a little beggar on the street who was about to starve to death. If I hadn't been discovered by Lin Xiao, if it wasn't for the Lin family, I wouldn't have the position I have today. All these years, when I dreamed at night, I would dream of Brother Tian, of Xiao Lin. Brother Tian hasn't been seen for a long time, not a single word. I thought that this life, but what I didn't expect was that in my lifetime, I would still be able to see young Lin again. Chen Wuji sincerely opened his mouth, his eyes vaguely flashing with tears. Without Lin Tian Xiao, he didn't have the position he had today. Without Lin Fan playing in the courtyard and finding Chen Wuji, he would have starved to death on the streets. Lin Fan had thoughts arising in his eyes and followed. How are you mixing now? Chen Wuji shook his head. I have learned to cultivate my body and mind now. Nothing to do but raise birds, read Buddhist scriptures and take care of my business. Lin Fan nodded. Came to find you. There's something you help with. Someone has angered young Lin? A murderous aura suddenly emerged from Chen Wuji. The entire room, the temperature dropped. Xiao Lin doesn't care what it says. This life of mine was given by Xiao Lin. I'm willing to go through fire and water for Xiao Lin, Chen Wuji said solemnly. At this moment, he was no longer the gentle middle-aged man wearing Buddha beads and rubbing iron stones. Instead, he turned into a gray area big brother who could turn the clouds and stir up the wind and clouds of Donghai City. It's just a small matter, Lin Fan said lightly. A friend of mine named Zhou Yaqian was kidnapped tonight. Help me find out who did it. Lin Xiao, don't worry. To be able to do something like kidnapping, it should be done by someone on the road. Chen Wuji spoke. Half an hour at the most. I'll immediately help you find out. Xiao Shan, Brother Extreme. The man who had just brought Lin Fan in entered the room. He first looked at Lin Fan and then said, What's the matter? Order it down. Check on a person named Zhou Yaqian who was kidnapped tonight. Okay, Brother Pole. Xiao Shan respectfully went out. Next, Chen Wuji made tea for Lin Fan and the two of them chatted about the past. 10 minutes later, Xiao Shan entered the room. Brother Pole, we've found out. Zhou Yaqian was kidnapped by Wang Hu under his hand, and there's also one named Li Yangfu. Xiao Shan replied. Wang Hu? This kid has eaten his bear's heart and leopard's guts. He actually dares to kidnap Lin Xiao's friend. It's a shame that I gave him 30% of my business to take care of. Chen Wuji's face turned cold. Call him and tell him to release the two of them. In addition, tell him to come over with one of his own hands severed and apologize to Xiao Lin. Good. Wait. Xiao Shan was about to go out when Lin Fan spoke. Release Zhou Yaqian. Li Yangfu wants a ransom of $20 million before releasing him. No ransom. Throw him in the river and feed him to the fish. Xiao Shan froze and looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect Lin Fan to have ordered him to do something. What Lin Xiao means, is what I mean. Go and do it. Chen Wuji opened his mouth without any doubt. Alright Lin Xiao, brother extreme. Xiao Shan looked deeply at Lin Fan as if he understood something and immediately went out. Donghai City, underground casino. Yes, brother Shan. I know, I'll do it now. Wang Hu continued the phone call, while wiping the bean-sized sweat on his forehead with a towel, his body trembling continuously. Brother Shan, don't worry, the person has no problem. He just suffered some minor injuries. No big deal. Well, $20 million. I know, it's definitely done. Okay, goodbye brother Shan. Say hello to brother Extreme for me. Say that I, Wang Hu, will visit his old man in the next 2 days. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hu let out a long breath, his heart palpitating. I didn't expect to actually kick the bucket. That actually has a relationship with brother Extreme. Brother Tiger, the count is done. Exactly $10 million. Beside him, Wang Hu's little brother was counting the money. A whole box full of red banknotes, which was just sent by Li Chuanxing's secretary. Brother Tiger, the money is in place. You can release Yongfu now. Li Chuanxing's secretary opened her mouth. She was a woman wearing glasses, around 30 years old, wearing a coffee-colored professional outfit. Go back, gather another $10 million to come over, or Li Yongfu will be thrown into the river to feed the fish tonight. Wang Hu cast a sidelong glance at the woman. This was what brother Shan had just ordered on the phone. The female secretary's face instantly became ugly. Brother Tiger, although our chairman has money, the money is all in the bank. At this time, the bank is closed. Where can I find so much cash for you? This $10 million in cash is already the limit. I don't care. If you want Li Yongfu's life, go and raise the money. If you don't have the money, prepare to go to the Yangtze River to fish for the corpse. Wang Hu's expression remained unchanged, not even looking at the secretary. Entering the small dark room, seeing Zhou Yaqian who was tied up with 5 flowers, he immediately revealed a gentle smile. Come on people, release this lady. A junior brother came up and untied Zhou Yaqian. Ha, isn't it my dad who came and got the money in place? Li Yongfu's eyes lit up. I knew my dad was coming. Quickly, untie me. You shut up. Wang Hu kicked Li Yongfu in the stomach. Li Yongfu screamed miserably and rolled on the ground with his chair, his clothes stained with the vomit from earlier. Ma'am, I apologize to you for my rudeness just now. If it wasn't for this Li Yongfu spitting, this wouldn't have happened. Wang Hu smiled and helped Zhou Yaqian out of the small dark room. Zhou Yaqian was surprised why Wang Hu's attitude towards her suddenly became so good. This is, her eyes flashed, and seeing the box full of money on the side, she instantly understood. It seems like Yongfu his father spent money to get us out, and later Yongfu should come out as well. This time, we still have to thank Yongfu's dad. It's true that money can make the devil work, Zhou Yaqian thought secretly in her heart. Moreover, Yongfu's father can take out $10 million in cash at once. It can be seen that his family fortune, how strong it is. In the future, all this money will be Yongfu's. If I can marry Li Yongfu. This time, Zhou Yaqian really saw the financial power of Li Yongfu's family. She felt that she had to consider the relationship with Li Yongfu, whether to be a boyfriend and girlfriend, or to develop in the direction of husband and wife. Out of the underground casino, blowing a cold wind, looking at the traffic of Donghai City, Zhou Yaqian, who regained her freedom, was in a good mood. She called Yang Shui on the phone. Hey, Snow, I'm out. This time it's really thanks to Yongfu. Chapter 41, Barefoot not afraid to wear shoes. Ye Qian, you're out. On the other end of the phone, Yang Shui was happy. You know, I was worried sick about you. Right, how did you come out? Tell me properly. It's all still because of Yongfu. His family sent $10 million over in time. I saw it when I came out. A whole box, full of money. After getting the money, I was released. Zhou Yaqian said. $10 million. Yang Shui froze. This was a number she didn't dare to imagine. Li Yongfu's family is really rich. In the middle of the night, when the bank is closed, they can actually take out $10 million. Yang Shui said in surprise, but did not envy it in the slightest. She felt that she was doing well now. Her position in the company was on the rise. She had a car, and a husband who loved her. Yes, Zhou Yaqian nodded. 10 million in cash. The entire East Sea City. The person who can raise so much money in a short period of time. I guess I can count it on 2 hands. Now I'm wondering if I'm reconsidering my relationship with Li Yongfu. Ye Qian, it's hard to believe that you want to marry him? Yang Shui asked unexpectedly. She knew that Zhou Yaqian had always been a single main. Righteous. It's time to think about it. If I marry him, I'll be considered to have married into a rich family. This is what I've been thinking for years. Li Chuanxing's money, in the future, is still not Yongfu's money. Well, after marriage, naturally, it is also my money. Zhou Yaqian's tone changed again. But tonight's matter, all blame Li Yongfu. If not for him spitting anywhere, would not have happened at all. Turn around, I want to cold shoulder him for a period of time. Humph. Yang Shui on the other end of the phone could only smile helplessly. Okay, little Snow, no more. It's too cold outside. I'll go home and take a hot bath. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yaqian stopped a car to go home. Imperial Hao nightclub, 6th floor. Lin Xiao, brother extreme. Zhou Yaqian has been released. Since this is settled, I'll go home to accompany my wife. Lin Fan got up. Young Lin, take care. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me. Chen Wuji stood up to see Lin Fan off. After returning home, Lin Fan realized that Yang Shui hadn't returned yet and couldn't help but be a little worried. He was about to go to Tianhai Finance to look for Yang Shui when the sound of the key opening the door came. Yang Shui was back. Who? Yang Shui entered the house and let out a long breath. Hubby, Ye Chen was released. This time it's really thanks to Li Yongfu. Oh, tell me about it. Lin Fan smiled. The person who kidnapped Li Yongfu. The opening price suddenly rose from 1 million to 10 million. Li Chunqing sent $10 million in time, and then the two were released. Yang Shui sighed. 10 million in cash. This Li Yongfu's family is really rich. Although this person's character is not good, but in solving Tianhai's financial predicament and kidnapping these two things, he has contributed. Yet Qian is considering whether to marry him. Lin Fan nodded and didn't answer. Hubby, why didn't you eat the dishes on the table? Yang Shui looked towards the table. The table dishes basically didn't move, the same as when she left. Didn't I wait for you to come back to eat together? Lin Fan reached out and pulled Yang Shui to sit down. Hubby, waiting in the house for so long, you're not afraid of going hungry? Yang Shui was a bit speechless, but she was still happy in her heart. I'll go heat up the dishes. Let's continue eating. The next day, Yang Shui went to work. Lin Fan went to the supermarket to buy soybeans, pork ribs, and make a pork rib soup to send to the people's hospital. These things were not expensive, but they were good for old man Wu's fracture recovery. Yang Jingtou hit someone, but did not have the slightest intention to visit old man Wu. With Lin Fan's responsible character, naturally he had to wipe his old man's ass. Shares. Little Fan. Here again. Seeing Lin Fan, old man Wu laughed. The more he looked at Lin Fan, the more he liked him, responsible and treating people with humility. Lin Fan nodded his head and put the rib soup on the bedside, instructing old man Wu to drink it while it was hot. Wu Chuan was also very filial. He didn't move an inch to guard the hospital in the past 2 days. At this time, he was sleeping on the table, and when he smelled the aroma of the ribs, he woke up immediately. He looked at the rib soup and gulped. It smells so good. This is your grandfather's, not yours. Lin Fan gave him a blank look. I know. I'll go buy breakfast downstairs. Wu Chuan skimmed his lips and went downstairs. Wu Chuan hadn't been gone for a while when Lin Fan's phone rang. Hello, young Lin. It was Chen Wuji's voice. Wang who sent me 2 boxes of money this morning, a total of $20 million. Li Yongfu released it? Lin Fan asked. Well, in the last 10 minutes, Li Chunqing's secretary sent another $10 million, saving Li Yongfu's little life, which was all set to be thrown into the river. Chen Wuji said. I didn't expect Li Chunqing to be quite rich, raising $20 million out in such a short period of time. Lin Fan was also a bit surprised. This $20 million, it was not much to Lin Fan, but Li Chunqing was able to raise it in such a short period of time. It could be seen that he had the financial power. Li Chunqing is a real estate predator in Donghai City. He has already made a name for himself during the real estate explosion dividend period. Raising 20 million in cash is not too difficult for him. Chen Wuji smiled. Wang who is also quite understanding. He sent the money to me the next day. Lin Xiao, where do you live? I'll have Xiao Shan send the money to your home. I'm not at home right now. I'm at the People's Hospital. You can directly ask him to send it. Lin Fan was not polite and said lightly. Good. At this time, Chen Wuji, his mindset was the same as Wang Hu. Money, whether Lin Fan wants it or not, is his business, but whether you give it or not, is your business. Chen Wuji, who had been on the road for so many years, naturally understood the rules, and he could have today's position, all given by Lin Fan. Lin Fan can let him sit in this position, can also change someone to sit. Therefore this money must be given to Lin Fan. Not long after, Wu Chuan, who had finished buying breakfast, went upstairs. The day the 2 punks chased you and said you owed money. You really owed money? Lin Fan looked at Wu Chuan and casually found a topic. Oh, Wu Chuan did not hide. My grandfather's lungs are not good. Often coughing. In desperate need of medicine to save his life. Want to come to money fast can only gamble. Want to win money at Scar. The result is more and more lost. Won $5,000 that day. All to my grandfather to buy medicine. Lin Fan nodded. The first time he met old man Wu, the other person kept coughing. His lungs were indeed sick. Xiao Chuan, You went gambling again. Old man Wu on the other hand, his face changed, he kept coughing, cough cough cough. That Scar is a bully in our shanty town. You owe him money, he will let you off easily? Isn't the lesson from 3 years ago enough? We can't fight him. Humph. I'm not afraid of bare feet. Big deal, and he fought. Wu Chuan's gaze was ruthless. Come on, the big deal is to fight to the death. It's not a loss to take one away before dying. Cough cough. Xiao Chuan, don't do anything stupid. Old man Wu shouted in worry, coughing continuously. Chapter 42, You can't afford to drink. At my age, most of my body is buried in the earth. Old man Wu covered his chest and looked at Wu Chuan with a somewhat forlorn expression. My only hope now is that you live a peaceful life in the future and don't cause trouble. What happened 3 years ago? Let it pass. Scar, we can't afford to mess with it. What happened 3 years ago? Lin Fan asked curiously. Alas, old man Wu sighed lightly. 3 years ago, Scar opened a casino in our shantytown. At that time, Xiaochuan was still young. Scar pulled Xiaochuan to gamble, and said that he would lend him $100,000 to gamble, and that any winnings would be counted as his. After signing the pledge, Xiaochuan smoothly get $100,000. I do not know a night. $100,000 all lost. Obviously, Wu Chuan was set up. Old man Wu showed a look of reminiscence. After that, the nightmare came. Scar led his little brother, collecting debts every day, splashing paint, vandalizing and burning, making our family restless. In order to pay off the debt, Xiaochuan's parents went out to work, but unfortunately they were hit by a car and walked away. And in the end, only I, an old man, and Xiaochuan, were left to depend on each other. Lin Fan looked at Wu Chuan, not expecting the other party to be so young and suffer so much. I didn't expect Xiao Chuan, you actually went to Scar's to gamble. Old man Wu said with tears in his eyes. Grandpa only wants you to live a peaceful life. At Scar's place, it's impossible for you to win money. We can't beat Scar either. Grandpa, I just hate it. Wu Chuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I hate that back then. I listened to Scar's words. If it wasn't for me, Mom and Dad wouldn't have gotten into a car accident. What I lost at Scar's, I will definitely win back. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. It seems that what happened 3 years ago had too much influence on Wu Chuan. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the ward was kicked open. 7 or 8 youths poured in. They were dyed with all kinds of hair. Their faces were unpleasant and fierce. 2 of them were the same 2 who were kicked away by Lin Fan in the shanty town. TSK, Wu Chuan, you made me look for you, actually hiding in the hospital. A sorrowful voice came out. Following that, a big man walked in from outside, carrying an iron bar in his hand. The big man was 1 meter 8, with long black hair. His appearance was ugly and hideous. Scar. The moment they saw the man, Wu Chuan and old man Wu's faces changed, and fear appeared in their eyes. What are you doing here? Wu Chuan gripped the dagger in his hand tightly, his gaze alert. What am I here for? Oh, you owe me money. What do you think I'm here for? Scar coldly smiled and looked at old man Wu again. Yo, old man Wu, hospitalized, or a single room, quite rich. Following that, Scar's gaze flickered, seeing the rib soup at the bedside. He sniffed his nose. TSK, it smells really good. There's still rib soup to drink. He walked to the bed without a care in the world, leaned the iron bar against the wall, picked up the rib soup and just drank it. Old man Wu and Wu Chuan didn't dare to speak and watched. My rib soup is very expensive. You can't afford to drink it, Lin Fan said indifferently. Ha! Scar's gaze went cold as he looked at Lin Fan. He did not expect that this kid would dare to say such words. Brother Scar, the one who injured us that day, was this kid. Scar's 2 yellow-haired little brothers pointed at Lin Fan with hatred in their eyes. How dare you, dare to injure my little brother. I'll leave you 2 legs to walk later. Scar's voice was cold and unquestionable. Following that, he tilted his head and drank all the rib soup, wiping his mouth to look at Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan, it's a society of law and order now. I'm not too lazy to do anything to you. I just want money. You owed me $5,000 yesterday. According to my rules, 10 times the interest. Take out $50,000 and give it to me. This matter will be over. 50,000? Brother Scar, we can't even come up with $1,000 on us. Where can we find you $50,000? Old man Wu was shocked and begged. That's your business. I don't believe that we can't come up with $50,000. Scar rolled his eyes and continued. In addition, 3 years ago, your family owed me $10,000. Now 3 years have passed. Interest rolled over. A total of $1 million. $1 million. Old man Wu almost fainted. This is astronomical for him. Not 1 million, it's a total of 1,500,000. Scar corrected old man Wu. Brother Scar, 1,500,000. Even if you kill me, I can't come up with that much money. Old man Wu's face turned pale and he coughed again. Cough cough cough. Besides, the interest rate is too high. Hi, 3 years ago, your grandson signed and drew a pledge, and it was clearly written on the loan note. Scar took out a folded IOU and opened it, with Wu Chuan's name on it. Seeing this IOU, Wu Chuan's eyes reddened. It was because of this $10,000 that caused his family to die. I know you guys can't get the money, so I thought of a way. Scar lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke rings. This kid, Wu Chuan, is poor and has nothing but a healthy body. How about this? Hand your grandson over to me. His corneas, kidneys, and bone marrow can all be sold for money, adding up to more than enough to sell for $1.5 million, and I happen to have channels on my side. These words were chilling to the ears. Cough cough cough. Scar, don't dream. I'm dying. I won't give Xiaochuan to you, old man Wu exclaimed. Anyway, he himself is a waste. Sell the organs, at most become blind, paralyzed in bed, become a real waste. What's there? Scar said indifferently, but his tone was cold and cruel. Scar. Wu Chuan took out his dagger and looked at Scar. Hatred erupted in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. The debt from 3 years ago, it's time to pay it back now. Scar frowned. Wu Chuan, I came here to talk business with you, not to make a move with you. I'm sorry if you're like this. In the next moment, 4 minions rushed up and controlled Wu Chuan. Bang! An iron rod ruthlessly struck Wu Chuan's wrist. When Wu Chuan dagger fell to the ground, mother asterisk 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 her, let go of me. He kept struggling, but to no avail. Wu Chuan, you are still a brat. You like to do things impulsively. Think about the proposal I just made. To be hard with me is to hit a stone with an egg for you. Scar's gaze looked at Wu Chuan, suddenly revealing a cruel smile. Forget it. With your character, you definitely won't cooperate with me. We can only come to the hard way. Take away. Immediately contact people. Prepare to start. Get this kid's kidneys, corneas, bone marrow and whatever is valuable. Get them up for me to sell them to pay back the debt. After saying that, Scar stood up and walked towards the outside of the house. Scar, cough cough, Scar brother, I beg you, don't be like this. Old man Wu shouted miserably, as he tried to get up to stop him. A sharp pain came from his knees, causing him to fall back onto the bed. I beg you, if you want the organ, don't move my grandson. You take me away. I can sell this old bone cornea or whatever for money. Please, don't move my grandson. Chapter 43, wait 2 minutes. You, Scar stopped walking, turned back and cast a sidelong glance at old man Wu, sneering, you don't even look at you. You're old and dim-eyed. Your legs and feet are inconvenient. If you take an organ and give it to someone, they don't even want it. Go! Scar waved his hand, and the 4 men set up Wu Chuan and walked towards the outside of the ward. No matter how Wu Chuan struggled, it was useless. My bitter grandson, old man Wu shouted miserably, his face full of despair. Wait, a faint voice came. Scar turned around and looked at Lin Fan. The one who just said wait was him. I just said that my rib soup is very expensive. You want to leave without paying? Lin Fan looked at Scar indifferently. Kid, if you didn't open your mouth, I almost forgot about you. Scar revealed a cruel smile. You injured 2 of my juniors. I just said, leave 2 legs for you to walk on. Go! As soon as Scar finished speaking, 3 or 4 youths with iron bars in their hands rushed towards Lin Fan. Little Fan, run! Old man Wu shouted. Wu Chuan was going to be taken away. He didn't want to see Lin Fan in trouble again. But the next moment, old man Wu's expression was stunned. He only saw that before those 4 youths could get close, Lin Fan had already leapt up. Bang! 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 Dull sounds resounded continuously. Lin Fan's legs, as if they were cannonballs, ruthlessly hit the 4 people in the abdomen. Those 4 punks, who didn't even have a chance to fight back, flew backwards and crashed into the wall. Cough cough cough. It hurts so much. They covered their stomachs, feeling their intestines break. Their entire faces twisted together in pain. Good hands. Scar looked at the 4 juniors who fell on the ground. His eyes lit up and he was looking at Lin Fan again. Kid, how about I give you $50,000 a month to be my bodyguard? Other than that, you'll be able to eat and drink, and you won't be missing out on women and luxury cars. Scar sent out a solicitation to Lin Fan. I only want money for my rib soup. Lin Fan said indifferently. How much is a can of broken rib soup worth? As long as you are willing to be my bodyguard. How much? I'll give it to you. Scar laughed. $50,000 a month. Scar thought that it was not a small amount for the teenager in front of him. My rib soup. 1 million. 1 million? Kid, why don't you go rob? You're playing with me, aren't you? Scar's eyes glared, and cruelty appeared in his eyes. Luckily I brought more people with me today, or else I would have really fallen into your kid's hands. Call someone. After he finished speaking, a junior immediately called. 5 minutes later. Clear the area. Get the hell out of here! Shouting, the clamor kept coming from the hallway. The entire hospital floor was in chaos. The patients, family members, and nurses all hid up, not daring to come out, looking outside in fear, only to see 20 to 30 youths with dyed hair of various colors, holding iron rods, steel pipes, machetes, aggressively walking quickly, followed by the ward where Lin Fan was surrounded. Brother Scar, which one who doesn't know how to die has made you angry? One of the leading youths came with a machete in his hand. Let him lie down and get out. Those youths shouted in unison. This kid. Scar pointed his finger at Lin Fan. Seek death. Those youths, their gazes looked at Lin Fan in unison. As long as Scar said a word, they would make a move. At that instant, the entire room was filled with a murderous aura. Lin Fan looked at these punks, his brows slightly wrinkled. Dealing with these ordinary people who had not been specially trained was simple for him. However, Lin Fan could not guarantee that when he did it, Old Man Wu and Wu Chuan would not be injured. Buzzing. Suddenly, Lin Fan's cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Lin Fan picked up his cell phone. There's a call coming? Those youths were stunned. Let him answer it. Say some last words before he dies. Scar coldly smiled. Young Lin, it's me, Xiao Shan. The phone voice came. Brother Pol said you're at the People's Hospital. I'm here. I don't know which ward you're in. I'll send you the money. No. 502. Lin Fan said. Kid, what are your last words? Say it quickly. Don't waste my time. Scar impatiently urged. Young Lin, you're in trouble? The voice reached Xiaoshan's ears. It's alright, not a big trouble. Lin Fan said. Just a few small stragglers. I can fix it. Little stray fish? I don't know what the name is. As long as Lin Xiao is in trouble, it is necessary for me to help you out. Xiaoshan smiled and said. If I really can't, I can call Brother Extreme and ask him to help. Lin Fan looked at Scar. This Scar, and the character Xiaoshan spoke of, were one heaven and one earth. That person's nickname is Scar. Lin Fan said. Scar? That name is a bit familiar. Lin Xiao, wait a moment. I'm getting on the elevator. I'll be in your hospital room in 2 minutes. You let Scar wait for a while. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan said to Scar. The man on the phone asked you to wait for him for 2 minutes. Wait for 2 minutes? Scar froze. Can it be that you kid still has a backstage? Good. Then I'll wait for 2 minutes to see which asshole is in your background. Lin Fan was too lazy to speak. He didn't have a backstage. If he had to say backstage, his backstage was his dad Lin Tianxiao. Chen Wuji couldn't be considered his backstage. Instead Lin Fan was Chen Wuji's backstage. It was just that it was more appropriate to leave this kind of thing to Chen Wuji's people. 2 minutes later, a man in a suit walked in. The man was tall and wearing a suit, and he was pulling a suitcase in each hand. It was none other than Xiao Shan. Is everything alright? Lin Xiao. As soon as he came over, he was concerned and asked Lin Fan. It's fine. Lin Fan shook his head. This point of people, even if they really fought, Lin Fan did not put it in his eyes. Xiao Shan then nodded his head at ease. If something happened to Lin Fan, he couldn't explain to Chen Wuji when he went back. You are this kid's backstage? Scar looked at Xiao Shan. He didn't recognize this person at all. His face was full of contempt. Who the hell are you? Pretending in front of me and making me wait for 2 minutes. Did you come over to seek death? Xiao Shan's expression is unchanged. In Chen Wuji's side for many years, he learns by ear and learns to cultivate his body, and has long been happy and angry without showing his color. Your name is Scar? Xiao Shan asked. He dare to call Scar brother by his nickname. Looking for death. Behind Scar, a youth viciously said. Xiao Shan's face pondered. As if pondering something, after a while calmly asked. Who is Wang Hu to you? Wang Hu is my big brother. Scar stood up his chest and raised his head. I didn't expect that you actually know Brother Tiger. Oh, I am Tiger's beloved. Even if you know him, I can't save you. Xiao Shan did not answer again, but felt out his cell phone and dialed a number, and opened his mouth gloomily. Wang Hu, you are limited to 20 minutes. Go to People's Hospital Ward 502. If you exceed the time limit, you'll be ready to disappear into this world. Those industries under you, I will find someone to take over. Chapter 44, you should thank Lin Xiao. Brother Shan, SH, what's the situation? On the other end of the phone, Wang Hu was so scared that his legs went soft and he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a towel. By the time he asked again, Xiao Shan had already hung up the phone. Quickly, prepare a car, go to the People's Hospital. Hurry up, bring me my most expensive pair of leather shoes. I want to see Brother Shan. Wang Hu didn't care so much and immediately yelled. You called Brother Tiger and told him to come over in 20 minutes? Scar looked at Xiao Shan as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you brain dead? How dare you talk to Brother Tiger like this? Do you know how powerful Brother Tiger's reputation and power in the gray area is? Brother Scar, maybe he didn't even make the call to scare you. A little brother behind Scar said. That should be the case. Scar nodded his head. Wang Hu had a high status in the Dao, and more crucially, he was someone under Chen Wuji's hand. Those who dared to talk to him like this were no more than 10 people in the entire East Sea City. But since your phone call has already gone out, I'll give you the chance to pretend. Scar showed a cruel smile on his face. 20 minutes later, if Brother Tiger doesn't show up, let's see how I'll clean you up. Xiao Shan's complexion was unchanged. Words were not even lazy to say to Scar. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed quickly. Not long after, 20 minutes arrived. Kid, where's Tiger? Scar looked straight at Xiao Shan and Lin Fan, wasting 20 minutes of my time. Brothers, copy and chop. As soon as he finished speaking, all of Scar's little brothers picked up their weapons. The atmosphere was sword drawn. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, there was a sound coming from someone running wildly towards this. Brother Sean, only to see a man running quickly towards Ward 502. He was wearing a large gold chain, and underneath his feet were oily leather shoes. Brother Tiger? Scar, who was just about to make a move, was dumbfounded when he saw the man. Wang Hu ignored Scar, panting and running to Xiao Shan, nodding his head. Sean brother, I went all the way through 10 traffic lights in a row. I'm not late, right? 1 minute late. Xiao Shan, face expressionless, said. Wang Hu, the whole person as if struck by lightning, face pale. Finished. It seems to be thrown into the Yangtze River later to feed the fish. But for the sake of your $20 million today, spare your life. Xiao Shan faintly said. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you, Brother Sean. Wang Hu was like being pardoned and bowed repeatedly. Scar, who was watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. Who was this man with a tattoo on his neck? And why was Brother Tiger so respectful to him? Brother Sean, you called me here. What are your orders? Just say it. I, Wang Hu, will go up the mountain of knives and down the frying pan. Never say anything. Wang Hu was patting his chest again. It's just a small matter. Xiao Shan said expressionlessly. Wang Hu's face was suddenly ugly. He knew that with Xiao Shan's character, when he said small things, they were usually very big things. This little brother of yours, just now wanted to cut me. Xiao Shan looked at Scar and continued. Even if he cut me, he also disrespected Lin Xiao, who, by the way, is Brother Extreme's benefactor. Boom! These words, like a shocking thunder, caused Wang Hu to stand frozen in place, not moving a muscle. Scar wants to cut you? Wang Hu stuttered, again looking at Lin Fan, with a sense of great difficulty. If it is Sean is okay, the key is this Lin Xiao. Although this person has never seen, but he is the Extreme Brothers' life-saving benefactor. Their own hands under the people to disrespect him, is not too long to live as what? If this matter falls in the ears of Brother Extreme, Wang Hu dare not think down. Brother Sean. Scar's mouth constantly recited these two words. Suddenly thought of 5 years ago, Donghai City wrote a terrible character, known as Mountain Dragon. This person is Ruthless, is the only big brother Chen Wuji beloved. Chen Wuji can sit in today's position. Half of it is to rely on the Mountain Dragon in the past credit. Over the years, Chen Wuji and Shanlong have both retired from the Jianghu, standing behind the scenes, so few people know the names of these two people, only occasionally heard their stories. Was this man really Mountain Dragon? Scar sucked in a breath of cool air and was so scared that his liver and gall bled, almost paralyzed on the ground. This person is Mountain Dragon? Brother Sean. Lin Xiao. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize MT. Sean with my eyes. Scar directly flopped and fell to his knees, constantly kowtowing. Bang bang bang. He was so hard that blood flowed out of his forehead and his entire face was blood red. Brother Sean. Junior Lin. I've disrespected you. I'm willing to be punished, just please leave me alive. Scar's voice trembled, full of fear. Wang Hu, you tell me how to handle this. Xiao Shan didn't even look at Scar. Wang Hu looked at Scar as if he was looking at a dead man. He tried to calm the fear in his heart and said, Brother Sean, deal with it as you say. I'm willing to be punished for the mistakes made by the people under my hand. Xiao Shan nodded his head, again looking at Lin Xiao, respectfully saying, Lin Xiao, how do you say to deal with it? Although the Scar is also considered a person under the hands of Brother Extreme, but you don't need to be concerned about sentiment. He was rude to you first. His little life is yours. To take his life, just need your words. Lin Fan picked up the iron rod and threw it to Wang Hu. You do it, just don't die. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around, not wanting to see the next picture. At once, Scar's miserable screams echoed throughout the entire floor. After a full 10 minutes, Scar's nose was bruised and swollen, his body was covered in wounds, and his breath was shriveled. His arms, limp and motionless, were completely wasted. My rib soup. $1 million, you drank it, you have to pay. Lin Fan lowered his head and indifferently looked at Scar. Okay, Lin Xiao, I will give you $1 million, Scar said weakly. Still not quick to thank Brother Sean. Did not take your life, Wang Hu said sternly. Thank you Brother Sean, don't you thank me. According to my character, you are now a corpse, Xiao Shan said expressionlessly. You should thank Lin Xiao for keeping you alive. Thank you, Xiao Lin. Scar looked at Lin Fan with gratitude in his eyes. This was true gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's phrase just don't die, he would have already died under the iron rod. Wang Hu, your mismanagement of your subordinates caused Scar to disrespect Lin Xiao. Tomorrow you will come to Imperial Hao. Divide those businesses of yours into 50% and transfer them back. Xiao Shan looked at Wang Hu. Chapter 45, Making a Deposit. Okay, Brother Shan. Wang Hu bowed his head and said, but in his heart, he hated Scar to death. This was an unmitigated disaster for him. For good reason. Because his men had offended someone, half of the industry he was in charge of was going to be taken away. He again looked deeply at Lin Fan. The young man in front of him was slightly thin and had an inexplicable aura about him. This person is not very old. How did he become Brother Extreme Savior? Wang Hu wondered in his heart. Lin Xiao, are you satisfied with the outcome of this matter? Xiao Shan asked. Lin Fan nodded his head. That's good. Xiao Shan sighed in relief and pointed to the box by the wall. Young Lin, the $20 million are all in this box. The $1 million from Scar, I will have him call your account. No need. Call Wu Chuan. Lin Fan opened his mouth. 1 million. It was not much for Lin Fan. This 1 million to Wu Chuan. It was not that Lin Fan was being righteous, but he felt that Wu Chuan had a good character and might be useful in the future. This 1 million. At least Wu Chuan and Old Man Wu do not have to live in the shantytown, that kind of dirty and poor place. This money was enough for him to buy a small house in the remote suburb of Donghai City. Good. Xiao Shan nodded and ordered Scar to call the money. Not long after, there was a message on Wu Chuan's cell phone that $1 million had been transferred to the account. Wu Chuan stared in disbelief. 2 days ago he was still fighting for his life for $5,000 of drug money to cheat, and now he suddenly had an extra $1 million? This gave Wu Chuan a sense of dreaming. After talking for a while again, Wang Hu ordered people to carry Scar away, and Xiao Shan also left respectfully. Little Fan, I really thank you this time. Old Man Wu grabbed Lin Fan's palm with tears in his eyes. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know how I would have gotten through this difficult time. Maybe Xiao Chuan would really have been captured and... Old Man Wu's voice choked. This Scar did all the bad things. Count him as deserving retribution. Lin Fan said indifferently. Lin Fan, thank you. Wu Chuan looked at Lin Fan and spoke seriously. A show of hands. You take care of your grandfather in the hospital. I have to go beforehand. Lin Fan dragged the 2 suitcases outside. He was going to deposit the $20 million in the bank. He had a savings card on him in addition to the Global Supreme Black Card, which Lin Tianxiao had specially organized for him. With Lin Fan's restrictions lifted, this card could also be utilized, so it was just the right time to put the money in it. Donghai City, Tianrui Bank. Lin Fan came dragging 2 suitcases, which attracted a lot of attention. There were a lot of people doing business at the bank, getting a number and lining up. Lin Fan waited for a full half an hour before it was finally his turn. Hello, I'm depositing money. Lin Fan handed over the card. Deposit money? The teller froze, looking at Lin Fan. The other party was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a suitcase on both sides. Somewhat unorthodox. A trace of contempt appeared in her eyes. Sir, if you are depositing money, we suggest that you go directly to the ATM for deposit business, the teller said expressionlessly. Lin Fan frowned. It was the first time he had encountered going to a bank to deposit money and being treated like this. ATM deposits are too slow. Lin Fan said. Too slow? The teller froze again. Sir, the ATM machine can deposit 10,000 yuan at a time. You only need a minute or two, and you'll be done with the business. Even if you deposit $100,000, it will only take about 10 minutes. She didn't think Lin Fan could deposit $100,000 in one go. Alright, next person. After saying that, the teller just pressed the button. Lin Fan frowned. Is there a way for you to do business? Call your manager over. The lobby manager heard the commotion over here and immediately walked quickly and smiled. Sir, may I ask what happened to you? This teller is a trainee who just came here yesterday. If you are not satisfied, you can file a complaint against her. I want to deposit money, Lin Fan said, but she told me to go to the ATM for deposit business. The lobby manager froze, and again looked Lin Fan up and down carefully before saying, on my side, I also recommend you to go to the ATM for deposit business, because there are just too many customers doing business today. Besides, depositing a few tens of thousands of dollars will be done in a few minutes at the ATM. Who said I'm depositing tens of thousands of dollars? Then how much are you depositing? The lobby manager asked rhetorically. Lin Fan opened the 2 suitcases, and in each case, There were full of red bills that seemed to burst the suitcases. This is so much money. The lobby manager and teller were dumbfounded at the same time. This added up. There were tens of millions of dollars. The customers who were doing business in the bank were also looking over. Their faces changed greatly, and they were talking. I'll go. So much money. In my life, I've never seen so many bills. The luggage is almost stuffed. I can't believe I've met a godly man. Quiet. Quiet. Please don't make any noise. Do your business at ease. The security guards saw the situation was not good and shouted loudly, gripping the batons in their hands. If someone saw money at this time, it would be dangerous. Can I deposit money? Lin Fan looked at the lobby manager. The lobby manager's jaw dropped and stuttered. It can be done, but according to the bank's regulations, you need to prove that the source of the property is legal if you deposit such a large amount. After she finished her words, there were already 3 or 4 bank security guards who came and surrounded Lin Fan, looking at him vigilantly. If Lin Fan could not prove it, then the police would be called. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't realize that depositing money was such a hassle. He should have known to go directly to the VIP reception room. What's going on? A man in a suit was attracted by the commotion over here and stepped forward. Manager, there's a gentleman who wants to make a large deposit. The lobby manager pointed to the 2 boxes of red bills on the floor. So many. The manager was stunned and immediately said, Sir, according to the law, you have to provide the legal source of this money, and you also have to cooperate with the regulatory authorities in their investigation to prevent you from illegal fundraising and anti-money laundering activities. Lin Fan did not say anything and took out his card and waved it in front of the manager. The manager was shaken when he saw the card instantly. Sir, can I see your card? Can. Lin Fan handed over the card. After taking the card and confirming that it was correct, the manager instantly became respectful. Sir, please enter my VIP reception room. I will immediately arrange for professional staff to count the number of this money, and in 1 T's time, I will be able to complete your deposit business. Okay. Lin Fan was not surprised and entered the reception room. After drinking 2 cups of coffee, Lin Fan signed the deposit slip and completed the deposit. Take care, sir. The crowd at the bank counter bowed to Lin Fan and watched him walk out. When Lin Fan walked away, the lobby manager couldn't help but ask, Manager, there's no problem with this gentleman's source of funds, right? The manager did not answer her, but asked, Who did the business for this gentleman just now? It was the newcomer, Xiaoling. Tell her not to come to work starting tomorrow. What kind of teller is she when she doesn't even recognize the specially printed cards held by the bank's high-end customers? The manager said coldly, That card, only those who have deposits of tens of billions in our bank can have it. Chapter 46, What's wrong with me hitting you? Tens of billions. The lobby manager froze, not realizing that the youth, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, actually had tens of billions of deposits in their bank. Humph. Fortunately this gentleman is broad-minded and didn't count this. The manager added, if he was really angry, and this was pushed to the head office, you and I would have to roll home. Banks had deposit performance requirements every year, and a big customer like Lin Fan was similar to their own father. If Lin Fan withdrew all his deposits because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable for them. In the evening, the remaining sun burned the sky red. After dinner, Lin Fan and Yang Shui took a walk hand in hand in the neighborhood, which was a habit they had developed long ago. Hubby, today the company leader said that in another 2 or 3 months, when I have enough seniority, I will be promoted again. Yang Shui happily said, I don't even know why. The upper echelons of the company are so optimistic about me. The board of directors jointly proposed to promote me to finance manager. Isn't that pretty good? You are on the rhythm of the peak of your life. Lin Fan laughed and said, Ha ha, but I'm still quite puzzled. In the company my business ability can only be said to be average, and not to the extent that I can be promoted. Yang Shui was puzzled beyond belief. Forget it, don't want to. Anyway, there is no harm. The salary also increased, after we try to change Sweet to Live. What do you think about living there? Lin Fan pointed to the west side of the happy neighborhood. There is a mountain there, and there are a few villas halfway up the mountain. Yunmeng Mountain Villa? Yang Shui was stunned, then said, Hubby, stop it. A villa over there is tens of millions of dollars. We simply can't afford it. The mountain is called Yunmeng Mountain. The mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist. The air is fresh. At the same time, it is also a high-grade villa area in Donghai City. Those who can live there are really rich big shots. When I get promoted and work for another 2 or 3 years, I'll be able to put together a down payment and buy a set of 90 square meters of well-decorated house. Yang Shui said with a face full of expectation. Hubby, what do you think it's like to take a walk on Yunmeng Mountain? Yang Shui suddenly was looking at Cloud Dream Mountain again. It should feel good. Lin Fan smiled. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, there was the sound of a dog barking. Lin Fan took a look. A half-man-tall German shepherd stood next to Yang Shui, rushing at her, grunting and grunting, showing his teeth, with a ferocious light in his eyes, ready to pounce at any time. Husband! Yang Shui was startled, her face pale. Roar! Woof! That German shepherd waist-bent, leg force, directly rushed Yang Shui to her bite. Husband! Yang Shui was so scared that she hid behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan's gaze went cold, and a chill suddenly emanated from his eyes. He lifted his right foot towards the front and kicked it fiercely. Bang! This German shepherd was kicked to a place 3 meters away by Lin Fan. Ow ow ow. The German shepherd let out a miserable scream. However, Lin Fan's action wasn't over yet. He stepped forward and aimed at the German shepherd's head and smashed it down with a hard punch. Bang! With this punch, Lin Fan used 10% of his force and did not hold back. Ka! It was obvious to hear the sound of Dermu's skull bursting. The German shepherd was lying on the ground, trembling, spitting blood, emitting ow 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 sound, breath withered, not far from death. Lele, my Lele! Miserable voice came. A woman with expensive clothes and jewelry rushed over, picking up the German shepherd on the ground and crying. She looked at Lin Fan with indignation. What are you doing? Why did you hit my Lele? Walking a dog without a leash. I don't do anything. My wife is already injured. Lin Fan glanced at the woman. If Lin Fan and Yang Shui hadn't come down for a walk today, Yang Shui would definitely be in danger. Yang Shui was Lin Fan's reverse scale. Touching it would lead to death. Injured? Did my dog bite someone? Are you blind? Who did my dog bite? The woman yelled. Is it hard to wait for your dog to bite someone before I do it? Lin Fan asked back. So what if it bites someone? The woman exclaimed. Even if it bites, I have money. Compensating you is? Old lady has a lot of money. How can a cheap life like yours compare to my Lele? What right do you have to beat my Lele? Lin Fan was too lazy to open his mouth again. There was nothing to say to this kind of unreasonable woman. Could it be that a dog's life was more important than a human life? What's going on? Another voice came. A man came over, about 1 meter 8, tall, wearing slippers, very fat, with a round fat face, and was holding the dog leash in his hand. Husband, he hit Lele. The woman pointed her finger at Lin Fan. Ow ow ow. The German shepherd in her arms wailed a few more times and didn't move. Completely broken. Lele? The woman's complexion was stunned. She tried Demu's nostrils, and her entire body was paralyzed on the ground, her eyes murmuring listlessly. Husband, Lele is dead. Kid, why did you hit my dog? The man's gaze is not good. Looking at Lin Fan, I have this dog more than $20,000 a dog, in my house for 3 years, like a relative, and we have deep feelings. Walking the dog without a leash. The dog almost bit my wife. What? I can't fight? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. You just can't fight. Lele is my son. Who are you to hit my son? The woman yelled again. Ki, you even beat it to death. I want a life for a life. Kid, you tell me how to handle this. The man stared hard at Lin Fan. This dog of mine. He eats imported dog food. It's more expensive than the meals your family eats. You beat him to death. Nothing else? $200,000. Without $200,000, this won't be over. Let me tell you, I'm a local. I don't want to use my connections on you. $200,000? Are you dreaming? Lin Fan looked at the man like he was an idiot. What? Are you kid trying to cheat? The man frowned. You killed my dog and you want to get away with it? I'll say it one last time. It was your dog that bit the man first. I was acting in self-defense. Lin Fan was a little impatient. If it wasn't for the fact that he grew up with very good tutelage and didn't easily get involved with people, he would have stopped talking so much nonsense a long time ago. If you can do it, never beep. Biting people first? My Lele has never bitten anyone, and in the past 3 years, he has never walked his dog without a leash, nor has he bitten anyone. Why when it comes to you, it bites your wife? The woman exclaimed, following her gaze to Yang Shui. Seeing that the other party was beautiful and temperamental, her eyes couldn't help but flash with jealousy. It must be your wife, wearing too cool and flamboyant, not a good woman at a glance. Seeing that my family Lele is cute, she wanted to tease it, and only then was bitten. The woman continued. Snap. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a crisp slap rang out. The left side of the woman's face was instantly red and swollen, hot and painful. Ouch. It hurts. You dare to hit me? The woman covered her face and looked at Lin Fan incredulously. That slap just now was exactly what Lin Fan had hit. It was natural to be taught a lesson for insulting Lin Fan's wife. Even if you beat my family Lele to death, now you're still hitting people? The woman was indignant and trembled with anger. I'll just hit you. What's wrong? Lin Fan sneered at the woman. Chapter 47, she wants to take a walk there. This is a society of law and order. What gives you the right to hit people? The woman exclaimed, followed by shouting. Come on, someone's beating people up. Come and take a look. At this time of day there are quite a few homeowners taking a walk and enjoying the cool air, and when they hear the commotion, they all gather around. That's him. It's not enough that he killed my dog, now he's hitting people. The woman pointed her finger at Lin Fan, a shrew cursing in general. Everyone come and judge. What gives him the right to hit me? Woo woo. Speaking, the woman was crying again, looking aggrieved. Young man, hitting people is not right. Yes, even if there is another misunderstanding, you can't hit people. Several old men said to Lin Fan, this family walks their dog without a leash, causing the dog to almost bite a person, and says that a life is worth a life, and that a person is worse than a dog or something. Do you guys think my husband should hit her? Yang Shui stood out and said angrily, there's still this? The onlookers were dumbfounded. I remembered. This lady often walks her dog without a leash. 2 days ago someone else advised her to hold the leash, but instead was taunted by the lady, saying something about being rich and biting into it. Can't afford to pay. A big mom said, people are not as good as dogs. That's a bit heavy to say. Yes, this young man doesn't look like a rich man, but he can't be bullied by others like this. You can't be rich and have no sense of public morality. Walking your dog without a leash. The crowd of onlookers suddenly pointed their words at the woman. They were still relatively sensible. Yang Shui sighed in relief. If she really let the onlookers send this shrew to the moral high ground, it would be troublesome. Why are you guys accusing me? I'm the victim, the woman cried out. Her husband saw that more and more people were gathering, and his face was also a bit unsightly. He looked straight at Lin Fan. Kid, the matter of the dog bite is over. After all, my family Lele has been killed by you. I won't pursue this matter. But you hit my wife with your hands. This is your fault. You apologize to my wife immediately now, otherwise I will be rude to you. He clenched his fists and crunched his finger bones, ready to strike at any time. Apologize? Lin Fan blankly glanced at the man. Your wife's mouth stinks. Insulting my wife? If it wasn't for the fact that she's a woman, that slap just now would be considered light. The man's gaze was instantly cold. He didn't expect this skinny and weak kid in front of him to dare to say this. If you don't apologize, I will beat you until you apologize. The man let out a cold laugh, and his fist ruthlessly smashed towards Lin Fan's skull. Hit someone. The faces of the onlookers changed. This young man is rash. Although the dog owner has no qualities, but he dared to say that kind of arrogant words. He must have a backstage. Yes, the dog owner has already taken a step back first. The young man apologized is not it. The big thing is small. The small thing is nothing. He had to ask for it. Rash. Iron head boy. The onlookers shook their heads repeatedly at Lin Fan, as if they had already seen the image of Lin Fan being beaten up furiously. But the next moment, they froze, only to see Lin Fan raise his right hand and grab it. Put. This grab, as if it was an iron claw, landed hard on the man's hand. It hurts. The man's face twisted, feeling like the bones in his wrist were going to be crushed. The raw pain was incomparable. This kid, so strong. The man looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, and in the next moment, he screamed miserably again. He only heard a crunching sound. Lin Fan kicked the man's knee, and the man's entire body, kneeling on one knee, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. It hurt so much, he let out a suppressed wail, feeling that his knee had been fractured. Good stance. This young man is still a practitioner. Can't see it. This family is so arrogant. They kicked the iron plate today. They deserve it. The onlooker's eyes lit up with admiration. Hubby, are you alright? The woman shouted loudly, but still held the German shepherd in her arms and refused to let go. Kid, you wait. I will make you regret what happened today. The man raised his head, his gaze coldly looking at Lin Fan, enduring the pain and limping away. Hubby. The woman picked up Demu and chased after him. She turned back and looked at Lin Fan again. Kid, this won't just go away. For this kind of threatening words, Lin Fan didn't care at all, but it was Yang Shui who had a hint of fear in her eyes. Husband. Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan. It's fine, everything is with me. Lin Fan smiled faintly at Yang Shui. Aha! Yang Shui nodded her little head. This smile gave her a great sense of security. The next day, the topmost floor of building one of the Fortune Plaza in Donghai City. Lin Fan backed his hands upside down and looked at the traffic downstairs with an expressionless face. Young Lin, I'm late. A man in a silk suit with a country face walked in quickly. His gaze was deep. It was none other than Sun Ming, the president of Renfan Capital's China region. How has Renfan developed recently? Lin Fan asked seemingly casually. Sun Ming was shaken. Lin Fan asking this meant that he was starting to prepare to intervene in the family business? Young Lin, Renfan Capital has recently been developing steadily and continuously in a healthy manner. Sun Ming immediately bowed his head and said, over the past few years, the company's capital growth rate has been maintained at 10 points upwards. At the same time, in addition to emerging industries such as technology and media, medical and healthcare, consumer goods services, and finance. Our company is also laying out projects such as construction investment and national engineering. Lin Fan nodded. Sun Ming continued. During this period of time, Renfan Capital is talking about things regarding shantytown renovation, which is a big project with tens of billions of investment. It involves the work of expropriation compensation, resettlement, house construction, and so on, for the residents of the shantytowns. The company's core executives have unanimously decided to let Mrs. Lin take over the position of chief director. Of course, we will all be supporting from the sidelines. The matter of Yang Shui being Lin Fan's wife had long been no secret in front of the core executives of Renfan Capital. Of course, this shantytown renovation is a big project that will take about 2 years, but we have already made a preliminary study and decided that if there is any progress in the renovation project, we will elevate Mrs. Lin's position in the company and move closer to the core. Sun Ming added. Lin Fan nodded his head and added, right, Yunmeng Mountain Villa. Buy me a set recently. Sun Ming was stunned and said, Young Lin, although the Cloud Dream Mountain Villa is a high-end villa, the location I feel is not ideal. It's not in the center of the city. It's not suitable for you to live in. Just Cloud Dream Mountain. I looked over there. The scenery is quite good. Away from the city center it happens to be quieter as well. Lin Fan looked out the window at the traffic. There was gentleness appearing in his eyes. Mainly, she wants to take a walk there. Okay Lin Xiao. I'll start working on it right away. Going home from Fortune Plaza, Yang Shui told Lin Fan that at night, Yang Jingtao asked to go to his house for dinner. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. After being in the Yang family for so long, Yang Jingtao called Yang Shui and Yang Yu home every now and then to have dinner and get together. Chapter 48, I'm the chief responsible person. As Lin Fan drove, Yang Shui said on the side, Hubby, it seems like I'm going to be promoted again. Today the company gave me full responsibility for an important project. What project? Lin Fan asked with seeming curiosity. Investment and remodeling of shantytowns in Donghai City. Yang Shui said, this is a big project of tens of billions of dollars. I didn't even think that the company would hand over such an important project to me. The moment I received the notice, I was directly dumbfounded. Yang Shui recalled the picture at that time. I thought about it. I'm just an accountant. I don't know anything. Why did the company give me such an important project to do? Ye Qian knows, but also wondered. The board of directors of Renfan. Why would they make such a decision? The company let you do, obviously valued you. You just rest assured boldly do it. Lin Fan smiled. Well, but this matter is too big. There are too many interested parties involved, all kinds of developers, material dealers, and when it comes to expropriation and compensation, there might be bloodshed. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to cope with it. Yang Shui hesitated. Don't worry, those upper echelons of Renfan Capital are not stupid. With such a big project, they will definitely treat it with care. If you have a problem, you just need to report upwards. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Aha! Yang Shui was encouraged and immediately got energized. Her big eyes were glowing. If I do well with this project, it won't even take 2 or 3 years. Maybe this year, I'll be able to earn the down payment for a suite of rooms. So let's change our house and live there then. Well, wife cheer up. Lin Fan laughed. Not long after, he arrived at Yang Jingtao's yard, and as usual, Zhao Sihai's family had already arrived early, and the BMW 520 was parked outside the house. Yo, late every time. Seeing Lin Fan, Yang Yu, as usual, started by nitpicking. You're still late even after buying a car. I don't think you even put our dad in your heart. Lin Fan didn't bother to argue and sat down with Yang Shui. Not long after the food was served, the family ate. Lin Fan, I heard our dad say that you were rude to our dad 2 days ago? Yang Yu's voice was icy cold. Our dad told me what happened. Over on Changchun Road. Even though our dad hit someone with his car and was at fault first, you can't make a move on our dad. Big sister. I didn't make a move, Lin Fan explained. At that time, our dad was leaving, and once he left, this matter became serious. Originally it was just a small matter of running a red light and hitting someone. It could be solved by spending money. As soon as our dad left, it became a hit and run, and it was punishable by imprisonment. Humph. I don't care. Yang Yu snorted coldly. I only know that you are making a move on our dad. Our dad wants to leave. Why don't you persuade him? But have to make a move? Do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? Lin Fan was helpless. If he could persuade Yang Jingtao, then he wouldn't have stopped him. Besides, at that time, Lin Fan only grabbed Yang Jingtao. He didn't do anything at all. And Lin Fan was still acting out of kindness. Brother Lin Fan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Zhao Sihai chucked the dishes while saying, our father made a mistake. It's only right for you to persuade from the sidelines. To move your hands is really a bit unreasonable. Yang Jingtao sat on the upper seat, expressionless as he watched the scene, without the slightest intention to open his mouth. Alright, Dad. I was wrong. Lin Fan directly apologized. This kind of thing, he is a son-in-law. There is no need to be stubborn. Stubborn is no big or small. No filial piety. Might as well admit his mistake to give Yang Jingtao a step down. I promise, similar things will never happen in the future. Lin Fan added. It's good to know your mistakes. Yang Jingtao coldly looked at Lin Fan. This will not happen again. Okay, Dad. Yang Jingtao nodded his head and digressed. I just watched the Donghai news. It said that the planning for the shantytown renovation has recently started. That's a big piece of fat meat. Say hi. You're in engineering. This piece of shantytown. Do you have a way to intervene? Not for now. Zhao Sihai shook his head helplessly. Dad, you only see the news, but you don't know. This shantytown renovation thing has given the project to Run Fan Capital in its entirety. It is estimated that in a few more days, the news will be announced. Run Fan Capital? What is that? Yang Jingtao asked suspiciously. It's a global investment company. Very, very large in scale. Originally they seldom ventured into this aspect of engineering projects. I don't know why, but recently they suddenly shifted. Zhao Sihai was incredibly puzzled. Run Fan Capital won the bid. This has already been rumored in our line of work. He continued. In the past few days, many developers, material dealers, and whatnot, have gone to Renfan Capital to talk about cooperation, wanting to share a piece of meat, but Renfan Capital's attitude is very unclear, saying that this kind of thing is all up to the chief director. These past few days, my leader didn't run to Renfan Capital much either, but the results were all to no avail. Zhao Sihai sighed lightly. It's really hard to say whether or not this piece of meat can be eaten in the mouth. This kind of tens of billions of big projects, Renfan Capital is a giant and a threshold. Only by getting Renfan Capital's consent can they get a share of the oil and water from it. Alas, do your best. Yang Jingtao also sighed. I had thought that this shantytown renovation, for you, is an opportunity. Can Carp Leap Dragon Gate really become a big opportunity among people? It is indeed an opportunity for me, but currently I can't get involved at all. Zhao Sihai was filled with helplessness. Hubby, don't be discouraged. Yang Yu comforted. Even if you don't get this opportunity, you're still better than Lin Fan, who is just waiting to die. Xiao Yu, don't compare everything to Lin Fan. Yang Jingtao frowned. Everything should be looked forward. Are you looking for psychological comfort by comparing him to Lin Fan? Will you be able to get ahead in the future? It's only right for you to compare with those who are motivated. Dad's lesson is right. Yang Yu hurriedly said. That, Dad, I'm the chief person in charge of this shantytown renovation. Yang Shui hesitated and still said. Once she said this, the room suddenly went quiet. After a while, Yang Jingtao spoke. Xiao Shui, eat properly. There's no place for you to talk. So shut up. Really, Dad, I'm really the chief person in charge of the shantytown renovation. Yang Shui said. Just you? Yang Yu looked at Yang Shui with contempt. Xiao Shui, can you stop bragging? How did you become the chief in charge when your Heavenly Sea finance was about to close down? Little Shui, it's not that big sis-in-law is talking about you. When you say this, you kind of don't know the depth of the matter. Zhao Sihai also said. The chief head of shantytown renovation must also have at least 10 years of experience in engineering work. For materials, construction, labor, resettlement and compensation for possible bloodshed, and such, before he can take up this position. And you, being nothing but an accountant, how could you possibly become the chief? Besides, Tianhai Finance is like a small ant in front of Renfan Capital. The two have nothing to do with each other, so how could you possibly be the chief in charge? What 4C said is reasonable. Yang Jingtao nodded his head and glared at Yang Shui. Xiao Shui, I didn't expect you to actually learn to brag. Did Lin Fan teach you? Chapter 49, Brother Van's Little Brother. Seeing that Yang Shui didn't speak, Yang Jingtao angrily looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, even if you are at home every day waiting for death, why did you teach the habit of bragging to Xiao Shui? Lin Fan looked dumbfounded. This old father-in-law of his was too unreasonable. When had he, Lin Fan, ever bragged? Dad, I'm serious. I'm really the chief responsible person. Yang Shui said seriously. Alright, stop it. It's fortunate that you married out. If in the past, you bragged nonsense, I would have already beat you up. Yang Jingtao impatiently waved his hand. The sound of Yang Yu covering her mouth and snickering came from the dining table all of a sudden. Yang Shui hadn't been beaten up by Yang Jingtao when she was a child. Zhao Sihai also shook his head, not realizing that Yang Shui actually liked to brag. Shantytown renovation project chief. Is not Yang Shui a small accountant can be? Yang Jingtao this attitude. Let Yang Shui also lazy to say. Silent dinner. After dinner, on the way home, Yang Shui was very unhappy. Even though my ability is really not good enough to be the chief responsible person, but Renfan's senior management named me to do it. Yang Shui bristled with dissatisfaction. I'm just telling the truth. Dad and big sister, brother-in-law and them, why this attitude? Since they don't believe it, then they don't believe it. Tomorrow Renfan Capital will announce to the society the information of various people in the shantytown renovation project. By then they will naturally believe it. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Hubby, how do you know that it will be announced tomorrow? I told you about this before? Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan with wide-eyed suspicion. I guessed. This kind of thing, it's usually announced, right? Lin Fan's gaze flickered for a moment. Also, hubby is so smart. Yang Shui smiled. The project information will indeed be announced on the remodeling website tomorrow, so I'll see if they'll still say I'm bragging then. Early the next morning, Yang Shui went to work and Lin Fan was eating breakfast. Ding bell. The doorbell rang. Lin Fan opened the door with his bowl in hand, and outside the door stood a young man with a slab of hair and a t-shirt. It was Wu Chuan. Brother Fan. Seeing Lin Fan, Wu Chuan immediately revealed a smile and lifted the black bag in his hand. My grandfather is grateful for what happened in the hospital, and our family doesn't have much money. So my grandfather asked me to get a little bit of some potatoes, greens, and cauliflower from home over here to give to you. These vegetables are definitely better than the ones in the supermarket, purely natural and pesticide-free, and every one of them was planted by my grandfather's own hands. Right, there are also eggs. They are all earth eggs. They taste delicious. Lin Fan smiled. Thank your grandfather for me. Come in and have a seat. After entering the house, Wu Chuan sat on the sofa, a bit formal. Lin Fan poured him a cup of water and continued eating. What are your future plans? Lin Fan asked. Wu Chuan thought for a moment and said, the first thing is to quit gambling. Then Brother Fan gave me $1 million. My original idea was to buy a small house with Grandpa, move out of the shantytown to live in a better environment. But yesterday the news said that our shantytown is going to be demolished and remodeled. When the time comes, it will arrange resettlement houses for the shantytown residents and have compensation. Wu Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of essence. I grew up in the shantytown as a child, and I know all the residents here. This time, when the shantytown is demolished, there are definitely some people who want to be the nail households, asking for large sums of money for demolition, and even bloodshed. My idea is to use this $1 million as a startup capital to see if I can help solve the problem of demolition and resettlement, and then I'll make some oil from it. After Scar was injured, he's still in ICU. His status in the shantytown has plummeted. Otherwise this kind of good deed wouldn't be my turn to do. Lin Fan unexpectedly looked at Wu Chuan, not expecting this young man, but also a little bit of brains. Then how should you cooperate? Lin Fan asked. This is the biggest problem I'm facing. Wu Chuan sighed, although I am confident that I have the ability to solve the problem of demolition and resettlement of residents. But there is no way. And this shantytown renovation project, they also commissioned Renfan Capital to do it. And I'm even more unable to contact people. The feeling of having the opportunity in front of you but not being able to grasp it is hard. Hearing this, Lin Fan was silent and continued to eat, but his eyes flashed with a thoughtful look as if he was considering something. Bang bang bang! A loud sound came. The security door of Lin Fan's home constantly shook. Asterisk. You. Open the door. Open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll bang on it. Is someone dead at home? No dead people. Come over and open the door. Outside the door, someone cursed. Lin Fan frowned and set aside his bowl to open the door. Outside the door, there stood 7 or 8 tall punks, all tattooed and fierce. At the head, a man sitting in a wheelchair, his leg wrapped in gauze. It is the day before yesterday when walking in the neighborhood, was Lin Fan kicked a broken man. Next to this man, stood his wife. Her wife's eyes were red. She was wearing mourning. Her head was wrapped in a white scarf, and she was holding a picture frame and an urn in her arms. And on the picture frame, it was the picture of the German Shepherd. Kid, now the neighborhood have surveillance. Do you think it's hard to find your house? On the wheelchair, the man looked at Lin Fan coldly. You should still remember what I said to you the day before yesterday. I will make you regret it. Brother Chang, is this the kid that killed your family Lele and injured you? The punk next to the man asked, pointing his iron stick at Lin Fan. Aha! Brother Chang nodded. A sinister light appeared in his eyes. Going to the hospital cost me several thousand. Today I'm going to make this kid break both his legs. Hubby, we can't let him break his legs. How can he kneel if his legs are fractured? Brother Cheng's wife spoke up. Her eyes were red as she looked at Lin Fan with hatred. I already sent my family Lele to the funeral parlor to be cremated yesterday, and picked a good graveyard with good feng shui. This is his urn and photo. The woman stroked the urn and again looked up to Lin Fan and said morosely, Kid, you now put on sackcloth and mourning, then kneel and kowtow to my family Lele. Otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death. After saying that, she took out the white mourning coat and scarf from her pocket and threw them in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned. Was this sending him bad luck? Brother Fan, what's going on? Wu Chuan, who heard the commotion, also came out. Seeing these people, and then looking at the Demu picture frame and urn. He probably understood in his heart. Oh, a dog only, but also feng shui good cemetery, but also wearing hemp in mourning. This dog is your father? Wu Chuan sneered at the woman. I guess when your dad died, you wouldn't even put him in mourning. Who are you? The woman looked at Wu Chuan coldly. Me? I'm Brother Fan's little brother. Wu Chuan grinned. Humph. Since you're a little brother, then wear mourning clothes for a piece. The woman snorted coldly and took out another set of mourning coats and threw them in front of Wu Chuan. 1 minute, both of you put them on, then kneel and kowtow to my family Lele. Otherwise, both of you will live a life worse than death. Chapter 50, I'm here for a walk. Kid, do you hear me? Sister-in-law wants you to kneel and kowtow. Kneel down now, or I'll kill you both. Those punks picked up their weapons and clamored. They clamored. Brother Fan, what should we do? Wu Chuan looked at Lin Fan, his gaze a little nervous. Kneeling and kowtowing was naturally impossible, but the 7 or 8 big men on the opposite side, who were also holding iron bars and steel pipes, were very difficult to deal with. What do you say? Lin Fan looked at Wu Chuan playfully. What to do? Wu Chuan's eyes turned. Then he clenched his teeth. Do it! He quickly turned around, went to the kitchen to get a sharp kitchen knife and rushed out. Dare to disrespect my brother Fan. Wu Chuan directly took a stick and smashed it up. Lin Fan was a bit surprised. This Wu Chuan had some bloodlust. Plop! A stick smashed into the arm of one of the punks. This stick caught off guard. The punks didn't even react. It hurts me to death. That punk covered his arm and backed up, large drops of cold sweat dripping down his face, estimating that it was a fracture at worst. Go! Him. The remaining few punks' faces suddenly became ferocious and rushed towards Wu Chuan. Although Wu Chuan was bloodthirsty, it was hard to beat him with 2 fists, and before more than 10 seconds, he was controlled. Q. A punk's iron bar smashed on Wu Chuan's wrist. Clang! The stick fell to the ground. Looking for death. Kid, jump again. Bang! A foot flew in and viciously kicked Wu Chuan in the small of his back. Wu Chuan's entire body flew backwards, smashed against the wall, and slowly slid down. Cough cough cough. He kept coughing, there was blood flowing out, and he felt immense pain all over his body. His entire body was about to fall apart. Get him! 3 punks surrounded Wu Chuan. One of them smashed his fist on Wu Chuan's eye socket. Bang! This punch hit Wu Chuan's eyeballs almost burst. The whole person's eyes were black. The sky was spinning. Another punk, holding an iron bar, smashed at Wu Chuan's head. Seeing that the iron rod is about to fall. Whoosh! Abruptly, a white clean left hand probed out and firmly grabbed the iron rod. It was Lin Fan. The punk with the iron rod felt like the iron rod was imprisoned and could not be withdrawn. Kid, do you want to do it too? The punk looked at Lin Fan fiercely. Everyone pay attention. This guy has good hands. One person may not be his match. On the wheelchair, Chang's face changed and he shouted. There are at least 3 people that can beat him. Those punks' eyes flashed, not expecting Lin Fan to be so skilled. 3 people? Contempt appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. In the next moment, he moved, as if a tiger entered a flock of sheep. The wind of his fist surged. Bang! Bang! He was very fast, and every blow landed on a person's fatal area. Solar plexus, lower neck, back of the head. Ah! It hurts! Miserable screams mixed with fist-to-flesh sounds resounded in the hallway. Before 20 seconds were up, all 7 or 8 of those punks fell to the ground, motionless and wailing. If it wasn't for Lin Fan staying his hand, these people would already be a corpse. So scary. On the wheelchair, Brother Chang was dumbfounded. This kid, his hands were too powerful. His wife was also so scared that she hugged the urn and kept trembling, looking at Lin Fan in fear. How could they know that ordinary people would not have any advantage in numbers against Lin Fan? No matter how many people there were, every strike Lin Fan landed on the exact position, causing people to lose their fighting strength instantly. Quickly, call someone. Brother Chang was really scared, fumbling for his cell phone and dialing the number. Lin Fan wrapped his arms around his body with a playful smile on his face, without the slightest intention of stopping him. 10 minutes later, which one of these things that doesn't know how to die dares to find trouble with my brother? A stern shout came. 20 to 30 punks rushed up from the building, blocking the hallway to the brim, all of them with iron bars and steel pipes in their hands, and the leader was a yellow hair. Finally, seeing the yellow hair, Chang's hanging heart fell. This yellow hair was the #1 junior under the shantytown bully Brother Scar, with dozens of people under his hand and his backstage. The reason why Brother Chang dared to threaten Lin Fan the day before yesterday when the dog bit him, saying that he was a local with connections, was all because of this yellow hair. Seeing yellow hair, both Lin Fan and Wu Chuan were stunned. This yellow hair, the first time Lin Fan arrived at the shantytown, he kicked him far away. The second time they met was at the hospital, and if it wasn't for Xiao Shan's arrival, he might have been beaten up by Lin Fan again. Brother Yellow Hair. Brother Chang was overjoyed and pointed his finger at Lin Fan. It's this kid. There are already many brothers injured under him, looking for death. A sinister light flashed in Yellow Hair's eyes as he followed the finger. In the next moment, his pupils shrank and a huge fear appeared in his eyes. Lin Xiao? Yellow Hair's voice stuttered. The things that happened in the people's hospital were still fresh in his mind. Scar's arms were wasted. He was still lying in the ICU, and he ended up paying out $1 million. In the final analysis, it was all because Scar had offended the youth in front of him. If you want to say the relationship, this Lin Xiao, but also when he has a little relationship, is his big brother Chen Wuji's life-saving benefactor. The status of the two people. The difference is 108,000 miles. The other party casually stretch a finger. Can be alive to press him to death? A mouthful of spittle. Can drown him. Simply not a level. Yellow Hair could not figure out how Xiao Chang had messed with such a horrible big man. What's more, he even called him over to help. Wasn't this pushing him into the fire pit? Thinking of this, Yellow Hair shivered. Brother Yellow Hair, do it. Seeing Yellow Hair not moving, Brother Chang urged. I'll move my ass. Yellow Hair cursed, and fiercely slapped on Brother Chang's face. Fiery pain. Ha! Brother Chang covered his face. Dumbfounded. Brother Yellow Hair, why did you hit me? Yes, Brother Yellow Hair. His wife was also puzzled, pointing her finger at Lin Fan and spoke indignantly. You have to hit this bastard. He's the one who killed my Lele. I want his life for a life. I'll offset the Nimas then. You two want to find death. Don't drag me along. Yellow Hair cursed again and kicked the woman in the stomach. Bang! The woman was kicked and sat down on the ground. The German Shepherd picture frame fell to pieces. The urn cracked and scattered ashes all over the place. Lele, my Lele ah! The woman's face was pale and she howled as she hugged the urn. Yellow Hair didn't even look at the woman and piled up a smile as he walked over to Lin Fan. That Lin Xiao. I don't have half a relationship with this family of two. I just came over for a walk. You shut her up first. It's noisy. Lin Fan looked askance at the woman on the ground. Do you hear me? Lin Xiao told you to shut up. If you don't shut up again, I'll stuff the ashes in your mouth. Yellow Hair gave the woman a vicious look. The woman was so scared that her whole body shivered. Thinking of the image of ashes stuffed in her mouth, she didn't dare to speak at once. That Lin Xiao. Yellow Hair compensated with a smile. Have your people clean this up? Bloodstains and all. Not half of it, lest my wife come back from work and see it scaring her. Lin Fan added. Chapter 51. Get out as far as you can. Yes. Yellow Hair nodded repeatedly and ordered his little brother. Did you hear me? Clean this up. There can't be any bloodstains. Okay. Those juniors immediately got busy. On the wheelchair, Brother Chang froze. He was the one who invited Yellow Hair over to help. How come in the end, Yellow Hair listened to Lin Fan? Brother Yellow Hair, you. Brother Chang hesitated. Lin Xiao, how to deal with this couple? Yellow Hair said righteously. Once again, I declare that I have nothing to do with them. Let them get as far away as they can. Lin Fan said indifferently. Do you hear me? Lin Xiao told you to get as far away as you can. Yellow Hair glared. Brother Chang and his wife, even if they were stupid, reacted that this Lin Fan, his identity was not simple. Even Brother Yellow Hair had to treat him with respect and didn't dare to mess with him. Couldn't it be that this kid was in existence on the same level as Brother Scar? Thinking of this, Brother Chang's eyelids jumped. Wife, let's go. He knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. And what happened earlier? Just pretend it never happened. But my Lele. The woman looked at the ashes on the ground. Then you stay here with your Lele. Chang coldly snorted. Directly from the wheelchair stood up. A jump down the stairs. Hubby. The woman shouted and followed. An hour later, Lin Fan's house door was finally cleaned up. And Yellow Hair even went downstairs to buy disinfectant to sterilize the whole thing. Lin Xiao. It's ready. Yellow Hair asked with a winking smile. Lin Fan nodded. Come in. Yellow Hair froze, wondering what Lin Fan was asking him to do in the house. Although he was a bit reluctant, but thinking of Lin Fan's terrible hands, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to, so he bravely entered the house. Ouch! It hurts me to death. Wu Chuan was lying on the sofa, holding an ice pack for his eyes. Talk to me? What is the situation in the shantytown now? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Ha? Yellow Hair froze once again. What? Brother Fan is asking you. Speak quickly. Wu Chuan gave a cold shout. He hadn't been bullied by Yellow Hair much before, but now that he was with Lin Fan, he could finally turn over a new leaf. Yellow Hair was scared and said, the shantytown is in chaos right now. Brother Scar is hospitalized, and it's all being rumored that he offended some big shot, and his position may not be secure in the future. Yellow Hair glanced at Lin Fan and saw that the other party was expressionless, so he continued, all in all now, Brother Scar is hospitalized. There are many people who want to take the opportunity to get to the top, but I feel that it is not very likely. After all, Brother Scar's relationship in the shantytown is not something that others can replace, unless Brother Scar names who he wants to sit in his position. In these few days, there's going to be a shantytown renovation. There's a lot of oil and water in there. A lot of people's hearts are itching for it. Lin Fan nodded his head and had a number in his heart. Wu Chuan, you will go to Fortune Plaza Building 1 later. Look for a person called Sun Ming. Say that I introduced him, and ask him to give the work of resettlement and compensation for the residents of the shantytowns to you to do. Ha! This time it was Wu Chuan's turn to freeze. He was a bit puzzled. Shantytown resettlement compensation work. Lin Fan let him do it in one sentence? Could it be that Lin Fan was still the person in charge of shantytown renovation? Brother Fan, I know that your identity is not simple. Wu Chuan rubbed his hands, but this shantytown renovation, tens of billions of large projects, even if a small piece of the link, resettlement compensation issues, are hundreds of millions of work, you let me go? The main thing is, this thing, not you a word. I can go to Dua, Wu Chuan said euphemistically, but the meaning is very obvious. What is your Lin Fan's identity? Let me go and do it. The key people agree? Just do as I say. Lin Fan smiled, but remember what you said earlier. Be able to handle the resettlement compensation and avoid bloodshed. Alright, I'll definitely remember. Wu Chuan nodded helplessly and prepared to go to Fortune Plaza later. Even if he was turned away, he didn't lose anything. From today onwards, you'll follow Wu Chuan. Lin Fan looked at Yellow Hair. From now on, in the shantytown, there will only be Wu Chuan, not Scar. Hearing this, both Yellow Hair and Wu Chuan were stunned. It was hard to believe that Scar was going to be replaced. Yellow Hair's eyelids jumped, then shook his head. It should be unlikely. Brother Scar has been operating in the shantytown for many years. It's not like he can be replaced just by saying so. Besides, although Lin Fan is Chen Wuji's life-saving benefactor, but this kind of related to personnel changes, Chen Wuji will listen to his words? Wu Chuan also have doubts. He played as a child. Scar has been in the shantytown famous. He was the Earth Emperor of the shantytown for more than 10 years. Not something that Lin Fan could change at the drop of a hat. When Lin Fan said this, it was obvious that he was pretending. Alright, young Master Lin, I know. Wu Chuan revealed a smile and cooperated with Lin Fan. Not exposing him, this matter would fall on deaf ears. Lin Fan, on the other hand, did not say much. The reason why he let Wu Chuan take over Scar's position was that Lin Fan felt that it was time to train some of his own people. Chen Wuji, Sun Ming, Shen Huichuan, these people, although in the business world, the road are very powerful, but in the final analysis, our father Lin Tianxiao single-handedly support up. Lin Fan, on the other hand, wanted to cultivate some people who were uniquely his own to facilitate his actions. In the afternoon, Wu Chuan, who had come out from Lin Fan's house, came to Fortune Plaza Building 1 as instructed. Looking at the entrance of the building parked a high-grade luxury car. In and out, are white-collar suits. Wu Chuan heart some apprehension. What Brother Fan said, can you believe it? It won't be a bluff. Forget it, anyway, was rejected. Not lose anything, at most be laughed at. He clenched his teeth and walked towards the front desk and asked, hello, I'm looking for Sun Ming. The receptionist glanced at Wu Chuan. A slight trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and smiled. Sir, do you have an appointment with President Sun? No. Wu Chuan shook his head. Sorry sir, without an appointment, we won't let you see the president. The receptionist was still smiling. This Fan, too able to brag. Wu Chuan had already known this outcome and shook his head helplessly, but still said tentatively, it's Lin Fan who asked me to find President Sun. Lin Fan? The receptionist's eyes flickered as she picked up the phone and called out, okay, President, I'll bring him up to meet you. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist smiled. Sir, please follow me. The president is waiting for you in the senior reception room. Wu Chuan was dumbfounded and followed the receptionist up the elevator. Half an hour later, Wu Chuan was full of excitement as he walked out of the building, his heart jumping out of his throat with excitement. Lin Fan was really qualified to give him all the resettlement and compensation work for the shantytown residents. Sun Ming promised that within 3 days, he would pay the compensation money of 100 million funds into his account and signed a contract. This 100 million funds is basically used to compensate the shantytown residents. And if it's not enough, then the funds will be called again. Rich people are different. Thinking of Sun Ming's brand name clothes and watches that even he couldn't recognize, Wu Chuan's heart yearned. This was the topmost person at the top of society. Then, Wu Chuan suddenly thought of Lin Fan. Chapter 52, Reunion. Sun Ming was the topmost figure in society, holding countless riches in his hands. His status was high. But why did Sun Ming listen to Lin Fan? Can it be that Brother Fan has other identities? Wu Chuan wondered. At this instant, Lin Fan suddenly became mysterious and unpredictable in his eyes, as if a mist was shrouded around him. Forget it, don't think about it, go home first, gather people and start working. Wu Chuan was full of energy, and just as he arrived at the door of his shantytown home, Yellow Hair suddenly found him. Brother Chuan. Yellow Hair looked at Wu Chuan with a winking smile on his face. Behind him were many juniors, and at a glance, there were hundreds of them. Is there something wrong? Wu Chuan was a little nervous in his heart. This Yellow Hair wouldn't take advantage of Lin Fan's absence to take revenge on him. With so many people, he couldn't even run away. Hurry up, call Brother Chuan. Are all mute? Yellow Hair turned back again and drank at the group of minions. Brother Chuan, Brother Chuan. Those little brothers bowed their heads in unison, and their voices shook the sky. This time, Wu Chuan was really startled. This formation, is it possible to recognize the boss? Brother Chuan. Just now Brother Scar called over and said, Yellow Hair forward, still with a winking smile. From today onwards, he quit the Jianghu, his position, given to you to sit. Wu Chuan was dumbfounded. His jaw almost dropped in surprise. He had lived in Scar's shadow since he was a child. Scar was a terrifying existence to him, and between the two, there was a grudge. But Scar would actually give up his position to him. Why? This was something completely impossible and unreasonable. Following that, Wu Chuan's gaze flickered, and again, he thought of Lin Fan's sentence. From today onwards, Shantytown, only Wu Chuan, no Scar. Can't it be that Brother Fan asked Scar to give up his position to me? He said this, he didn't pretend. It's true. In this instant, an unspeakable emotion surged to the heart. Shock, gratitude and curiosity towards Lin Fan. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the website of Donghai City published information about the personnel of the Shantytown renovation project, and it was on the news. When this news came out, in the entire Donghai City, it was like a storm, especially the major developers, material dealers. The eyes are locked in the personnel information. The general director, like hungry wolves, see a lamb, ready to pounce on a bite. They knew that in order to get a share of the oil and water from the Shantytown renovation project, everything had to go through this person's consent. Asterisk. Zhao Sihai looked at the information of the people on the computer page. His face changed greatly, and he couldn't help but burst out. Wife, come over. What's wrong? Panicking, can't you? A man, be steady. Otherwise what's the difference between you and that trash Lin Fan? Yang Yu, who was cooking in the kitchen, opened her mouth in dissatisfaction and still walked over. The information of the personnel of the Shantytown renovation project has been released. Look at the first column, the chief person in charge. Zhao Sihai pointed his finger at the webpage, his finger trembling continuously. Shantytown remodeling general director. Yang Yu recited in a low voice, Yang Shui. Her face changed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Impossible. It must be a rename. My sister is just a small accountant. She can't do anything. How can she be the chief responsible person? Absolutely impossible. Zhao Sihai clicked on Yang Shui. The web page opened and her personal information appeared. The information was very simple, her photo and age. It's really Yang Shui. Seeing the photo on the screen, Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu were really dumbfounded. How can it be? My sister's little skill. How could she be the chief director? Yang Yu still didn't believe it. The website publishes the information. It's impossible for it to be fake. Zhao Sihai sighed softly. It seems that what Xiao Shui said at the dinner table yesterday is true. She really became the chief director. Yang Yu sat on her butt on the sofa, feeling weak. The chief Shantytown manager, responsible for tens of billions of dollars of large projects, and the gap between her is not a level at all. No, this must be told to our father. Yang Yu immediately stood up. Hubby, walk to our dad's house. You're still cooking. What are you doing? Go to our dad's house to eat. Just in time to call Yang Shui over as well. Yang Yu exclaimed. At 7 in the evening, Lin Fan drove, and Yang Shui went to her old father-in-law's house for dinner. Having just had a meal yesterday, and going to eat again today, Lin Fan vaguely already guessed the reason. Yo, you family of two are late again. Seeing the duo, Yang Yu spoke. Big sister, I've been busy at work these days and had to work overtime. Yang Shui explained. After all, now that you're the chief director, with such a big project, you must be busy at work. Yang Yu said in a conspiratorial manner. Alright, since everyone is together, let's eat. Yang Jingtao sat on the upper seat and spoke expressionlessly. The family went to the table to eat. I heard that the Cloud Dream Mountain Villa is going to be on sale, Yang Jingtao said casually as he ate his meal. Yes, Dad. Zhao Sihai nodded his head, very proud. There is a part of the floor tiles of that villa or I contracted it, and earned several $100,000. Not bad. Yang Jingtao nodded with satisfaction. Those who can live in Yunmeng Mountain Villa are really big people. Forsees can contract a small part of the project. It's already very powerful. At least contacting the top social figures. Hearing this, Zhao Sihai was joyful, and added, the way Yunmeng Mountain Villa opens for sale is different from ordinary real estate. It is sold by auction. The best villa is a block in the middle of Yunmeng Mountain halfway up the mountainside. There is the best feng shui in the whole Yunmeng Mountain. The best view. Around the villa, there are clear springs surrounded by pines and cypresses, green bamboos, and the eyes can see half of the East China Sea city in the eyes. Living there, like a paradise outside of the world. Rich people are not the same living place, and we ordinary people gap is very big. Yang Shui couldn't help but say, her heart yearning for it. You can only think about it. That villa, the starting bidding price of $10 million, which is absolutely astronomical for you. Xiao Shui. Yang Yu laughed coldly. Hearing this, Yang Shui frowned, but did not retort. Alright, no more discussion about the villa. Although I also want to live there, but in this life, I feel there is not much hope. Yang Jingtao opened his mouth. Let's talk about the shantytown project renovation. Yang Shui looked stunned. After circling around for half a day, Yang Jingtao finally circled around to this topic. For season I said that the shantytown remodeling, the chief person in charge is Xiao Shuiyu, isn't it? Yang Jingtao looked at Yang Shui. Yes, Dad. Yang Shui nodded her head. Well, little Shui, do you think you're up to the job? Yang Jingtao asked again. I'm just an accountant. How can I be competent for such a major job? Yang Shui shook her head. But this is what the top management of Rinfan named me for. So if I can't be competent, I still have to be competent. Little Snow, you're right. You really can't be competent. Big sister Yang Yu laughed coldly. But I just wonder, those higher-ups aren't little cuties. Why would they give you such an important job to do? You wouldn't have some sort of shady relationship with those executives. Right. Chapter 53, Retreating from the Throne. Big sister. What do you mean by that? Yang Shui's face turned ugly. It doesn't mean anything. It's just that I usually like to watch TV dramas, and I often see what office female subordinates have a close relationship with the old boss and use the opportunity to get to the top or something. Of course, Shui, I'm not talking about you. I'm just wondering. Yang Yu rolled her eyes. Big sister, you have to speak with evidence. You can't just slander people. Lin Fan frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Yu was a big sister and her old husband was sitting here, with those words just now, Lin Fan would have already made a move. Evidence? Where can I find evidence for you? Yang Yu looked at Lin Fan with contempt. Besides, me talking to my sister. This is our Yang family's business. You, the son-in-law of the house. What qualifications do you have to open your mouth? Alright, stop it all. What's the point of arguing as a family? Yang Jingtao slammed the table with an angry look on his face, followed by another look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, we're talking about work matters. There's no room for you to interrupt at the dinner table. You eat your meal. Xiao Shui, about your work, I have a suggestion. Yang Jingtao added. Dad, you say. Yang Shui was still a bit angry with Yang Yu. You also admitted just now that the position of chief director. You can't do it. Your ability is not good, and your experience is basically zero. Yang Jingtao said. My idea is that you, the position of chief director, give it to 4Cs. How about it? Yang Yu and Zhao Sihai's gazes simultaneously looked at Yang Shui. Letting go to big sister's husband? Yang Shui's eyes widened as she immediately said. Dad, this is absolutely impossible. Even if I agree, the Renfan hierarchy won't agree. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. Listen to me finish my sentence. Yang Jingtao spoke. Let me talk to you about the benefits of this. If you give the position of the chief director to 4Cs, benefit number 1. 4Cs has a lot of engineering experience, as well as a lot of connections. I believe him, he can perfectly complete the shantytown remodeling work, and he'll be accountable to Renfan executives as well. If you were to take over, something might have gone wrong, and you wouldn't know how to handle it. Our dad is right. Zhao Sihai nodded. For a project like shantytown renovation, I'm definitely doing better than you, because I made my fortune in this line of work. Yang Shui was silent. Yang Jingtao continued. Benefit 2. This is good for all of us. If 4Cs completes this project perfectly, it can definitely make lots and lots of money from it, and at that time, 4Cs will definitely soar to the heavens. Carp leaping over the dragon gate. When one person gains the Tao, the chicken and the dog. When 4C succeeds in turning into an upper-class person, will he forget about you, his sister? At that time, buying you a suite of rooms and finding a decent job for that punk Lin Fan won't matter. Little Shui, our father is right. Zhao Sihai hurriedly said. As long as you give me the position of chief director, in the future, when I'm rich, I definitely won't forget about you. And of course, Lin Fan's younger brother. Yang Shui remained silent as if she was thinking. Yang Jingtao had raised Yang Shui and could tell at a glance that Yang Shui was a little intent. Little Shui, do you think what I said makes sense? If this is handed over to 4Cs, it will be good for you, for our family, and for your company. Yang Jingtao smiled. But if the project is in your hands, there could be an accident at any time. And then the trouble will be big. If there is an accident, a death or something, you are responsible for it. And it might even involve your personal family. Personal family? Hearing this, Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan and said helplessly, actually, at the beginning, I didn't really want to take over the position of the person in charge, because it was too difficult for me, and I wasn't half sure that I would be able to do a good job, but the above named me to do it. Now the key is, even if I agree to let it go, will the top management of Renfan agree? Seeing Yang Shui's loose lips, Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu both had their eyes lit up. Don't worry about this, I've already thought of a countermeasure. Yang Jingtao smiled. Tomorrow you will take 4Cs and go to your company to find the senior management to propose this. Step aside and recommend 4Cs to be the general director. Then make the stakes clear. I think those executives won't be fools. They naturally know that between you and 4Cs, who is the best candidate for the chief executive? I will try it tomorrow. Yang Shui hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. The reason why Yang Shui agreed to this was, in the final analysis, because of what Yang Jingtao had said, that if there was an accident at the construction site that resulted in casualties, it might have an impact on the individual's family. She thought of Lin Fan at that time. On TV, Yang Shui had seen many episodes where people were killed at construction sites and the workers went to the contractor's house. If this happened to her, it would most likely cause harm to Lin Fan. So Yang Shui finally decided to agree to Yang Jingtao. Good. Then it's settled. Yang Jingtao was very happy. Don't worry, little Shui, when this project is over, I won't forget you. Zhao Sihai immediately said, if there are benefits, I will definitely share them with you. Yang Shui didn't say anything and just nodded. After this meal, Lin Fan and Yang Shui went home first. Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu remained at Yang Jingtao's. This time, it's really thanks to Dad. If Dad hadn't opened his mouth, Xiao Shui might not have agreed to this. Zhao Sihai toasted to Yang Jingtao. What do you mean may not? That's definitely won't agree. This sister of mine is stingy. Yang Yu snorted. I didn't see it before. Since I know she secretly deposited money behind my back, I feel more and more that she's stingy. Look, if it wasn't for our dad opening his mouth and me going to beg her, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to give the head position to 4Cs. Alas, I didn't expect that Xiao Shui would turn out like this. Yang Jingtao sighed lightly. Ever since Xiao Shui married that loser Lin Fan, I feel that she's changed a bit a lot. But 4Cs, no matter what, Xiao Shui let you have this position. You must give some favors to people when things get done in the future. Don't worry about this. I will definitely give favors, Zhao Sihai assured. What benefits to give? Yang Yu coldly smiled. The position of the chief responsible person. Can it be a small accountant that she can sit on? I think 4Cs is the most suitable candidate. Xiao Ye, how to say is also a family. Can't you side developed? Xiao Shue's side. Still living a rough day. Always have to relieve. With that Lin Fan waste in, Xiao Shue's life is also under a lot of pressure. Yang Jingtao frowned and said, fine, I know. Dad, then give her some favors. Yang Yu reluctantly said, isn't Xiao Shui still living in that crappy neighborhood of climbing buildings? When the 4Cs project is over and we make some money, let's go live in Yunmeng Mountain and give Xiao Shui that small villa of ours to live in, even though it's second hand. But Xiao Shui and Lin Fan, it's good enough to live in a villa. Who cares if it's first hand or second hand? Well, this is fine. Yang Jingtao nodded. But it's cheap for that waste of a man Lin Fan. A loser like him. A second-hand villa doesn't even deserve to live in. Chapter 54, On Fire Again. How does a punk like Lin Fan deserve to live in a villa? Yang Yu snorted. Alas, Xiao Shui was smart and clever as a child and good-looking, but she married a loser like Lin Fan. Yang Jingtao sighed longingly. I strolled around the park in the past 2 days and found that quite a few parents inside the park were organizing blind dates to find objects for their sons and daughters. Dad, is it hard to believe that you want to? Yang Yu's eyes flashed. That's right. Yang Jingtao nodded. Xiao Shui marrying Lin Fan is a flower stuck on cow dung. With Xiao Shui's looks and work, Xiao Shui wants to marry out even if she gets divorced. I watched that blind date. There are also quite a few men who are divorced and then looking for a partner. Their conditions are all very good. They have a house and a car in Donghai City. Their education starts from graduate school. There are also a few PhDs. I feel it's very suitable for Xiao Shui. I think if it's possible, let Xiao Shui divorce Lin Fan and find another one with good conditions. Yang Jingtao had a solemn and serious face. Can Xiao Shui agree to this? Zhao Sihai asked. She won't agree because she's young and hasn't suffered from life. Yang Jingtao snorted coldly. In the next 2 days, I'll stroll around that blind date again. When I find a satisfactory candidate, I'll call him over to our house for a meal, and call that loser Lin Fan over as well. Once the two are compared, Xiao Shui will naturally make a choice. This is a good idea. Yang Yu nodded. That loser Lin Fan. He's been in our Yang family for so long and hasn't contributed at all. It's time for him to get out of the Yang family. If Xiao Shui, a second marriage is fine. Well, I'll take care of this. Yang Jingtao said. Say hi, you go back tonight and prepare well. Tomorrow when you arrive at Xiao Shui's company, perform yourself well and try to get the position of the chief in charge. Okay, Dad. Zhao Sihai nodded his head. He had the confidence to sit in this position. On the way home, Lin Fan drove. Hubby, will you blame me for giving up the chief in charge to my big sister's husband? Yang Shui hesitated and spoke. Why would I blame you? Lin Fan smiled. Besides, this position, it's not like you want to let it go. As long as big sister husband arrives at the company tomorrow, I will mention this matter to the top management, and the top management will definitely agree. Big sister's husband is more experienced than me, and also comes from engineering. He will definitely be able to handle this project. After all, he is more suitable than me, Yang Shui said. And those construction site accidents that our dad said, especially the demolition compensation. When forced demolition happens, I'm really afraid that if something happens, it will involve you, husband. Don't worry, something like forced demolition won't happen. Lin Fan smiled confidently, and secretly said in his heart, after all, I helped you pave all the roads this kind of thing, it's not something that won't happen just because you say it won't happen Yang Shui shook his head and found a comfortable position to lie down and play with his cell phone. This Rolls-Royce brother is on fire again. Yang Shui swiped to a short video. Why is it on fire again? Lin Fan was a bit surprised. Someone filmed that he made a bank deposit and deposited tens of millions of dollars. Yang Shui put her cell phone in front of Lin Fan, and on it was playing the image of a youth standing there with suitcases full of money on both sides. It's just that the bank's interior doesn't allow photos to be taken. This video was taken outside and didn't capture Rolls-Royce brother's face, but it didn't stop him from catching fire online. Yang Shui clicked on the comment and said, this comment is also quite interesting. Husband, let me read it to you. Wow, this is Rolls-Royce brother's third video. Really rich. I feel like that suitcase is going to be stuffed. All get out of the way. This is my husband. I wish I could marry a man like this. Rich, talented, and low-key. Man God, love this little brother so much. Lick the screen, lick the screen. Hee. Listening to the comments. They're all little girls, right? Lin Fan smiled without any concern. It should be. I guess overnight, Rolls-Royce brother became the dream lover of all the girls in our East Sea. Yang Shui said, is that your dream lover? Lin Fan looked at Yang Shui. Forget it, I'm not half interested in these net stars. Yang Shui exited the short video and put her phone to rest. Who knows if that car of his is rented or not, and if the money is his own. These net routes, 9 out of 10, are all for show. Attract fans to like attention. If you have that time to pay attention to these net routes, why don't you spend more time with your family? She gave another cheeky smile. Besides, I'm only interested in you. Hubby, you're the man of my dreams. Lin Fan also smiled slightly. The next morning, a white BMW 520 slowly drove into the happy neighborhood. I say hubby, there's no need to personally come over to pick up Xiao Shui. Let her take a taxi to the company herself. Can't we just wait for her at the company? Yang Yu sat on the passenger side, playing with her cell phone while saying unhappily, this time, no matter what, it's all about begging for help. We always have to show some appearance. Zhao Sihai said, although both of us don't have any good feelings for Xiao Shui, but after all, she's going to give me the position of the person in charge, so it's okay to take her for a ride. But our car has just been washed. What if it gets dirty by Xiao Shui? Yang Yu bristled. Besides, doesn't she have a Mercedes-Benz? That E350L is much more advanced than our 520. Can't we let her drive herself? You forgot. Snowy gave her car to our dad. Then let her go to our dad's place to bring the car over. In short, I just don't want her to sit in our family car. Sit dirty how to do. Yang Yu angry. Okay, don't be angry. Zhao Sihai persuaded. Look at it this way. When we go over, take her for a ride. When we wait for the company and get things settled, I'll take the position of the chief director. Then we'll leave and let her take a taxi back on her own. Well, that's more or less the same. Yang Yu reluctantly accepted. I hope I don't just sit up and dirty our family car. After saying that, Yang Yu laid down on the seat and played with her cell phone. Wow, Rolls-Royce brother She swiped to the Rolls-Royce brothers short video with the caption, Rolls-Royce brothers shocked bank deposits. Money stuffed in the luggage. Yang Yu couldn't wait to click play and her eyes widened. I go. So much money. There are tens of millions. Her jaw almost dropped when she saw the suitcase full of red banknotes. Envious and jealous. my idol made another video? Zhao Sihai also came over and looked at the short video, marveling, worthy of being my idol. Every time a video of him appears, it fires up the entire internet. The first time was riding in a Rolls-Royce with a mysterious beauty, showing off his strong financial power. The second time was playing Dream Wedding in a guitar class, showing off his talent. This time it was depositing money in the bank again, tens of millions of dollars. Awesome. Zhao Sihai was filled with yearning. When can I become someone like Brother Rolls-Royce? Chapter 55, I am loving my wife. Hubby, you can definitely do it. Yang Yu encouraged. As long as you take this shantytown renovation project, even if you can't become a Rolls-Royce brother, buying a Rolls-Royce is definitely not a big problem. At that time, let's drive the car in front of Xiaoshui and compare it with her E350L to see whose looks better. It's worth more money. As for that trash Lin Fan, forget it, don't mention him. I'm too lazy to talk about this kind of person anymore. Despise appeared in Yang Yu's eyes. Not long after, the car drove downstairs. Ha, Mercedes-Benz E350L. Xiao Shui won't bring back the car she gave to our dad. Yang Yu poked her head out and was slightly stunned. A black domineering E350L was parked next to it. Oh, husband, can you see how stingy the sister of mine is? Pretending to be filial, giving the car to our dad to drive. It's only been a few days and she's driving it back. Yang Yu disdainfully said. She gave the car to our dad to drive. It's just a show for us to see how filial she is. Who knows what she's doing in the dark? Wait, look again. This license plate is different from our dad's. Zhao Sihai took a closer look and said. Yang Yu looked over again. It's different. It seems that Xiao Shui is still a bit conscientious and knows to be filial to our dad. Filial piety, this kind of thing. Do children have the responsibility? Cannot we do? She does not do. Right. But this creeping building broken neighborhood, actually someone can afford to drive a Mercedes-Benz, is also strange. Some rich people are very low profile, may seem on the surface. A dress is not more than $200. Live in the house is also very poor. Do what very beggars, but maybe it is a bank card deposits tens of millions of rich people. Zhao Sihai said in a serious manner. Then you say that Lin Fan that waste is not a rich man? Yang Yu suddenly said. Zhao Sihai froze, then covered his stomach and laughed. Wife, you're so humorous. How can that loser Lin Fan be a rich man? If he is a rich man, I, Zhao Sihai, will read my name backwards. Ha ha ha. Alright, don't laugh. What's the point of laughing at that loser? It's not like he's there. Yang Yu also couldn't help but laugh. I'll let Xiao Shui go downstairs now. Let's go to the company. Yang Yu took out her cell phone and told Yang Shui to come down. Not long after, Lin Fan sent Yang Shui down. Yo, you still need to be sent to work. Yang Yu poked her head out and looked at Lin Fan. I say Lin Fan, you wimp, why don't you just be a full-time nanny at home, and drop off Xiao Shui every day and cook for her? Big sister, I am loving my wife. Lin Fan said. Loving your wife? Oh, I think you have no sense of responsibility. You don't dare to go out and face social pressure, work hard and take on family responsibilities. You can only muddle through at home. Yang Yu snorted. You also don't learn more from my family Sihai. Look at Sihai. That's what a man should be like, working hard and taking care of his family. Lin Fan shook his head, too lazy to argue anymore. Alright, Xiao Shui, get in the car, let's go to the company. Zhao Sihai urged. He was already a little impatient, and was eager to sit in the chief director position right now. At that time, he would have face in front of those colleagues. Wait, Xiao Shui, you don't get on the car first. Yang Yu immediately said seriously. Spin around in front of me, let me see if your body is dirty. If it's dirty, go back and change into a clean set of clothes and come down again, so as not to dirty our car. No need. Big sister, even if it's dirty it can't dirty your car. Yang Shui frowned and said, is it hard to believe that you want to take a taxi there? Yang Yu froze and said angrily, then you didn't say so earlier, causing me and 4Cs to drive over early to pick you up. The gas on the road cost a few $dozen. I'm driving my own car. Yang Shui took out her car key and pressed it. Drip! The front and rear lights of that Mercedes E350L flashed. This, Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu froze at the same time, dumbfounded. This Mercedes-Benz was also Yang Shui's? Impossible. It's hard to believe that she bought two Mercedes-Benz. This adds up to more than $1 million. Where did she get so much money? Watching Yang Shui get on the car, the duo had mixed feelings in their hearts. Definitely bought it with a loan. Yang Yu thought darkly, even if Shui has more savings, it's impossible for her to buy two Mercedes with full payment. But with a loan, the down payment is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Oh, this sister of mine is really stingy enough to secretly deposit money behind my back, without revealing a single word. Hubby, I'm leaving, you be good at home. Yang Shui poked her head out and smiled at Lin Fan. Wife, go slowly, pay attention to safety, call me if you have any problems. Lin Fan said. Good. Yang Shui started the car and drove out of the happy neighborhood. Zhao Sihai immediately followed, sending Yang Shui away. Lin Fan dialed Sun Ming. Lin Xiao, everything is according to your orders. We'll have the people under my hand do it. Sun Ming's low voice came through. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan went upstairs. Ding bell. He had just closed the door not long ago when the doorbell rang. Lin Fan opened the door suspiciously and his brows furrowed. What are you doing here again? Standing at the door was none other than Zhu Yuyu. She was obviously well dressed, wearing a professional skirt, white shirt, and high heels, revealing her figure to the world. The collar was also slightly open, making people want to reach out and explore. I dreamt about you again last night, Zhu Yeye said, her eyes red. I swiped the short video of you going to the bank to deposit money, saw your back, and cried all night again. I realized that I still can't forget you. That video. I swiped it hundreds of times again last night. All I could think about was you. That's your business. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and didn't bother to say more, so he closed the door. But Zhu Yeye was faster. With one palm, grabbing the edge of the door, tears immediately appeared in her eyes. Lin Fan, why are you so heartless? I like you. Can't you accept me? Big sister, how do you want me to accept you? Lin Fan said impatiently. I'm married. I have a wife. I love my wife very much. Besides, even if I'm not married, I don't have half the feelings for you. I don't mind you getting married. I'm willing to be the third party, as long as we hide it well. No one will know. Zhu Yeye said seriously. No way. Lin Fan decisively said. Let go of your hand. Or if the door closes and pinches you, don't blame me for being cruel. I won't let go. Zhu Yuyu stomped her foot and held onto the edge of the door for dear life, not allowing Lin Fan to close the door. Why are you avoiding me? Even if you don't like me, can't you say a few words to me? Zhu Yuyu's voice whimpered and her eyes contained tears. If it's because of the way I treated you before, now I apologize to you. I'm sorry, now I just want to talk to you. Lin Fan, I don't want to chat with you. What happened before? I never put it in my mind. And now, we don't have any semblance of a relationship. Lin Fan's tone was icy, so, please stay away from me. After saying that, Lin Fan's palm exerted force and was about to close the door. Lin Fan, why are you so cruel? Zhu Yeye cried out. Her entire body directly pounced towards Lin Fan. Her goal was also clear. Her delicate red lips, aimed at Lin Fan's face. Chapter 56, Another Gathering. Lin Fan was shocked, not expecting Zhu Yuyu to come to this trick with him. He was quick, blocking his face with one hand and holding down Zhu Yuyu's shoulder with the other. Seeing that the red lips were about to fall on Lin Fan's face, Zhu Yuyu was successfully stopped. Big sister, I hope you won't plot against me. Lin Fan pushed Zhu Yuyu away and said expressionlessly. Lin Fan, you. Zhu Yeye was surprised. She had thought that Lin Fan's indifference was feigned, and as long as she took the initiative, Lin Fan would definitely agree. Now at a glance, Lin Fan did have no feelings for himself as he said. Thinking of this, a wave of despair, pain, and sadness emotions surged to her heart, and Zhu Yuyu cried again. Lin Fan, Zhu Yuyu, think I don't look bad. Why are you treating me like this? Woo woo woo. Bang! Before she could finish crying, Lin Fan had already impatiently closed the door. Woo woo. Lin Fan, I love you. Can't you just give me a chance? Wah! Outside the house, Zhu Yuyu cried even louder. Lin Fan was lazy and went back to his room to sleep. Fortune Plaza. Yang Shui and Zhao Sihai walked out of the building. Both of their faces were a bit ugly. Damn it, that what's his name Superintendent Zhang. Looking down on people too much. Chief Director, if you don't give it, just don't give it. And you're saying that we're nothing, not worthy of talking to Renfan executives. Yang Yu opened her mouth in anger, as if she had been insulted. What happened was simple. Yang Shui brought two people to Renfan Capital headquarters to talk about changing the person in charge. The senior management of Renfan, a director Zhang, came out to receive them warmly. But this warm reception, just for Yang Shui, give her tea and water, full of smiles. But when it comes to Yang Yu and Zhao Sihai, they don't even give her a place to sit, let alone serve her tea and water. When Yang Shui proposed to let Zhao Sihai be the chief director, Director Zhang directly sneered and opened his mouth. Let? Impossible to let. A small contractor can also sit on the position of the general manager? Also do not take a piss and look at yourself. What is it? The position of chief director is a unanimous decision of the senior management of Renfan. It's not the turn of a contractor to point his finger. This kind of person, he doesn't even have the qualification to talk to me. In short, the words of Director Zhang is very poisonous. Words how hard to hear how to say. And finally said, this shantytown renovation, Zhao Sihai's company, don't want to touch even a little bit of oil and water. So that in the end, Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu Gray from the Wealth Plaza ran out. This man fan high level, really is a little cute. Zhao Sihai started the car, my experience. ability, which is not as good as Yang Shui. That position. I should sit. Yang Shui sitting in that position. You see, not more than half a month. The shantytown must be in trouble. No, we need to discuss this with our father. Yang Yu took out her cell phone and called Yang Jingtao. In the evening, Yang Jingtao once again told Yang Shui to go to his place for dinner in the evening. The old father-in-law ordered. So Lin Fan could only wait for Yang Shui to get off work and drove a piece to the old father-in-law's house. I heard today that the Yunmeng Mountain Villa was auctioned off, especially the one in the middle of the mid-mountainside, and several tycoons fought fiercely for it. Yang Jingtao ate his meal and casually said, this auction was also broadcasted live. The final price of that villa, $78 million. $78 million? Zhao Sihai and Yang Yu both froze. This amount was too terrifying for them. Yeah, this is money that an ordinary person might not be able to earn in hundreds of lifetimes, but the rich and powerful use it to buy a villa. Yang Jingtao sighed lightly. I don't understand the world of the rich. Yang Shui said, Xiao Shui, you will understand sooner or later. After all, the position of chief is still in your hands now. Turning into a rich man is not a matter of 1 or 2 years for you. Yang Yu laughed. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Even if you earn money and can't buy a Yunmeng Mountain Villa, buying an ordinary villa shouldn't be too much of a problem. Ordinary villa is meaningless. To be honest, I also want to live in Cloud Dream Mountain and experience the feeling of that villa. Yang Jingtao's tone carried a hint of envy. I just don't know if I have any hope in this life. Lin Fan is definitely impossible. I can only pin my hopes on 4 Cs. Dad, I'll work hard and strive to let you live in the Yunmeng Mountain Villa within 20 years, Zhao Sihai hurriedly said. Yang Jingtao nodded his head in relief. Today's matter, Xiaoya has already talked to me. Xiao Xue, you're still the chief of the Shantytown project? Yes, Dad. The Renfan executives didn't promise to give the position to Big Sister's husband. Yang Shui said, who knows if you have greeted them in advance? Otherwise, why did the Renfan executives reject it so decisively? Not even considering it. Not even giving a chance to speak. Yang Yu smiled coldly. Big Sister, since I agreed to give the position to Big Sister husband, naturally I couldn't have greeted them in advance. I'm not that hypocritical. Yang Shui said angrily. You can't tell if you're hypocritical or not if you know people's faces and hearts. Yang Yu said. Big Sister. Yang Shui still wanted to explain. Alright, stop arguing. Yang Jingtao slapped the table and glared at Yang Shui. Xiao Shui, Xiao Yu is also your sister anyways. You talk to her. Pay attention to the attitude. Yang Shui was instantly speechless and aggrieved. She didn't understand why her father was helping Yang Yu. Yang Yu, on the other hand, secretly snickered. I called you all here to discuss one thing. Yang Jingtao said. Xiao Shui, since you're still the chief person in charge, those projects for the shantytown renovation that can be outsourced, you'll do them for 4 Cs. How about this proposal of mine? No way. Yang Shui shook her head. The upper echelons of the company have already made it clear that they won't cooperate with the company Big Sister husband works for. The upper echelon is the upper echelon. Whether it can be given or not, it's still not up to you, the chief director. Yang Jingtao laughed. Besides, your Big Sister's husband is a family member, and experience, all outsourced to him, also assured, is not it? The upper level, just hide it isn't it? Yang Shui frowned. If she really outsourced all the works to Zhao Sihai, then she, the chief responsible person, was in vain. Everything was still in Zhao Sihai's hands. Yes, Xiao Shui, we can earn money piece by piece through this shantytown renovation. Zhao Sihai laughed. As long as you outsource the project to me, the benefits will definitely not be less for you. That's right. Yang Yu also immediately said, if you outsource the project to 4 Cs, and you secretly saved money and lied to me about not being able to afford public transportation, I can forget about it and pretend I don't know about it. Big Sister, I really didn't secretly save money. That money. Yang Shui opened his mouth. Yang Yu directly interrupted him. And when we 4 Cs earns money, I'll give you that small villa in our house, so you can also experience the feeling of living in a villa. But it's cheap for Lin Fan. This waste, doesn't deserve to live in a villa at all. Lin Fan, let's discuss work matters. Don't mention this trash. He can just eat there honestly. Yang Jingtao said with a cold face. Hearing this, Yang Shui's face also instantly went cold. Chapter 57, The Playground. Dad, Big Sister's husband, I'll talk to you all now. Yang Shui's gaze was cold and her voice was emotionless. Lin Fan is my husband. He's not a waste. I hope you guys watch what you say. Not a waste? Where is he not a waste? He's at home every day waiting for death. Yang Yu bristled. Yang Shui, on the other hand, continued. And then, regardless of Renfan's senior management, did they say that they would not cooperate with the company where Big Sister's husband is from? Yang Shui, Shantytown Renovation Project Chief put words here. Big Sister husband Zhao Sihai, Don't want from the shantytown project, share even a little bit of oil and water. You say I do not care about the family or, selfish or, this word, I will put it here. As soon as the words were finished, on the dining table, there was a silence, and everyone's eyes were looking at Yang Shui with astonishment. Hubby, let's go. Yang Shui pulled up Lin Fan's hand and directly went out of the courtyard. After a long time, the people in the house reacted. Nonsense. Yang Jingtao's face was filled with anger as he slapped the table and drank to the outside. Yang Shui, I worked hard to raise you, and this is how you treat your old man's? Your old man's words, you don't listen to them either? For a loser Lin Fan, you still want to go against your old man? Yang Yu also snorted. If you don't give it, then you don't give it, making it sound like my family, foresees, doesn't have any more projects to do without you. You're an accountant with no experience whatsoever. I'd like to see if something will happen to this project in your hands. Zhao Sihai shook his head, disappointed beyond measure. This is the cooked duck flying. Alas, Yang Jingtao sighed long. A woman is too big to stay in the middle. It's too exasperating. For a loser, against my old man. Xiao Shui too disappointing for me. Yang Jingtao knew that it was because of the mention of Lin Fan just now that Yang Shui's attitude had changed so drastically. Damn it, Lin Fan. This punk. What kind of devilish trick did he use to make my daughter fall so in love with him? Yang Jingtao hated his teeth. Whatever, tomorrow I'll go to the park blind date and find a suitable one to bring home for Xiao Shui to see. As long as he is compared to this punk Lin Fan, I don't believe that Xiao Shui is still dead set on Lin Fan. Road. Hubby, do you think my words to Dad and the others just now were a bit impulsive? Yang Shui worriedly said. What do you think? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Originally, I did prepare to agree to outsource the project to my big sister's husband. After all, it's a family, so I'll help if I can. Yang Shui said. But the words they said to you were too hard to hear, and I got angry. Humph. Whatever, the words are out. This shantytown renovation project, there's no way it's going to be given to big sister's husband. I support your decision. Lin Fan gently caresses Yang Shui's hair. Shantytown project, you do it with all your heart. There will be no problem. And there is also your husband if there is a problem. Aha! Yang Shui nodded her head, although she didn't know where Lin Fan got the courage to say this. But hearing this, Yang Shui felt very secure. Moreover, Superintendent Zhang had also told her today that he would fully cooperate with Yang Shui to accomplish the big event of shantytown renovation. So, Yang Shui was confident that she would get the job done. Hubby, tomorrow Ye Qian asked me to go to the playground. Let's go together. Okay. It's just the right time to relax. I'm too tired from work these days. Yang Shui suddenly said, showing an expectant expression, like a little girl. It's okay. Lin Fan agreed. Then asked, how are Zhou Yeqian and Li Yangfu now? Reconciled again. Yang Shui said, originally, Ye Qian cold-shouldered Li Yangfu as a punishment for the last kidnapping thing, but Li Yangfu stalker, every day to the company to find Yeqian, and today bought a sports car for her, and finally Yeqian forgave Li Yangfu, asked you to play on the playground. This is just made up and ready to show love. Lin Fan shook his head. She show I can also show I do not have you. Yang Shui hugged Lin Fan's arm and looked up. Besides, I haven't been to the playground for a long time. I want to go and play. Got it. Lin Fan spoiled him. The next day, Disney Amusement Park. This was the largest amusement park in Donghai City. The scale was similar to that of a world-class amusement park, and there were hundreds of thousands of people every day. Roller coasters, Ferris wheels, merry-go-rounds, rapids, all kinds of programs, everything. The sun is hot. Lin Fan and Yang Shui, hand in hand, wearing sunglasses, wearing white couples t-shirts and big pants arrived here. This Disney amusement park, behind it, has also been capitalized by Runfan Capital, and there are a few of them at the top. All of them are people from Runfan Capital. Yang Shui looked at the amusement park and said with considerable emotion, the energy of Runfan Capital, it's really scary. Tianhai Finance is just a small ant in front of it. I can't figure out until now. Those executives, why do they think so highly of me? Well, come out to play. Don't think about this. Lin Fan laughed. Aha! Yang Shui nodded her head. Rumble. There was the sound of an engine blowing up. The crowd immediately pulled aside and scattered, only to see two red sports cars drive over. Wow! Lamborghini. Still two of them. The same model. TSK, seems like a couple. The crowd pointed at the sports cars, all with excited gazes, some grabbing their cell phones to take pictures. The two sports cars stopped at the same time. The doors opened and Li Yangfu and Zhou Yeqian each got out. Li Yangfu upper body is Armani t-shirt, hair combed shiny, wearing gold-rimmed sunglasses. Under the feet is a pair of oversized coconut shoes. Looks cool. Zhou Yeqian, on the other hand, was wearing a blue bikini with an almost transparent white tulle over it. Her thighs were slender. Her waist was slim, and her sexy figure was immediately revealed. Beauty. What a beauty. Many men's gazes locked onto Zhou Yeqian, taking out their cell phones to take pictures. So handsome. If only I could find a boyfriend like this. Driving a luxury car and handsome. It's really a match made in heaven. The girls, on the other hand, pointed their cell phones at Li Yangfu, clicking and snapping. Yet Qian, seeing Zhou Yeqian, Yang Shui immediately shouted. The duo casually threw their keys to the parking attendant and walked towards the side. There are so many people today. Alas, what's there to photograph? Zhou Yeqian looked around at those taking pictures and said as if she was dissatisfied, but there was happiness appearing in her eyes under the sunglasses. Who doesn't like to be noticed? It can't be helped. We are too high profile. Li Yangfu laughed. 2 sports cars, or handsome men and women. Surely shoot I do like being photographed. Following that, he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, have you ever experienced the feeling of being surrounded and photographed with envy? I'm telling you, this feeling is very good. If you want to give it a try, I'll lend you the car keys later, and you 2 drive down the road. By the way, there's this Armani t-shirt of mine for you to wear as well. You'll be able to live the addiction of being photographed and noticed. Chapter 58 Fengshe. I'm not interested. Lin Fan's voice was flat. Not interested? You're not even interested in luxury cars. Lin Fan, are you a man? Li Yangfu froze and his voice rose. Lamborghini. You're not even interested? This car is much more expensive than your broken Mercedes. Yangfu, don't say that. Zhou Yeqian said. Your Lamborghini is over $4 million. Lin Fan wouldn't be able to earn that much money in several lifetimes. If you let him drive your car, if he gets addicted to it but can only drive a Mercedes-Benz in the future, how hard it would be. Seems a bit reasonable. Li Yangfu nodded. Forget it. I won't let you drive it. That feeling of being photographed and concerned, I guess you won't be able to experience it in your life. And you might not even know how to drive a sports car. He also said. Yet Qian, we were photographed by so many people. Surely we have to post it on the internet. Maybe it will become a netizen like Rolls-Royce brother. You pull down. Zhou Yeqian rolled her eyes. Is Rolls-Royce brother something we can compare to? Not only does he have money, he also has talent and can play the guitar. He has millions of fans. You, Li Yangfu, besides being rich, what else do you have? You can't compare to brother Rolls-Royce. Ha ha, Yet Qian, I love it when you praise me. Li Yangfu laughed. Li Yangfu, besides being rich, I really don't know what other advantages I have. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of an engine came. The crowd boiled at once. Rolls-Royce. Someone shouted, only to see a treasure blue Rolls-Royce Phantom drive over. Its body thick and majestic. It can't be Rolls-Royce brother. Someone had already taken out their cell phone and couldn't wait to take a picture. It's not Rolls-Royce brother. The Rolls-Royce brother license plate is 999,999. This car is just a regular license plate. That's pretty impressive too. It's a Rolls-Royce after all. This is even more impressive than those 2 Lamborghinis just now. People were taking pictures. Why is he here? Seeing the license plate, Li Yangfu frowned a bit, feeling that all the limelight just now had been stolen. Yangfu, do you recognize the person in the car? Zhou Yeqian was full of curiosity. Recognize? Fengshe, also a real estate predator in Donghai City? Almost the same level as my dad. Rich, Li Yangfu said. Yesterday Yunmeng Mountain Villa auction. This guy spent $16 million and auctioned a villa. 16 million. Zhou Yeqian's mouth opened wide in shock. What a rich man. Forget it. What kind of rich is he? Li Yangfu rolled his eyes. Yesterday, the villa with the best location in Yunmeng Mountain was auctioned off by the mysterious tycoon with $78 million. Fengshe is nothing compared to that mysterious tycoon. $78 million. Zhou Yeqian was dumbfounded, shocked by the figure. All of you are a handful of years old and still come to the playground to play, just like a child. Li Yangfu snorted. At this time, the car door opened, and a middle-aged man, who was about to go bald, walked out of the car. Not a Rolls-Royce brother. Disappointing. I thought I'd see Rolls-Royce brother again. There was a sigh from the crowd. The middle-aged man, with a big belly, casually threw the keys to the parking attendant. On the co-pilot, a slightly petite, coolly dressed woman stepped out and obediently drilled into Fengshe's arms. Brother Sure, look, the Ferris wheel I want to sit on it so badly. The woman pointed her finger at the Ferris wheel not far away, excited like a little girl. I came to bring you to sit on the Ferris wheel. You can sit however you want. Fengshe laughed. His palm rested on the woman's body, wrapping his arm around her as he walked towards the entrance of the amusement park. Ha, Yangfu? Fengshe saw Li Yangfu, Uncle Feng. Although he did not have a good feeling towards Fengshe, Li Yangfu still smiled respectfully. What? Bringing your little lover to the amusement park? Fengshe's gaze fell on Zhou Yeqian, and salivation appeared in his eyes. good looking, when you've had enough to play for your Uncle Fong to play. Zhou Yaqian frowned. Uncle Fong, this is not a lover, is a girlfriend. Li Yangfu laughed awkwardly. Oh, don't pretend. Like father, like son. What kind of father you have? What kind of son you have? What kind of history you have? When I don't know? Flirtatious history, when I do not know? Fengshe rolled his eyes. It's a deal. Remember to play for me when you've had enough. After saying that, Fengshe wrapped his arms around the woman in his arms and entered the playground. Yongfu, why does this Fengshe speak so harshly? Zhou Yaqian was a bit angry and said, just get used to it. He is like this, don't take it to heart. Li Yongfu smiled, but his eyes flashed a trace of strangeness, not knowing what he was thinking. Next, the four of them bought tickets and entered the amusement park. Lin Fan and Yang Shui played the inside facilities basically all over. Jumping machine, roller coaster, Ferris wheel. From start to finish, Yang Shui was happy like a little girl. Lin Fan was naturally in a good mood and came to the amusement park with his love. Hubby, I want to ride the carousel. Yang Shui pointed to the carousel not far away, like she found a new continent, so happy that she was about to jump up. I've never sat on a carousel before. Xiao Shui, come and sit on it. There are exactly 2 seats left. Zhou Yaqian shouted from the other end. She and Li Yangfu had already sat on it. Let's go. Quickly grab a seat. Yang Shui pulled Lin Fan's hand and bounced over. As she was about to sit up, a voice came. Get out of the way. I have my eyes on these 2 seats. With that, Yang Shui was pushed away and almost fell to the ground. Lin Fan's gaze suddenly became icy cold as a chill emanated from him. He looked over and the one who pushed Yang Shui away was none other than the woman Fengshe had just embraced. At this moment, that woman had already crossed the merry-go-round with one leg. Not even looking at Lin Fan, Yang Shui, Fengshe did the same, preparing to go up and sit down. Come down. Lin Fan reached out and yanked the woman down. His strength was not small and the woman directly fell to the ground. What's going on? Fengshe was stunned. He didn't expect anyone else to dare touch his woman. You kid want to find death? Fengshe immediately got off the wooden horse and walked to Lin Fan. His bulging stomach pushed against Lin Fan, his face provocative. Lin Fan did not move a muscle. His eyes looked at the woman and said expressionlessly, apologize to my wife. Apologize? Why would I apologize? The woman snorted. These 2 positions, we looked at them first. Even if you grabbed the position, you almost pushed my wife down. What's wrong with me asking you to apologize? Lin Fan coldly questioned. Hubby, forget it, let's go play something else. Yang Shui nervously pulled Lin Fan. She just saw that Fengshe came in a Rolls Royce. This kind of rich and powerful person could not be messed with. Brother sure, he bullied me. Woo woo. The woman sat down on the ground, shaking her legs, pointing at Lin Fan and crying in aggravation. Kid, are you tired of living? You dare to bully even my woman. Fengshe glared at Lin Fan, crunching his fists together, ready to strike. Chapter 59, You're in trouble. What's going on? Seeing the commotion over here, Li Yangfu and Zhou Yaqian walked over. Uncle Fong, don't do it. Li Yangfu immediately went to Fengshe, his face full of smiles. What? This kid is your friend? Fengshe frowned. Uncle Fong, I'm getting angry when you say this. Li Yangfu feigned anger. This Lin Fan is just a poor person at the bottom of society. You say he is my friend, isn't it an insult to me? Since he's not your friend, he pushed down my woman. I'm going to do it. Fengshe raised his fist. Uncle Fong, don't make a move. Li Yangfu added. I mean, this kind of person, if you make a move against him, won't you dirty your hands? Besides, if you injure him, it's not troublesome to pay out money or something. Ma. Trouble? I have money and the best lawyer. What trouble am I afraid of? Fengshe snorted. Uncle Fong, what I mean is, how about I let Lin Fan apologize to you and this matter will be settled? This kid is not big or small and disrespectful to you, but Uncle Fong, you are magnanimous. You shouldn't be bothered with this kind of poor person. Li Yangfu laughed. Fengshe nodded, feeling that what Li Yangfu said was somewhat reasonable. Lin Fan, in front of a character like him, was like an ant, and was guilty of not bothering. You tell him to apologize, kowtow 4 heads and this will be settled. Otherwise he won't be able to get out of here so easily. Fengshe coldly said. Lin Fan, do you hear me? Li Yangfu looked at Lin Fan. Uncle Fong is generous and won't bother with you about this. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow and apologize? Yangfu handled this matter very well. Zhou Yaqian, who was on the side, exclaimed with admiration. There's a big gap between Fengshe and Lin Fan's status. If there was a real conflict, Lin Fan would definitely go to the hospital. And maybe Fengshe would even use his connections to make Lin Fan disappear forever, which is considered to bring about a killing disaster. But with these words of his just now, he took care of this, turning a big matter into a small one. As long as Lin Fan kneels down and kowtows and apologizes, nothing will happen. sparing Lin Fan a big disaster. Zhou Yeqian looked at Yang Shui. Xiao Shui, what do you think about how Yong Fu handled this? Back when this is over, you still have to let Lin Fan treat Yong Fu to a meal to thank him. Yang Shui didn't say anything and just looked at Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan not moving, Li Yongfu droned. Lin Fan, why don't you kneel down and apologize? Is Uncle Feng not someone you can mess with? Kneel down and apologize? What's wrong with me? Lin Fan indifferently said. What's wrong with that? You pushed Uncle Feng's woman on the ground and you're not wrong? Li Yongfu looked at Lin Fan as if he was looking at an idiot. If you don't want to die, immediately kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, this won't end well, and it might even involve your family. Feng Shi wrapped his arms around himself and waited for Lin Fan to kneel. I've changed my mind. Lin Fan suddenly said. You, kneel down and apologize to my wife, and this matter will be settled. Lin Fan pointed his finger at the woman on the ground. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd all froze. After a while, Zhou Yeqian covered her stomach and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan, you're crazy. You let Feng Shi's woman kneel down and apologize? Are you not blind? Didn't you just see Feng Shi drive over in a Rolls Royce? His wealth and connections are something you can compare to? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Yong Fu say that Feng Shi's status is on the same level as his father, Li Chunsheng? My family Yong Fu has already paved the way for you. As long as you kneel down and apologize, this matter will be gone. But for you to say this, what is it if you are not looking for death? After saying that, Zhou Yeqian laughed again, looking at Lin Fan like he was looking at an idiot. Making me kneel down and apologize? Feng Shi's woman was also stunned, then sneered. Kid, you're a cutie. You don't know who my man is? Are you looking for death by asking me to kneel and apologize? What an idiot. Li Yongfu stomped his feet, furious. Lin Fan, I've already helped you make a deal with Uncle Feng. It'll be fine if you kneel down and apologize. You're an iron-headed waif? How dare you say that? Following that, Li Yongfu was looking at Feng Shi again. Uncle Feng, I don't know this kid. He did something wrong. Do what you want. I don't care. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. The matter of you pushing down my woman, I can pretend it didn't happen. Feng Shi's gaze was cold as he gazed at Lin Fan. I'll also give you one last chance to have your woman kneel down and apologize to my wife. Lin Fan's voice was indifferent. Brother Shi, don't talk nonsense with this kind of nonsense. Directly teach him a lesson. Let him know what is the height of the sky. Feng Shi woman impatient. You don't look at what your wife looks like. Ugly as hell. Altogether not more than $200. You want me to kneel down and apologize? How dare you? And then look at you. You also look like a poor person. Really things are similar. And at this time, Feng Shi had already made his move. Swinging his fist, he smashed over at Lin Fan's face. He was already tall and had a horizontal meet, and this fist smashed, and there was a hidden sound of wind coming from it. Ugh, idiot. I just hope that Uncle Feng beats up just a little bit. Otherwise, if we use our connections, this Lin Fan will be paralyzed in bed anyways. Zhou Yeqian and Li Yongfu both shook their heads. Hubby, seeing that the fist was about to fall, Yang Shui shouted in worry. At this time, Lin Fan moved. His white and clean right hand stretched out, opened, and grabbed. Puff! The palm wrapped Feng Shi's fist. Feng Shi's face changed slightly, feeling the strength of his fist disappear like a mud cow into the sea. And in the next moment, Lin Fan exerted his wrist and lifted his palm upwards. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. Feng Shi's wrist was dislocated. Lin Fan yanked again. Boom! Feng Shi's body of almost 200 pounds collapsed to the ground with a bang, kicking up a puff of dust. The people present were dumbfounded. After a while, Li Yongfu raised his head and looked at Lin Fan with a gaze that was like looking at a dead person. Lin Fan, you're in big trouble. This time, even the gods can't save you. Who is Feng Shi? A real estate predator in Donghai City. The same existence as Li Chunsheng. A poor man like Lin Fan. Injuring him and dislocating his wrist. What is this not looking for death? If before, Feng Shi still might forgive him. But now, Feng Shi would still be magnanimous? I knew that this Lin Fan likes to cause trouble. Zhou Yeqian's gaze was icy cold. When Xiao Shui married him, she couldn't have a good life. Now it's good. Who wouldn't fight? Fight a real estate predator like Feng Shi. Those migrant workers on his construction site. Just give a few million and they'll be willing to do away with Lin Fan for Feng Shi. This time, Lin Fan will die for sure. She immediately said, Lin Fan, you hurry up and go to do the divorce formalities with Xiao Shui. Don't die and drag Xiao Shui down. And at this time, Feng Shi, who was somewhat frozen on the ground, finally reacted. He looked at Lin Fan with a chilling gaze, killing intent erupting in his eyes. Kid, you dared to hurt me? After saying that, he fumbled for his cell phone and dialed. You too, hurry up and come over. I'm injured. Chapter 60, Kneeling and Apologizing. When someone of Feng Shi's level traveled, he would naturally bring bodyguards. He had just finished his phone call, and before 5 minutes had passed, 2 big men in suits, tall and wearing sunglasses, ran over. Mr. Feng. The 2 bodyguards helped Feng Sure up. Take him back. I'm going to torture him. Feng Sure pointed at Lin Fan and spoke coldly. These 2 bodyguards of his, both of them were from special forces, highly paid, with strong hands, more than enough to subdue Lin Fan, and at this time, the commotion on this side had already attracted quite a few people to watch. The 2 bodyguards were just about to make a move when a voice came. What's going on? A middle-aged man wearing a Versace suit and glasses walked over. The man was 1.75 meters, and on his wrist was a Rolex wristwatch, giving off a sense of nobility and unearthliness. Tisney Vice Garden Jian Tian is here. Someone recognized the man. It's rumored that he's a high-ranking member of Renfan Capital, and after Renfan Capital injected money into Tisney, they placed Jiang Tian here as the deputy garden manager. People murmured, "Head gardener, there's a fight here." A staff member walked up to Jiang Tian and said. Jiang Tian's gaze was stoic as he looked around, and in the next moment, his pupils shrank. Jiang Tian looked towards Lin Fan. Young Lin. Jiang Tian stepped away and walked to Lin Fan, whispering respectfully, "You are in trouble?" Lin Fan was not surprised. Not exactly trouble. Humph. A deputy garden manager came out and couldn't save Lin Fan. Zhou Yaqian snorted. A deputy garden manager is nothing in front of Feng Sure. Li Yangfu also said, "Brother Sure, quickly have someone arrest this kid back." The voice of the woman on the ground was cold and impatient. On the other hand, the moment he saw Jiang Tian, Feng Sure froze. Jiang Tian? Feng Sure didn't recognize him and didn't know what Tizani Vice Park Director he was. However, yesterday, at the Yunmeng Mountain auction, there was a mysterious tycoon who auctioned off the best villa in the Yunmeng Mountain location at a sky-high price of $78 million. The mysterious tycoon who auctioned off the villa, Feng Sure remembered correctly, was the man in front of him. Feng Shure's eyes turned up, analyzing the stakes. $78 million. Feng Sure could take it out, but he would not use this money to buy the villa, because in his opinion, it was not worth it. It was not necessary to be able to pay out so much money to buy a villa. One's worth was at least several tens of billions of existence. He, Feng Sure, was only worth around $3 to $4 billion, and this middle-aged man can auction the villa at a price of $78 million? Obviously worth extraordinary, but the picture in front of him, how is it possible? Feng Sure looked at Lin Fan again, his heart turning over in shocking waves. The mysterious tycoon who auctioned off the villa in Yunmeng Mountain was actually so respectful to this youth? That deference was from the heart. Feng Sure could tell at a glance. It was the deference to a higher power. What is this kid's identity? Feng Sure was puzzled in his heart, and there was a vague fear of messing with a truly great person in his heart. No matter what the identity is, to be treated so respectfully by Jiang Tian, this mysterious tycoon, Lin Fan, cannot afford to offend. Feng Sure made an instant decision. Uncle Feng, do whatever you want with Lin Fan. I don't know him. Li Yangfu opened his mouth. Feng Sure, however, did not pay attention to him, but reached out and pulled up the woman on the ground to leave this place of wrongdoing. The woman struggled, disgruntled. Brother Sure, don't go. Teach this boy who doesn't know the sky and the earth a lesson. The bodyguards are here. We're not afraid. My company still has urgent matters to deal with. Let's forget about this beforehand. Feng Sure said. Forget it? No way. The woman refused to leave. Brother Sure, people are bullying me. How can I let it go so easily? Moreover, that kid even said that he wanted me to kneel down for his ugly wife. This is not an insult to me. You have to decide for me. Snap. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a crisp slap rang out. Red palm prints appeared on the woman's face, hot and painful. Brother Sure, why are you hitting me? The woman covered her face and looked at Feng Sure incredulously. This slap was from Feng Sure, and at this moment, Lin Fan also turned his gaze towards Feng Sure, ice cold and abnormal. As if he felt Lin Fan's gaze, Feng Shure's body chilled, and he had a feeling of great difficulty. He clenched his teeth and reached out to press the woman's head hard. You, now kneel down and apologize. This time, the entire crowd was dumbfounded. Feng Sure actually asked his woman to kneel down and apologize? Am I blind? Zhou Yaqian rubbed her eyes in disbelief. No way. Li Yangfu was also surprised as his jaw almost dropped. I kneel down to apologize? No way. The woman struggled, but Feng Sure didn't bother to talk nonsense and slapped up again. Slap. You grabbed a seat with someone and almost knocked them over. What's wrong with me asking you to kneel down and apologize? If you don't apologize, I will beat you until you apologize. Slap. After saying that, Feng Sure slapped up again. The woman's face was red and swollen, raw and painful, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and she felt that her teeth were loose. She was really scared. Feng Shui had never lost his temper at her like this before. Okay, I apologize. The woman was trembling, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards Yang Shui. Yes, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. Please forgive me. Yang Shui was taken aback, not expecting such a reversal. Husband. She looked at Lin Fan. If you don't want to forgive her, let her keep kowtowing until you want to forgive. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I forgive you, don't kowtow. Yang Shui hesitated and said. She saw that there was already blood appearing on the woman's forehead, and she was a little unforgiving. People have forgiven you, so you kowtow 2 more times to show your gratitude. Feng Shui said expressionlessly. Thank you for your forgiveness. The woman kowtowed 2 more times, her voice trembling. When the woman finished kowtowing, the 2 bodyguards immediately pulled the woman up and led Feng Shui away in ashes. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian instantly understood and didn't say anything. His body slightly bent and respectfully retreated. Wife, let's continue playing. Lin Fan took Yang Shui's small hand and went to play other items. When Lin Fan walked away, Zhou Yaqian skimmed her lips. This Lin Fan is so lucky. Feng Shui actually spared him. Yes, Li Yangfu was also puzzled. Feng Shui has always been narrow-minded and unreasonable. I really didn't think that he had such a side, actually letting his own woman apologize, and even kneeling down to kowtow. After all, he is a rich man, Zhou Yaqian said. Rich people are all very polite and educated. They apologize when they are wrong. Right, Lin Fan injured Feng Shui. I guess he won't care. After all, he has a big heart. Well, it should be so. Li Yangfu nodded. In the end, a person of Feng Shui's status is still guilty of not bothering with a poor person like Lin Fan. After playing with Yang Shui at the amusement park for a day until the evening, the 2 of them went home. Today, the play was very enjoyable. At noon the next day, Yang Shui received a call from her big sister, Yang Yu. Chapter 61 Good Son-in-Law. Xiao Shui, come for dinner. On the phone, Yang Yu's attitude was cold. Our dad's treat. Dinner? Yang Shui was puzzled. Yesterday she just had a big fight at Yang Jingtao's place. Today she called for dinner? Dongsheng Hotel? Hurry and come over. Call that punk Lin Fan as well. Yang Yu hung up the phone after saying that. Hubby, our dad is inviting for dinner. Come over together. Yang Shui said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was also a bit puzzled, but when the old man invited, the son-in-law naturally had to go. Dongsheng Hotel was an ordinary restaurant in Donghai City. On the dining table in the northwest corner of the restaurant, Yang Jingtao was sitting on the upper seat. Yang Yu and Zhao Sihai were sitting on the right side, and on the left side was sitting a man around 30 years old. The man wore glasses, was dressed in a suit and was a gentleman. The Vacheron Constantine wristwatch on his wrist, reflecting light under the light, attracting attention. Finished the call? Yang Jingtao spoke. Finished calling, they should arrive in a moment. Yang Yu put down her cell phone and looked at the man with some jealousy. This man can be much richer than his husband? Zhao Sihai. If Xiao Shui married him, she would definitely be pressed by Xiao Shui's family in the future. The man's name was Peng Chang. He was found by Yang Jingtao on a blind date, and it was said that his conditions were all good. Xiao Chang. Wait for a while, Xiao Shui, she will be here soon. Yang Jingtao looked at Peng Chang. His face was full of smiles. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Good. Peng Chang nodded his head. How's work these days? Is it stressful? Yang Jingtao asked casually. Quite a lot. Peng Chang pushed the frame. Renfan Capital is after all one of the top 50 investment companies in the world, and there is a lot of internal competition. Renfan Capital. Yang Jingtao's eyes lit up. Xiao Chang also works at Renfan Capital? Yes. Why? Peng Chang curiously said. You really don't say. If it's not a family, you don't enter a family. Yang Jingtao laughed. My daughter, Xiao Shui, is also working in a wholly owned subsidiary under Renfan Capital. In that case, she is still in the same unit as you. Wholly owned subsidiary? Peng Chang's eyes flashed. Renfan Capital was an investment company, and such things as wholly owned were rare, unless one was very optimistic about the company's prospects, or had a relationship with the company. Only then would it be wholly owned. That's really quite a connection. I am now working as an investment consultant in Renfan Capital, with an annual salary of about $200,000, and with various dividends at the end of the year. The total annual income is about $400,000 or $500,000 like this. Peng Chang smiled and said, 450,000. The work is still stable. Sitting in the office and blowing the air conditioning every day. Very good. Yang Jingtao was satisfied. It's much better than 4Cs blowing in the sun on a construction site. Hearing this, Yang Yu became more and more jealous of Yang Shui. She believed that when Yang Shui came over later and knew that Peng Chang was working, she would definitely divorce Lin Fan immediately and marry Peng Chang. Peng Chang then continued, $450,000 is considered less. I am now in the rising period of my career. I am confident that within 3 years, I will be sitting as the investment manager of the East China seaside of Renfan Capital, and my annual salary will be in the millions by then. Millions? Yang Jingtao eyes wide, did not expect Peng Cheng's job is so good. This time is considered to have picked up the treasure. As long as I work hard, within 20 years, I am expected to step into the core senior management of Renfan Capital, directly participate in dividends and hold shares of the company. That annual income of tens of millions or hundreds of millions is not impossible. Peng Cheng again continued. Annual income of hundreds of millions. Yang Jingtao smiled with his eyebrows, picking up a good son-in-law. Lin Fan that waist and Peng Cheng compared to, the two are completely incomparable. One was a loser who was just waiting to die, and the other was a man who was on the upswing of his career and had an unlimited future. He believed that Xiao Shui would choose Peng Cheng. By the way, where is your home? Have you ever been married before? Yang Jingtao asked again. I'm a native of Donghai, and when I was demolished, I was given 5 suites to live in casually. In fact, if I rely on collecting rent alone, I can live this life without worrying about food and clothing, but I still like the feeling of working and striving hard. Peng Cheng smiled, very modestly. Good, I like men like you who are motivated. Much better than Lin Fan's punk who waits for death to eat. Yang Jingtao stroked his palm in admiration. Foresees, do you think I'm right? Zhao Sihai nodded. Of course, Brother Chang and Lin Fan are not a kind of person at all. One has an unlimited future and can leap the Dragon Gate anytime. The other is a beggar who can only be at the bottom of society, worrying about food and clothing, living his life in poverty. Well, foresees, that's a very pertinent assessment on your part. As for marriage, I had a failed marriage, and now I have a child who is 4 years old and is being raised by me. Peng Cheng said, it's fine to have a child. If you and my family Xiao Shui things come to fruition and enter into marriage, I'll be able to have more than one little grandson. You can also put him in my house. I usually drive him to and from school in my Mercedes. Yang Jingtao waved his hand without a care in the world. That's quite good. Peng Cheng nodded, also satisfied. By the way, old Mr. Yang, how long will it take for your daughter to arrive roughly? My company is quite busy. Soon. This is not coming. Yang Jingtao looked outside. Yang Shui and Lin Fan walked in. Little Shui. This. Yang Jingtao raised his hand. Yang Shui immediately saw it and walked to the dining table to sit down. Dad, nothing to treat us for? Just as she sat down, she felt a blazing gaze that landed on her face, only to see Yang Jingtao's left side. A man's gaze landed on her dead center, as if he was stunned, full of adoration. Seeing this kind of look from Peng Cheng, Yang Jingtao's heart rejoiced, knowing that this was 9-8, it was a done deal. Xiao Cheng, are you still satisfied with this daughter of mine? Yang Jingtao asked. Satisfied, very satisfied. Peng Cheng still looked at Yang Shui. I won't hide it from old Mr. Yang, Xiao Shui looks like my first love. Seeing her, it's like I've returned to my youth. If old Mr. Yang agrees, I'll have someone send up the bride price tomorrow. Ha ha ha, since you're satisfied, Xiao Cheng, then I'll agree to this. Yang Jingtao laughed loudly. From today onwards, you are my son-in-law. Good son-in-law. Dad. Peng Cheng immediately changed his mouth. TSK, I'm going to have a new brother-in-law from now on. Yang Yu became more and more jealous. Peng Cheng's conditions were so good that if she wasn't married, she would be moved, and Yang Shui would naturally agree and divorce Lin Fan. Once Peng Cheng and Yang Shui got married, then she would always be pushed down by Yang Shui in the future. Thinking about this, Yang Yu became more and more uncomfortable and jealous. Yang Shui, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Dad, what is all this? What bride price? What son-in-law? Ha ha, I was so happy that I forgot to tell you about this. Yang Jingtao laughed loudly. Let me introduce you. This Jun Jie, named Peng Cheng, is the husband I found for you. You found me a husband? Yang Shui's gaze went cold. I already have a husband. Why are you still looking for a husband for me? Chapter 62, then congratulations. Husband? Xiao Shui, you don't have a husband. Yang Jingtao smiled coldly and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. A loser like Lin Fan. Can he deserve the word husband? You don't even look at it. He's at home every day eating and waiting for death. He doesn't have any sense of responsibility at all. He doesn't deserve to be a husband at all. Oh, so this is Xiao Shui's current husband. Peng Cheng gazed at Lin Fan and extended his hand with a playful smile. My humble self, Peng Cheng, works for Renfan Capital as an investment consultant. I wonder where Mr. Lin works? Look, what does it mean to be a high-quality person? This is a high-quality person. Yang Jingtao exclaimed, talking to a loser, all so polite. Xiao Cheng is very educated. Brother Cheng, you don't need to be so polite with him. It's just a loser. Zhao Sihai said. Xiao Shui was going to marry Peng Cheng anyway, so Zhao Sihai didn't hide and hypocritically called Lin Fan little brother. A hobo. Lin Fan shook hands with Peng Cheng. Jobless hobo? Peng Cheng froze for a moment. Contempt appeared in his eyes and laughed. It's possible. All married. Mr. Lin still doesn't find a job to make money to support his family? I don't need to make money, Lin Fan said indifferently. My money, I can't spend it all. These words fell on Peng Cheng's ears, but it was another layer of meaning. He frowned and said, don't need to make money? Mr. Lin really knows how to joke. Like me, who has 5 sweets at home, have to go out to work. Mr. Lin actually said that he doesn't need to make money. Nowadays, this society has so much pressure. Without money, how to survive? Xiao Shui must have suffered a lot marrying you. But don't worry, when little Shui follows me, I will give her a rich life. Hearing this, Yang Jingtao nodded with satisfaction. He believed that Yang Shui would have a good life when she married Peng Cheng. Let's do it this way. There's no time to lose. I'll drive you guys to do the divorce formalities now. Peng Cheng added. After the divorce formalities are done, Xiao Shui and I will register our marriage. My account book and everything is in the car. Dad, did you bring your account book? I brought it. Yang Jingtao nodded his head and took out his account book. I've brought everything, and a photo, so I can do it straight away. That's good. Let's go now. Bang! Yang Shui slapped her palm on the table, so angry that her pretty face turned white. Dad, this matter, why didn't you say anything to me? Why should I say it? Can it be that you're not satisfied with Xiao Cheng? Yang Jingtao was surprised, then added, I forgot to tell you, Xiao Cheng and you work in the same unit. The workplace is very close, both in Fortune Plaza that, in the future when you guys get married, you can commute together, and then Xiao Cheng's future is also unlimited. Within 3 years he will be able to earn $1 million a year. This condition, aren't you satisfied? Dad, I don't mean that. I mean, I'm already married. Why are you still looking for another one for me? Yang Shui coldly said, marriage can be divorced again. Lin Fan, this trash, not worthy to be my son-in-law. I'm very dissatisfied. Yang Jingtao snorted coldly. Now you go and do the divorce formalities and then register your marriage with Xiao Cheng. It's your business if you're dissatisfied. I'm satisfied with my husband. Divorce is impossible. Yang Shui slammed the table again. If you want to get married, you get married to him. Husband, let's go. After saying that, Yang Shui pulled up Lin Fan and went out of Dongsheng Hotel. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. Yang Jingtao was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out and yelled at the door. Your old man worked hard to raise you, and this is the attitude you have towards your old man? What's so good about that punk Lin Fan? Why are you so devoted to him? This sister of mine, she's really low-eyed. She can't even look at such a good offer from Peng Cheng. Alas, Yang Yu snorted. 80% is thinking of riding a donkey to find a horse, not divorcing first, waiting to find a rich boy before divorcing that waste of a man, Lin Fan, and then marrying into a rich family. Dad, don't be angry, Peng Cheng persuaded. This thing is really sudden when you think about it. Xiao Shui should be shy, and she couldn't accept it for a while before she said those words just now. How about this? Where Xiao Shui and I work is not far from each other. I'll go pick her up from work every night to contact her. By then she will naturally accept me. As for Lin Fan, Peng Cheng didn't care at all. A jobless hobo, poor, can compete with him? A phoenix man with a promising future? Xiao Cheng, with your words, I am relieved. Yang Jingtao nodded his head and became more satisfied with Peng Cheng. Then do as you say, go pick her up after work, just to contact and bond. Xiao Shui, this child, has a good heart and soft ears. As long as you can hold on, she will definitely accept you. Yang Jingtao imparted Peng Cheng's wonderful trick to chase Yang Shui. I know Dad, don't worry, I will make Xiao Shui fall in love with me. Peng Cheng's eyes lit up. Hubby, I know that our dad did this thing wrong, but you mustn't be angry. Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan with big eyes. Get angry? Why would I get angry? Lin Fan asked with a smile. I didn't even think that our dad would find me a. Alas, Yang Shui sighed lightly. Don't worry, I won't be angry. Lin Fan said, you are my wife, then this life is my wife. No one can snatch you from my hands. In his tone, there was no room for doubt. Yang Shui was also happy. No one can snatch you husband from me either. The two of them smiled at each other. Right hubby, I'm hungry. Let's eat at another restaurant. I just didn't even move my chopsticks. Yang Shui rubbed her small stomach. Good. Blue Lake Western Restaurant. Lin Fan decided to take Yang Shui to eat Western food. The Western restaurant was mildly lit. There was a small lake next to it, and under the candlelight, the couple ate Western food by the window while enjoying the view of the blue lake. It was very romantic. After being seated, Lin Fan ordered a bottle of red wine, as well as Marseille fish soup, macaroni veggie soup, sirloin steak and some vegetable salad. Under the gentle candlelight, the two of them dined. Yang Shui drank a glass of red wine, and her pretty face, flushed flat, had a bit of the flavor of a young girl's shyness. This meal was very pleasant. Lin Fan liked this feeling. He was ready to bring Yang Shui to eat Western food more often in the future. After checking out, the two of them were ready to go home. Ha! Lin Fan, little Snow? A light eat came with surprise. Lin Fan looked over and behind him stood two people, a man and a woman. The male was tall, wearing a suit. The muscles under the suit were well defined, obviously working out regularly. His face was white and handsome. It was Wei Yu. The girl next to Wei Yu was wearing a professional dress, with high heels on her feet. Her appearance was medium to high. I didn't expect to meet you two here. Wei Yu smiled and looked at Lin Fan, but there was indignation flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan, do you know, because of you, my Hayu Medical Equipment Company in Donghai City, the reputation of this industry has been stigmatized, and the company has closed down. Oh, then congratulations. Lin Fan grinned. Chapter 63, Share Money. Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. He didn't know that Lin Fan and Wei Yu still had this relationship. No need to congratulate me. Wei Yu waved his hand. I would like to thank you. If it wasn't for you, my dad wouldn't have asked me to go back to work. Now I'm working as a manager in my dad's company, earning more than $300,000 a year, and I've even found a girlfriend. I figured out, what's the point of starting a business? It's cool to comfortably inherit a family fortune for the rest of your life. Wei Yu kissed the cheek of the woman beside him, and again looked at Yang Shui. Yang Shui, I realized that I'm really an idiot. I was so infatuated with you back then, and now I realize that you are nothing more than that. He, you're the one brother you liked before? The woman beside her looked Yang Shui up and down and snorted. Indeed it's nothing more than that. Not good looking. Still have to thank you if not you, I can't find such a good boyfriend. She tightly hold Wei Yu arm, laughed, see my waist this bag no? LV, more than 10,000 it. You brother bought, the cosmetics in the bag, all Dior's, more than 20,000. Your poor husband, can he buy you such good cosmetics? Sorry, I rarely use cosmetics. Yang Shui faintly said, rarely use it, I think it's because you can't afford it, or you use cheap cosmetics from roadside stalls. You're too embarrassed to say it. Still, I have to thank you for letting me have brother you. Now my monthly manicure, hairdressing, photo rejuvenation and whatnot are all paid for by brother you, and with him, I'm very happy. The woman said in a conspiratorial manner, women need to take care of themselves. I have already predicted your future. If you don't take care of yourself now, in less than 3 years, you'll grow wrinkles and turn into a yellow-faced woman. Alas, it's so pathetic that your husband doesn't have any money, can't even keep your own beauty. Wei Yu nodded, contempt flashed in his eyes. Yang Shui, you're just a fool, following this loser Lin Fan. Sooner or later you'll turn into a yellow-faced woman. Right Yang Shui, there's something to tell you. In 2 days I'm going to get engaged to Xiaoran. We're also university classmates, so you should pay some money. Money? Dream on. Yang Shui rolled her eyes. We don't have any relationship. Why should I pay for it? This money out, also have no return. Alas, I knew it. Wei Yu sighed lightly. Marrying Lin Fan. You're living a tight life, right? You can't even afford to pay the share money. Xiao Shui, Wei Yu how to say is also your college classmate. Before or my leader. He is engaged. The share of money is to be paid. Lin Fan suddenly said, hubby, how can you give this kind of person a share of money? Yang Shui shook her head. It's a waste of money to pay out. There's no return. How can there be no return? In a while, we are going to change to a new house. We definitely need to organize a banquet. Just let Wei Yu return the money. Lin Fan smiled. Changing to a new house? Yang Shui was stunned. Wei Yu also froze, then laughed loudly. Lin Fan, you're teasing me. You're changing to a new house? Is it changing another crappy neighborhood that climbs the stairs? But it's still a house change anyways. This money, I'll pay for it. By the way, don't forget to invite me to your new house at that time. Hubby, when did we get a new house? Yang Shui was puzzled. She didn't know about this at all. You'll be able to see it in another half a month or so. It's being decorated right now. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Lin Fan, you won't be buying any second-hand houses, or houses from speculation group tunnels, right, to be a receiver for people. Wei Yu laughed again. I think that a person like you can only afford this kind of house. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue and put his arm around Yang Shui's shoulder and walked towards the house. Wife, let's go. By the way Wei Yu, say something when you get engaged. I'll transfer the share of money to you. Ha, what are you pretending? Buying a broken second-hand house is so arrogant. Wei Yu snorted. Old man living in a villa, are not as jumpy as you. Brother you, there is no need to be angry for this kind of person. This kind of poor, and you are not a level at all. The woman comforted. Let you feel good at night. Aha. Wei Yu's eyes brightened. Hubby, when did you buy a house? Where is it? Back home. Yang Shui finally couldn't help but ask. I bought it 2 days ago. The villa with the best location halfway up Yunmeng Mountain. Lin Fan replied. Stop it. Speak properly. Yang Shui whitened her eyes at Lin Fan. That house was auctioned off by the mysterious tycoon for $78 million. How could Lin Fan have bought that house? You'll know in half a month. Lin Fan said. Mysterious? I won't ask then. Yang Shui bristled, but she didn't hold too much hope. What Wei you said had a few points of truth. That house was most likely a second-hand house, or a house that the speculation group had tuned in. The price was a little lower compared to the current market price, and the location wasn't great either, but soon to have a new house. Yang Shui has been very happy. This is her desire all along. The next evening, Lin Fan suddenly received a call from Yang Shui. Hubby, come to my company. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked suspiciously. That Peng Cheng from yesterday has been standing downstairs for almost an hour, as if he wants to pick me up from work. Yang Shui sounded a little scared. I know, wait for me. Lin Fan hung up the phone, his gaze slightly cold. This Peng Cheng was a bit bold, directly picking up Yang Shui from work under Lin Fan's eyes. What was it if not looking for death? Lin Fan immediately went out. Now is the evening peak of work. Take a taxi to go over. Lin Fan estimated to be blocked for half an hour. Lin Fan simply rode that second-hand bicycle out. Estimated that if fast, 10 minutes to arrive. 15 minutes later, Lin Fan rode to Yang Shui's company downstairs. At this time, Peng Cheng was standing on the side of the road, raising his hand to look at his watch. The Vacheron Constantine wristwatch, reflecting light under the evening haze, was quite striking. 10 more minutes before I get off work. Peng Cheng calculated the time. There was a white Audi A4L parked next to him. The passenger window was open, and the car seat inside was decorated with roses. A total of 99. Striving for color, passionate and romantic. Clang clang clang. There was a metal friction sound coming from it. Peng Cheng looked over and froze, only to see a youth, pedaling a bicycle, wobbling over. That sound was none other than the sound of the bicycle chain. Lin Fan. Peng Cheng stared wide-eyed, unable to speak. What was he doing here on a bicycle? And that bicycle handle, it seems to be rusted. How many years old is this bicycle? Produced in the last century? Finally, Peng Cheng couldn't help but laugh out loud, covering his stomach and pointing his finger at the bicycle. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan, are you trying to laugh me to death and then no one will steal Xiaoshui from you? What are you doing here on a bicycle? Lin Fan looked indifferent, because the bicycle support was broken. He could only lean on the street light pole. I came to pick up my wife, he said indifferently. Riding a bicycle to pick up your wife. This is really the first time I've seen this. Peng Cheng was still laughing. How do you say? Also ride an electric bike to come? Pedal bike. Ha ha ha. Chapter 64. My fist is harder than yours. Ha 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 ha. Look at it. Your bicycle armrests are rusty. Really? Laugh me to death. Peng Cheng covered his stomach and squatted on the ground laughing maniacally. Is it hard to believe that you, a loser, can't even afford an electric bike? You don't come from those countries in Africa that are full of refugees. Lin Fan lazily ignored Peng Cheng. Why don't you say anything? Is it also hard in your heart to ride a bicycle to pick up your wife? Peng Cheng sneered and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, ask yourself, as a man, the head of the family, the man who has to shoulder the responsibility of the family, the way you are, can you stand up to Xiaoshui? Xiaoshui is working at the company to earn money to support the family, and you're moping around every day. It's even if you come to pick her up, you actually ride a bicycle. It's none of your business. I like to ride a bicycle. No traffic jams, but also exercise. Green, Lin Fan said indifferently. Pull back. If you can't afford a car, you can't afford a car. Peng Cheng uncovered Lin Fan. Look at my Audi A4L. Top of the line. More than $300,000. I use this car to pick up Xiaoshui from work. How dignified. There are also 99 roses inside that I just bought. You, as a husband, riding a bicycle to pick up your wife. Not to mention, if you let Shui's co-workers see you, won't you make fun of Shui in the future? Make Xiaoshui's face disgraceful in the company. How can she meet people? Lin Fan, think about it yourself. Is what you're doing right? Peng Cheng looked bitter. If you want me to say, you hurry up and divorce Xiaoshui. You're also making Xiaoshui live a miserable life by staying with her. Can you stop talking nonsense in my ear like a fly? Lin Fan frowned, a little annoyed by this Peng Cheng. This is nonsense from me? I'm educating you on how to be a real man. Peng Cheng said, his eyes flashed as if he thought of something. I know why you are unwilling to divorce Xiaoshui. After saying that, he went to the driver's seat and took out a thick envelope and casually threw it onto the ground in front of Lin Fan. With a crash, the envelope seal opened and a large amount of red bills spilled out. In this society nowadays, who isn't still in it for the money? You refuse to divorce Xiaoshui. It's also because of money, right? Sitting on the ground is not it? Peng Cheng looked at Lin Fan contemptuously. In this envelope on the ground, there is a total of $100,000. Pick it up and take it, then divorce Xiaoshui. Lin Fan looked at Peng Chang, his eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. I'm a bit confused. Are those interviewers at Renfan Capital? Are they all rice buckets? Why did they let an idiot like you work at Renfan? What? You called me an idiot? Peng Chang became furious. I have a doctorate degree in finance. What kind of education do you have? What qualifications do you have to call me an idiot? You said that Renfan interviewers are rice buckets. If you have the ability, you can work at Renfan. You mole. You probably don't know that Renfan is one of the top 50 investment companies in the world. In front of Renfan, you're just a mole cricket. Not even a mole cricket. Dust. How dare you have the face to denigrate the interviewer of Renfan? I shucks. Peng Chang spat on the ground, his face full of contempt. In terms of education, you can't compare to me. I have a doctorate in finance. In terms of family property, you still can't compare to me. I have 5 suites in Donghai City. Peng Chang's voice kept rising. In terms of work, you can't compare to me. Laozi's company is one of the top 50 investment companies in the world. On the future, you waste can't compare to me even more. Laozi in the next 20 years may step into the core senior management of Renfan with an annual salary of more than $100 million. Peng Chang pointed his finger at Lin Fan. Education, family property, job, future prospects. You punk, which point is comparable to Laozi? Why are you still shameless and not divorcing Xiao Shui? Where did you get the courage? What a lot of nonsense. Lin Fan was really impatient. His fist directly smashed towards Peng Chang's nose. Bang! Instantly, Peng Chang's nose blood gushed out furiously. The entire sat down on the ground, feeling his ass. Stock had been dropped into 2 halves, causing him to grimace in pain. Ah, it hurts me to death. You punk, you dare to hit me. Rude. Peng Chang covered his bleeding nose and looked at Lin Fan in shock and anger. In terms of fists, old me is harder than yours. That's enough. Lin Fan rubbed his fist and grinned, feeling a lot happier instantly. Hubby, a voice came. Yang Shui was off work and came bouncing over. What's wrong with him? Yang Shui saw Peng Chang lying on the ground in a sorry state, accidentally fell on the ground. Lin Fan did not even look at Peng Chang. Oh. Yang Shui nodded her head and didn't ask any more questions as she held Lin Fan's arm affectionately. Let's go home. Go home? Peng Chang exclaimed. Little Shui, I'm infatuated with you. Let me drive you home. There are still roses in the car. He climbed up from the ground, picked up the roses and went to Yang Shui, endured the sharp pain in his nose and squeezed out a smile. This rose is for you. A total of 99, representing my love for you for a long, long time. Thank you. I don't want your gift, Yang Shui said politely, but her attitude was icy cold. Ha? Why? Peng Chang was dumbfounded. He had thought that Yang Shui had directly refused at Dongsheng Hotel yesterday because she was shy. But now, he drove over in an Audi A4L, while Lin Fan was riding a bicycle. The gap instantly came out. Why did Yang Shui still reject him? Little Shui, let me drive you back. Is it hard to believe that you want to go back on a pedicab? Peng Chang added. How dangerous it is to take a pedicab. And if your colleagues see it, it's disgraceful. Wife, go get the car, Lin Fan said indifferently. Okay, husband, you wait. Yang Shui went to the garage. Just as Yang Shui left, Lin Fan threw another punch and smashed it on Peng Chang's nose. Bang! Nose blood sprayed wildly as he fell to the ground, spilling roses all over the place. Peng Chang covered his nose and let out a yell. Ah! Rude! Savage! You hit again! Old me has a harder fist than you. I just want to hit you. Lin Fan's mood was again much brighter. Not long after, Yang Shui drove out the Mercedes E350L. Hubby, what's wrong with him again? Yang Shui poked her head out, looked at Peng Chang on the ground and asked in wonder. He accidentally fell down again. Lin Fan laughed and stuffed the bike into the trunk to get on. Fell down again? Yang Shui looked deeply at Lin Fan, always feeling that something was not simple. She didn't think much about it and drove away from the company with Lin Fan. Mercedes E350L? Looking at the faraway car, Peng Chang was dumbfounded. Yang Jingtao told him that Yang Shui didn't have a car and had just bought a Mercedes-Benz and gave it to him. Now, how did Yang Shui drive out again? It was still Mercedes E-Class. This car was much more advanced than his Audi A4L. Is it hard to believe that Yang Jingtao lied to me? Peng Chang was puzzled in his heart. There's also that Lin Fan, rude and savage, beating people indiscriminately based on his strength. This kind of person, with a simple mind and well-developed limbs, just like a punk, can only be at the bottom of society for the rest of his life? The dregs of society. Thinking of Lin Fan, Peng Chang hated his teeth again. Chapter 65 Lu Hao. No, I can't give up, no matter what. I like Xiao Shui very much. I absolutely can't let Xiao Shui be with a loser like Lin Fan and let her live a miserable life. Peng Chang thought secretly. After arriving home, Lin Fan and Yang Shui had dinner. Hubby, the shantytown renovation project, officially started today, Yang Shui said as she ate her meal. The entire work of resettlement and compensation for the residents of the shantytowns has been given to a person called Wu Chuan from above. Do you think he can do a good job? Yang Shui was full of worry. For this kind of project, the most feared thing is bloodshed, especially when talking to individual residents about demolition payments and other issues. Another one is when someone makes a big offer and refuses to demolish and relocate. It ends up causing clashes, and even human lives are produced. Don't worry about this. Wu Chuan can take care of it. Lin Fan shaved rice into his mouth. I haven't even met this person Wu Chuan. Why are you so confident? It's hard to believe that you know him? Yang Shui asked curiously. Wu Chuan is the grandson of old man Wu, the old man that our dad hit with his car last time. Wu Chuan grew up in the shantytown. He knows all the people there, and they are all pretty good. Lin Fan did not hide it and said, let him handle the shantytown resettlement compensation work. I believe he can accomplish it. I see. Yang Shui understood. It seems that the Renfan senior management did a good and wise job in selecting people for this piece. That's true. I think so too. Lin Fan grinned. Being praised by his wife was soothing. There's one more thing. That's the matter of outsourcing the shantytown construction project. Yang Shui added. The vast majority of the project are separated outsourced out. After all, Renfan Capital in general, or engaged in investment origin, really actually participate in the operation of the project. Experience is very little. 1/3 of the project are outsourced to a person called Lu Hao. After 2 days, I still have to talk to this Lu Hao to talk about the specific program. 1/3. Lin Fan was a bit surprised. This Lu Hao alone can get 1/3 of the project. A bit not simple. To know that shantytown renovation is a big project of tens of billions of dollars. A contractor, to be able to share away 1/3 of the oil and water. Enough to see the ability of this person. This Lu Hao. There's a bit of something. Lin Fan smiled and said, that's right. It is said that the various developers in Donghai City, and he has a relationship, and the migrant laborers who work for him under his hands, there are tens of thousands. Yang Shui said. Lin Fan nodded his head, showing a pensive look on his face, and did not open his mouth again. Early the next morning, the first floor of Fortune Plaza, Lin Fan stood at the topmost position, with his hands behind his back, looking at the traffic outside. What is that Lu Hao's origin to be able to take 1/3 of the outsourcing project in the shantytown? Lin Fan spoke with an expressionless face. Lin Xiao. Lu Hao. This person has a very deep background in Donghai City. He came from the countryside. His parents died since he was young. He went to Donghai City alone 30 years ago to fight, starting from the dock porter drudgery, and ate a lot of hard work. Sun Ming said respectfully from the side. Later on, he saved up a sum of money, chartered a small dock, and started a dock trading business. Coupled with the reform and opening up of the country at that time, a large amount of foreign investment. Everywhere is an opportunity, and Lu Hao happened to seize this opportunity, and thus, Lu Hao dug the first bucket of gold in his life. Then later, the country's real estate industry crazy development. Lu Hao again seized the opportunity, into the real estate, slowly bigger and stronger, to today's position. The workers under his hand, there are tens of thousands. Sun Ming continued. At the same time this person is on the road, there are also some relationships. Lin Xiao should know that real estate development, demolition, compensation, construction, disputes can occur at any time, and it is with this relationship that Lu Hao, with an iron fist, stifles these disputes. This Lu Hao does have a few abilities, and he has made a lot of contributions to the real estate development of Donghai City being so rapid. Lin Fan exclaimed in admiration. The relationship between Lu Hao and the real estate of Donghai City was one of mutual survival. Lu Hao developed the real estate and made profits from it, and it was because of his development that the real estate industry in Donghai City had prospered today. How does he compare to those real estate predators in Donghai City, such as Li Chunsheng and Fengshe? Lin Fan asked again. Well, how can I put it? Lu Hao holds about 40% of the market share of the real estate in Donghai City, almost half. Those real estate predators like Li Chunsheng and Fengshe add up to 7 or 8 in bits and pieces, sharing the remaining 60% share. Sun Ming said. Lin Fan nodded. That's why, for this shantytown renovation project, we outsourced 1/3 of the project to Lu Hao. Sun Ming said. Without him, it would be difficult for us to complete this project. If we outsourced it to someone else, Lu Hao would definitely make trouble out of it, which is an ending we don't want to see. He continued. What we want to see is the perfect completion of the project. As for who it was outsourced to and who shared how much of the oil and water, we don't care. We only look at the results. It's obvious that by giving the big head to Lu Hao, the success rate of this project is a bit greater. Lin Fan nodded. Sun Ming was right. The reason why he inquired about Lu Hao's details was because he was afraid that this person would be unfavorable to Yang Shui, the chief responsible person. Alright, I have no more questions. Lin Fan walked towards the house. Take care, Young Lin. Sun Ming immediately bowed, going out and taking the elevator. Lin Fan reached the first floor. He was going to find Chen Wuji and investigate this Lu Hao again, just in case something happened. Lin Fan, why are you trash here? A voice suddenly came. Lin Fan took a look. A man wearing glasses was standing not far from him. The man's nose was wrapped in gauze, and on his wrist was a Vacheron Constantin watch. It was none other than Peng Chang. Lin Fan, this is the headquarters building of Rinfan Capital's Donghai City, and it's a place where a loser like you can come in? Peng Chang rebuked in a stern voice. He was very angry right now. He didn't expect that when he just arrived at work today, he actually ran into this wimp Lin Fan. This was the headquarters building. Whoever came in and out of here wasn't dressed in a suit and had an elegant and gentlemanly demeanor. And this Lin Fan, wearing a t-shirt, big pants, and sandals, and here suddenly seemed out of place. Lin Fan, a person of your level shouldn't be in a place like this. Now please get lost. Peng Chang again continued. I shouldn't appear in a place like this? Lin Fan looked at Peng Chang full of surprise. This entire building is mine. I come here like I'm going home. You're saying that I shouldn't show up in a place like this? Hearing this, Peng Chang froze, then laughed out loud. Lin Fan, I didn't hear you wrong. You said that this entire building is yours. You think you're the boss of Rinfan Capital. I think you are poor and crazy, daydreaming to be able to say such words. Lin Fan shook his head, not bothering to talk nonsense with Peng Chang. Security. Where's the security? Peng Chang shouted. There's someone here who entered Rinfan Capital's headquarters without authorization. Quickly blow him out. What's going on? At this time, a security guard stepped over and asked. Chapter 66 Two Choices. Peng Chang, the security guard knows him. This person is working as an investment advisor in Rinfan Capital. In the company, the future is bright. The future may even serve as an investment manager. So for Peng Chang, he must be treated respectfully. Look at this guy, wearing big pants and slippers. Do you think this kind of person will be a person from our company? Peng Chang pointed his finger at Lin Fan and spoke with contempt. You now, immediately blow him out. If customers see that our company still has this kind of person coming in and out, it will have a very bad impact. The security guard nodded, instantly understanding, and turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. Sir, Rinfan Capital doesn't welcome people who are not dressed properly to come in, so please go out now. What if I don't go out? Lin Fan smiled playfully. If you don't go out, we can only force you out. The security guard's gaze was suddenly icy cold, and with a wave of his hand, 4 or 5 more security guards came over and surrounded Lin Fan. Peng Chang embraced his arms and teasingly watched the scene. Humph, fighting with me, simply looking for death. So what if you have hard fists? Even if you have hard fists, can you fight 6 with 1? Sir, I'll remind you for the last time. Go out by yourself, or don't blame us for taking action. The security guard squeezed his fist to a crunch and stared at Lin Fan with an unkind gaze. What's going on? An unexpected voice came. He only saw a man in a silk suit with a country face striding in. President's son. Good day, President. Those security guards along with Peng Chang all stepped back and bowed their heads respectfully. Among them, Peng Chang was the most respectful. He knew that Sun Ming's position in Rinfan Capital. He was the regional president of China, the core top level, a goal that Peng Chang could only hope to strive for in 20 years. This kind of person was not even on the same level as him. One was high above the rest, while the other was at the lower middle level of the company, just with good prospects. Young Lin, what's wrong? Sun Ming didn't even look at the crowd and walked straight to Lin Fan and asked. These people are preparing to kick me out. Lin Fan looked around at those security guards and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Sun Ming's face changed and turned a little white. The security guards of Rinfan Capital were going to blow young Lin out? This was a bit of treason. One must know that these security guard salaries were all paid by the Lin family. This building, too, was owned by Lin Fan. Are you guys blind? Sun Ming coldly rebuked the security guards. How dare you kick out young Lin? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to work. Now go and make your resignation reports. Those security guards, all dumbfounded, didn't expect Sun Ming to actually fire them with a single sentence. President's son, please raise your hand. Someone immediately begged. My family is counting on me to work and live. How can I live if you dismiss me? Yes, President's son, please give me a hand. Begging me is useless. Sun Ming coldly said. You haven't disrespected me. You've disrespected Shaolin. Whether you can stay or not is still Shaolin's will. Shaolin, the security guard from earlier, with a thud, knelt in front of Lin Fan. You are generous. Don't bother with this little security guard of mine. He was no longer a fool, but he also understood that this young man wearing a t-shirt and big pants had an extremely uncomplicated identity, and even a person like President's son was so respectful to him. Alright, those who don't know are not guilty. Let's forget about this, Lin Fan said indifferently. Just don't judge people by their appearance in the future. Yes, yes, yes. The security guard nodded his head repeatedly, feeling that Lin Fan's words had a great truth embedded in them. As for Peng Chang, who was watching all of this happening from the side, he didn't move for a second. His eyes were wide in disbelief. How could this be possible? President's son. Why was he treating a punk so respectfully? For his sake, he also had to directly fire the company's security guards? To know that this Lin Fan, he wasn't even as good as a security guard. Why on earth? Peng Chang's head was a bit spinning for a moment. Lin Fan faintly said, President's son. Recently, do we, Run Fan Capital, have any business dealings with overseas countries? Yes, but they are all small, poor overseas countries. We invest in the infrastructure construction of some overseas countries, Sun Ming said. Lin Fan nodded. This Peng Chang advisor once suspected that I came from a poor African country. It just so happens that our Ren Fan Capital has business in Africa, so why don't we transfer him to work in Africa? What do you think? Of course. Sun Ming nodded and looked at Peng Chang. He didn't know Peng Chang, and inside the building, there were thousands of Ren Fan employees, so naturally he couldn't know every single one of them. But the work tag on the other party's chest indicated that he was an employee of Ren Fan Capital. Peng Chang, I'll give you two choices, Sun Ming directly said. First, I'll give you a project to work in Africa, and your annual salary won't be lower than in East Sea. Second, that would be to call in your resignation now and leave. Sun Ming didn't bother to ask if Peng Chang had a beef with Lin Fan. As long as it was Lin Fan's order, he directly followed it. President's son. Hearing this, Peng Chang's entire body was struck by lightning. His body swayed a bit and almost sat down on the ground. What Peng Chang was most proud of was not his education or family fortune, but his work. Run Fan Capital, a top 50 investment company in the world. Anyone who heard where he worked would instantly be impressed. But now, for Sun Ming to ask him to work in a deserted, less place like Africa, wasn't it the equivalent of taking his proudest thing and stripping it away? Chapter 67, Strategies. President's son, please raise your hand. A pleading expression immediately appeared on Peng Chang's face. And I'm an investment consultant. The kind of local projects in Africa. I don't have enough ability and experience. You put me over there. I'm not competent. If you can't do it, then leave your job. You only have these two choices at the moment. I don't like to say things again, Sun Ming said expressionlessly. These words seemed to have drained Peng Chang of all his strength and filled him with despair. He came to work full of joy, and before the office even arrived, he was sent to Africa by the president. Leave the job? Impossible. What job? Then in the human mortal capital Morpheus? But again, it is hard to go to a place like Africa. This kind of fallout. Peng Chang was again looking at Lin Fan with shock, incomprehension and hatred. He wondered in his heart, what kind of identity was Lin Fan? Even the high and mighty president's son had to treat him in such a manner. He hated Lin Fan again. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been sent to Africa. How is it? Have you considered it yet? Sun Ming asked. I'm going to work in Africa. Peng Chang gritted his teeth and finally said, well, then you go back and pack up. The company will book you a ticket for the afternoon. Sun Ming said indifferently. Good. Peng Chang nodded his head breathlessly and left the building. Before he left, he looked back at Lin Fan again. Humph, when I come back from Africa, with this work experience, my status in the company will definitely skyrocket, and my salary will keep increasing. By then, I'll already be standing in the upper echelon of Ren Fan Capital. Lin Fan, you wait. I'll see what you can take to steal Xiao Shui from me. After sending Peng Chang away casually, Lin Fan went out of Fortune Plaza. He believed that within the last 2 years, Peng Chang wouldn't return to China and naturally wouldn't annoy Yang Shui. Donghai City, Zhao Sihai's house. Hubby, what are we going to do now? Yang Yu sat on the sofa, her face full of worry. My sister completely took over the shantytown remodeling project general manager job, and we still can't share the oil and water. In the next 1 or 2 years, my sister surpassed us. It's an inevitable thing. Yang Shui can deposit behind my back. Naturally very stingy, narrow-minded. If we wait for her to develop, she will definitely look down on us. We often taunted her before. My sister will inevitably retaliate against us as well. Alas, I'm also worried about this point. Going forward we might not be able to raise our heads on Yang Shui's side. Zhao Sihai sighed lightly, hatred appearing in his eyes. How to say it is also a family. Yang Shui is the chief of the shantytown renovation project. Shouldn't he help him as a big sister-in-law? Who knew that the other party refused decisively? That's even if it's not enough. There's also a Peng Chang. Yang Yu added. Compared to Peng Chang and Lin Fan, there's one heaven and one earth. Education, job, family fortune. In every aspect, Lin Fan can't compare to Peng Chang. I think that as long as it's a woman with a normal mind, she will make the wisest choice between the two. It's normal for my sister to refuse at the Dongxing Hotel that day. After all, she's shy. But I expect that as long as Peng Cheng picks her up and drops her off every day, it won't be long before my sister divorces Lin Fan and marries Peng Cheng. At that time, we'll be crushed head over heels again, but we really won't have a day to get ahead. Despair appeared in Yang Yu's eyes as she gritted her teeth. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let my sister surpass us. We must find a way. Zhao Sihai nodded. Well, the first thing we can be sure of is that Lin Fan, that loser, is going to be kicked out of the Yang family. Yang Shui is bound to choose Peng Cheng. There is no way we can change that. What we can do is to get our hands on the Shantytown project, or at least make it so that Yang Shui can't complete the project smoothly. Hubby, do you have any methods? Yang Yu immediately asked. Zhao Sihai was silent for a while before he spoke. I have a ploy, but once I use it, I dare say that Yang Shui will be directly defeated and infamous. At that time, not to mention the Shantytown project failing in her hands, Peng Cheng sighed, won't pursue her anymore, and the end result will be that Yang Shui will still be with that loser Lin Fan, and will be crushed head over heels by me. What way? Quickly say. Yang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Zhao Sihai attached himself to Yang Yu's ear and spoke out the ploy. After hearing it, Yang Yu clapped her hands in excitement. Wonderful. This is a good plan. Then husband, then you go find Lu Hao now. Wife, isn't this plan of ours a bit too harsh on your sister? Zhao Sihai hesitated. Tough? Where is it ruthless? Yang Yu froze and coldly said, hubby, is it possible that you want to see my sister's family riding on top of our family forever? Then at that time, the good son-in-law in our father's eyes will not be you, but Peng Cheng. Zhao Sihai was silent again, and when he thought of Yang Jingtao's satisfied attitude towards Peng Cheng, he suddenly became jealous. Success. Then it's settled. Zhao Sihai gritted his teeth. I'll go find Lu Hao now. Donghai City Splendor Real Estate Company. In front of the company's floor-to-ceiling windows, a bald man was sitting on a sofa, holding a blonde woman in his arms, one hand caressing the woman's snow-white thighs. You don't say. Foreign goods feel different. The man grinned at his subordinate. I think back when I was working as a laborer at the docks, I often saw foreign women coming in and out of China, all blonde hair and blue eyes, big breasts and long legs, gluttonous. Now that I have money, I can finally taste what foreign women taste like. After saying that, the man's hand strength increased by a few points, causing the woman in his arms to gasp repeatedly. This man is Lu Hao, the real predator of the real estate industry in Donghai City. He created a brilliant business, occupying nearly 40% of the market share of real estate in Donghai City. The existence of a giant. Brother Hao, this is all what you deserve. To be able to sit in your current position is to take a life in exchange for it. You have also arrived at the time to enjoy the blessings. Lu Hao subordinate complimented. Aha. Lu Hao nodded his head. But it's easy to fight, but hard to guard. In our line of work, we have to go and grab, fight, and have a ruthless spirit. If you don't grab and fight, then your benefits will be shared by others. For example, this time the shantytown renovation of Renfan Capital. Even the world's top 50 investment companies have to give us face, bow down in front of us. 1/3 of the oil and water was brought by me. Why? It's not because we dare to rob and fight. Brother Hao is right. Lu Hao subordinate laughed. This 1/3 of the oil and water can only be more and not less. Lu Hao then said, if it's less, I can guarantee that the shantytown renovation project won't be completed successfully. The color of greed suddenly appeared in his eyes, but I still feel that 1/3 of the oil and water is too little. This project is a big project of tens of billions of dollars. If I can get 70%, I will be satisfied. Chapter 68 Counseling. This time Lu Hao subordinate did not open his mouth. The boss character he is aware of, greedy and lustful, especially greedy, belongs to the extremely greedy kind. Even under the hands of migrant workers' wages, insurance, if it can be greedy point, absolutely will not let go. Like the year before last, Lu Hao under a migrant worker accidentally fell to his death. Accident insurance compensation of 600,000. Lu Hao alone sneaked away 400,000, leaving only 200,000 to the worker's family. Enough to see his greed. Brother Hao, there are people outside looking for you. Suddenly, the door opened and a subordinate came in. Who is it? I remember not having an appointment today. Lu Hao wondered, his palm already falling on top of the thin waist of the woman in his arms. The visitor calls himself Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai? Lu Hao recalled and shook his head. I haven't even heard of this name. Don't see. Good. That subordinate closed the door, but it wasn't long before he was back again. Brother Hao. That Zhao Sihai said that he is the big sister-in-law of Yang Shui, the chief person in charge of the shanty town, and has something important to discuss with you. Yang Shui's big sister-in-law? Lu Hao froze for a moment. Yang Shui he naturally knew. The general manager of the shantytown project. Photos have also seen. Looks like a flower. Pure and lovely. See Lu Hao float a lot of saliva. He didn't expect that Yang Shue's big sister's husband came to find him for something. Let him come in. Lu Hao waved his hand, signaling all the people under his hand to go down and the woman in his arms to leave. Good day Lu. Zhao Sihai came in and opened his mouth with some constraint. Lu Hao is a big real estate giant, not a small contractor like Zhao Sihai. Sit down. Lu Hao opened his mouth and poured him a cup of tea. Lu Hao felt out the purpose of the other party's visit, but since he was Yang Shue's big sister-in-law, he had to be polite. What is it that Mr. Zhao is looking for me for? Lu Hao took a sip of tea and asked casually. This time I came to find Mr. Lu, mainly because I want to help Mr. Lu make money. Zhao Sihai smiled mysteriously. Help me make money? Lu Hao's hand paused. The shantytown renovation project is a big project of tens of billions of dollars. Can't it be that Mr. Lu only wants to be in it, to share 1/3 of the oil and water? Don't want to earn more? Like 70–80% of the oil and water? Zhao Sihai laughed. Lu Hao's gaze produced a slight change. There was greed that appeared, but it was well hidden. He laughed. The shantytown project. It's a big project, and it's still outsourced to a top 50 company like Runfan Capital. It's not like I can rake in as much oil as I want. I have to look at Runfan Capital's face. Ha ha, Mr. Lu, this is where you're wrong. It's not looking at Runfan Capital's face. It's looking at my sister Yang Shue's face. Zhao Sihai laughed. She is the chief director. How much oil and water do you want? Isn't it up to her? Lu Hao nodded his head, finally coming to interest. Okay, tell me, how are you going to help me make money? I heard that in a couple of days, Lu will interview Yang Shui about the specific details of the shantytown renovation project. Zhao Sihai came forward and put his plan. Whispered it. After listening, Lu Hao frowned. This plan of yours, is it really feasible? That Yang Shui can serve as the chief director. Her status in Runfan must be very high, although I do have ideas for her. But if I put her like that, the senior management of Runfan will not find me in trouble? Please don't worry. General Manager Lu, Zhao Sihai immediately said. The Tianhai Finance that Yang Shui is in is only a small company that was acquired by Runfan Capital. Yang Shui's status in Runfan Capital is definitely the lowest kind. If you put her like that, Runfan Capital won't look for trouble from you at all. At most, they will change the person in charge. Lu Hao took a sip of tea with a thoughtful look on his face. Zhao Sihai then continued. After it's done, you can totally take photos of the process and threaten her with them. With Yang Shui's character, she doesn't want this matter to become a big deal, and you'll naturally be safe in the end result. At the same time, with the photos in hand, as a threat, you're still afraid that Yang Shui won't take the oil and water from the shantytown renovation, and share more of it with you, maybe the whole big one. After saying that, Zhao Sihai heatedly smiled. I won't hide it from you. Your ploy does sound good and exciting. Lu Hao stroked his chin, a lecherous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The first time I saw that Yang Shui, my desire to conquer rose, thinking to myself what it would feel like if this kind of woman were scratching her head on my bed. The only thing to consider now is that this Yang Shui's husband, if things reach his ears, will it be troublesome? Lu Hao added. After all, Hao Yang Shui is also an employee of Runfan Capital. His husband's strength should not be low. Zhao Sihai froze, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, Mr. Lu, this is the last thing you need to think about. Yang Shui's husband is a waste of space who waits for death at home every day. In the year since he joined the Yang family, he hasn't made half a contribution to the family. He's just an unemployed hobo. Really? Lu Hao's eyes widened. Of course it's true. I'm a brother-in-law. Can I not know? You're just cuckolding him. He can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Zhao Sihai laughed out loud. That Lin Fan. He's a loser. A soft persimmon. He can take whatever he wants. In that case, this is basically stable. Lu Hao's face got a little excited. Thinking of Yang Shui's beautiful face, he licked his lips. Right. I have one last question. Why are you looking for me to do this kind of thing? Mr. Lu, this is our family matter. It's related to family status. Zhao Sihai rubbed his hands together. If Yang Shui successfully completes the shantytown project, my status in the family will definitely be suppressed by Yang Shui's side. Zhao Sihai briefly spoke about the pros and cons. After listening, Lu Hao nodded his head and reached out to pat his shoulder. Brother foresees. Don't worry. For the sake of your family status, for the sake of the image of a good son-in-law in your old husband's mind, this matter, I'm obliged to do so. After it's done, you can work in my company. Don't stay in your small construction company. Do it with me, and I'll make sure that you'll be able to eat good food and drink hot water, luxury cars and beautiful women. All of them. Thank you, Brother Hao, Zhao Sihai said in surprise, instantly changing his words. Well, since the plan is finalized, then I'll start preparing, ready to make an appointment to meet Yang Shui in these 2 days. The corner of Zhao Sihai's mouth hooked up in a lecherous smile. I wonder what this beauty is like in bed. Donghai City Imperial Deluxe Nightclub. Lin Fan arrived here in the afternoon. Young Lin, please follow me. Seeing Lin Fan, Xiao Shan immediately moved forward respectfully, entering the elevator and going up to the 6th floor. Lin Fan arrived at Chen Wuji's study. Young Lin, Chen Wuji was concentrating on his book. When he heard the commotion and saw Lin Fan enter, he immediately put down his book. You're here. He took a step to welcome him. What are you reading? Lin Fan looked towards the desk. Some Buddhist scriptures. There was too much blood on my hands before. Now I want to repent. Chen Wuji smiled. Chapter 69, Japanese in Cuisine. Confession? Does repentance work? Lin Fan shook his head. So many people's lives. If a reading of the Buddhist scriptures could lead to repentance and the elimination of sins, then everyone would believe in Buddhism. Lesson from young Lin is right. Chen Wuji stroked his 8 beard. Maybe reading some Buddhist scriptures gives me a psychological comfort. At least I won't have nightmares at night. Lin Fan did not dwell more on this issue, but asked, do you know this person Lu Hao? No. Chen Wuji nodded. This person is greedy and horny by nature. In the real estate industry of Donghai City, he is quite a big deal, and he also has some connections on the road. He and I have always been well watered, but his brilliant properties, there are a few of them that are my people. Your people, why are they in his company? Lin Fan unexpectedly looked at Chen Wuji. It's good to be on guard. Chen Wuji smiled. Although I have no malice towards Lu Hao, there is no guarantee that this person will not secretly trip me up, so I specially placed some people in his company. He added, how can I put it? The entire East Sea City, as long as there are characters that may pose some threat to me, I have planted people, worthy of being an old geezer. Lin Fan sighed in admiration. Ha ha, there's no way, I've suffered too many losses in the past. Chen Wuji laughed. If you're free, help me investigate this person Lu Hao. He recently took over the Shantytown outsourcing project and took a third of the work. Lin Fan said, since you said that he is greedy and lustful, I'm afraid that he won't be satisfied with this 1/3 and do something. Okay, young Lin. Chen Wuji nodded his head. After chatting a few more times, Lin Fan left. In the evening, during dinner time, Yang Shui prepared the fragrant meal and brought it to the table. Hubby, I'm going out today to talk to Lu Hao about the specific details of the Shantytown renovation project, so I won't eat dinner. Yang Shui carried a briefcase and wore a black suit, looking like a strong woman. She looked at Lin Fan and said intimately, you eat the meal first, don't go hungry. When the bylaws are negotiated, the Shantytown will be ready for construction, and I'll be able to make money by then. Our life will get better and better. Well, wife has worked hard. Lin Fan ate his meal and casually asked, right, so where did Lu Hao ask you to talk business? The appointment was with a cooking restaurant, called Niwa Cuisine. Yang Shui was a bit puzzled. As a matter of fact, talking business is usually in a cafe or something. After all, the atmosphere is relaxing, but this time it was in a cuisine store. Didn't you ask why? Lin Fan frowned. This Lu Hao, a bit strange, asked. Lu Hao said that the cuisine store had a good flavor, and the box was also quiet, suitable for talking business. Yang Shui said. She looked at the time and said, hubby, there isn't much time left. I'll go over first. Good. Remember to call me if you have any problems. Lin Fan nodded his head. Yang Shui hadn't been gone for much longer when Lin Fan's cell phone rang. Young Lin, found out something. Chen Wuji's voice came over. Zhao Sihai went to Lu Hao's brilliant property yesterday. Zhao Sihai went to Lu Hao. Lin Fan's gaze flickered. What did he go to find Lu Hao for? The specific purpose is not very clear. Zhao Sihai was alone in the room with Lu Hao to talk about things. Chen Wuji said. But today, when Lu Hao went to Riwa Cuisine, he let his men prepare a triazolam in ether. That man was working with my undercover agent Peace. This matter happened to be probed. Triazolam and ether? Lin Fan's gaze instantly turned morose. He naturally knew that these were two substances that could cause anesthesia and strong hallucinations. You immediately bring people and go to Japanese and cuisine. I will go there now. Lin Fan immediately said. Good, young Lin. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at Riwa Cuisine. Young Lin, Chen Wuji had already arrived. He was dressed in a gray tang suit, holding an iron stone in his hand. A few black Buick commercial cars were parked on the side of the road. Their doors opened and 40 to 50 big men in suits got out. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Those bowed their heads and shouted in unison. Are there enough people? Not enough, I'll shout some more over. Chen Wuji asked. Enough. Lin Fan looked at the Japanese and cuisine in front of him. Does this restaurant have any background? No. Chen Wuji shook his head. I've already checked. The owner of the Japanese and cuisine is a foreign student from an island country who returned to China to open a cuisine store. The business is average on weekdays, and there is not much foot traffic. Obviously, Chen Wuji was already prepared for Lin Fan's arrival. Earlier, I asked, Mrs. Lin and Lu Hao's box is the Kobe Pavilion, and I made a reservation in the Tokyo room next door, Chen Wuji added. Then go in and let these brothers go to the other boxes. Lin Fan stepped into the Japanese and cuisine. Good. Chen Wuji and Lin Fan entered the restaurant piece by piece, as they had already booked a place beforehand, and were led by the waiter into the private room. The two took off their shoes and sat on the floor. There was a light fragrance in the air and incense and candles burning in the corner. What do you two gentlemen need to eat? The waitress handed over the menu. She was dressed in a white kimono with wooden clogs. Her hair was coiled at the back of her head, and her face was painted with blush, so she looked a bit like an island woman. Lin Fan ordered some salmon and sushi and called it a day. During the process, Lin Fan listened to the next box. The restaurant compartments were all wooden partitioned compartments with canvas on top, so the soundproofing effect was average. Coupled with the fact that Lin Fan had been trained, his hearing was much better compared to ordinary people, and the sound from the next door immediately came over. Ms. Yang, try this salmon. This store's tuna has a great flavor. Lu Hao greeted. No need. I don't really like eating fish. Yang Shue's face was serious. Mr. Lu, let's talk about the specific details of the shantytown renovation. She took out a thick pile of documents from within her briefcase and put them on the table. This is about your 1/3 of the project. What we want to discuss is the future planning and construction of these projects. Ms. Yang, don't be so serious. Lu Hao interrupted Yang Shui. Since I have contracted the Shantytown project, we will definitely have a lot of opportunities for contact in the future, and we will naturally become friends by then. Since we're friends, isn't it good to eat and chat at the same time? Work is put aside first. Mr. Lu, work is work. Friendship is friendship. Let's talk about work first before anything else. Yang Shui frowned. After this, Lu Hao called her to the box. His attitude towards the Shantytown thing has been hazy. Instead, he was getting close to her. This made Yang Shui's heart somewhat dissatisfied. Ha ha, what's the rush of work? Ms. Yang, eat first. Lu Hao touched his bald head and laughed. I'm telling you, there's one more thing that's the most characteristic of this Japanese cuisine. Sake, it's the national treasure of the island. You must try it. After saying that, Lu Hao poured a cup of wine for Yang Shui from a small celadon wine pot. The wine cup was pushed in front of Yang Shui. Come on, take a sip and taste it. Lu Hao stared at Yang Shui closely, a trace of a strange color appearing in his eyes. Chapter 70, What brings you here? Mr. Lu, I drive. I don't drink. Yang Shui coldly said. Let's talk about work. You can call a valet if you drive. Lu Hao smiled. Ms. Yang, how can I say that you are also the chief shantytown manager? The banquet will definitely be rare in the future. If you don't drink, who do you think dares to talk business with you? I'm telling you, there are two things you can't live without when you're working on a construction site. One is cigarettes and the other is alcohol. You are a woman. Not smoking can be, but not drinking is a bit unreasonable. Lu Hao looked like a man who had been there and educated. If you go to the table and don't drink, no one will talk business with you? Do you think what I said makes sense? You drink this wine and I'll talk business with you. Mr. Lu, I admit that I am inexperienced in talking business. After all, I was just an accountant before. Yang Shui said expressionlessly. What you said also makes sense. You are in this business, an old man. However, from the time I entered the room until now, I didn't see half a bit of sincerity in talking business from you. You have been avoiding me. I want to know why. Before Yang Shui came here, he badgered some skills in the business world. If she drank this glass of wine, she would fall behind and be led by the nose by Lu Hao, so she had to act stronger. Let's do it this way. Let's talk about business first. Then I'll drink this cup of wine. Yang Shui said with a slight smile. Lu Hao froze for a moment, not expecting Yang Shui to come to this trick with him. TSK, 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 this is the way to feel conquered. The corner of Lu Hao's mouth hooked up into a smile. Good. Since Ms. Yang insists on this, I won't force myself. Let's talk business. After saying that, he took out a bunch of contracts from his briefcase and handed them to Yang Shui. Ms. Yang, please read it. This is the Shanty project. Some of my ideas. Yang Shui's face was slightly happy. Now she was the one leading Lu Hao by the nose. She took the contract and read it. It didn't take long to read it. Her face gradually became icy cold. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this? Already gave you 1/3 of the amount of work for the shantytown. You don't need it even if you don't. Now you actually open your mouth wide and want 70% of the work. Yang Shui slammed the contract on the desktop, her face like frost. I want 70%. Naturally, I have a reason. Lu Hao touched his bald head and slowly drank a glass of wine. Throughout the entire real estate industry in Donghai City, no one has more market share than me, and the workers under me are all the most capable and experienced. So if you give me 70% of the project, I can finish the job perfectly. Ms. Yang, If you take that remaining 2/3 of the project and distribute it to other developers, there's a good chance that something will go wrong. Maybe you'll get a dead worker today, or a collapse tomorrow. At that time, can you afford the responsibility? He added. If you give me 70% of the project, not to mention, there will be no problems with the project, at least no deaths. Humph, do you think I will believe that? Yang Shui snorted coldly. Before I came here, I've already investigated your information. Under your hand is the developer with the highest rate of engineering accidents. It's just that you have the connections and means to suppress things. Lu Hao unexpectedly looked at Yang Shui, not expecting that she was not empty of a beautiful appearance, but still had some ability. This made his desire to conquer rise up again. Giving you 1/3 of the project is just simply because you possess 40% of the property share in Donghai City, which is already the limit. 70%. Impossible. Yang Shui's voice was direct and decisive. Ms. Yang is better off signing this contract. Lu Hao smiled coldly, his patience about to disappear. Sign the contract? I just said it already. It's impossible. If Mr. Lu is dissatisfied, we can cancel our cooperation. It's not like the Shantytown project can't be carried out without you. Yang Shui coldly said. Sorry, without me, the Shantytown project really can't be carried out. Lu Hao said. I've been crawling around in this industry for so many years. Other than that, the ability to make a project go to is still there. Mr. Lu, are you threatening me? Yes, I am indeed threatening you. This contract, you have to sign it today or not. Lu Hao's patience completely disappeared, no longer hiding the greed in his eyes. Ms. Yang, today you not only have to sign the contract for me, your person, I also want. When we're done, I'll take 2 pictures of you, and you'll be at my mercy. Snap. After saying that, Lu Hao clapped his hands. The door of the box opened, and 4 or 5 big men stood outside the room, staring at Yang Shui with unkind eyes. Lu Hao, what do you mean? Yang Shui looked outside the room, her face icy cold. What do you mean? It's what I meant in my words just now. Lu Hao hemmed and hawed. Ms. Yang, I'll give you a choice. Drink the wine in front of you and count it as giving me face. I'll let you go out safe and sound. If you don't drink and don't give me Lu Hao face, then I won't give you face either. Yang Shui was furious, but looking at the 4 or 5 big men outside the door, it was definitely impossible to break out by breaking in. Immediately, she gazed at the wineglass. Okay, I'll give you face, I'll drink. Yang Shui gave in and picked up the wine cup with her jade hand. The smile on Lu Hao's face became even more victorious as he looked at Yang Shui without moving, his ploy about to succeed. Seeing that the sake was about to enter his mouth, a voice full of ridicule came. Mr. Lu has a big temperament, a big man, actually making things difficult for a woman. Who the hell is talking? Lu Hao's gaze went cold and looked outside the room. A middle-aged man stood there, in a gray tang suit, country face, deep gaze, a pair of iron stones in his hands issued a crunching sound, and beside him, stood a teenager, slightly thin and weak, with a strange temperament all over his body. Chen Wuji? Lu Hao looked at the middle-aged man and frowned slightly. What are you doing here, hubby? Yang Shui saw Lin Fan and immediately greeted him. Why are you here? I also wanted to eat the cuisine, so I came over. Lin Fan smiled. Lu Hao, you're a man who actually uses plots and tricks on women and drugs the wine. How shameless. Chen Wuji sneered. Drugged? Yang Shui froze, looked at the clear wine on the table, suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. No wonder Lu Hao was so weird, kept letting her drink. So this wine was drugged. I can't believe you found out. Yes, I did drug it. Lu Hao grinned, not hiding it. What? You want to be nosy? You know, you and I have always been well watered, and you're going to go out on a limb for a woman and lose everything with me? Lu Hao, you are simply shameless. Yang Shui was so angry that her face turned white. She didn't expect Lu Hao to play a dirty trick. Hubby, let's go. After saying that, she pulled Lin Fan to walk out. Go? Where to go? These are all my people. Lu Hao hemmed and hawed. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The doors of the surrounding 6 or 7 boxes, all opened, adding up to 20 to 30 people coming out of the boxes, crowding the aisle. All of them were looking at Yang Shui. Their faces were not good. Yang Shui's face became completely ugly. Chapter 71. What are you again? Yang Shui, I, Lu Hao, am too lazy to cover up with you. Lu Hao looked at Yang Shui and grinned. You, I've got my eye on. You'll be my woman from now on. I'm going to sleep with you tonight. Also, he's your husband, right? Lu Hao's gaze fell on Lin Fan. It's said to be a loser. Every day at home, waiting for death. TSK TSK TSK. The lustful fortune is really not shallow. To be able to marry such a good-looking wife as Yang Shui. But this green hat, today you're bound to wear it. It's your blessing that I, Lu Hao, play with your woman, husband. Yang Shui clutched Lin Fan's hand, trembling slightly in fear. It's okay. Lin Fan stroked Yang Shue's hair. Nothing? Looking for self-comfort? Lu Hao hemmed and hawed. A loser is a loser. His wife is going to be slept with by me. But he is still not angry. What a softball goon. Probably instantly wimped out when he saw so many people from Lousy. Lin Fan's face remained unchanged. Chen Wuji's eyelids slightly jumped. Lin Fan grew up with a very good family upbringing, rarely revealing his emotions, able to be happy and angry without showing his colors. And now Lin Fan. From him, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Then there was only one reason. Lin Fan was truly angry. The bigger the mood swings, the better it was hidden. Lu Hao, there's a lot of people, isn't there? Chen Wuji laughed as he clapped his hands. Click, click, ka-ching. 7 or 8 compartment doors opened one after another. Another large group of people, surging out from within the compartments. At a glance, there were around 40 to 50 of them, all of them tall, giving a sense of being lean and tough. What's going on? So many people suddenly came out again. Those subordinates of Lu Hao were a bit flustered, not expecting that they were suddenly surrounded. Chen Wuji, for the sake of a woman, are you trying to meddle? Lu Hao's face turned cold. I know your position in the Dao, but I, Lu Hao, can get to where I am now. There are people behind me. If you go against me, you can only lose both. And when the time comes, my backstage will not let you go. Backstage? Chen Wuji snorted. Too lazy to talk. No matter how big Lu Hao's backstage was, could it be bigger than Lin Fan? Bigger than the Lin family? Xiao Shui, go wait in that box for a while. I'll take care of this in a while. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Husband, you. Yang Shui was filled with worry. It's fine. You'll be fine if you wait for a while. Tenderness appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. Good. In the end, Yang Shui nodded and went to another box, closing the door. Lu Hao sneered. Chen Wuji, it seems like you're determined to meddle in other people's business. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan smashed his fist up. This punch caused Lu Hao to fall to the ground, his nose blood gushing out wildly. Grass Nima, you punk, you dare to hit me. Lu Hao's eyes widened, never expecting that before Chen Wuji made a move. Lin Fan, this loser, directly hit up. Go on, get him dead. Lu Hao shouted. Hit me. Chen Wuji also opened his mouth expressionlessly. The henchmen from both sides immediately mixed up. Clang, bang, when, asterisk came up. The sounds of instrument strikes and screams were mixed together. Lu Hao's men, most of them were from construction sites. Although they were strong-looking, they were inexperienced in fighting. The ones brought by Chen Wuji were all elites who had followed Chen Wuji for years. Fighting was commonplace, experienced, and would do anything to beat their opponents. In just a few minutes, Lu Hao's gang fell side by side, about to collapse. Lu Hao naturally needed no introduction. Bang! Lin Fan kicked him hard in the stomach. His entire person, like a broken kite, flew backwards, crashed through the box, and fell heavily on the floor of the next box. You punk, you actually dare to hit me. Lu Hao shouted. Do you know who is behind me? Do you know that with my background, killing you is as simple as holding down an ant? You punk, mole cricket, where did you get the courage to dare to hit me? His gaze looked at Lin Fan with indignation, with disbelief. He really couldn't believe that Lin Fan actually dared to hit him. This kind of loser. Was he not afraid of death? Not afraid of his power? Wimp, I have tens of thousands of civilian laborers under my hand. Spend some money and I can throw you to the Yangtze River to feed the fish. He shouted again. Waste? Lin Fan coldly smiled and stepped on Lu Hao's face. Bang! Calling me a waste. Now that you're being stepped on by a waste like me, what are you? Lin Fan stood tall and stared at Lu Hao with a chilling gaze. Being stared at by Lin Fan, Lu Hao shivered and actually had the feeling of being stared at by a terrifying ferocious beast. And at this time, the melee outside had already ended, and the people Lu Hao had brought with him were all lying on the ground letting out wails. Like to make people drink, do you? Lin Fan picked up Yang Shue's wine cup from earlier and signaled with his gaze. Immediately, 2 juniors came over and broke open Lu Hao's mouth. What are you doing? Lu Hao kept struggling, but it was not half effective. Lin Fan picked up the wine cup and poured all the wine into Lu Hao's mouth, followed by picking up the small Celadon wine pot and pouring all the rest in. Like to make people drink, I'll make you drink too. Lin Fan smiled coldly. Cough cough cough. Waste. Lu Hao coughed, trying to cough out the alcohol, but to no avail. Lin Xiao, what's the next step? Chen Wuji walked over and asked. Take him away. Lin Fan looked at Lu Hao and added. Also ask the store owner how much the broken things cost. Double compensate the person. After saying that, Lin Fan went to Yang Shue's box. Hubby. Seeing Lin Fan, Yang Shui stood up with a worried face. What's the situation now? I heard the sounds of fighting and killing outside. So worried about you. It's fine. It's over. You go home first. Lin Fan smiled and comforted. Then what are you doing, husband? Yang Shui immediately asked. I still have something to do, Lin Fan said. Yang Shui was silent for a while, but finally nodded her head. Okay, then I'll go home and wait for you first, hubby, you be safe. Although she had a lot of doubts in her mind, she did not ask more questions. After Yang Shui left, Lin Fan had someone take Lu Hao out of Rewa Cuisine and threw him into the trunk of the Buick commercial car. Donghai City Yangtze River Bridge. It was already night. The moonlight was brightly sprinkled on the surface of the river. The waves were sparkling, and there was an evening breeze blowing. Lin Fan stood on the bank, looking at the river view with his hands backward. Young Lin, the people have been brought. Chen Wuji walked over, followed by 2 minions, holding Lu Hao. At this moment, Lu Hao was walking unsteadily, rolling his eyes and trembling, as if he might fall at any time. This drug effect kicked in quite fast, already almost delirious. Chen Wuji laughed. Tie a big stone on him, let him sink to the bottom of the river forever. Lin Fan spoke indifferently. The moment he knew that Lu Hao was preparing to drug Yang Shui, he had already moved to kill. Alright, Chen Wuji beckoned, and a junior brother went to find the stone. What are you guys going to do? Lu Hao's voice was weak, but his face was full of fear. Chapter 72 Lu Hao's death. At this time, he was weak from the drug effect, but there was still some consciousness left. When he saw a little brother holding a big stone coming, his body instinctively got scared. What are you doing? What for? If I remember correctly, you want to throw me into the river to feed the fish. I thought about it. It is better for you to go to the river. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Lu Hao. Only this smile, cruel and cold. Lu Hao was instantly creeped out. You want to kill me? No way. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, my backstage will take revenge for me. He looked at Chen Wuji again. Chen Wuji, is you who backed up this Lin Fan, right? Why are you helping Lin Fan? Don't you know my backstage? If you help back up Lin Fan, you will end up in a miserable situation. Backing up? Chen Wuji shook his head. I'm not backing up for Shaolin. I'm just doing things for him. If we're talking about backstage, I also have a backstage, and that's Shaolin. Impossible. Lu Hao's pupils shrunk. This Lin Fan, how could he be worthy of being Chen Wuji's backstage? Who was Chen Wuji? A big brother in the gray area of Donghai City. This Lin Fan, what was his identity? Lu Hao looked at Lin Fan, puzzled, shocked, and confused. Alright, cut the crap, tie it up and throw it in, Lin Fan said indifferently. 4 or 5 juniors came up and tied the stone to Lu Hao's chest. At this time, Lu Hao, the effect of the drug completely kicked in, rolling his eyes and lying on the ground motionless. Cheap for you, let you die without any pain. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. Splash, water splashed. Lu Hao's entire body was thrown into the Yangtze River. The river rushed and flowed, and in the blink of an eye, it was swallowed up. Going back, can't keep my wife waiting. Lin Fan walked towards the car. Looking at Lin Fan's back, Chen Wuji felt emotion in his heart. Starting from today, Lu Hao, the real estate bigwig of Donghai City and the one who held 40% of the share, had since disappeared from the earth. Tomorrow, the real estate industry, there will definitely be a big reshuffle, and at that time, it will be another bloody storm. But who knows? The originator behind this, just a family love wife, looks ordinary teenager? Hubby, you're back. I was worried sick about you. Seeing Lin Fan return, Yang Shui immediately greeted her. Her small face was slightly pale and she still had palpitations. So how is Lu Hao? Yang Shui asked. Seriously injured and hospitalized. Lin Fan said. It's good to be hospitalized. This kind of person is really bad to the bone. He went to the hospital. It's just as well not to work with him anymore. That 1/3 of the project, outsource it to other developers. Yang Shui clenched her silver teeth and said angrily. Lin Fan nodded his head. Right, hubby. Who is Chen Wuji? Yang Shui couldn't help but ask again. She knew that in Rewa Cuisine, those were Chen Wuji's people. If it wasn't Chen Wuji, it would have been dangerous just now. He is a friend of mine. I wanted to eat cuisine, so I asked him to eat together. Lin Fan smiled and said, it just so happens that Chen Wuji also brought his staff over for a get-together, and it just so happened that he ran into this. There are still employees under him. He seems to be a boss. I see that even though his clothes are ordinary, he has an aura that his status should not be low. Hubby, how did you recognize this kind of person? Yang Shui couldn't help but ask again. I met him when I was strolling around the park watching the old man play chess. Lin Fan made up a random answer. Yang Shui nodded, believing it. He has helped us so much. If you have time, let him come to the house for a meal and thank him properly. Good, I'll ask someday. And when he's free, I'll call him over. Lin Fan said. Donghai City, the topmost floor of Fortune Plaza Building 1. Lin Fan was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery outside the window. Sun Ming was behind him, reporting on his work. Young Lin Pingchang has arrived in Africa and started to take over the project there. Once Lu Hao died, the shantytown project was vacated and we're looking for a partner. If Xiao Lin has a recommendation, feel free to talk to me. In addition, Renfan Capital is ready to invest in a financial company. It is expected to build out a bank in Donghai City. We have the most shares in Renfan Capital. Lin Xiao can arrange for someone. Lin Fan quietly listened. This was someone who really had money and power and resources. There was no need to work hard every day and tire themselves out in order to support their families. At his level, he didn't need to do anything, and by casually revealing a piece of information, he could make ordinary people instantly soar. By the way, the Yunmeng Mountain Villa is also starting to be decorated. We invited the top French designer, who has won countless awards and has a high status in the French design industry. Sun Ming pressed the remote control. The projector turned on, and images appeared on the office wall. That designer gave me 5 house decoration design plans. Lin Xiao, please take a look. Lin Fan looked at the wall projections, carefully looking at them one by one before saying, the third one. She likes the atmosphere warm and romantic kind of style. Good. Then the third one. I'll inform the designer later. Sun Ming nodded and turned off the projector. Suddenly, Lin Fan's phone rang. Hello, wife. Lin Fan answered his cell phone and a touch of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Hubby, it's not good. Yang Shui's anxious voice came from the phone. Ye Chen just sent me a message saying that she doesn't want to live anymore and wants to commit suicide. If she kills herself, then just kill herself. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Fan was a bit speechless. He didn't have too much goodwill towards Zhou Yaqian. Zhou Yaqian just ate sleeping pills and jumped off a building. Lin Fan was too lazy to care. That's not good, Yang Shui said. Although Yaqian usually does talk a bit harder, but her heart is still kind. I can't just stand by and watch her commit suicide. Husband, you'd better come over quickly. Ye Qian is there in the Yangtze River. I'm afraid she really jumped into the river. I've already gone over, but I don't know how to swim. Got it. I'll go over now, Lin Fan said. What he was worried about was not Zhou Yaqian, but Yang Shui. This stupid wife went to the Yangtze River there. If she fell, it would be a big trouble. Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at the Yangtze River. He dialed Yang Shui's phone and found Yang Shui's location in about 5 minutes. The river was sparkling, and many boats were traveling, smoking and whining. On the shore, Zhou Yaqian was sitting there, with half a bottle of whiskey next to her, crying with pear blossoms. While crying, she muttered under her breath, "Ooh-hoo, Li Yangfu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Ooh-hoo." Yang Shui, on the other hand, softly consoled from the side. What's going on here? Lin Fan walked over and asked. Seeing Lin Fan, Zhou Yaqian frowned. Lin Fan, why did you come over? Xiao Shui, was it you who called him over and then watched me laugh? No, Ye Qian. I'm just worried that something happened to you, so I called my husband over, so I can take care of him, Yang Shui hurriedly said. Humph, I don't believe it. Zhou Yaqian shook her head. It must be that as soon as I heard that I was going to commit suicide, this Lin Fan was dead set on coming over to see me laugh. Chapter 73, Are you disappointed? Lin Fan, I used to taunt you a lot before. Now that you're watching me make a fool of myself, aren't you happy? Zhou Yaqian added. Ye Qian, what's going on? Did Li Yangfu do something to you? Yang Shui asked. Weren't you guys in a hot relationship 2 days ago? That Li Yangfu is a scum. Zhou Yaqian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Before, I was all fooled by his flowery words. I thought he truly loved me, so I had sex with him. Ah, Yang Shui's eyes widened. Ye Qian, you. Yang Shui was a somewhat conservative woman. In her opinion, that kind of thing must be done after marriage. Zhou Yaqian's eyes reddened, picked up the whiskey and took a long sigh. Alas, I was cheated. That night, Li Yangfu, when I said that as long as I gave myself to him, he would take me back to meet his father and get engaged to me. That way I would marry into a rich family. And as you know, Snow, marrying into a rich family has always been my dream, so I agreed to do it. The next day, Li Yangfu kept his promise and brought me to his house to meet Li Chunsheng. How did I know? Saying this, Zhou Yaqian cried again. Yang Shui hurriedly consoled, patting Zhou Yaqian's back with her hand, which knows that Li Chunsheng directly said that it is impossible for me to enter the Li family, saying that the gap between me and the Li family is too big. His Li Chunsheng's son, he definitely wants to marry a big girl from a luxurious family. Zhou Yaqian cried even louder. Lin Fan, are you happy that my wish to marry into a rich family is shattered? Zhou Yaqian raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. What does it matter to me if you marry into a rich family or not? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Humph, what's on your mind? Do you think I don't know? Zhou Yaqian snorted coldly. I used to taunt you and look down on you. You hated me in your heart. You just didn't show it. If I married into a rich family and my dream came true, you must be very unhappy and jealous. but now that my dreams are shattered, you don't know how happy you are in your heart. Lin Fan shook his head, too lazy to talk to Zhou Yaqian. Ye Qian, let's go back. It's windy by the river. It's not good to catch a cold. Yang Shui wanted to pull Zhou Yaqian up. No go. Let me cry again. Zhou Yaqian struggled. Xiao Shui, you don't know how hard it is in my heart. I thought Li Yangfu was a good person, but I didn't expect it to be a scum, and would only lie to me with flowery words. This time, Zhou Yaqian can be said to have lost a wife and a soldier. It's okay, there are many good men. Ye Qian, as long as you have patience and don't be anxious, you will definitely be able to find a good man as good as Lin Fan. Yang Shui comforted. In her mind, Lin Fan was the perfect good man image. What do you mean? Lin Fan is a good man? Zhou Yaqian froze. Xiao Shui, are you comforting me or cursing me? Even if all the men in the whole world died out, it's impossible for me to find one like Lin Fan. Alas. Yang Shui sighed lightly, knowing that Zhou Yaqian had deep preconceptions about Lin Fan. At this time, Zhou Yaqian's cell phone suddenly rang. Li Yangfu's phone. Seeing the number, Zhou Yaqian was a bit surprised, and indignation appeared in her eyes. This scum, what is he doing calling me at this time? Although angry, Zhou Yaqian still answered the phone. As long as there was still contact with Li Yangfu, then there was a glimmer of hope for marrying into the rich family. Hey, Ye Qian, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The phone was connected. Li Yangfu's voice came, and the moment he opened his mouth, he apologized. You're not right. I'm the one who was wrong. I was the one who was stupid and listened to your flowery words. Zhou Yaqian coldly said. Ye Qian, I'm sorry. Li Yangfu said. I have just begged my father. He agreed to the marriage between the two of us, but we have to investigate for another month or two before we can get engaged. What? Zhou Yaqian's face changed, thinking she had heard wrong, and asked in surprise. Really? Yangfu, are you saying that uncle agreed to our marriage? Yes. Why don't I let my father talk to you? Good. Zhou Yaqian was trembling with excitement. Hey, Ye Qian, uncle's earlier words were indeed a bit too angry. I apologize to you. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. This child of yours, I'm also quite optimistic. You and Yangfu will spend 2 months together. If it's possible, let the two of you get engaged. Good. I know, uncle. I will definitely perform well. Zhou Yaqian said repeatedly. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Yaqian wiped away her tears and had the feeling of a dream. She had just been heartbroken over the marriage and wanted to jump into the river, and suddenly Li Chunsheng agreed? She felt like she had gone from hell to heaven all of a sudden. Lin Fan, letting you down. Zhou Yaqian looked at Lin Fan. Li Chunsheng agreed to this marriage again. As long as I perform well, I will be able to marry into a rich family. When another few decades pass, once Li Chunsheng dies, all the family property will be mine. Lin Fan, are you disappointed now? Hard to bear? Since you don't want to jump into the river anymore, hurry back, otherwise my wife will have to accompany you. The wind is so strong. I don't want my wife to catch a cold. Lin Fan said expressionlessly. Humph, it must be very unpleasant in your heart. Zhou Yaqian snorted lightly. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk any more nonsense and directly pulled up Yang Shui. Wife, let's go home. At the same time, in Donghai City, inside an office. Dad. Ye Qian's phone hung up. Li Yangfu put down his cell phone. In front of him sat a middle-aged man, wearing gold glasses, wearing a suit, forehead a little bald, but all over, there was a kind of temperament emanating. This person is Li Yangfu's father, one of the real estate predators in Donghai City, Li Chunsheng. On the other side of the sofa, there was a beer-bellied man sitting on the sofa. His wrist was wrapped in a bandage. Looking at his appearance, it was Fengshe. TSK, Yangfu was still quite understanding. Fengshe hemmed and hawed. That day in Disney, I had my eyes on that Zhou Yaqian. When she is sent to my bed in 2 days, Li Chunsheng, the matter of cooperation between the two of us will come to fruition. Li Chunsheng shook his head. Fengshe, a person of your status, there is no lack of women around you. Why do you have to fall for that Zhou Yaqian? I've blown her off. Just this kind of demonic still wants to cross into our Li family's mansion. It's just a dream. The first time I saw her, I knew what she had in mind. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have pulled my face down to apologize to a woman. Fengshe laughed. It can't be helped. Who made me look at her that day? But I also have to thank Yangfu. If it wasn't for Yangfu, this kind of woman would not be easy to get. Uncle Feng, this is what I should do. That Zhou Yaqian is nothing more than a plaything to me. Li Yangfu hurriedly said. Originally I thought she was a goddess, but after chasing after her, I realized that it's nothing more than that. Chapter 74, Civil Servants. Yangfu, I told you that day in front of Disney. Fengshe rolled his eyes. Like father, like son, what your old man is like, what you as a son is like. Both of you have this problem. Once a woman is chased into your hands, you get tired of playing and throw them away when you don't feel anything. These words caused Li Chuanqing's face to look a little embarrassed. Uncle Feng's lesson is right. Li Yangfu squeezed out a smile. That day in Disney, also said to me that Zhou Yaqian is your girlfriend. Laughed me to death. Fengshe laughed out loud. Okay Fengshe, your request. I have agreed. Now we should talk about cooperation. Yangfu, you go out first. Li Chunqing opened his mouth. Li Yangfu obediently exited the office. Lu Hao died. The death was sudden and inexplicable. I still don't know who did it. Li Chuanqing's eyes radiated light. But as soon as he died, the real estate industry in Donghai City will definitely go through a major reshuffle. This is a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. When it comes to work, Fengshe is also serious. Yes, the shantytown renovation project can be said to be the biggest project in Donghai City at present. Once Lu Hao dies, 1/3 of the project volume will be vacant. What we need to do currently is to find the chief responsible person, Yang Shui, and make a good relationship with her. We might be able to eat this big piece of fat meat in one bite. Li Chunqing nodded his head. If you can eat this big piece of fat meat, then you will be able to sit in Lu Hao's position before, high up in the East Sea City real estate industry leader. This position, to be honest, is very tempting. I think so too. Fengshe touched his beer belly, and Li Chunqing looked at each other and smiled. Two old foxes, each with their own calculations in their hearts. The next evening, after dinner, Lin Fan and Yang Shui took a walk in the park holding hands. Hubby, look. Yang Shui pointed her finger at Yunming Mountain. That best villa halfway up the mountain. It's starting to be decorated. Looking over from here, one could vaguely see the entrance of the villa, figures walking around, and some equipment being moved towards the villa. Lin Fan nodded. Since someone has put the villa on auction, of course it needs to be properly decorated. This kind of villa is usually bought for the beloved. That's really happy. Yang Shui's big eyes flashed, followed by holding onto Lin Fan again and said intimately, but by my husband's side, I'm also very happy. I like this kind of peaceful and ordinary days, taking a walk every night. It's quite good. Ha ha, after some more time, let's go for a walk on Cloud Dream Mountain. Lin Fan smiled. Hubby, it's fine for you to brag in front of me. You must not brag in front of our dad, otherwise he will say you again. Yang Shui gave Lin Fan a blank look, especially Cloud Dream Mountain. As you know, my dad has always wanted to live in Cloud Dream Mountain Villa. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, Yang Shui's phone rang. It was Yang Jingtao's. Hey, Shui, come for dinner. Dinner again? Yang Shui frowned, not really wanting to go. Every time Yang Jingtao shouted for dinner, it was bound to be no good. It's not that I'm going to invite you to eat. It's your uncle who invited you to eat. His son got into the civil service. He's working in the city, so he invited everyone to have a meal to celebrate. It's still at Dongxing Grand Hotel. Yang Jingtao added another sentence. By the way, City Supervisor Zhang is coming. He's a real power figure, so give him enough face. If you can, Lin Fan should not bring it. It will be embarrassing. No way. Yang Shui directly said, if my husband doesn't go, I won't go either. Okay, listen to you. Yang Jingtao was a bit impatient, but I'll say it in front. If Lin Fan disgraces himself at the dinner table, don't blame me for flipping out. Following that, Yang Jingtao hung up the phone. Let go to dinner? Lin Fan asked. The words of his old husband on the phone were heard by him. Yang Shui nodded. Uncle, his son got into the civil service. This meal still don't know how much fooled around. Go and check it out. Dongsheng Hotel. Half an hour later, Lin Fan and Yang Shui arrived here. People hadn't arrived yet. Only Yang Jingtao, Zhao Sihai, Yang Yu and Yang Shui's uncle were sitting at the table. This time my son Xiaoson was able to get into the civil service. I still have to thank Sihai. Lin Fan's uncle Chen Stalin was filled with gratitude. I was in the hospital that day, but casually said that my son was going to take the civil service exam and asked 4Cs to help out. I didn't expect 4Cs to actually take this to heart. 4Cs has a big face. My son succeeded in the city's civil service exam. Thank you. 4Cs, I'll drink to you. Chen Stalin stood up and lifted his glass to toast Zhao Sihai. Uncle, please don't do this. You're breaking my heart. Zhao Sihai hurriedly stood up and also raised his wine glass. To say a toast, it's also me who toasts to you. After all, you are the elder. Besides, Xiaoson's civil service exam. We are all family. It's a family matter. I naturally have to help. Uncle, I'll toast to you. Zhao Sihai drank the wine in one go. Good. Chen Stalin gave Zhao Sihai a thumbs up. Jingtao, you are truly blessed to find such a son-in-law. He understands filial piety and knows how to be polite. Compared to that Lin Fan loser, it's like one heaven and one earth. Hearing this, Yang Jingtao felt very honored. Great uncle, don't mention that loser Lin Fan at the dinner table. Just watch. Sooner or later, Lin Fan will be kicked out of the Yang family by me. This is the right decision for you. Yang Shui marrying Lin Fan is a flower in cow dung. I support your decision, Chen Stalin said. By the way, I heard that you gave Xiao Shui a blind date. The man's condition is quite good. 5 suites in Donghai City. He had just finished saying this when Lin Fan and Yang Shui came in from outside. Yang Jingtao also saw Lin Fan and he frowned. Humph, don't mention this. The more you mention it, the angrier I get. That Peng Chang was actually arranged to work in Africa. Going to Africa? Then isn't this thing yellow? Chen Stalin's face changed. It's hard to say. On the phone Peng Chang said that this is a training for him by Renfan Capital. When he comes back from working in Africa, the company's status definitely rises, and his income will also go up by a large margin. Yang Jingtao said. Chen Stalin nodded. It should be so. Go to that kind of place and then come back. There will be seniority in the company. There will be a voice in the company. Promotion is certain. It's not too late for Xiao Shui to marry him at that time. At this time, Lin Fan and Yang Shui had already gone up to the table and sat down. Well, but you can't hang on to a tree. During the time that Peng Chang is gone, you have to continue to matchmaking. Maybe you'll meet a better one. All in all, a loser like Lin Fan. It's definitely impossible to stay in my Yang family. Yang Jingtao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan and said expressionlessly. Zhao Sihai, on the other hand, looked at Yang Shui and followed by turning his gaze to Lin Fan with pity. This Lin Fan, being cuckolded, he doesn't even know it himself, right? A person like Lu Hao, if he wanted to take down Yang Shui, wouldn't it be an easy task? At this time, another person came in from outside. Chapter 75 Arrival of Supervisor Zhang. He was wearing a white shirt, greasy leather shoes under his feet. His black hair was combed into a big back. He looked very spirited, around 20 years old. It was Chen Stalin's son, Chen Song. He was full of joy. He just got into the civil service. The spring breeze of the horse's hooves, the feet of the wind, feel like a star. Wherever you go are concerned. A great future is also beckoning to him. Power, money, beauty. Supervisor Zhang said that he will arrive in a few more minutes. After entering the room, Chen Song was the one who spoke. Yang Jingtao nodded and looked at Lin Fan and warned. Lin Fan, I know you have no skills and are still high-minded, but when Supervisor Zhang arrives later, you'd better be a bit polite and not embarrass me. Okay, Lin Fan nodded, his expression unchanged. Only then did Yang Jingtao put his heart down and said, Dalin, Xiao Song got into the civil service. In the future, your family, you'll be soaring, flying high again. It can't be compared to your family. In the future, Xiao Song will have to rely on Sihai to take care of him more. Chen Stalin laughed. Brother 4Cs. I was able to get into the civil service thanks to your help. I won't forget this great favor. I'll drink to you. Chen Song picked up his wine glass and toasted to Zhao Sihai. Xiao Song, don't be so polite. We are all family. Zhao Sihai smiled. Supervisor Zhang said, he thinks highly of you. Perform well, and he'll give you a promotion and a raise after some time. Chen Song's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Thank you brother 4Cs. He knew that if Zhao Sihai hadn't spoken, Supervisor Zhang definitely wouldn't be like this. Chen Song again looked at Lin Fan. A contempt flashed in his eyes as he said to Yang Jingtao, Uncle Yang, I know about your matchmaking for Sister Xiao Shui. When I enter the city to work, I'll keep an eye out for any young talents inside the unit that are suitable for Sister Xiao Shui. If so, I'll help you as a matchmaker. Good. Xiao Song is so young and actually knows so much. Then Xiao Shui's marriage matter. I'll leave it to you. Yang Jingtao smiled with a happy brow. As for Lin Fan, Chen Song looked at Lin Fan. Originally, I wasn't going to invite you, a loser, to dinner, but legally, your sister Xiao Shui's husband. So let's let you come and rub your nose in the meal. Xiao Song, I ask you to watch your words. Yang Shui frowned. Sister Xiao Shui, why are you defending this loser so much? Chen Song was puzzled. This Lin Fan, where does he deserve to be your husband? It's the same son-in-law. Look at it. The difference between him and brother Sihai is so great. This is my business. It doesn't need you to care. Yang Shui coldly said. Chen Song was still about to open his mouth when the sound of a car suddenly came from outside. A Volkswagen Passat stopped outside the hotel. The car door opened and a middle-aged man got out. The man was dressed in a suit, wearing glasses, around 40 years old. All over, there was a faint majesty emanating from his body. That was the temperament that only people with majesty had. Supervisor Zhang. Everyone's eyes lit up. The person who came was none other than the city's supervisor, Zhang Jin. Hello everyone. Zhang Jin entered the room with a smile on his face. Supervisor Zhang, for you to arrive and reward me with a meal with me. It's fluffy, Chen Stalin said. Yes, Supervisor Zhang, please sit down. Everyone stood up, with winks and smiles on their faces, full of currying favor. Yang Jingtao's eyes flickered and realized that Lin Fan was sitting there motionless. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Yang Jingtao immediately rebuked. Supervisor Zhang condescended to come and rewarded us with a meal. Everyone got up to welcome us. Why are you sitting? Junior brother Lin Fan. Stand up, Zhao Sihai said. You can't be impolite at a time like this. Maybe he looks down on Zhangjin, thinks he's even better than Zhangjin. Yang Yu snorted. Lin Fan, learn from your big sister's husband. Nothing else? You must learn manners. Don't be a bit ignorant of how to handle people in the world. Uncle Chen Stalin opened his mouth, a little angry. If this Lin Fan annoyed Zhangjin and dragged his son Chen Song down, then it would be troublesome. Lin Fan, quickly stand up. Don't be rude. Chen Song coldly laughed. If you wimp don't stand up, please get out now. You are not welcome here. Zhangjin also looked at Lin Fan. His brows furrowed and there was some dissatisfaction in his heart, but he still waved his hand and smiled. No harm. Young people don't know any better. Let's all go to the table. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhangjin was not angry. Lin Fan, count yourself lucky. Supervisor Zhang is forgiving and didn't bother with you. Chen Song looked at Lin Fan with contempt. I'll spare you this time. Next time if I invite you to dinner again, I hope that you, a loser, won't come over to rub your nose in it. Supervisor Zhang, you are really broad-minded. Uncle Chen Stalin gave a thumbs up. Lin Fan is rude. Don't take it to heart. He's just a loser. He's at home every day waiting for death. Come on, sit down. Chen Stalin invited Zhang Jun to sit on the upper seat. Zhang Jun shook his head. I'll just sit next to you. The upper seat is empty first. When I came, the leader and I said that he heard that a new colleague came to the unit. He also wanted to come over to take a look. Hearing this, the crowd instantly quieted down. Faces thoughtful, hearts speculating, and somewhat anxious. Who was Zhang Jun's leader? Even Supervisor Zhang had to call out to the leader. It was hard to believe that the one who was coming was Supervisor Zhang, the leader you mentioned. Chen Song's eyes lit up and opened his mouth to inquire. It is precisely our Wang Weiman Wang Dean, Zhang Jun said indifferently. Dean Wang was coming. The people present, all froze. Wang Weiman, naturally, was the dean of the Donghai City Health Center. Compared to Wang Weiman, all of them were commoners. This feeling, like in ancient times, an ordinary citizen received the news that the county magistrate was going to come to his house for dinner. Nervous, apprehensive, expectant, uneasy. Is Dean Wang really coming? Chen Song couldn't help but open his mouth. Even though he was admitted to the civil service, up to now, he hadn't even seen Dean Wang's face. If Wang Weiman came this time, it would be very favorable to his career if he performed well. I can't be sure. Wang Weiman is wrapped up in official business. Maybe he won't come. All in all, this upper seat position, let's leave it to him first, Zhang Jun said. Supervisor Zhang has a point. Chen Song nodded his head. Even if he doesn't come, this upper seat must be reserved for him. He can't sit. Yes, Chen Stalin nodded. Dean Wang is in a high position of power. We're already happy to be able to say the words to come over and take a look. Alright, let's eat first, Supervisor Zhang said. The crowd opened the table and ate and drank. On the table were some specialties: West Lake vinegar fish, stewed meat with dried plum vegetables, crab meat tofu, with all the colors and flavors. Supervisor Zhang, some time ago, when I was sick and hospitalized, I had to thank you for helping me transfer to the hospital. Yang Jingtao picked up his wine glass and spoke. Chapter 76. Please get out of here. Yang Jingtao's wine glass was in his hand, hesitant to put it down. Supervisor Zhang, if you hadn't helped me transfer to the hospital, I wouldn't have had such good medical care and might have died. Zhang Jun's face froze slightly. If you count it that way, Supervisor Zhang, you are my savior. I'll toast you. Yang Jingtao's face was filled with gratitude as he drank the wine in his cup. Transfer? What transfer? Zhang Jun was confused. Supervisor Zhang, you're really a nobleman. It was some time ago. I was hospitalized with a sudden heart attack, and it was 4Cs who called you and asked you to help, transferring me to the advanced care ward. Yang Jingtao smiled and said, this favor, I've always remembered it in my heart. That's not right. I remember that I was quite busy at the time, so I refused to help. Supervisor Zhang was filled with puzzlement and looked at Zhao Sihai again. 4th C, I told you on the phone that day that I couldn't help. Right. Zhao Sihai was also stunned. D and nodded. Supervisor Zhang, you did say that, but later on, my dad was still transferred to the ward, so I thought it was because you helped again. But I remember, didn't help. Zhang Jun was filled with confusion. Yang Jingtao froze. He was transferred to the hospital. It wasn't Zhang Jun who helped. Supervisor Zhang, I think you're just a nobleman who forgets things. Yang Yu laughed from the side. Maybe you did help, but just forgot. If you don't open your mouth, who can transfer this kind of matter to the hospital? Can't it be that Lin Fan's loser helped? Towards the end, Yang Yu teasingly looked at Lin Fan. Xiao Yu, how many times have I said, don't mention Lin Fan's loser at the dinner table? spoil the fun. Yang Jingtao glared fiercely at Yang Yu. Yang Yu, shut up at once. Did I really forget? Zhang Zhen's eyes flickered and he muttered under his breath. At this time, the sound of a car came from outside. A black Audi A4L drove to the entrance of the hotel. That's Wang Weiman's car. Zhang Zhen looked over and his face changed. Wang Weiman is here? Everyone present was stunned and looked over. The driver's side door opened, and a secretary-like youth got out of the car and pulled open the backseat door. Following that, a middle-aged man stepped out of the car. The man was around 40 years old. His hair was a bit sparse. His gaze was deep, giving off a sense of depth. And all over, there was majesty emanating from his body. It's really Wang Weiman. Zhang Zhen's face became respectful and serious as he led the way to welcome him out. The crowd immediately followed. The dean of the health center had personally arrived and had to be greeted outside the door. Dean Wang. Zhang Zhen walked forward and shouted. Yang Jingtao and the others did not open their mouths, just standing behind them, looking restrained and uneasy. Wang Weiman nodded his head, his gaze scanning through the crowd, his eyes eventually landing on Yang Jingtao. If I'm not mistaken, this is old Mr. Yang Jingtao Yang. Wang Weiman smiled, very approachable, and extended his palm towards Yang Jingtao. Yang Jingtao froze, flattered. The dean of the health center, to shake hands with him? I am Yang Jingtao. Dean Wang, just call me by my full name. Yang Jingtao nervously shook hands with Wang Weiman, and wondered in his heart, why did Wang Weiman treat him this way? How can this be? Should call still have to call? Wang Weiman laughed. How is old Mr. Yang's health? I have been busy with work recently. After you were discharged from the hospital, I really couldn't find the time to come and visit. Old Mr. Yang, bear with me, don't blame me. Here I apologize to you first. After saying that, Wang Weiman bowed, bowing to Yang Jingtao. Boom! This scene was like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone hard. The crowd, all of them were dumbfounded. Wang Weiman bowed to Yang Jingtao? What is Wang Weiman's identity? Yang Jingtao, and what kind of person? An ordinary people. The gap between the two status. A heaven. An underground. Now, Wang Weiman actually bowed to Yang Jingtao in public? Why? Wang Dean, don't be like this. Can fold me ah. Yang Jingtao's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Zhao Sihai was beside him to stabilize him. He immediately stepped forward and held Wang Weiman's arms. Dean Wang, I'm an ordinary person. You mustn't be like this. If you want to bow, it's me who should bow to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Jingtao bowed to Wang Weiman repeatedly. Wang Weiman's gaze flickered. A hint of surprise appeared, but it was well hidden. Alright, let's not be polite. Go inside and eat. He laughed and entered the restaurant at the head. The crowd all looked different. Zhang Zhen stroked his chin and looked deeply at Yang Jingtao, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Song, on the other hand, was on the verge of jumping up in excitement. So it seemed that Yang Jingtao still had a relationship with Wang Weiman. If there is this layer of relationship, his career, isn't it smooth sailing? Zhao Sihai is full of surprises. Could it be that our father still knows Wang Weiman? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Maybe our dad asked Wang Weiman to do him a favor by transferring him to the hospital that day, but our dad was in a coma, etc. Maybe our dad was hospitalized. Wang Weiman received the news, so immediately arranged for our dad to be transferred to the hospital. I think everything makes sense. The people entered the house, but found that on the table, Lin Fan was sitting alone, holding peanuts into his mouth, eating slowly. Seeing this scene, the crowd all became furious. Lin Fan, do you have any manners at all? Uncle Chen Stalin spoke coldly. All of us, we all went out to greet Wang Weiman. Why are you the only one sitting there? Can it be that you don't even care about Wang Weiman? Definitely. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with ridicule. This Lin Fan, not only is he a waste, he can't handle people at all. Wang Weiman's status is high. Going out to greet him is a basic courtesy. We all go out, but he doesn't go out. He even sits there and eats. It's clear that he doesn't put Wang Weiman in his eyes. Brother Lin Fan, I know that you are high-minded, Zhao Sihai said, but if you are even more arrogant, you can't think that you are in a higher position than Dean Wang. I can't believe you didn't go out to greet him. I guess before I came that Lin Fan would embarrass me. And it's true. Yang Jingtao was so angry that he blew his beard and blared. It's not even if I just lost face in front of Zhang Zhen, but now, I actually lost face in front of Wang Weiman. I, Yang Jingtao, really had a bad luck to have recruited such a loser son-in-law. Chen Song's face, on the other hand, was a little white. If this pissed off Dean Wang, then he wouldn't want this rice bowl, either. Lin Fan, please get out of here. Now, right now, Chen Song coldly shouted. A loser like you being here will only bring shame and disgrace to us. To these words, Lin Fan took it as a whisper, still eating peanuts slowly, not even looking at Chen Song. Chapter 77, Mother's Mother Comes. Lin Fan, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Realizing that he was being ignored, Chen Song became furious. He walked forward and pulled Lin Fan's arm, trying to pull him up. Ha! Chen Song used 10% of his strength, but realized that Lin Fan was not moving, as if he was embedded in the bench. Xiao Song, use less force, pull him down to the ground. This loser will definitely blackmail us. We'll have to pay for it at that time, Chen Stalin reminded. Alright, let's not worry about this kind of small matter. Let's eat first. Wang Weiman spoke up, but his gaze, however, fell on Lin Fan with a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was guessing something. Lin Fan also looked at Wang Weiman, the corner of his mouth hooked into an inexplicable smile. This smile caused Wang Weiman's pupils to shrink and tremble, vaguely feeling that his guess was correct. Dean Wang, quickly, sit on the seat. The position has been reserved for you, Chen Stalin greeted. Wang Weiman had experienced many great storms. His heart was even more shocked, but his face did not move. He went to the upper seat and sat down, a gentle smile on his face. Everyone, let's eat. The crowd opened the table once again. Humph, Lin Fan, let you dabble in another meal for free. Chen Song coldly looked at Lin Fan. From now on, the next time I treat you, I hope you won't come over with a deadbeat. Moreover, I'm a civil servant now. A hobo like you is not qualified to sit at the same table with me. Lin Fan's complexion remained unchanged and buried his head to eat. In the middle of the table, Lin Fan wanted to go to the restroom. That is, he left the table. He was originally sitting in an inconspicuous position in the corner. No one even noticed him leaving. However, Wang Weiman noticed. I have a stomachache. I'm going to the restroom. You guys enjoy your meal. Wang Weiman got up and left the table, and went to the restroom amidst the sound of horse farts. Lin Fan had already come out and was washing his hands. Seeing Wang Weiman arrive through the mirror in front of him, the person who had Xin Huichuan call me to help transfer Yang Jingtao to the hospital. Is that you? Wang Weiman looked at the youth in front of him, hesitated and asked uncertainly. You are quite smart. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Wang Weiman's body was shaken. His heart turned into shocking waves. It seemed that his guess was right. This Lin Fan in front of him was the young master that Xin Huichuan had spoken about, and he was related to Yang Jingtao. Lin Xiao, I was rude just now. I hope Lin Xiao doesn't mind. Wang Weiman apologized. You're already very polite, at least to my old husband. Lin Fan dried his hands and wore a smile. But I just listened to them. These relatives of young Lin seem to have deep preconceptions about you. Young Lin. Wang Weiman glanced at Lin Fan. Don't they know your identity? Young Lin? Identity and whatnot. There's no need to let them know. I just want to live an ordinary life. She also wants to live an ordinary life, Lin Fan said indifferently. Wang Weiman guessed that the she in Lin Xiao's mouth might be his wife Yang Shui. But Lin Xiao, they just spoke to you like that. Aren't you angry? Wang Weiman asked again. For her sake, just endure it if you can. If it explodes, she will be in trouble on both sides. One is the father who gave birth and raised her, and one is her husband, Lin Fan said indifferently. Besides, it might seem on the surface that I am indeed quite a loser. By the way, what's up with Chen Song? Lin Fan asked casually. Yes, Wang Weiman nodded. During the interview, the examiner was Zhang Jin, who directly gave him full marks before he passed. Since that's the case, then I can take what he's most proud of right now with peace of mind, Lin Fan said expressionlessly. Wang Weiman's gaze flickered. What does young Lin mean? This position. Get someone else to sit in it. At least find someone with better abilities than Chen Song. Lin Fan's voice was indifferent. I know. I'll go back later and I'll eliminate his file before informing him of this. Wang Weiman nodded. This was nothing more than a show of hands for him. Lin Fan didn't say anything else and went back to the table. Not long after, Wang Weiman also returned. Dean Wang, you and Lin Fan went to the restroom together. That Lin Fan didn't treat you rudely. Chen Song piled on a winking smile and said. Wang Weiman didn't even look at him and went to the table to eat, causing Chen Song to look embarrassed. After eating for a few minutes, he said that the bureau had something to do, so he had to leave, and Zhang Jin also followed him out. Dean Wang is leaving. Everyone see him off. Everyone got up to see Wang Weiman off. Lin Fan, this is your last chance. If you don't send Wang Weiman off, if you piss him off, you'll see how I'll punish you. Seeing Lin Fan sitting there without moving, Chen Song coldly said, no need to send them off. All sit down and eat. Wang Weiman said to the crowd with an expressionless face, his body radiating majesty. Yes. No need to send then. The crowd immediately sat down. They could tell that Wang Weiman was a bit angry. When Wang Weiman left, Chen Stalin wondered, why is Wang Weiman angry? Yes, we were respectful to him from start to finish. We didn't take any offense. Chen Song was also puzzled. His eyes flickered and he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you just went to the bathroom with both Wang Weiman. Were you rude to him? Why else would he be angry? You think I'm like you? Like to bite people indiscriminately? Lin Fan sneered at Chen Song. For his old husband, he could still hold back. After all, he was an elder, and he also had to maintain the relationship between Yang Shui and his old husband, so that she wouldn't have a hard time on both sides. But this Chen Song, ridiculing Lin Fan again and again, Lin Fan naturally lazily endured it. Biting people indiscriminately. What do you mean? Chen Song's face changed. Can't understand? What I mean is that you are a dog that likes to bite people on sight. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Lin Fan, you dare to call me a dog. Chen Song was furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat up Lin Fan. This loser, how dare he call him a dog? What? Am I wrong? Lin Fan asked back. Wimp, let's see if I don't beat you up today. Chen Song walked towards Lin Fan. Yo, quite lively. A big family has gathered. At this time, a voice with teasing came, only to see outside the house. A woman walked in. The woman was around 50 years old. Her body had already blossomed, but she was dressed gaudily, in a red cheongsam, with a gold necklace hanging from her neck, and on her fleshy fingers, she wore emeralds and rings all over. Auntie! Seeing this woman, Chen Song's eyes lit up. Mom! Yang Shui and Yang Yu shouted at the same time. Why are you here? Yang Jingtao frowned. Yo, why can't I come? The woman rolled her eyes. My nephew got into the civil service. I'm happy. Can't I come for a meal? Yang Jingtao, you can't think that because I divorced you, I've cut off communication between relatives. The person who came was Yang Jingtao's divorced wife of many years, Chen Yan. She was also Lin Fan's mother-in-law. Chapter 78. The house is in Cloud Dream Mountain. Mom! Zhao Sihai immediately stood up and shouted. Your fourth C right. Xiao Ye told me. You're a person who works hard and also cares for the family. Xiao Ye marrying you is her good fortune. Chen Yan looked Zhao Sihai up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Mom! Lin Fan also stood up and said. For this mother-in-law, Lin Fan hadn't seen her a few times, but politely, he still had to shout. You are Lin Fan? Chen Yan looked Lin Fan up and down and frowned. I heard from my relatives that you are a loser. You don't even have a decent job. My daughter Xiao Shui marrying you is really a flower stuck in cow dung. Yang Jingtao, you are also really stupid. Are your eyes blind? You can't even find a son-in-law? Looking for someone like Lin Fan? Chen Yan was looking at Yang Jingtao again. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Shui will suffer after him? Yang Jingtao's face was a bit embarrassed. I don't want to find someone like Lin Fan either. But back then, Xiao Shui insisted on marrying Lin Fan, so I had no choice. At that time, I saw that this kid was so talented and also graduated with an undergraduate degree. Who knew that he was such a loser? Humph, you're still blind. Chen Yan coldly grunted. I am now glad that I divorced you back then. Otherwise I don't know what kind of bitter life I would have had if I was with someone like you. She raised her hand and shook it in front of Yang Jingtao. See the ring and jade on my finger? Worth 70 to 80,000. If I'm with you, you can buy me such good jewelry? Buy a few broken jewelry. Look at you. Yang Jingtao did not give in. Took out the car keys. See the car label on it? Mercedes-Benz. I'm driving a Mercedes-Benz now. Or E350L. More than 600,000 yuan. Not more valuable than your broken jewelry? Yang Shui helplessly shook his head. When the two divorced because Chen Yan disliked Yang Jingtao too poor. In the end, Chen Yan married a rich boss. It got to the point that now, as soon as they met, they would climb over how each of them was doing. A Mercedes-Benz? You bought it yourself? Chen Yan froze. What kind of person are you, Yang Jingtao, that I don't know? You want to save face but refuse to work hard. When you were young, you were almost the same as Lin Fan. The loser, you can afford a Mercedes-Benz? Are you kidding me? Yang Jingtao sneaked a glance at Yang Shui. This car, but Yang Shui sent him. However, he still puffed up his chest and said, sorry, this car is what I bought. Full payment. 2 years ago I invested and made a few $100,000. So I bought the car. How about it? Envious. Oh, I didn't think you, Yang Jingtao, could still afford a Mercedes. Chen Yan smiled coldly, jealous in her heart. Yang Jingtao, on the other hand, was happy. It was naturally cool to be in the limelight in front of his ex. Little Shui, I, as a mom, am a person who has come before. Chen Yan looked at Yang Shui. When looking for a husband, make sure to find a rich one, at least with an upward mobility. Can't be a bummer, like Lin Fan. Otherwise the rest of your life will be miserable. Mom, Lin Fan is very good. I love him very much. Yang Shui said seriously. Where is this loser good? Chen Yan rolled her eyes. You just haven't eaten the reality yet. All you think about is with your beloved, growing old together. I was like this back then. Later, it is not, and your father divorced, and then find a rich? Nowadays, living can be comfortable. Every day just play mahjong, walk the dog, and broad wife, no difference. I also want you to live this kind of life, and the current to-do is to divorce with Lin Fan. Xiao Xue, your mom has a point. In this matter, I support her. Yang Jingtao said, Sister Xiaoxue, when I arrive at the unit, I will help you look more. Chen Song came over and said, inside our unit, there are a lot of young talents. There must be something suitable for Sister Xiaoxue. No matter what, a loser like Lin Fan doesn't deserve to be my brother-in-law. Good. Xiaosong still knows how to take care of people. Chen Yanyan nodded her head in satisfaction. Now that you are a civil servant and smart and resourceful yourself, your career must be going smoothly. You have to take charge of Xiaoshue's lifelong affairs and worry more. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll take care of this. Chen Song patted his chest. Mom and Dad, I'll say it one last time. There's no way I'll divorce Lin Fan. Yang Shui spoke, her gaze resolute. And Lin Fan is very good and motivated. He's not the loser you guys talk about. He just bought a suite 2 days ago. Bought a house? Hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Yo, Lin Fan bought a house? Chen Stalin spoke first. Is it a second-hand house for someone to take over? Or a house in some nook or cranny? Maybe it's still some kind of dangerous house. Chen Song covered his mouth and snickered. Lin Fan, where did you get the money to buy a house? It's not stolen or robbed, is it? Yang Yu asked curiously. So yeah, in fact, there are some houses that can be bought with just a few tens of thousands of dollars down payment, and it doesn't cost much, Zhao Sihai said. For example, the dangerous house that Xiaosong said just now, or the area is very small, and it's still a takeover second-hand house, with 50,000 or 60,000 down payment. You can buy it. Yang Yu nodded. Then it looks like what Lin Fan bought should be this kind of house. Maybe he didn't live in it for a few days and the building collapsed. Lin Fan, where is the location of the house you bought? Chen Yanyan asked. It won't be in some nook or cranny. Hearing this, Yang Shui was a bit weak, because she also didn't know where the house Lin Fan bought was. The house is in Cloud Dream Mountain. Lin Fan said indifferently. Cloud Dream Mountain. Hearing this, the people present quieted down. Ha ha ha. Chen Stalin really couldn't help himself and covered his stomach and laughed loudly. Lin Fan, are you not awake and dreaming? Actually saying that the house you bought is in Yunmeng Mountain. Yang Yu slapped her thighs and almost broke down laughing. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, you are really funny. We all usually ignore you. You don't have to say this to get our attention. Yunmeng Mountain Villas, each one of them starts at $10 million. You actually said that you bought a house there. No way. Laughed me to death. Ha ha ha. Toad yawning. Really big mouth. Yang Jingtao was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes. This Lin Fan. Net disgrace to him. Just now at Wang Weiman's it was enough. Now he was also disgraced in front of his ex-wife. He had just managed to make a name for himself with the Mercedes, but now he was going to be despised by Chen Yanyan again. Sure enough, Chen Yanyan spoke. Yang Jingtao, you really let me down. Recruiting such a trashy son-in-law who loves to talk big. She was looking at Yang Shui again. Little Shui, you know now how much your husband loves to brag. With this kind of man, will you be happy in the future? Hurry up and get a divorce. Auntie, I'll take care of this. I'll find a good man for Sister Xiaoxue. Chen Song immediately said, looking towards Lin Fan, and Lin Fan, please get out. You are not welcome here. A loser like you doesn't deserve to eat with us. Suddenly, Chen Song's phone rang. Chapter 79, People You Can't Afford to Offend. Ha, it's Zhang Jin's phone number? Chen Song was a little surprised when he saw the phone number. Shoo, silence. Chen Stalin put his index finger to his mouth. With a serious face, my son is going to talk to Zhang Jin on the phone. Everyone be quiet. First put aside this loser Lin Fan. Don't piss off Zhang Jin. The crowd nodded their heads and stopped talking. It was quiet. All of them were looking at Chen Song. Chen Song took a deep breath, pressed the answer button and smiled. Hello Mr. Zhen. This son is not humble in the face of big shots. He will become a great man in the future. His career will surely be smooth and successful as well. Appreciation appeared in Yang Jingtao's eyes. Chen Song, you don't have to work for me anymore. On the phone, Zhang Jin's icy voice came out. Ha, Chen Song's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhang, is it possible that you want to transfer me to another department? He understood that within a unit like this, there wasn't a lot of oil and water in the health system. So if he were to be transferred to another department, he would definitely make a lot of money. What I mean is, you don't need to come back. Just now, Wang Weiman has already eliminated your file. Zhang Jin smiled coldly. Boom! At this instant, Chen Song had a feeling of 5 thunderbolts. His legs went limp and he was so weak that he sat on his butt and fell to the ground. His face filled with a look of despair. Little Song, what's wrong? What did Zhang Jin say? Chen Stalin went forward to help Chen Song. I lost my job. Zhang Jin said on the phone that my file has been eliminated. Chen Song mumbled, his eyes lifeless. Good for nothing. How can it be gone? Chen Stalin got anxious. Health system unit. Isn't it an iron rice bowl? How come it's gone like this? Zhang Jin didn't give a reason? No. Chen Song shook his head. Zhang Jin's phone has hung up. This. Ouchie ouchie. Why is this happening? Chen Stalin anxious straight stomping feet. Hate to find a crack in the ground. His son got into the health system. He was a father. Today is also feeling walking wind. Face light. Relatives are invited over to dinner out of the limelight. But now, this iron rice bowl unit, said no one no. Chen Stalin felt, disgraced to the home. Foresees. Chen Stalin immediately looked at Zhao Sihai. Aren't you on good terms with Zhang Jin? You help me ask. What exactly is the reason? Even if you don't want Xiaosong anymore, you have to give a reason. Okay, uncle, don't be anxious. I'll call Zhang Jin here. Zhao Sihai dialed Zhang Jin's phone and put it on speakerphone. The call was connected. Hey, Zhang Jin, 4th C, I know the purpose of your call. Zhang Jin directly interrupted him. You tell Chen Song that he messed with someone he couldn't afford to offend, and that's why he was cancelled. After saying that, Zhang Jin hung up the phone. Someone I can't afford to offend? Chen Song was dumbfounded. He thought hard. He hadn't offended anyone at all during this period of time. It's hard not to. Chen Song looked at Lin Fan. If he said he had messed with anyone, it was only this Lin Fan. From the time Lin Fan had entered the hotel until now, he hadn't made many mocking remarks to Lin Fan. But, Lin Fan he couldn't afford to offend? Just kidding. This kind of loser. How could he not be able to offend? Who the hell is it? Chen Song's face was bitter. His heart was hard to bear. Yang Jingtao's crowd was also silent, feeling sorry for Chen Song in their hearts, and at the same time, curious as to who Chen Song had really messed with. Wife, let's go home. Lin Fan stood up and said, since Chen Song could not enter the health system, there was no need to eat this meal. Good. Yang Shui also stood up. Lin Fan, you wimp, are you happy now? I can't get into the health system. Chen Song gazed at Lin Fan with indignation. 9 times out of 10, I was disqualified because you were rude to Zhang Jin and Mr. Wang and angered them to make this decision. You're happy now, aren't you? Lin Fan froze. To be honest, from beginning to end, Lin Fan didn't put this Chen Song in his heart at all. But now, he started biting again. Lin Fan grinned. I was happy. After all, you were an iron rice bowl. I was jealous. Now that you've been fired, don't mention how happy I am. When I get home, I'm going to pop champagne to celebrate. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, you loser. How dare you talk to me like that? Chen Song was so angry that his eyes were red, his whole body was trembling, and his 7 orifices were filled with smoke. Lin Fan's words were falling down a well. It was already hard enough to lose his iron rice bowl, but when Lin Fan said this again, it was like a needle sticking in his heart, drilling a sharp pain. I'll beat you to death. Chen Song clenched his fists and rushed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even look at him and directly kicked out. Bang! Chen Song's entire body, kicked 5 meters away, smashed heavily on the ground and rolled repeatedly. Ah! It hurts. Chen Song let out a wail. His face was covered in blood, and he felt that all over his body. Every bone was raw and painful, as if it had been crushed, causing him to tremble continuously. Wife, let's go. Lin Fan pulled up Yang Shui and walked towards the outside of the hotel. A faint voice floated in. By the way everyone, in a little while the new house will be renovated. You will be invited to dinner. Remember to bring your share of money. What's the point of pretending? A broken second-hand house, a takeover house, making it look like our family villa, but also want the share money. Really shameless. Yang Yu snorted. Xiao Song, how are you doing? Chen Stalin was full of concern and went to help his son. It hurts. It hurts. Chen Song gritted his teeth. I have to go home. In a little while, Xiaojie came back from abroad. I have to clean up her room. Chen Yanyan spoke up. Yang Jingtao, I'm warning you, Lin Fan, this loser, must not be Xiao Shui's husband. I hope you'll let Xiao Shui divorce this loser as soon as possible. This I know. No need for your nonsense. Yang Jingtao frowned, followed by asking, by the way, how is Xiaojie? Humph. Xiaojie is doing well. She studied abroad since she was young and received advanced education from abroad. She is now a doctoral degree holder and has a bright future. Chen Yanyan rolled her eyes. Divorcing you was really the right decision. Otherwise, Xiaojie wouldn't have received such a good education. I'm relieved that she's doing well. Yang Jingtao breathed a sigh of relief. After arriving home, that Chen Song, what an evil thing to do. Yang Shui sat on the sofa, in a good mood. Look at the test to get into a health unit to put him dejected. To us no less mockery. Now well, job loss. He. But Chen Song, although the mouth stinks, but still a bit of IQ, should not be to mess with the people who cannot afford to offend. Yang Shui was incredibly puzzled. Hubby, guess who he offended? Of course he offended me. I was the one who told Wang Weiman to fire Chen Song. Lin Fan was nibbling on an apple. You can die if you don't brag. Yang Shui gave Lin Fan a blank look. It's even if you just bragged about the house being in Yunmeng Mountain, but now you're still bragging. Chapter 80, Class Reunion. If our dad hears this, he'll definitely talk about you again, Yang Shui said. Lin Fan smiled helplessly and continued to gnaw on the apple. Ha, hubby, the university class group said that they are going to organize a class reunion in 2 days. Yang Shui looked through her cell phone and spoke. Then you can go and have a look, and get in touch with your old classmates. Lin Fan laughed. Not really want to go. It's too troublesome to go. I have quite a few suitors from my university. They may all have to go. How awkward to meet at that time. Yang Shui shook her head. He, it seems like your university is quite popular. Lin Fan looked surprised. That's for sure. Your wife was also a university flower back then. There were countless suitors, but I didn't agree to any of them. So in the end it was cheap for you. Yang Shui smiled cheekily, cute and playful. You are really thick-skinned, but also a university flower. Only a blind man like me would look at you. Lin Fan put on a look of disgust, begging for a beating. Yang Shui was infuriated beyond measure, and with a small pink fist, she hit Lin Fan on the shoulder. Following that, she flipped open the group chat and her face changed. It's over. I haven't agreed yet, but Yakian agreed for me and said to go with me. Zhou Yakian and Yang Shui University were classmates in a class group. Give me a look. Lin Fan took Yang Shui's cell phone and flipped through the chat records, while Yang Shui was obediently snuggled in Lin Fan's arms. A party? It just so happens that I have time in the next 2 days, so I'll go there with Xiao Shui at that time. Inside the group, Zhou Yakian said this. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Yakian's avatar. It was a selfie of her, sitting diagonally on a red Lamborghini with the beach behind her. She was wearing sunglasses, her breasts were full, revealing her snow-white slender thighs, looking sexy and provocative. Zhou Yakian had just finished speaking when a person in the group called Yang Shan said, Ha, Ye Qian, change your avatar, or a Lamborghini. Did you buy a car? The other students also asked. Ye Qian, you're awesome, just graduated over a year ago, and you bought a Lamborghini. Envy, envy, envy. The back was accompanied by a eyes bubbling with love and drooling emoji. This car is so cool, luxury car with a beautiful woman. Ye Qian is really great. This was followed by a series of thumbs up, being touted so much by the crowd. Zhou Yakian wanted to indulge so much that she returned the message after a while. I didn't buy this car, my boyfriend gave it to me. After this statement, followed by a shy emoji. Boyfriend? So happy. Boyfriend actually sent Lamborghini. Some female students in the group immediately exploded. Yeah, my boyfriend only sent me a normal lipstick on my birthday. What a good Chinese boyfriend. When can I find such a boyfriend too? Real name Envy. Ye Qian. Your boyfriend wouldn't be a Rolls-Royce brother. Right, so dirt cheap. Not Rolls-Royce brother, but the family is quite rich. It's considered a mansion. Zhou Yakian returned the message. Mansion? The female students in the group once again exploded. A large series of eyes bubbling with love and drooling expressions appeared. Ye Qian's boyfriend is actually the son of a rich family? Too happy. Ye Qian, so envious of you. My boyfriend is just an ordinary employee. Every day get up early and work hard. Only no work, not romantic at all. Yes, so envious of you. In 2 more months, I'll be engaged to my boyfriend. Zhou Yakian said back again, followed by a teeth showing emoji. Engaged? Marrying into a rich family? The female students in the group all went crazy, frantically swiping the screen. Ye Qian, are you marrying into a rich family? Doesn't your boyfriend look handsome? Like a Goryeo country romance drama hero. Long-legged Oba. Handsome and stylish? Ye Qian, you just graduated a year ago and you're about to become a rich wife. I'm so envious. Actually the looks are just like that, but he's quite kind and reliable. I like his character. Zhou Yakian returned the message. Right Ye Qian, after you graduated, weren't you in a company with Xiao Shui? How is Xiao Shui now? Someone inquired. Yeah, I'm curious too. Xiao Shui was the school flower of our school back then. There were too many people chasing after her. I remember there was one called Wei Yu. His family was quite rich, and he even gave her a gift on her birthday. What's Wei Yu? In front of our class president. He's just a small character. Do you forget? At that time in the class, our class president gave Xiao Shui a 10-carat heart of the ocean diamond ring and proposed to Xiao Shui. Of course I haven't forgotten. That diamond ring is made of the top diamonds. It said that you can't even see any flaws under the microscope. It's worth millions. This is the real tycoon. But later on, Snowy still rejected him. Alas, I can't understand Snow, our class president. Handsome and rich, why did she reject it? Wife, I didn't expect you to have this. Lin Fan put down his cell phone and unexpectedly looked at Yang Shui. I'm not lying. Right, I have countless suitors, but one didn't say yes. Yang Shui smiled cheekily, especially class president Qian Lai. This guy is good in all conditions, but his heart is high and proud. I disliked it so much that I rejected him. I want to give my first love, my best things, to my future husband. That's what I thought at that time. Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan with big eyes, full of love. Lin Fan also touched Yang Shui's head, with tenderness appearing in his eyes. At this time, Zhou Yaqian inside the group sent a message. Let the matter of that year pass. Xiao Shui is now married. What? Married? No way. That's my goddess. For a moment, the screen was swiped again. But this time, most of those who swiped the screen were male students. It's only been a year since I graduated, and my goddess is already a married woman? Blue thin mushrooms. I'm still prepared to buy a house and a car, and then go after Xiao Shui when I have the stamina to do so. Shui is so pretty and has a kind personality. The man she married must be very good. Yes. Which second-generation rich man? A second-generation rich man? Forget it, but a loser. Zhou Yaqian sent the message, followed by the rolling eyes emoji. Ye Qian, what do you mean? Can't it be that Xiao Shui married a poor guy? No way. Xiao Shui this condition. Want to find a rich man? Not very simple? Poor guy? Poor ghosts are okay. After all, some poor ghosts. There is motivation. No to work hard to earn money. Zhou Yaqian said. But Xiao Shui married this man. Is a complete loser? Every day does not work. At home waiting for death. Not working? Can't you let my goddess support this kind of waste of a husband? I can't stand it. Behind these words, there was a flaming expression. Yes, absolutely can't tolerate. Xiao Shui is the goddess I can't get. I can't stand by and watch her marry a loser who is even worse than me. How to say? I also have a stable job, although the salary is not high, 3 or 4,000 a month, and still in the factory, but definitely better than that loser. Chapter 81 Grabbing red envelopes. The male students in the group were furious. I didn't expect to commit mass anger. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. Ye Qian is also really too bad at talking. Yang Shui frowned. If it wasn't for Zhou Yaqian's words, the male students in the group wouldn't have blown up. Quickly, I Xiao Shui. I want to know why she married a loser. Yes, Xiao Shui, come out. Someone in the group eyed Yang Shui. Just pretend you didn't see it. Yang Shui was too lazy to speak. What is everyone discussing? Someone in the group bubbled. And their avatar was a radiant gold coin. I've just been busy with bank matters. I don't have time to watch the group chat. Class president is here. Qian Lai class president. You're finally here. There's an unfortunate news to announce to you. The crowd said in succession. What news? Qian Lai returned. Forget it. I won't say anything for fear of hitting you. Yeah, go through the chat logs yourself. It's best to prepare quick-acting heart pills next to you. I'm afraid that your heart won't be able to stand it. Class president. This was followed by a snickering emoji. Secretive. I'll flip through to see what's going on. Qian Lai said, followed by a rolling eyes emoji. The group quieted down. After 2 minutes, a broken heart emoji appeared, followed by a dozen seconds of voice bars appeared. Lin Fan clicked on the voice, and a slightly thick voice came. How could it be? How could Xiao Shui get married? You know that back then when I pursued Xiao Shui, she didn't even agree to it. Looking at the East Sea City, the youth of the same age group, how many of them can compare to me? This voice, with shock, anger, and disbelief, was roaring out. Not long after, another voice bar appeared. I finished going through the chat records. Damn it! The person that Xiao Shui married is actually a loser without a job. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Shui is working to support her family? Damn it! Xiao Shui is so kind. Marrying this kind of man, at home, she will definitely be bullied. Lin Fan froze and looked at Yang Shui. These people have a problem with their heads. Right, did I bully you at home? Yes. Yang Shui's pretty face reddened. Ever since you got well, there have been bullies every night. Cough cough. It's two different things. Lin Fan touched his nose. Class president, don't be angry. Maybe Xiao Shui is peeping at the screen. Yeah, it's off-duty time at this point. Try ate her. Someone in the group said. Snowy, can I say something to you? Qian Lai sent the message, followed by Eder Yang Shui. I don't care about him. It's annoying. Yang Shui was indifferent, snuggling in Lin Fan's arms, her fingers drawing circles on Lin Fan's chest. After a full 5 minutes, the inside of the group was quiet. No one spoke. Looks like Snowy is busy and didn't look at the group chat. It should be. It's hard to say. Maybe she's really peeking at the screen. She just doesn't want to go back to the class president. The classmates murmured. Why don't you try sending a group red packet? Class president? If Yuki grabbed the red envelope, it means she's in. That's the only way. Everyone get ready. I'm going to send out red envelopes. Qian Lai said. The next moment, a red packet popped out. There were 5 words on the red packet. Come out Snowy. Everyone grabbed the red packet. Holy, I grabbed 199. How big is this red packet? I grabbed 200. The students were all stunned and clicked on the red packet to check the details. 2 million group red packets. Brother Lai, you're so bold. The classmates were dumbfounded. It's the first time I've seen a group red packet sent 20,000. Rich, tycoon. This is small money for me. Qian Lai sent a message. Originally, I was going to send out 100,000, but the group red packet's single limit is 20,000. Awesome. Brother Lai is awesome. Many thumbs up emoticons appeared inside the group. After a while, Qian Lai clicked on the red packet collection details and realized that Yang Shui didn't collect the red packet. Since Xiao Shui didn't claim the red packet, I'll just keep sending it until she shows up, Qian Lai said in the group. Asterisk. Big brother, so hoity-toity? You just sent 20,000 and now you want to send it again? Yeah, it's too luxurious. Lai is awesome. The group exploded, their fingers holding their cell phones tightly, ready to grab the red envelopes. The next moment, a red packet popped out with the words Little Snow. I miss you so much. Another 20,000 red packets. Awesome. A little bit of small hands and the red packet I grabbed is worth my one day's salary. Brother Lai is awesome. It's rumored that Brother Lai is now doing banking affairs and preparing to be the president. It's just not the same. Thank you Brother Lai for the red packet. The group began to slip inside. This guy is quite rich. Lin Fan took his cell phone and said with a smile, Qian Lai, his dad, is the president of a state-owned bank in Donghai City, and there are many financial companies under his hand, so he is naturally rich. In the Huaxia Huru 100 rich list, you can see his dad's name, although it is the bottom, but it is also very powerful. Yang Shui said. Lin Fan smiled and didn't say anything else. He recalled that when he was a child, a guest came to the house. It seems to be called Gu He, said to be a top 10 figure on the Huruan 100 richest list in China. The moment he saw Lin Fan's father, Lin Tianxiao, he directly knelt down, constantly kowtowing, old tears, begging Lin Tianxiao to inject capital into his business to alleviate the problem of capital turnover. Chen Lai clicked on the red packet collection details and found that there was still no name of Yang Shui. He has again sent 20,000 red packets, which reads Xiao Shui, your wimpy husband, have I got money? Lai is awesome. Grab the red packet. Grab the red packet. Following that, he sent 5 more red envelopes with titles directly targeting Lin Fan, respectively. Xiao Shui, why did you marry a loser? Xiao Shui, divorce okay? I still love you. Wimp, robbing my woman. Loser, don't let me see you. Snow, come back. Finally, Chen Lai stopped sending red packets. It's over. The 2 bank cards I'm bound to are both limited, and I'm out of change. Let's call it a day. Qian Lai said. Awesome. Sending out 140,000 red envelopes. Brother Lai, you are really awesome. Snowy's husband, compared to you, there's a world of difference. Thank you Brother Lai. This time, it allowed me to grab more than $1,000. Zhou Yaqian also said, let me tell you, Xiao Shui's husband's name is Lin Fan. He's a real loser. There's no need for you to get angry over this kind of person, because he's like an ant in front of you, but it's this ant that snatched my beloved woman. Qian returned, with a scratchy emoji behind him. It's not like there's no chance. Brother Lai, Zhou Yaqian messaged back. This class reunion is a chance for you. A chance to chase Xiao Shui back. Oh, could it be that Xiao Shui is also coming? Qian Lai got excited. I just said, class reunion, I'll go with Xiao Shui, and by the way, I'll bring that loser Lin Fan with me. Zhou Yaqian said, the gap between the two of you now that you've met, it's instantly obvious. Xiao Shui will naturally make a wise choice. Chapter 82 Heavenly Respect Grand Hotel. Makes sense. Then Ye Qian, I'll leave this matter to you. In the next 2 days, make sure to bring Xiao Shui to the party. And her husband, I would like to see what kind of goods he is, to be able to marry a woman like Xiao Shui. Qian returned, as if he was angry. Don't worry Brother Lai, I'll take care of this matter. I'll definitely bring Xiao Shui to you in one piece. Zhou Yaqian returned the message, followed by cute emojis. Not long after, the group quieted down. The classmates were about to take a break. Wife, are you going to the class reunion? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Don't want to go. Yang Shui shook her head and skimmed her lips. Ye Qian is also really bad. I haven't said anything yet. She agreed for me and didn't ask for my consent. Just as she finished her words, her cell phone rang. It was Zhou Yaqian's. I knew it. Definitely called. Yang Shui was helpless and picked up the phone. Hello, Ye Qian. Xiao Shui. Just what are you doing? Didn't you see the group chat? Zhou Yaqian inquired, her voice carrying excitement. No, just now I was in the shower. Didn't play with my phone. Yang Shui said. Then you really missed out on $1 billion. Zhou Yaqian was very sorry to say. Qian Lai just in the group. Sent 140,000 red envelopes. I grabbed more than $1,000. You're not in. Loss money to his dad. Quite rich. It is said that this year's Huru 100 rich list, his dad ranked 99. To know Li Yangfu's dad, Li Chun-sheng, even ranked in the qualifications or not. Xiao Shui, I really can't figure out why you rejected Qian Lai and chose that loser Lin Fan back then. If Qian Lai was chasing me at that time, I would have definitely agreed directly. Yang Shui frowned. Yet Qian, you called me just to talk to me about this? Of course not. After 2 days of classmates reunion, you must go. Just now I have said inside the group, I want to bring you together to participate. Zhou Yeqian said, I don't want to go. Too much trouble. Yang Shui refused. Little Shui, are you afraid of bringing Lin Fan there to lose face? Zhou Yeqian asked. No, I just simply don't want to go. This classmate reunion, on the surface it's about bonding, but in reality it's still about climbing over each other and slipping up. It's not interesting at all. Yang Shui faintly said, how can that be? Xiao Shui, you must go. Zhou Yeqian's voice drew up a few points. I was just in the group. I've already packed my bags with Qian Lai. If you don't go, I'm not very ashamed, but I really don't want to go. Yang Shui still wanted to refuse. At this time, Lin Fan laughed. Wife, promise her, then doesn't Qian Lai want to meet me? Then go and meet. Yang Shui was stunned, looked at Lin Fan and finally said, alright Ye Qian, I'll go. I knew that you would agree. Snow, I think you still have some good feelings for Qian Lai, otherwise you definitely wouldn't have agreed. Yang Shui shook her head helplessly. If it wasn't for Lin Fan letting her go, she definitely wouldn't have gone. Right, on that day, you bring Lin Fan over as well. Let him dress decently. Don't be so shabby, Zhou Yeqian reminded. Yang Shui was too lazy to talk to Zhou Yeqian again and hung up directly. Hubby, why do you want to go? Yang Shui looked at Lin Fan. If I go over there, I don't know how troublesome it will be. Go and take a look. After all, it's also a classmate. Lin Fan touched Yang Shui's head. Okay. Yang Shui nodded her head obediently. 2 days later, Lin Fan Yang Shui, Zhou Yeqian Li Yangfu made an appointment to meet downstairs at Tianhai Finance. Zhou Yeqian frowned when she saw Lin Fan. Xiao Shui, didn't I tell you on the phone to let Lin Fan dress decently? Why is he still so shabby? She looked Lin Fan up and down, contempt appearing in her eyes. Lin Fan was dressed simply, an ordinary t-shirt on top, jeans below, and on his feet were canvas shoes bought online for $12, all looking fresh and simple. Shabby, where am I shabby? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Oh, altogether, less than $200. This is not shabby? Zhou Yeqian rolled her eyes. Later at the party, when your classmates see you in this outfit, they will probably be able to laugh you to death. Yet Qian, don't say that. I think Lin Fan is just unconventional and doesn't care about the world's eyes, Li Yangfu said, but his tone was mocking. I can't compare to his kind of temperament. Like me, I have to go out Armani, Versace, otherwise I'm afraid of losing face. Yangfu, that is you. Lin Fan, this poor can afford Armani, Versace? Zhou Yeqian shook her head. Okay, time is almost up. Let's go over. Li Yangfu raised his wrist to look at the time, and his Rolex wristwatch revealed itself. Lin Fan and Yang Shui, naturally, drove the Mercedes. Li Yangfu and Zhou Yeqian, on the other hand, had a Lamborghini each. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Tianzuan Grand Hotel, and a doorman came forward to park the car for them. TSK, Qian Lai's out of the ordinary, a class reunion, booking a 5-star hotel for us, and the expenses are all-inclusive. Zhou Yeqian looked at the towering European-style building in front of her, smacking her lips, very emotional. Qian Lai's father, Qian Fugue, is a figure on the Huruan 100 richest list, naturally rich. Li Yangfu said, his family fortune is our family 7 times, 8 times like this, the total assets. It is estimated that there are more than $30 billion. Zhou Yeqian's mouth opened wide in surprise. This was a figure she didn't dare to imagine. Doesn't this mean that once Qian Fugue dies, this more than $30 billion will all fall on Qian Lai? The woman who marries Qian Lai in the future will not know how happy she will be. At the same time, the topmost luxury box of the Heavens Dignity Hotel. The box is very large, can accommodate hundreds of people. The walls are hung with oil paintings, looks very artistic. The ground is covered with carpets. Step on the feet soft, very comfortable. At this time, the box, people have almost arrived. Everyone is more than 20 years old young people. There are men and women, dressed are good. The lowest is also Audi, Nike, of which there are a few people, is Armani, Prada, Zegna. On the dining table seat, the most conspicuous position, sat a youth. Youth is also about 20 years old, face like a crown of jade, angular, very handsome. He was wearing a customized version of Louis Vuitton suit. Resting on the table on the left wrist, is a Patek Philippe wristwatch. In the light reflected the light. It is Qian Lai. In the class, not a few young girls were landing their afterglow on him with adoration and shyness. class president. Why aren't you Qian Xiao Shui and the others coming yet? A classmate came over and asked. It should be soon. Qianlai lifted his wrist and looked at the time, his expression composed. Class president, you said in the group the other night that you were busy with the bank. What kind of work are you doing now? That classmate asked again. The classmates were all perking up their ears, wanting to hear Qianlai speak. Chapter 83, The Ancient River of East China. I'm going to open a bank, Qianlai said indifferently. Open a bank? When this word was uttered, it was like a thunderbolt, and the entire box of students exploded. Is this so powerful? Open a bank. Some classmates, shaking with surprised speech, eyes rolling round. Lie brother, you are also too powerful. Only graduated more than a year, actually can open a bank. Asterisk 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 same age. Why is the gap so big? People are more angry than people. I'm inside the factory a month, 3 or 4,000 wages, and my classmates actually want to open a bank. The classmates were all shocked, and a sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts. The gap was too big. Even if they struggle for dozens of lifetimes, they can't close the gap between them and the money. There were a few female classmates. When they heard this, their eyes were glowing, their legs were soft, their fangs were jumping anxiously, and they came together to come next to them. Come brother, do you have a girlfriend? How do you see me? When your girlfriend, and I laundry cooking, what housework will be? Che, pull back, laundry and cooking who will not? Someone despised, Brother Lai's girlfriend must be capable. At least she can help Brother Lai with his business. Like Yang Shui, she's an accountant. I think she's best suited to be Brother Lai's girlfriend, to help Brother Lai manage the accounts. Qianlai helplessly smiled. In fact, open the bank, not as powerful as you say, and this bank is a joint venture, a total of 3 participations. One is the state-owned bank assets, one is Renfan Capital, one is our family. The largest share is the state-owned bank, followed by Renfan Capital. Our family is the smallest share, about 20%. Qianlai continued. The name of the bank has already been determined. It's called the East Sea Development Bank. It's categorized as a state-owned bank, and I'll be the president in it. Of course, all major decisions, or to listen to the board of directors. Bank president. That's also very powerful. Yes, if we look at people of the same age in East China Sea, how many of them, at Brother Lai's age, are sitting in the position of bank president? Awesome. The crowd repeatedly gave Qianlai a thumbs up, their eyes full of envy. Brother Lai, tell me about your family's history. Let us have some motivation to fight. Some students said. There's nothing to say. My dad went to sea when he was young, and got help from noble people, so he got his current position. Qianlai was vague. Nobleman? Which nobleman? A classmate couldn't help but ask. Guha, Qianlai said. East China's Guha. 10 years ago, Gu He, who was the 10th on the Huruan 100 richest list. The crowd present was in an uproar. Most of them were studying finance, and their work was also related to finance, so they knew these lists like the back of their hands. Hearing this name, each of them had their mouths open wide and their eyes rolled round, not expecting money to come to their father, but actually had a relationship with Guha. Who is Guha? There was a classmate, full of curiosity. She had never heard of this name at all. After graduation, she went home and became a clerk. She didn't know anything about this. Guha was a manufacturing tycoon in the East China region 10 years ago. Someone explained. The industries under his hand included mining, steel, coal, processing and transportation. Many, the entire East China. As long as something related to the manufacturing industry, there is the name of Guha behind it. Also 10 years ago, Guha boarded the Huruan 100 rich list 10th. Assets 50 billion. You have to think. That is 10 years ago 50 billion. Now inflation is so strong, converted to the present, at least is also 100 billion. $100 billion. That student was so scared that he almost sat down on the ground. This figure, too horrible. But 10 years ago, the global financial crisis broke out, especially the manufacturing industry, suffered a big blow. Factories went bankrupt, workers were laid off, the entire Chinese manufacturing industry, very depressed. Woe is me. A student touched his chin, wondering, that year, as long as the manufacturing industry bigwigs, all due to the assets are not enough to qualify, withdraw from the Huruan 100 richest list, and there are even a few too much pressure, jumped off a building and committed suicide. Only this Guha held on, still on the list, although it retreated to outside the 50th place, but after all, it is still on the list. This is something very strange. Oh, I didn't expect you to know such hidden things. Qianlai unexpectedly looked at the classmate and said, I heard my dad say that Gui didn't know where he got a large sum of money to revitalize the industry under his hand. Otherwise he would have already gone bankrupt, not to mention still being on the list. As for the source of this funding, No one knows. It seems that this Guha also has a valuable person to help. Ah, that's right, but which nobleman is unknown. Qianlai shook his head and continued. Now Gu he lives in Cloud Dream Mountain. Every now and then, my dad will prepare gifts and go visit him, grateful for the favor of helping him back then. Cloud Dream Mountain. Is that the Yunmeng Mountain Villa area where a mysterious tycoon auctioned off a villa at a sky-high price of $78 million some time ago? Yes. Qianlai nodded his head. $78 million. How many lifetimes will it take me to earn this much money? Envy, envy, envy. I wonder what it's like to live in that kind of place. The classmates were talking a lot. He, what is everyone discussing? A voice came. Zhou Yaqian and Li Yongfu walked in, followed by Lin Fan Yongshui. Ye Qian, you're here. Come sit down. The crowd greeted. Some people saw Yongshui behind them and their eyes lit up. Little Snow is here too. My college goddess. Finally here. Haven't seen you for a year. Still so beautiful. I can't. My heart is beating so fast. Wait. Someone's gaze looked at Lin Fan beside him. He's Xiao Shui's husband? At once, Lin Fan felt a dozen gazes, locking onto himself, with hostility and wariness. Looking up and down, the vast majority were boys. Qianlai also had his eyes locked on Lin Fan. Ice coldness appeared in his eyes, but he didn't rush to open his mouth. Seeing Lin Fan dressed in ordinary clothes, t-shirt on his body, jeans on his legs, canvas shoes on his feet, coincidentally, there was contempt appearing in these people's eyes. What a flower stuck in cow dung. My college goddess. Why marry a loser? Marry me also. My monthly salary of 3 or 4,000. Although the factory, but stable. Some people whispered, because it was the first time they met. The people didn't say all the words in their hearts. Lin Fan looked indifferent, found a seat. Yang Shui sat next to him. After the table was served, Lin Fan directly picked up his chopsticks and started to eat without raising his head. TSK. This guy, he can't have never eaten something that good. He eats as soon as he gets to the table. Yeah, where did the bumpkin come from? Tianzhuan Grand Hotel. A plate of food starts at $300. I guess this kid hasn't eaten anything that good. Look at the way he's swallowing. It's so humiliating. Lai hasn't even said a word. He's just eating. He's not polite at all. Why did Shui marry such a man? Hungry bastard. The crowd looked at Lin Fan. Contempt appeared in their eyes, and there was a lot of talk. Chapter 84. Your goddess is still your goddess. Since everyone is here, let's open the banquet. Qianlai looked askance at Lin Fan, and contempt appeared in his eyes. Qianlai opened his mouth, and only then did the crowd move their chopsticks. Ye Qian. This is your car key, right? A girl noticed that on the table in front of Zhou Yaqian, there were car keys. In front of Li Yongfu, one was also placed. On both car keys, there was a golden bowl Lamborghini car logo, very conspicuous. Yes, Zhou Yaqian nodded her head. Complacency appeared in her eyes. This is a couple's car yet. Both are red. The one I have is sent by Yongfu. Envy. I wish I had such a boyfriend. Right. Snow, you graduated a year ago. Did you buy a car? A boy looked at Yang Shui. Didn't buy one. Yang Shui shook her head. I knew it. The boy laughed and looked at Lin Fan. Contempt appeared in his eyes. You married such a man and had to support him. How could you afford a car? Alas, I didn't realize that my goddess actually lived in straitened circumstances. The boy's name was Yang Shan, also before, one of Yang Shui's suitors. I didn't buy it, but my husband helped me buy a car. Yang Shui faintly said. Oh, Yang Shan froze. No way. Your husband can help you buy a car? Is it a Wuling Hongguang or an old Santana? The kind that costs less than $10,000? Once he said this, the students all covered their mouths and snickered. It should be this kind of car. If it wasn't this kind of car, you would have definitely left the car keys on the table just like Ye Qian. Yang Shan said. Wuling Hongguang car key, put it on the table, but it's very embarrassing. Alas, Xiao Shui, we are still a surname. If you promised me to pursue, marry me, I will not let you sit on the Wuling Hongguang. My little Buick, although not very high grade, but also more than 100,000 yuan. After saying that, Yang Shan took out the car key and waved it in front of Yang Shui. Yang Shan, you're really good at adding drama to yourself. Just because I don't put my car keys on the table, it means my car is a Wuling Hongguang? Yang Shui looked at Yang Shan as if she was looking at an idiot. After saying that, she took out her Mercedes-Benz car keys and placed them on the table. Mercedes-Benz? Seeing the car label, Yang Shan's face changed slightly, not expecting Yang Shui to drive such a good car. Sorry, Yang Shan, you drive 100,000 or so Buick. My husband buys me more than 600,000 Mercedes-Benz. This is the gap between you and my husband. Your goddess is still your goddess. Yang Shui was cold and icy with a sneer. Me marrying you? You can only dream about it. Yang Shan's face suddenly became embarrassed. This was being slapped in the face in front of his classmates. Who knows if it's your rental car? Yang Shan was somewhat incoherent. I heard that Xiao Shui has recently risen high when the shantytown renovation project chief. This is a few tens of billions of big projects. Another girl said conspiratorially. The company, in order to make the chief responsible person have face, naturally will give her car. This Mercedes-Benz, 9 times out of 10 is the company car. Xiao Shui, you actually said it is your husband to buy. Really want a face. Also your waste of a husband to save face. Hearing this, Yang Shui was furious. This group of classmates were thinking of ways to mock her and Lin Fan. Alright, stop it all. Qian Lai frowned and slapped his hand on the table. Everyone, watch your words. Even though Xiao Shui is married, I still love her. If you guys are rude to her, don't blame me for being rude. Qian Lai spoke, and these people immediately quieted down. And at this moment, Lin Fan was still burying his head to eat, directly ignoring these people. This Lin Fan, he's too much of a man, isn't he? When Xiao Shui was targeted like this, he didn't even say a word. What a soft persimmon. A wimp, a soft bone. Yeah, if my wife was being targeted like this, I would have helped save the day. Look at the way he eats his food, wolfing it down, just like a starving man. Probably hasn't been to such a good restaurant before. He just knows how to eat. Look at Brother Lai. He's so protective of Snow. Those two are a match made in heaven. A few gazes looked at Lin Fan and instantly appeared contemptuous. Yo, so lively. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the house. A man walked in. The man's face was white. He was wearing a suit. The muscles inside were very linear, and his entire person was also imposing, which was lethal to women of any age. It was precisely Wei Yu. Wei Yu, what are you doing here? Qian came to look at Wei Yu, a little bored. This Wei Yu was his college love rival. Why? I can't come to the class reunion. Wei Yu laughed, although it is not a class, but we all know each other. Come over to contact feelings cannot? By the way, Qian Lai, I don't like Yang Shui anymore, so please don't treat me as a love rival now. Don't like it anymore? Really? Qian Lai is full of skepticism. You college, but the whole 4 years chasing her. Say do not like on do not like? Of course, the world is full of beautiful women. Why should I hang myself on her tree? Besides, Yang Shui married a waste, is no longer the goddess in my heart, Wei Yu said in a serious manner. In that case, you should sit down and eat. Qian Lai no longer had boredom in his eyes. Wei Yu was also not polite and went to the table to eat while saying, right, I forgot to say, Yang Shui's loser husband said that he bought a house. When the time comes, we, as classmates, will have to contribute some share of the money. Buying a house? Qian Lai looked at Lin Fan. Contempt appeared in his eyes. Wei Yu, you're funny, just like him, can afford to buy a house? It's hard to say oh. Wei Yu ate the dishes, laughed. Now although the price of housing is expensive, but the price of housing in the suburbs is not very expensive, and there are a lot of rotten houses, second-hand houses, takeover houses. As long as a few tens of thousands of dollars down payment, you can buy it. Yang Shui, your husband won't buy this kind of house. A classmate's eyes widened. Can this house be lived in? Maybe if you live in it for 2 or 3 days, the building collapses and your life is lost. Yes, live? With me here, it's impossible for Xiao Shui to live in that kind of house in her life. Qian Lai spoke up, his gaze directly locking onto Lin Fan. Your name is Lin Fan, right? Xiao Shui's husband. That night, I sent out red envelopes in the group to tell you to get the hell out. You actually didn't show your head. What a wimp. Lin Fan ignored him, still eating vegetables, bones piled up in front of him. Still eating, starving ghost. The crowd looked at Lin Fan with contempt. Xiao Shui actually married this kind of loser. Why on earth? In Qian Lai's eyes, there was anger appearing. The woman he loved, married a loser. This gave him the feeling that he was no better than this loser. Lin Fan, I'm giving you a choice now. Qian Lai spoke coldly, and with a flip of his hand, a card landed on the table in front of Lin Fan. There is $5 million inside the card. You divorce Xiao Shui, take the money and get lost. This $5 million is money you can't earn in more than 10 lifetimes.